Several department heads put on gloves, picked up tools, waiting for the dean's order. "Just amputate a small toe," Mo Young said casually. The doctors exchanged looks, thinking they misheard. "Is it really okay to do this, Dean?" "Of course, for the advancement of human medicine, everything is worth it," Mo Young coughed and said with a serious face. One doctor felt it made sense after a glance. After all, a small toe was inconsequential for humans, it's just unseemly to look at. But being in shoes all day, who would notice? However, in terms of a significant stride in human medicine, it was completely worthwhile. Just as the doctors were about to proceed, Mo Linglong interrupted them with a cold glint in her eyes, sending shivers down their spines. "We should cut here. Through genetic analysis, find out why he has such a powerful recovery ability." The doctors were no longer composed as they looked at where Mo Linglong pointed. This probably isn't right," one doctor hesitated. "If we mutilate him," just as they were unsure, Mo Linglong added, "this man is a fugitive of a rape and murder case. I was shown this by Yu Yao personally." "What?" Upon hearing this, the doctors became indignant. Even in society, let alone in prison, rapists were the most despised. Huang Yu, looking at Mo Linglong's decisive nature, didn't know what to say for a moment. Although he didn't mind Xiao Zhan being castrated, what if they went further in the future? Thinking about this, he swallowed hard. "Anyway, this dead twisted mouth won't let me sleep, so if he really gets hard, I guess we don't need to care about this perverted lunatic, right?" Ignoring Huang Yu's thoughts, Mo Linglong snorted. No matter what, she had to prove that she would never become the concubine of such a person in the future. End of this chapter. Chapter 91, Hospital Streaking Incident. But where did Huang Yu know? Watching this woman without hesitation, if he angered her in the future, cannot be eradicated? At this moment, due to Zizhan's strong cultivation base, under the subconscious resistance, he began to resist the anesthesia more and more. It hurts. Suddenly, he felt a severe pain coming from his lower body. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open his eyes. His limbs seemed unresponsive, unable to move at all. It seemed like all he was left with was pain and consciousness. He couldn't hear any sounds from the outside world. He felt a chilling and numbing flow surging through his meridians, continually paralyzing his nerves. Of course, Mo Linglong would definitely not personally touch him. This task was handed over to several attending doctors. As for the head of the Mo family and Mo Linglong, the two of them were outside while inside, Zizhan was struggling desperately in his subconscious, trying to regain control of his body. The power inside him began to surge frantically, as if responding to his control. Finally, Zizhan felt his body after a long time, stood up abruptly in severe pain. And one of the doctor's scalpels happened to be right on his head. With this sudden movement, it came straight down. Zizhan let out a painful scream, quickly covering his shortened lower body. Hearing the sounds coming from inside, Huang Yu widened his eyes and realized it was bad. Damn, I have to hide quickly. After all, the other party's strength was above his own. If they saw him, he might be in big trouble. With that in mind, he didn't care about anything else. Huang Yu grabbed Mo Linglong's hand and started running frantically towards the corner, leaving Mojiajia Master Mo Young standing blankly in place. What's going on? Isn't it just that the anesthesia didn't work properly? Why are you running? Suddenly, accompanied by the screams from inside, the door of the ICU was violently pushed open. Damn it! How dare you! Zizhan shouted loudly, looking at the conspicuous Mo Young outside the ICU. It's you! He suddenly remembered, wasn't this the old man who he kicked in the detention room? I won't let you go! Zizhan roared, eyes flashing with bitterness and sorrow. Just as he was about to take action, two men in black suddenly appeared in front of Mojiajia Master, grabbing his hand. Step back! The two of them shouted in unison. Before he could react, Mo Young, who sensed the danger, had powder sprinkled on his face by the two men. Not good! Zizhan immediately had a bad feeling. As the wound on his lower body bled more, he glared at the crowd and ran frantically down the hospital corridor. As Zizhan wasn't wearing any clothes during the surgery, as soon as he reached the ground floor, chaos immediately erupted in the lobby. Pervert! Where did this lunatic come from? Security! Where is security? Zizhan also realized his predicament at this moment, but still covered his lower body with one hand and his face with the other hand as he ran out madly. Huang Yu, who was holding Mo Linglong and hiding next to the windows on the level, witnessed the scene of this crook Dragon King streaking. With a mischievous thought in mind, Huang Yu took out his phone and took a few photos and then recorded the scene. Crook Dragon King streaking. This guy is very bold. If it were me, my heart would explode, right? Just not sure if that thing can still be used. It's good if it's useless, so as not to harm so many female leads. Although he was just a minor villain who retreated upon seeing the protagonist, witnessing the crook Dragon King enjoying such treatment made Huang Yu feel quite satisfied. Wait for a chance to confirm whether he's been castrated. If he has been, then he's safe. I would find a place to hide myself. Huang Yu glanced at Mo Linglong, thinking to himself, hey. Suddenly, a twisted 360-degree pain came from his waist. Why are you pinching me? Huang Yu grumbled as he glared at Mo Linglong, not daring to argue too much, and could only rub his waist. Who knew what these crazy women would do? What if they got him castrated as well? What do you think? Mo Linglong glared at this annoying guy. He even thought of leaving her behind carelessly. So scared of death? Even if you are as powerful as you say, didn't you just get stabbed a few times at the Mo City Hospital today? Mo Linglong was not impressed with the crooked security guard's words. It seemed she had to be a bit tougher next time to make this crooked security guard completely powerless and make him realize he needed to stand up. At the same time, Mo Young, accompanied by several bodyguards, found their way over. Little brat, you knew it was dangerous, so you wanted to run with my daughter. He glared at Huang Yu. A real man should take responsibility and protect the old and young. Don't you know that? With how powerful you are, why do you need me to protect you? And didn't you kick him in the detention room before, and nothing happened? Upon Huang Yu's words, Mo Linglong widened her eyes. Oh, isn't that the person who attacked my dad in the detention room? Yes, this old thing is not doing well. Seeing someone flattering him deserves the beating. Watching the two argue, Mo Linglong couldn't help but reassess this crooked security guard mentioned by Huang Yu. It seemed to be true. She had heard that some terrifying person had broken into the police station and even disabled Zifeng of the Z family. On the other hand, Mo Young was left speechless by Huang Yu's taunts. After holding back for a while, he coldly hummed. So what? Even if he doesn't die this time, he won't have it easy. I specially sprinkled an aphrodisiac on his face. Aphrodisiac? Huang Yu was at a loss. Didn't you get him castrated? Just cut off his hair. Mo Young coldly hummed, but with the aphrodisiac, he's going to have a massive hemorrhage down there for sure. Even if he doesn't die, he will be crippled. Right. What exactly is this person's identity? Mo Young at this moment also vaguely guessed that this person's identity was not simple. That's why they dared to act directly. He seems to be a terrorist. After hesitating for a while, Huang Yu could only blur out this sentence. I can't possibly say that you are all characters in a novel, and that security guard is the protagonist. I knew it. Mo Young coldly hummed. If he dares to come back again, I will make sure he never makes it back. Seeing the confident look on the old man, Huang Yu couldn't help but feel speechless. You'd better figure out how to deal with that person in your family. End of this chapter. Chapter 92, Self-Conquest, the Infinite Reproduction of Bai Mao. Inside the book, Mo Linglong quickly realized this point, and an incredible conjecture emerged in her mind. Could it be that Huang Yu is actually a person outside the book? Didn't know the reason, and that's why he came into the book. At that moment, she suddenly remembered a detail. When she was abroad, she originally went there with the belief of studying medicine. But unconsciously, she was attracted by Huang Yu. Later on, Huang Yu even confessed his feelings to her and wanted to be with her. But she quickly dumped him. Now it seems that there must be a reason behind this. Huang Yu must have known that due to emotional reasons, she often couldn't focus on her studies and didn't excel in medicine. So he deliberately pushed her away, wanting her to focus on studying medicine and strengthening herself. Only then would he not let that crooked-mouthed security guard named Zizan take her into his harem. All of this was to protect her. Looking at the familiar face of Huang Yu, Mo Linglong's nose tingled. She could no longer suppress the emotions in her heart. She had to admit it. She liked Huang Yu. Mo Linglong turned around and suddenly hugged Huang Yu tightly, feeling the long-lost warmth in his solid chest. What's wrong with you? Huang Yu was obviously taken aback, a bit puzzled. It's nothing. Mo Linglong said faintly, wiped her eyes discreetly, then turned around and left. Although it seemed like nothing, just a simple hug, Huang Yu clearly saw the tear about to fall in her eyes. Mo Linglong chose not to reveal everything she had in mind. She didn't want Huang Yu to keep avoiding her and living in fear. And she definitely wouldn't hand herself over to that crooked-mouthed security guard, even if it meant death. She wanted to be with Huang Yu in a dignified way. After Mo Linglong's figure disappeared, "Kid, did you do something to upset my daughter?" Mo Young looked at his daughter heartbroken, his face turning dark. His look towards Huang Yu became somewhat hostile, and he signaled to the two bodyguards beside him. The two bodyguards approached slowly. "If you have the guts, try me." But Huang Yu wasn't afraid at all. In Tianhai City, the Huang family was a top-tier family, even compared to the Mo family. In front of the Huang family, they remained powerless. Seeing Huang Yu standing tall and fearless, Mo Young didn't let his emotions cloud his judgment. "Stop it." After calling off the two bodyguards, he looked at Huang Yu sternly. "Kid, better not do anything that upsets Linglong. Otherwise, even if it means my old bones, I won't let you off easy." With that, Mo Young turned and left. Meanwhile, various explicit videos about the Mo hospital began to circulate on the internet, spreading like wildfire. In the video, a naked man was running frantically in the hospital lobby and on the road, covering his crotch with one hand and his face with the other. Where did this lunatic come from? Is he bleeding there too? What happened to this guy? Why is he so desperate? Is it possible that this is a woman, just because she's on her period? Hey, do you usually run around naked when you're on your period to relieve pain? Covering one hand is propriety, covering the other is dignity. However, the explicit video of the naked man was soon banned from the internet. But even so, underneath the surface, the short video continued to spread wildly, and some even started doxing the man. However, since Zizhan's identity was from overseas, doxing him would be in vain. Moreover, the figure in the video could only be vaguely distinguished. On the other hand, Huang Yu had already returned to the Huang group. Bai Mao was standing in front of his desk with a fawning smile. "Young Master Huang, any more instructions?" Looking at his top lapdog, Huang Yu felt a little overwhelmed. This Bai Mao might not have much capability, but he did help him deal with Z family and Li Hua. Although capable, he always seemed to be reckless, fearing he would falter in front of Zizhan, the crooked security guard. This was simply looking for trouble. Huang Yu considered himself a small villain at best, unable to tolerate such arrogance. "No more instructions, you've worked hard during this time." Upon hearing his words, Bai Mao was moved. "Young master, you shouldn't say that, it's my duty." "No." Huang Yu directly took out a checkbook, filled in a figure, and handed it over. "You've worked hard during this time, go have some fun, take a break. Play for a few months before coming back." Bai Mao subconsciously took the check, and the next moment, his eyes widened, tears of emotion welling up in his eyes as he knelt on the ground. "Young Master Huang, this is too much." "Is it?" Huang Yu glanced at him askance, raising an eyebrow. For him, 10 million was just some pocket change. Nothing special. But getting rid of Bai Mao, that was a good bargain. "Since it's too much, then give it back to me." Bai Mao stood up from the ground, looking upright and righteous. "But if it's given by the young master, even if I don't want it, I have to accept it." Exiting the CEO's office, watching the white-collar workers working hard in the Huang Group building, Bai Mao couldn't help but straighten his back, a proud look flashing in his eyes. Indeed, no work compared to doing things for young Master Huang. In just a short time, he earned an amount they wouldn't earn in their lifetime. Stepping out of the Huang Group building, Bai Mao took out the latest phone, and in the group chat for young Master Huang's errand runners, he posted a photo of the check along with a caption. "Doing things for young Master Huang is great. Got rewarded again. Keep up the good work. Don't disappoint young Master Huang, who gave me a few months vacation." After a moment of silence in the group chat, it erupted instantly. "Damn, for real, 10 million. Young Master Huang is generous. That much money, I won't earn it in my whole life. Bai Mao bro, how did you do it? Share some tips." Yeah. We want bonuses too. Give us brothers a chance." Seeing the responses in the group chat, Bai Mao felt a bit elated. He couldn't say much, but he knew the trick to getting into young Master Huang's good books. Otherwise, how could he have earned so much money? Firstly, work for young Master Huang. You must do well, be flexible, think for young Master Huang, don't just follow the rules. That's too rigid. You should be adaptable. For example, last time targeting that annoying security guard of young Master Huang's. Do you think young Master Huang didn't want to act? He just didn't want to devalue himself. So it's our job to act. Absolutely cannot let that guy disturb young Master Huang's fun with girls. I see. The people in the group chat suddenly realized, and many began to regret. Damn, if I had known, I would have given that smelly security guard a few more punches. Praise by Mao. I wonder if there will be a chance next time to teach that smelly security guard a lesson in front of young Master Huang. Seeing the replies in the group chat, Bai Mao nodded in satisfaction. A good student indeed. End of this chapter. Chapter 93 is the Dragon King also Piao. On the other side, in order to prevent Bai Mao from refusing to leave, Huang Yu directly booked him a ticket to go abroad. Now that it's so far away, he shouldn't come back to cause trouble, right? Bai Mao, after seeing his young master and being given a plane ticket, was immediately in tears. Indeed, a young master is still a young master. If it were someone else, would they be willing to care so much about this errand runner? Since they are all going abroad, they should make something of themselves and repay the young master's kindness. It would be a shame to not live up to the young master's favor. At the same time, Bai Mao once again took a photo of the plane ticket and sent it to the group chat. The young master personally booked me a plane ticket, so I won't say more. I have to go. Is this the treatment of being a trusted aide to Huang Sha? So envious? I understand. When it's time to act, just act. In the group chat, a group of lackeys congratulated on one side and secretly made up their minds that the next time Huang Sha was disturbed by someone, they must step in quickly. The troublemaker Bai Mao has been sent abroad. The Z family is no more. Li Hua has also been eliminated. The 4 great generals of the Dragon King's palace have lost one, and 2 are in prison. Moreover, the relevant departments in Tianhai City already regard those 2 as terrorists. Most likely, they won't be able to get out of prison on their own. At least they will probably be sentenced to 20 or 30 years. Now, there is only Ren Tiu Zenizu left. Huang Yu pondered silently and subconsciously said, "Prepare the car. We're going to the People's Hospital of Tianhai City." Okay. Yun looked at the way this kid was thinking and knew that he was definitely up to no good. At this point, she had no idea that her apprentice had already been cut in half. Meanwhile, Zizan had already returned to the secret base of the Dragon King's palace in Tianhai City. Due to the long period of running, the power inside him began to automatically repair the wounds on his body. The areas that were still bleeding had completely healed. Zizan lay weakly on the cold ground, feeling a fierce flame burning in his lower body. At this moment, he urgently needed a woman to vent his desires. He slowly loosened his grip and looked, instantly widening his eyes. Ah, Mokia, I will never share the sky with you. The part where his head was cut off had already healed, with only a small hole in the middle, about a third shorter than before, measuring about 6 centimeters. No. As the desire within him grew stronger, Zizan gritted his teeth to endure the pain of losing length and stood up. That old guy must have drugged me. And my happiness cannot end here. In terms of medical skills, Zizan was still quite strong. After pondering for a moment, he quickly came up with a solution. Then, he got up and headed to the People's Hospital of Tianhai City. The Mo family hospital in Tianhai City was known for its superb medical skills and abundant medical resources. However, the cost was also very high, and only the middle class or the privileged could afford to go there. Ordinary people could only go to the People's Hospital of Tianhai City. What's going on? You said you could cure it before, now you can't. Inside a certain department of the hospital, Nizu slammed his palm on the desk, glaring at the doctor sitting in front of him. Beside him was Nimeng, whose complexion was somewhat pale and weak. Nimeng reached out to hold her brother's hand and forced a faint smile. "It's okay, brother, the doctor has done his best." Previously, due to long overdue medical bills, the hospital had already done its utmost. But even after letting her stay in the hospital bed for a long time, once the outstanding medical bill reached its limit, they had no choice but to let her go. With the condition deteriorating to this extent, it was not surprising that treatment was no longer effective. However, Nimeng felt a bit sentimental. After finally finding her brother, the two were now facing a parting due to life and death. This is just the way things are. Feeling Nishu's almost tangible killing intent, the doctor in his 50s swallowed hard. In his many years of practice, he had dealt with all kinds of difficult patients, but the fear this man instilled in him was unprecedented. The lady's condition has been neglected for too long. Why not visit the Mo family hospital? Maybe there's still a chance to salvage the situation. Seeing Nizu about to make a move, he clenched his fists but ultimately abandoned the idea of violence. After all, this was not abroad, and he didn't want to cause trouble for his sister. Let's go. We're going to the Mo family hospital. Nizu pulled his sister and decisively walked out. Brother, the Mo family hospital is very expensive. It's okay. Money is the least of my concerns right now. Nizu comforted gently, his words filled with tenderness. Nimeng nodded slightly. At the same time, as Zizan arrived at the hospital, he was flushed all over. No matter how he tried to use his powers, he couldn't rid himself of that feeling. Damn, what's going on here? Hey, do you know where the gynecology department is? Just as he entered the lobby, a pretty woman with at least a D-cup bra approached him. Although her makeup was a bit heavy, her natural features were still discernible, especially her figure, which was exceptional. Zizan, tormented by the aphrodisiac, couldn't bear such a scene. He trembled all over, his entire body covered in goosebumps. He stared fixedly at the cleavage. I don't know either. You'd better ask someone else. Zizan shook his head, trying to keep himself focused. Then take me there. The woman pouted and dragged Zizan towards a nearby small hotel. At that moment, a figure jumped out from the side. Huang Yu watched the two of them leave and felt a sense of satisfaction. This time, Zizan was truly crippled if not dead. Indeed, Mo Yang's old deng was somewhat useful. The Mo family's aphrodisiac wasn't so easily removed, so the woman was specially arranged by her to be here, ready to approach Zizan as soon as he arrived. And the most important thing was that this woman had a sexually transmitted disease. Even if he was the Dragon King, he was still just a metropolitan-level protagonist. She didn't believe he could resist it. At that moment, when Huang Yu saw a man and a woman appearing in the lobby of the hospital, he immediately and casually walked towards them. Isn't this the big brother from the detention room? What a coincidence! Scum, it's you. Seeing Huang Yu's familiar face, Nizu, as Bloodhand Ren, suddenly became angry. Brother, stop it. When he was about to make a move, he was stopped by a voice from the side. Nimeng grabbed her brother's arm and looked at Huang Yu. A complex and anxious expression appeared on her face, along with a slight sense of happiness. Huang Yu, long time no see. End of this chapter. Chapter 94. Are you forcing me to watch? Campus life is often the most beautiful time in a person's life. Love, friendship, and growth all begin to blossom during this time. Regardless of being male or female, going to the restroom often happens in groups. Besides studying, there is no need to worrying about anything. But Nimeng's life was not like this. After her brother disappeared when he was very young, she has been lonely and without support. She could only rely on the monthly allowance provided by welfare institutions to get by. She also needed to save up for school tuition and various expenses. In desperation, she often had to pick up trash outside of school to make ends meet. This lifestyle led to her developing a timid and self-deprecating personality. Apart from the nearly white school uniform, her other clothes were also very old. As a result, she hardly had any friends at school. Although there were often boys pursuing her, she didn't have the heart to deal with these things. Nimeng just wanted to focus on studying, earn more money, and find a way to locate her brother in the future. However, trouble soon found her due to entanglements in romantic relationships, with girls frequently coming to bother her. Sometimes they would deliberately steal her homework, other times they would intentionally wet her clothes in the restroom. Not only that, they openly mocked her without reservation. With few clothes to change into, Nimeng had to endure the bone-chilling cold and bravely return to the dormitory. However, the suffering did not end there. Just when she was facing this kind of bullying, on the verge of collapsing, a ray of light appeared in her life. That was Huang Yu. Nimeng still clearly remembered that day, when Huang Yu was wearing a hoodie and military green pants. Whenever those girls wanted to bully her, he would stand in front of her like that. He loudly warned them that if they dared to bully this girl again, they would be in trouble. Indeed, from that moment on, no one dared to bully her again. Although their interaction was only once, it made Ni Meng feel a sense of security she had never experienced before. Even in class, she would find herself daydreaming, with her gaze unconsciously drifting towards Huang Yu. A small desire seemed to emerge in her heart, wanting to be closer to Huang Yu, even just a little bit, to exchange a few words, to have a better relationship. But around Huang Yu, there was always a girl named Han Yu Yao. Compared to the shining Han Yu Yao, she was just a girl that no one wanted, living in poverty. She did well on the college entrance exam, but upon inadvertently hearing about Huang Yu's college choice, she couldn't help but change her first choice to the same university as Huang Yu's. However, she later found out that Huang Yu seemed to have applied not to that university, but to a police academy. Later on, she heard that Huang Yu had not gone to the police academy, but had gone abroad. During that time, she felt sad for a long time. Ni Meng often thought, if only she had money, she could also go abroad, perhaps. There would be some other stories happening. But that was just a fantasy. After graduating from school, she found a decently high-paying job and changed her previously self-deprecating and timid personality. She became a strong woman in the workplace. However, almost all her money was spent on finding information about her brother. Now, her brother had returned. But upon seeing Huang Yu, the confident and stubborn aura on Ni Meng seemed to disappear in an instant. It was as if she had returned to the self-deprecating and timid girl who had been protected by Huang Yu for the first time. She felt a bit uneasy and nervous. "Who are you?" Looking at Ni Meng's eyes, Huang Yu was stunned for a moment. Although there was a familiar feeling, he couldn't remember who she was at all. "We were classmates in high school," Ni Meng explained softly, feeling a bit disappointed. "Oh, I see. Kid, what do you want?" Looking at his sister's eyes, Nizi felt that there might be some issues. Could it be that this kid bullied my sister when I wasn't around? The thought of this sparked a surge of killing intent in his eyes. "Ahem." Huang Yu coughed, then spoke firmly. "I'm here to treat your sister's illness. I am confident I can cure her." "What?" Nizi almost thought he misheard. "Are you kidding me? Do you know what illness my sister has? Isn't it just cancer?" Huang Yu confidently said, seemingly indifferent to this world-class difficulty. If it had been just a minute ago, he definitely wouldn't have said such words. But just a moment ago, a voice sounded in his mind. "The salted fish is innocent. Survival is an achievement." Congratulations to the host for successfully attacking the Dragon King's Hizon of the Dragon King Palace, causing him to contract a venereal disease. Congratulations to the host for obtaining god-level medical skills. "Kid, are you kidding me? You know it's cancer, and you dare to say that?" Nizi directly grabbed the collar of the kid in front of him. Cancer was a world-class problem. Even the most advanced medical methods could only provide relief. There was no possibility of cure. "Brother, let him go. I trust him." Seeing that Huang Yu was in trouble, Ni Meng hurriedly stepped forward to stop her brother. Then she looked into Huang Yu's eyes seriously. "I believe in you. Your sister believes in me. Release me." Huang Yu patted the hand of this butchering person. After a cold snort from Nizi, he finally let go. "Sister, do you really trust him?" Ni Meng nodded. "I trust. Don't worry. If I can't cure her illness, life or death is up to you." With a surge of upgraded medical skills, a large amount of medical knowledge and techniques flowed into Huang Yu's mind. Regarding the treatment of cancer, there were hundreds of methods that could completely cure it. Therefore, he said that with confidence. "Since that's the case, let's begin. We need to find a place first," Huang Yu said lightly, then took the two of them out of the hospital. A Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked in front of them. After half an hour's journey, they arrived at his mansion. "I plan to use acupuncture for your treatment." Huang Yu's words made Nizi frown involuntarily. "Acupuncture? Is that effective? Shouldn't the tumor be removed? Chinese medicine is profound and extensive. What do you understand?" Huang Yu coldly snorted, not giving any face. "You..." Nizi looked at the other party's arrogant attitude, but still forcibly suppressed his anger. "Then treat her quickly." "Fine, lie down." Huang Yu gave Ni Meng a glance and took out silver needles he had just purchased from the Chinese medicine shop. "Should I undress? What if you hit the wrong acupuncture point?" "That won't be necessary. I have confidence in my own art." "Confidence is pointless. Just undress." Nizi scolded, glaring at him. After all, he wouldn't joke around with such an important matter concerning his own younger sister. But if you dare to do anything else, you're dead. He then walked out of the door and stood guard outside the villa. Watching Nimeng slowly take off her clothes, revealing her delicate skin, as white as snow, Huang Yu found himself at a loss for a moment. Damn it, I didn't want to look at you, yet you forced me to look. End of chapter. Chapter 95. After chapter 95, my younger sister lived here, at the same time, in a dilapidated residential building not far from the People's Hospital of Tianhai City. On the third floor, there were several rooms connected together and transformed into a guest house. In a certain room, there came intense gasping sounds. After a long exhale, Sweaty's ease-on lay down, finally satisfied. Since returning to the country, this was the first time he felt so exhilarated. Although this girl had heavy makeup and looked a bit promiscuous, her figure was indeed good. Brother, you're really amazing. The girl lay in Zijan's arms, drawing circles on his chest with her fingers, coquettishly saying, "It would be great if we could be together more often in the future." After all, just this one time, someone gave her 500,000. If they met more times, did she still need to work hard to earn money with her body? Moreover, she was already ill, and for her, this industry was a sunset industry. Instead of dragging it on, it would be better to make money quickly and leave. However, although the girl coquettishly teased, her eyes were filled with disdain. After so many years in this industry, she had never seen something as short as that. Couldn't even get into the courtyard, no head either. Could it be that a piece was cut off during circumcision? Acted like a little hard worker. Despite thinking like this, she didn't show any expression on her face. Don't worry, we will have plenty of opportunities in the future. Listening to the girl's coquettish voice in his arms, Zizan couldn't help feeling proud. Indeed, as the Dragon King, no matter where he was, he had a way with women. In such a short time, he had already tormented the other party. Let's exchange contact information. When she heard Zijan's words, the girl immediately happily took out her phone and exchanged contact information. Brother, see you later. The girl then left. Due to Zijan's long cultivation, the circulation of energy in his body was extremely terrifying, which also led to a strong metabolism. However, excessive metabolism did not lead to aging. After the girl left, Zizan slowly got up. When he arrived at the hospital entrance, Zizan sneezed involuntarily, suddenly feeling itchy on his mouth. Could it be that the weather is making me heat rashes? Meanwhile, in the villa, Nimeng had completely taken off her clothes, leaving only a set of two-piece underwear. Puff! Huang Yu almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Wasn't this body too damn good? Although there was a slightly sickly feeling between Nimeng's eyebrows, more so was a feeling of pity, delicate and beautiful like Dai Yu. Her snow-white waist had no excess fat, concave where it should be, and protruding where it should. Blushing slightly, Nimeng turned her head, exuding a fatally attractive aura, as if urging him to make a move. Can we start now? We can start now. Looking at Huang Yu's appearance, Nimeng couldn't help feeling happy for some reason. He thought someone like Huang Yu, from a wealthy family, must have had many relationships with girls. But he still seemed shy. Hasn't he? After concentrating, trying to get rid of distracting thoughts, Huang Yu quickly inserted the silver needles into Nimeng's back. At the tail of the silver needles, there seemed to be a weak flow of energy surging. The various acupoints intermingled, gradually becoming hotter. Matilda feeling a hot sensation on her back, Nimeng couldn't help but let out a soft hum, having a slightly seductive tone. Instantly, her face turned red. 5 minutes later, everything finally ended. Huang Yu quickly withdrew the silver needles. You can put your clothes back on now. Damn it, if it weren't for Zijan's foul mouth, I would have. See more. But for now, I can at least win over her brother, so that Zizan won't manipulate him against me. What did you say? Nimeng seemed momentarily stunned at the sound, then turned slightly. I said, get dressed, huh? Nimeng continued to look puzzled. No, that wasn't what he just heard. What is this girl thinking? Refusing to dress now? Does she want to make me nosebleed? Looking at Huang Yu, whose mouth hadn't moved but the voice was clear in his ears, although Nimeng was puzzled, she still put on her clothes. Did she hear Huang Yu's inner voice? Are you done? Nizi, who noticed that things had calmed down, walked in. Seeing the rosy cheeks and buttoning activities on her sister's face, he couldn't help but feel. Nizi tried to avoid thinking too much and shifted his gaze to Huang Yu. How long will it take? Probably another year or so. Huang Yu pretended to think deeply. After all, cancer is not a minor illness. But in fact, cancer was a minor illness for him now. If he hastened it, it could be resolved in about half a month. However, he wanted to approach this bloody butcher to protect his safety. Saying it would take a year and a half meant that at most, he would let the other party protect him for half a month. A year and a half was different. Who knows if it's accurate? A year and a half, okay, then a year and a half. But I have a condition. What condition? During the time I treat your sister's illness, you have to protect my safety. Hearing Huang Yu's words, Nizi frowned and sneered. Naturally, there's no need for you to say it. If your treatment is really effective, no one can harm you. But if it's not effective, you know what will happen. Alright, if there's nothing else, you can leave, come back in 3 days. Sure, but my sister will stay here temporarily. You'll trust me on that. Huang Yu was speechless. Seriously, is this guy her brother? Why does he keep feeling like he is constantly pushing his sister into a pit? Dare you try anything out of line? When Nizi entered the door, he keenly noticed that his sister's complexion had improved significantly. This meant the treatment was definitely effective. After all, this kid was one of the 4 scoundrels of Tianhai City. If he couldn't find the person, it would be terrible. Moreover, he had just come out of prison and hadn't settled down completely in the country yet, always keeping his sister by his side. He wasn't reassured. However, even though he felt more at ease by Huang Yu's side, there must be other protective measures in place. Nizi slowly approached his sister, getting close to her ear. He discreetly placed a small packet into Ni Meng's bag. Find a way to make him take this medicine. If there is no antidote, he'll definitely die. End of this chapter. Chapter 96. For Women and a Pot of Congee. Although Nizi isn't easily convinced of someone as notorious as Huang Yu being a hoodlum, he knows that treating his sister's illness properly requires unconventional methods. He briefly considered forcefully giving the medication to the boy. However, being a member of the Huang family in Tianhai City, openly committing such an act could invite retaliation and, if there were skilled individuals lurking nearby, success wasn't guaranteed. Therefore, the current approach was the most prudent. After warning Huang Yu, Nizi left, leaving Ni Meng somewhat stunned. The fact that her brother had a grudge against Huang Yu was something Ni Meng had not anticipated. It put her in a difficult position. What would she do if her brother wanted to harm Huang Yu in the future? While she understood the current situation was solely about treating Huang Yu's illness, she couldn't rule out the possibility of escalating conflicts in the future. Huang Yu, noticing Ni Zhao's subtle movements, couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Was there still poison in this world that he couldn't handle? Even if it was just a small packet of medicine, what harm could it do to him? After arranging Ni Meng, Huang Yu stayed in his room without leaving. However, he didn't pay attention to it. It was rare for him to relax on the sofa downstairs. It had been a while since he felt this at ease. Heaved a sigh of relief. Huang Yu knew that the immediate trouble had been temporarily resolved. However, he hoped the woman wouldn't cause any trouble. If Zizan found out he was ill and had been deceived, it would undoubtedly lead to more trouble. At that moment, there was a knock on the door of the villa. Han Yu Yao. He sighed helplessly, thinking that trouble always seemed to find him. He speculated that this woman would cause a commotion upon seeing Ni Meng. Didn't you bring your key? Then open the door. Don't tell me you lost your key again. He impatiently shouted, lying on the sofa with his eyes closed. Huang Zong, it's me. A gentle voice came through the door, causing Huang Yu to widen his eyes in surprise. Nima. Yun Yun. Stepping in front of the peephole, he saw the familiar and beautiful face of Yun Yun. How did she find this place? I didn't tell anyone about it, did I? Hearing Huang Yu's inner thoughts, Yun Yun couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. With just mortal means, she could still control him. Since their first encounter, she had left a mark on Huang Yu. Wherever he went, she could find him easily. What do you need, Miss Yun? He cautiously assessed the situation, making sure Yun Yun was alone before inquiring. Luckily, this woman didn't find out about her disciple's illness. Otherwise, it would be disastrous. What? My disciple is ill. Yun Yun furrowed her brow slightly at the news, but didn't seem concerned. Given Zizhan's medical skills, curing any illness was just a matter of minutes. This is Zijia Ziruoxu. I've brought her here for you. A girl with tear-stained cheeks and a hint of fear in her eyes appeared behind Yun Yun. Ziruoxu. Huang Yu suddenly remembered that when he demanded Zijia to submit, he had also asked for Ziruoxu to be brought along. In the original plot, Ziruoxu was almost taken into the harem if she hadn't been Zizhan's sister and possessed stronger cultivation potential. If she could be recruited, it might gradually counterbalance the power of the deceitful Zizhan. All right, bring her in, as he opened the door and turned to face Ziruoxu. Since you're here, come on in. Don't dawdle. Ziruoxu hesitated, her eyes showing fear and hesitation. According to rumors, once she entered this villa, her innocence would be at risk. What? Do you want to defy my orders? Huang Yu playfully approached Ziruoxu, towering over her. Slowly lifting her chin, he gazed into her tear-filled eyes. You don't want Zijia to disappear from Tianhai City, do you? Feeling threatened by his words and recalling the elder's words before she left home, Ziruoxu reluctantly accepted the harsh reality. After entering the villa, Huang Yu eyed the large parcels of luggage outside. If you didn't want to come, why bring so much luggage? Huang Yu glanced at her and then turned to Ziruoxu inside. Come, bring these inside. Although Ziruoxu had never done manual labor, she obediently carried the luggage into the villa. All right, Miss Yun, thank you. Huang Yu smiled lightly at the woman, intending to dismiss her, but she surprised him by extending her long legs, walking gracefully towards him, and closing the door with a loud thud. What are you doing? He looked puzzled at Yun Yun. Of course, moving in. Huangzong. Yun Yun charmingly smiled. Both Elder Huang and Mr. Huang instructed me to keep an eye on you at all times to prevent any trouble. Huang Yu felt a bit overwhelmed, but couldn't dare to refuse. This woman was Zizhan's mentor, a force he couldn't possibly contend with. If he dared to object, he might find himself in trouble. Then I'll go tidy up my room first. Yun Yun went upstairs and settled in. Her move here was undoubtedly to observe Huang Yu's intentions and gather information about the future constantly. Recently, there seemed to be traces of that world in Tianhai City. Ziruoxu, acting like a maid, moved the luggage into Yun Yun's room. Seeing how 3 new women had suddenly appeared in the villa, Huang Yu couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. While he appreciated beautiful women, the trouble they brought was uncertain. One was Zizhan's mentor, the other Ni Zhao's sister, and another was Zizhan's sister. Soon, Han Yu Yao, the busty woman, would also return. Dealing with one woman was already troublesome enough. Now there were 4 of them at once. Who could handle this? End of the chapter. Chapter 97's Zizhan's Opportunity. On the other side, Zizhan leisurely entered the hospital at this moment, completely missing the opportunity to recruit the blood-colored Nizi under his command. He then arrived at the traditional Chinese medicine pharmacy. By this time, the aphrodisiac drugs in his body had already been released. Therefore, Zizhan's natural priority was to resolve the issue of the head that had been chopped off and needed to regrow. Arriving at the Chinese medicine pharmacy, Zizhan looked at the crowd of patients queuing up to receive their medicine, couldn't help but sneer, being swindled by the hospital like this, and still coming to get medicine with a smile. It looks like a disaster is about to strike. Kid, what did you say? Upon hearing his words, several patients glanced at him and immediately started cursing at him. What nonsense are you spouting? It's hard to reason with this stubborn ghost. Zizhan shook his head and sighed, then approached the Chinese medicine pharmacy. Give me the medicine according to this prescription. The people at the Chinese medicine pharmacy looked at him as if he were a fool. Sorry, we need a signature from the department doctor and a prescription issued by the system to dispense the medicine. Just give me the medicine. Why so many words? Zizhan leisurely tapped the marble table with an air of a worldly expert. If you want it, then stand at the back of the line and wait your turn. Why make a fuss here? The middle-aged woman, who was originally waiting to get her medicine, was not pleased. If I'm not mistaken, you must have poor liver function, right? That's why you need traditional Chinese medicine for gradual adjustment. Zizhan glanced at her sideways. Are you still peeking at my medical records? The middle-aged woman immediately got angry, questioning why an outsider like him was meddling in their business. Zizhan, however, was not concerned at all. Instead, he continued to look at the next person in line. You have chronic bronchitis. You have seborrheic dermatitis. You have, When he got to the last person, Zizon furrowed his brow, finding it difficult to diagnose this person. He then stepped forward and checked the person's pulse. You have, oh my god, HIV. Zizon abruptly took 2 steps back, clearly startled, and quickly wiped his hands, afraid of contracting the disease. Miracle doctor! Heavens, after losing so much hair for years, I finally met a master. Darn, just by taking a pulse, you diagnosed me with HIV. Buddy, can you cure me? Get lost. Zizon contemptuously glanced at him and then looked at the surrounding patients who had gathered around. I studied medicine to help those in need. If you believe in me, then everything will be fine. After I get my medicine, I'll sit here and offer free consultations to everyone. Great! Wow! What a great doctor! Hey, hurry up, get this guy his medicine. The people in the Chinese medicine pharmacy looked hesitant. Without authorization, we can't dispense the medicine. Can't you be flexible, even a little? Rules are dead. People are alive. Hurry and get the medicine. Under the urging of the patients, the Chinese medicine pharmacy reluctantly broke the rules and dispensed the medicine to Zizon. They also informed the hospital leadership. Inside the hospital, a scene unfolded where patients entered the hospital, lined up from the traditional Chinese medicine pharmacy all the way outside the hospital, while the once busy hospital departments remained deserted. Where did this person come from? The hospital director on the 2nd floor frowned at the young man below, who was providing consultations to the patients without authorization. His expression was not pleasant. Based on his medical skills, could he be from the Mo family? It's unlikely the Mo family wouldn't be foolish enough to go against the government. However, his medical skills are impressive. The director pondered as he watched the young man below. If he were to recommend him to that important figure. Meanwhile, Huang Yu, still at the villa, was unaware that Zizon, the destined protagonist, was about to encounter another opportunity. Outside the villa, a Porsche slowly arrived at the villa's garage, only to find another unfamiliar car parked inside. Han Yuyao furrowed her brows. Where did that car come from? She then pushed open the villa's door. Upon seeing the scene inside, she ignited with anger. You jerk, what are you doing? Inside the villa, a teary-eyed girl was wearing an apron, looking somewhat helpless, dragging it on the floor like a maid. There was also a stylish, leggy secretary-like woman sitting on the couch watching TV. Additionally, a shy and somewhat naive girl was sitting next to Huang Yu, peeling an apple for him. How could so many women suddenly appear in the villa while she was away? Seeing Han Yuyao's return, Huang Yu instantly felt overwhelmed. Let me explain. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Ni Ming, feeling even more nervous than Huang Yu, suddenly paused in her apple peeling. In her impression, Han Yuyao had always been around Huang Yu. Anyone could tell that Han Yuyao liked Huang Yu. She thought everything had already passed, but now Ni Ming suddenly felt a bit guilty and found herself in an awkward situation, even with the secretary and the girl cleaning the floor not causing this uncomfortable feeling as much. Ni Ming. Han Yuyao's chest heaved with anger until she spotted a familiar figure and walked towards Huang Yu, the troublemaker. Huang Yu had no choice but to explain one by one. However, on the point of Ziruoxu, he naturally had to embellish his words a bit. What kind of person would he be if he didn't? While listening to this jerk twist the truth, Ziruoxu could only silently wipe her tears and continue cleaning while feeling humiliated. As a secretary, why aren't you doing your job properly? Why bring people into your employer's home? Han Yuyao redirected her glare towards Huang Yu, the scoundrel. Just leave. Darn it, don't be impulsive. This is Zizhan's mentor. You can't beat him. And don't drag me down. You want to die. I'm not ready to die yet. End of this chapter. Chapter 98. Punishment must be accepted obediently. Upon hearing Huang Yu's thoughts, Yun Yun and Han Yuyao first glanced at Huang Yu, then at each other. Could they also hear this scumbag's thoughts? Han Yuyao and Yun Yun's eyes widened in surprise. They both thought they were unique in being able to hear it, but it turns out the other could also hear this scumbag's thoughts. Let's chat when we have time. Han Yuyao, being the team leader of the criminal police squad and having experienced many ups and downs, quickly calmed down. Sure, Yun Yun nodded, wanting to figure out what was really going on. Huang Yu, who thought the two women were about to engage in a big fight, was stunned. What was going on? In his surprised gaze, Han Yuyao also sat down on the nearby sofa and started watching TV. What are you watching? Why don't you go cook? Seeing Huang Yu's puzzled expression, Han Yuyao glared at him. Right, Huang, I also want to eat your food. Yun, with a captivating look and chin resting on her hand, gazed at him. I've never cooked before. Let her help you then. Seeing the aggrieved Ziruoxu behind them, Yun gestured. Huang Yu had no choice but to obediently go to the kitchen with Ziruoxu. Judging by the looks of the two women, if he didn't go, he might not have a good outcome. After seeing Huang Yu enter the kitchen, Han Yuyao and Yun immediately looked at each other, then at the anxious Ni Meng on the sofa. So, you both can hear it too, right? What do you think? Yun didn't directly respond, but looked at her with a hint of playfulness in her eyes. Hear what? Ni Meng pretended to be puzzled, but inside, a storm was brewing. Could they all hear Huang Yu's thoughts? She had thought it was her own exclusive ability, not expecting others could hear it too. There's no need to pretend. We all have the same enemy, don't we? The same enemy? Who are you referring to? Regarding this, Yun hadn't heard from Huang Yu's thoughts. Han Yuyao looked at Yun, thinking she was deliberately playing dumb, and didn't respond. I don't care why you're getting close to Huang Yu. The bottom line is, stay away from Huang Yu. Especially you, Ni Meng. Han Yuyao glanced at her. Yun couldn't be sure what other motives were at play. But Ni Meng, she definitely approached Huang Yu out of emotions. I understand, seeing Han Yuyao's assertive demeanor and recalling past conflicts and interactions with Huang Yu. Ni Meng had no ground to argue with Huang Yu's childhood sweetheart. Instead, with a weak response, she lowered her head gradually, unable to hide her sadness and desolation in her eyes. I was appointed by Old Huang and President Huang as President Huang's secretary. Do you want me to leave? Hearing Yun, Han Yuyao's expression turned dark. What about the roommate? You won't last long either. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Ziruoxu was anxiously washing vegetables in the sink. However, due to exerting too much force, the leaves fell off. As a pampered young lady, when had she ever done such things? Just imitating the housemaid when mopping the floor was already a mess. Don't be so nervous. Huang Yu approached Ziruoxu slowly, his warm breath hitting her earlobes. Ziruoxu couldn't help but shiver all over, feeling even more nervous. I'm sorry, Mr. Huang. Earlier in the day, Huang Yu had taken out a black and white maid outfit for Ziruoxu to wear. Under the black and white outfit, her slender and well-proportioned legs were wrapped in fine black stockings. At the base of her thighs, Huang Yu gently rubbed with his fingers. How should I punish you for what your family did? I don't know. Ziruoxu had never experienced such a thing. Her face flushed red, and she trembled uncontrollably. Huang Yu turned Ziruoxu's face towards him, gazing into her fearful eyes. He gently kissed her soft lips. The sudden action frightened Ziruoxu, freezing in place. After a few minutes, Huang Yu slowly withdrew from her soft lips. Ziruoxu began to breathe heavily, her chest heaving dramatically, her face flushed red, as though she had just finished something satisfying. It felt good, too good. Having endured the disgusting Zizan for so long, Huang Yu finally gained the upper hand. This person in front of him was her blood sister. Although her cultivation talent was extremely abnormal, she was still very weak. And in the swift plot development, if he remembered correctly, Zizhan's sister seemed to have certain tendencies. In simple terms, it was called Stockholm Syndrome. If not for the two tigresses outside, he would have taken down Ziruoxu long ago. After satisfying his desires, Huang Yu slowly retracted his hand, lifting the maid's skirt he had been holding up all along before letting go. Cook well, or you'll know the consequences. Huang Yu patted Ziruoxu's tender buttocks. She trembled, nodding frantically. Ziruoxu realized she hadn't cooked properly and was unable to meet Huang Yu's gaze. Despite his efforts, she had made a mess of the food on the table. He stood by as Huang Yu and the three women sat around. Seeing the burnt and unappetizing food, Huang Yu looked puzzled. Are you sure this food is edible? It looks like I have to train you well in the future. Huang Yu sighed and comforted Ziruoxu. It's okay, I believe you'll be able to cook well. But since you've messed up this time, punishment is inevitable. End of this chapter. Chapter 9. The Brotherhood among the three. What did you say? Upon hearing this, the sharp gazes of the three Han Yuyao women immediately fell on Huang Yu. The tone was clearly implying something more. Damn scum! What are you up to? Han Yuyao looked at Huang Yu warily. I'm not up to anything at all. Do I really want to stir up trouble with this Zi Ruoxu, and then make her fall for me? Outwardly, Huang Yu still pretended to look innocent. But little did he know, his inner thoughts had already been heard by a few people. Bastard! Jerk! Son of AB********H. Han Yuyao gritted her teeth in anger. This scum never stayed still, always looking for something else. Refusing what she offered on a silver platter, always thinking about something else. As for Yun Yun, when she first saw Zi Ruoxu, she keenly noticed the resemblance with her disciple. Therefore, it was easy to guess that this was her disciple's sister or brother. So, what Huang Yu was up to, naturally didn't need to be spelled out. His goal was obviously because of her disciple. However, Yun Yun did not speak out to stop it. According to Huang Yu's inner thoughts, her disciple would deal with him, almost as if it was a storyline that was bound to happen. But under her guidance, Zizan had already stopped going after the royal family. She wanted to see how things would unfold. If what Huang Yu wanted could be interfered with by others, then that was fine. But if it would still develop as he imagined, then it probably wouldn't be that simple. Though Ni Ming heard it too, he blushed slightly without saying much. In his view, Huang Yu, so powerful, handsome, and wealthy, was a usual occurrence for many women to be interested in him. Zi Ruoxu, standing nearby, also heard the conversation. Despite looking a bit flustered, she didn't show it. After all, people are just pawns, and she couldn't decide her destiny now. But Han Yuyao wouldn't indulge Huang Yu like this. She stood up directly and looked at Zi Ruoxu. You, from today onwards, come back to the Han family with me. Without my permission, you are not allowed to see Huang Yu. Really? Upon hearing this, Zi Ruoxu's face immediately showed a pleasantly surprised expression. Even though in the original story, she had a slight masochistic tendency, at this moment, rationality prevailed over desire. Naturally, her feelings towards Huang Yu hadn't reached a crazy stage yet. Perhaps that's not a good idea. Huang Yu hastily stood up to intervene, awkwardly laughing. It's still useful in dealing with the Z family. Damn! These women, if I take him away, how do I deal with that crooked-mouthed security guard of his? You really just want to be his harem palace maid? Originally prepared to take Zi Ruoxu away, Han Yuyao paused upon hearing this. Was sleeping with Zi Ruoxu to save her? To deal with that crooked-mouthed security guard? What was the connection between them? On the other side, Zizan, who had shown great skills in the hospital during the day, was now getting special attention from the hospital director. Zizan was particularly happy because he was about to cure a prominent figure which might expedite the establishment of the Dragon King Temple branch in Tianhai City, making things easier. At that time, the royal family would just be a readily manipulable plaything. Meanwhile, Li Hua and Zi Feng, who had escaped from the end of the world hospital, also noticed Zizan. Upon exchanging glances, they both realized it was an opportunity. Not long after Zi Tianch informed Zi Feng was wanted by the entire Zi family. Li Hua was even a wanted criminal. There was no place for them in Tianhai City anymore. It was even difficult to escape. However, as Zizan had the hospital director accompanying him almost the entire time until he left, the two had no chance to get close to him. Li Hua and Zi Feng had to find a nearby small inn to stay for the time being. The total amount in their pockets added up to only a couple of hundred yuan. Although their various accessories and luxury items could fetch a good sum when pawned, the risk in Tianhai City was too high. So, they planned to find a way to leave Tianhai City first, and then act opportunistically. If they could get help from that young man, their chances of leaving would be much higher. After all, according to Zi Feng, a certain underground figure in Tianhai City was already seriously ill. Gentlemen, looking for accommodation? As they passed through a small alley, an old lady suddenly approached them wearing a large padded coat. She whispered softly, "Price can be negotiated." As Li Hua and Zi Feng were accustomed to staying in luxury hotels, they weren't familiar with regular accommodation. Even in that field, they engaged with high-end services. Upon hearing the offer, they nodded. "All right, lead the way." Seeing the two following her, the old lady's murky eyes flashed with a hint of cunning. Having been in the business for decades, she had her own way of doing things. Since the two followed, she made sure they wouldn't just stay for one night. 20 yuan per room, 40 in total, including a late-night snack. Is it so cheap? Zifeng widened his eyes. As the deputy captain of the criminal police squadron, he was always cautious, especially in remote places. Is your place legitimate? The old lady chuckled. You're clearly big business people. How could my place be legit under your scrutiny? Just a small business, you can relax. Hearing this, Zifeng realized the place didn't have a proper operating license, but was cheap nonetheless. That was how some elderly people operated their businesses. So, Zifeng didn't say much. Later that night, the two were discussing how to leave Tianhai City and then smuggle out of the country in their room. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Gentlemen, here's your late-night snack. Opening the door, they were greeted by the old lady with her wrinkled face, carrying a plate with 2 portions of assorted sautéed vegetables. While not extravagant, the food looked appetizing. As Li Hua and Zifeng were hungry, they didn't want to waste the opportunity and started eating while continuing their discussions. Gradually, they began to feel something was amiss. Though the dish was very spicy and hot, why did it get hotter as they ate more? It became so unbearably hot that even removing their clothes didn't help. Meanwhile, at the reception of the small inn, the old lady watched the 2 men on the monitor with a glint of satisfaction in her cloudy eyes. Girl, it's time to go to work. Understood. The old lady called out, and in a small room downstairs, a girl with a decent figure and appearance slowly walked out with a phone in hand. Brother Zizon, let's chat again next time. Bye. After pretending to speak tenderly and shyly, the girl hung up the phone on the other side. After touching up her makeup a bit, she skillfully walked up the stairs and knocked on the door. End of this chapter. Chapter 100, Hell's Gate. As you stepped into hell, the two of you, both with a feverish heat, looked at each other. The atmosphere gradually became awkward. Li Hua loosened his tie and shook his head vigorously, trying to calm down the sudden thoughts and images in his mind, especially about Zifeng. Ever since Zizon had disabled him at the police station and Huang Yu had made him bleed in the hospital, he had become completely disabled. He couldn't even stand to go to the bathroom. As they discussed, gradually, their gazes toward each other became suspicious. Kid, this time, I played a harsh trick on you. The old lady at the front desk of the small inn chuckled as she watched the two of them gradually looking awkward in the room. She then walked out of the inn to find her next customer. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the door of Li Hua and Zifeng was knocked on. Hey handsome, can you open the door? Despite Li Hua's desire to restrain himself, he subconsciously felt that something was off inside. However, his rationality had already been shattered. Li Hua walked to the door and opened it, his eyes bloodshot as he gazed at the scantily clad woman. Spend the night with me. How much do you want? What? What are you saying? That's not what I meant, the girl immediately denied upon seeing her intentions being exposed. Stop pretending. Come in. Li Hua couldn't take it anymore. Used to being the top executive in the group, he didn't care about what others thought. To him, these ordinary girls were nothing more than tools for their class. After about 15 minutes, the room finally quieted down. TSK. A hint of disdain flashed in the girl's eyes. What a low-quality experience. It ended so quickly. And that man who seemed full of masculinity even had signs of concavity. Was he a shemale? Despite her contempt, the girl still put on a pitiful expression. How can you do this? I will report you. Seeing her like this, Li Hua impatiently waved his hand. Enough already. You just want money, don't you? Name a price. Upon hearing these satisfying words, though tearful, the girl secretly felt happy. She never expected to hook a wealthy man this time. Earlier that afternoon, the one she seduced at the hospital entrance seemed to be someone influential. Unexpectedly, her luck had been so good these past 2 days. After falling ill, she earned more in 2 days than she had in several years. 500,000. The girl didn't hesitate to say this amount. Get lost. Li Hua took out a checkbook, wrote a check, and threw it on the ground. The girl didn't pick it up, but looked at him as if he were a fool. Get lost. Stop crying here. Why don't you transfer the money to me using your phone? The girl picked up her phone and shook it, then warned, if you don't pay up, I'll call the police. Li Hua impatiently took out his phone and was about to transfer the money, but found out he had insufficient funds. He froze instantly. Damn it, due to criminal activities, the police were looking for him all over the world, and his bank and credit cards had long been frozen. He only had a few hundred yuan on him, not enough to spare. At that moment, two burly men with intimidating presence entered the room. "Kid, not paying up? Believe us, we'll make you regret it. I warn you, you better not mess with me. I'm from the Huang family." "Huang family?" One of the men hesitated and looked at the other. "Our boss is also from the Huang family. Did something unexpected happen?" The other man nodded. "Makes sense, let's ask the boss first." "Boss, we caught someone from the Huang family." Meanwhile, Huang Yu lay in his room, looking gloomy. Although he didn't know why Han Yuyao suddenly took Ziruoxu back, she brought her back to her own room, leaving him without a chance to do anything. Huang Yu sighed, and then, at that moment, his phone rang. "Hello, Mr. Huang, remember me? Oh, that bug from the detention room, right?" Upon hearing this familiar yet unfamiliar name, Huang Yu thought for a while before recalling. He had indeed seen this person in the detention room, the leader of the group of punks who once kneeled before Nizi, the chief. However, this kid managed to get his contact information, showing some skill. "Do you remember me? We caught someone, a member of the Huang family. He claims to be Li Hua. How should we handle him?" Li Hua. Upon hearing this name, Huang Yu sat up. When there's a way to heaven, you don't take it. When there's no gate to hell, you barge in. He didn't expect Li Hua to fall into the trap at this moment. "How did you catch him?" Listening to the tone on the other end of the call, the gang's leader known as Zikong breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, he thought his little brother had caught a member of the Huang family, warranting a good scolding at the least. But Li Hua was indeed a special case, as he had been prominently featured in recent news in Tianhai City. Thus, Zikong was uncertain. But now, he knew he had made the right bet. He then proceeded to recount everything with no concealment from beginning to end. "Wait a minute. What's the name of the woman you mentioned?" "Her name is Wang Zhu." "Why?" Huang Yu felt even happier upon hearing that name. This Wang Zhu, wasn't she the one he had sent to seduce Zizan that afternoon? And that woman was sick. "You handle these two, but don't involve me in any way." "Understood, Mr. Huang." The call was quickly terminated. Without saying much or offering any rewards, a crucial point was made. He was given the task. It was an implicit signal, a chance to do things for Mr. Huang. To work for Mr. Huang. It was an exciting prospect. As a small gang leader, he had also heard lately that the previous horseman from Mr. Huang had taken a vacation abroad with millions in checks. So, he could develop a new power for Mr. Huang and return in a couple of years. End of this chapter. Chapter 101 got on the wrong car. And from the tone of Huang Xiao, these two people clearly have some grudges with him. Since letting oneself handle it at will, it means that it must be handled ruthlessly and should not be related to Huang Xiao. "Boss, how should we deal with these two people?" Hearing the voice of his little brother coming from the phone, Brother Kong suddenly had a good idea. He grinned. "It seems like recently there have been rumors about snakeheads wanting people in the border area, right? Let's send them over." On the other side, it was evening. Huang Yu lay in the bedroom listening sporadically to the voices of several girls laughing outside, feeling frustrated. One big bear sister, one old Huang flower, already too much to handle. Now, with these few gathering together, isn't this asking for my life? Hearing the voice in his heart, Huang Yu sighed. Outside, the several girls discussing makeup bags and cosmetics became even more excited. A look of satisfaction flashed in their eyes. Why does he know so much? Watching Nimeng and Han Yuyao, Yunyan's eye showed a hint of curiosity. Trying to get some information from them. I don't know, he might just be a different kind of existence in this world. Han Yuyao shook her head. Anyway, that crooked-mouthed security guard called Zizan is definitely suspicious. As that scumbag said, he will become a disaster for the entire Tianhai City in the future. Is that so? Yunyan thought for a moment and fell silent. Han Yuyao naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal everything. She seemed to have discovered a common point, that everyone who could hear Huang Yu's thoughts were female and had an extraordinary connection with him. Today's designated check-in location is Ziruoxu's bedroom. Ziruoxu's bedroom. Hearing this task, Huang Yu relaxed and raised an eyebrow. The task may not be difficult, but the big bear sister next to Ziruoxu was. However, Huang Yu soon had a plan. Outside, Ziruoxu sat next to Han Yu Yao, not daring to move. She listened to the conversation, but was inexplicably nervous. Excuse me, I need to use the restroom. Ziruoxu's pale and delicate lips moved slightly as she spoke softly. Go ahead. Han Yu Yao glanced at her, not concerned about the young miss of the Z family. To her, Ziruoxu was simply a disposable tool, especially for controlling the Z family. In the bathroom, Ziruoxu couldn't hold back her frustration and began to cry. Why did she have to suffer such unfair treatment? Why did she have to pay the price for the family's benefit? As Ziruoxu cried, her phone vibrated and rang. Since it was the Z family who handed her over to Huang Yu, they didn't bother confiscating her communication devices. Could it be that someone from home had come to rescue her? Compared to this possibility, Ziruoxu immediately took out her phone. A text message from an unfamiliar number appeared on the screen. Stay in a room alone tonight. No one else is allowed, or you know what will happen. Although unsigned, it was clear who sent it. Thinking about this, Ziruoxu's face turned pale. But she didn't dare to resist. Shortly after, the girls' chat ended. As previously agreed, Ziruoxu was to share a room with Han Yu Yao. I want to have my own room. Ziruoxu hesitated for a while before gathering the courage to speak up. What did you say? Han Yu Yao turned around and looked at her cautiously. Seeing her panicked and confused expression, Han Yu Yao, with her rich investigative experience, quickly understood what was happening. However, she didn't reveal it directly, but nodded and said loudly, Sure, go ahead and live in the room next to mine. To monitor Huang Yu conveniently, Han Yu Yao lived in the bedroom next to Huang Yu's. In the bedroom, hearing the voice of the big bear sister inside Han Yu Yao's room, Huang Yu clenched his fist and felt excited. This way, he could complete the check-in task, and also, after more than an hour, as the lights outside dimmed, the sounds of showers from the neighboring bedrooms disappeared. Huang Yu knew it was time to make his move. Gently pushing open the door, he found his way to Ziruoxu's room. What met his eyes when he opened the door was a dark bed with an enticing silhouette of the blanket. Inside, the person seemed to be trembling in fear. But this only fueled Huang Yu's desire for conquest. Slowly approaching, he sat on the edge of the bed and spoke softly, Don't blame me, blame your Z family. To avoid drawing attention, Huang Yu didn't turn on the light. However, with his system-enhanced body, he could see in the dark and surpass ordinary vision. Towards Ziruoxu, Huang Yu was not gentle. She has a great figure, almost comparable to that big bear sister. As Huang Yu thought to himself, a familiar voice came from under the blanket. Hearing this voice, Huang Yu's nerves involuntarily tightened and his heart skipped a beat. Damn! He lifted the blanket and saw Ziruoxu's familiar pale face on the other side of the bed edge. As for who he was hugging, a familiar and cute face turned to him. Han Yu Yao. Shocked by the intense mental stimulation, Huang Yu momentarily stumbled in his speech. How are you here? Huang Yu widened his eyes, clearly disbelieving. But the reality was right there, in front of him. What do you think? Han Yu Yao looked at Huang Yu with resentment. Didn't you say you didn't like me? What are you doing now? Huang Yu didn't dare to provoke this violent big bear sister and tried to free himself, but couldn't. Instead, Han Yu Yao's breathing became more rapid, her face turning red. At this moment, their actions were somewhat ambiguous, easily misunderstood by others. Looking at Huang Yu, Han Yu Yao boldly wrapped her hands around his neck, and Huang Yu felt the force of her grip. Faced with Han Yu Yao's violence, he felt himself losing control. What Dragon King with a crooked mouth? What security guard? Go to hell. Meanwhile, in a small hotel near the Tianhai City People's Hospital, Li Hua and Zi Feng, after being treated to a free meal, looked at the burly man with a dragon tattoo, reluctantly taking out their valuable watches and even their phones. Although they felt humiliated, they had no choice. End of this chapter. Chapter 100 to Cream Puff give it all to them. How should we leave the country? Zi Feng looked at Li Hua with a hint of resentment in his eyes and said sternly, Perhaps it was just now, due to some reasons, he did not become intimate with that girl. So he didn't feel guilty. But now the royal family might be looking for him all over the world, so he had to find a way to evade. How would I know? Li Hua was furious, feeling like he had nothing left now. He never expected that picking a wildflower on the roadside would have such a big aftermath. Do you both want to leave the country? A little brother, who had just received a message from Big Brother, walked in and overheard their conversation. Yes, why? Do you have a way? Li Hua's eyes lit up instantly, eagerly asking. Of course, but I'm not sure what kind of price you two are willing to pay. The little brother smirked, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes. I have some money in my overseas account. If you can send us abroad, I can give you $50,000. Li Hua said confidently. He didn't believe the other party would refuse. After all, it was a whole $50,000, which was nearly 400,000 RMB. It's just that it's too dangerous for him in the country right now, which is why he hasn't touched it. But the condition is you must send us abroad. Not only for our safety, but also to prevent any treachery, he added. That's fine. We will definitely send you safely abroad. The little brother and his two henchmen looked at each other excitedly. This was going to be a big deal. At the same time, in a villa on the outskirts of Tianhai City, in a bedroom, it was originally Huang Yu who took the initiative, dancing with Han Yuyao to a song by Luo Zixiang. But soon, it was Han Yuyao who took the initiative. The two of them were getting more and more intense. It took almost 4 hours before it finally ended. Is this what you mean by not liking me? Han Yuyao touched her slightly bulging belly, unable to hide the resentment in her voice. You seduced me first. What could I do? Huang Yu looked at her, then turned his gaze away, staring blankly at the ceiling. It's over. I'm doomed in the hands of that twisted mouth Zizan. And this busty girl is too wild, almost drained me. What are you afraid of? I'm here to protect you now, right? Han Yuyao glared at Huang Yu, then clenched her fist, but then it drooped weakly. Despite her desire to show strength, she had to admit that this jerk's combat power was too strong. It was purely for the sake of saving face that she had gone crazy for so long. She really had no strength left even to lift her arms. This jerk was too perverted. I didn't say anything. Han Yuyao looked at Huang Yu's bewildered face and wanted to bring up the issue of his inner thoughts. However, after a moment of staring at each other, she eventually gave up on the idea. After all, this matter was too far-fetched. Who knew what kind of unimaginable changes would occur if she brought it up? Furthermore, at this moment, it was not just her who could hear this jerk's inner thoughts, but no one came out to expose him. Anyway, from now on, you can only have me as your woman, got it? Han Yuyao twisted Huang Yu's ear fiercely, threateningly. Got it, it hurts. Huang Yu hurriedly responded. Suddenly, a laughter that was abruptly stopped came from the bed. Ziruoxu quickly covered her mouth, looking a bit panicked. She didn't expect that Huang would, who seemed to have an air of superiority, would have such a weak side. So she inadvertently chuckled. What's so funny? Huang Yu gave her a glance, showing no restraint, scanning her delicate figure. Laugh all you want, then get out. Han Yuyao glared at Huang Yu. Helpless, Huang Yu quietly sighed, then turned and closed the door to leave. Han Yuyao then looked at the nervous Ziruoxu beside her. Enough, help me clean up. She wanted to take a bath, but after being tossed around for so long, she had no strength left. Okay, Ziruoxu, flustered, her face turning crimson. Nodding, she hurriedly went to the bathroom to grab a towel and hot water, carefully wiping her down. Congratulations, host, for completing the special location check-in mission. Obtained 1 subsystem as a reward. Subsystem. Note, Suju can give this system to anyone at will, assign corresponding tasks and punishments, and also provide rewards. Punishments are executed by the system, but rewards must be given by the host. Wow, a divine artifact. Seeing this reward, Huang Yu's eyes widened. Wasn't this an opportunity to deal with the main character? Rewards might not be possible, but punishments definitely could. Bind Zizan. The target of subsystem use was undoubtedly in Huang Yu's heart. He already had a candidate in mind. But soon, the familiar electronic synthesized system sound rang out again. Warning! Zizan is the destined main character, unable to bind subsystem. What's the use of that? Huang Yu sneered. Blood Hand Butcher being brought under his banner was just a matter of time. Except for one that had yet to appear, there was hardly any threat left. Wait, there was one more. Huang Yu frowned, then said slowly, "Bind Yun Yun." "Congratulations, host, successfully bound the subsystem to Yun Yun." As expected, seeing the successful binding of the subsystem, Huang Yu's mouth lifted into a smirk. "Now, regardless of your background in any world, regardless of your high cultivation level, what can you do to me? Host, please assign tasks and rewards, punishment for the subsystem as soon as possible. Ultimate goddess system in detection, system binding successful." On the other side, Yun Yun, who was sleeping in the bedroom, suddenly heard a voice in her mind and opened her eyes, looking alertly around. Who's there? With her cultivation level, someone was actually able to communicate with her discreetly. Yun Yun stood on her bed, wearing a teddy bear pajama, looking around for a long time. Not a trace was found. Did she hear wrong? The first mission is about to be assigned to the host. As a perfect goddess, you should have exquisite culinary skills and a professional work ethic. Tomorrow morning, please make a 5-star breakfast for your boss Huang Yu. What? You want me to make breakfast for that jerk? Yun Yun listened to the inexplicable voices in her mind, and just as she was about to explode, the voice rang out again. Mission successful. Reward, 5 years of cultivation. Mission failure results in punishment of wearing a maid outfit for a week. Who is this? How dare they tease her like this? Upon hearing the contents of the voice, Yun Yun instantly felt anger rising within her. End of this chapter. Chapter 103, Master Maid. Union released an incredibly powerful aura. Spiritual power flowed crazily around her, still showing no signs of any clues. "I am not as good as you. See how you like it. If you dare to appear, I will show you what it means to wish you were dead." Union's face was gloomy, then she slowly lay down. But in reality, she had already secretly set up formations around her. Once someone entered, they would never be able to leave. Wanting to serve that little bastard breakfast seemed nice. However, if it really was that little bastard causing trouble. Thinking of this, a cold light appeared in Union's eyes. On the other side, Huang Yu naturally paid close attention to any movement in Union's bedroom. Hearing that it finally quieted down, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, that old flower did not catch him. As time passed slowly, it finally reached midnight. Congratulations, host, for successfully surviving another day. Received the Jiang Hujie assassination order. Jiang Hujie assassination order. What is this? Huang Yu furrowed his brow slightly, looking at the system's explanation. And the token in his hand that looked like an ancient waist badge. Jiang Hujie assassination order can be used on anyone to encounter a coincidental assassination under lucky circumstances. If the assassination standard is not met, this situation will continue to happen. Too perverted. Huang Yu sighed softly. I finally get to deal with that dead crook Zizan, right? You can. The system's electronically synthesized voice rang out again. That's good. Without any hesitation, Huang Yu spoke Zizan's name directly, targeting Zizan. Soon, the ancient-looking token in his hand disappeared, but there was no movement for a while. Forget it, I'll check again tomorrow. Huang Yu yawned, feeling incredibly exhausted tonight. On the other side, the next morning in a rental house that cost 200 a month, Zizan's phone next to him suddenly rang. He had stayed up all night chatting with the girl he met yesterday, so Zizan was naturally very tired, and receiving a call was unpleasant. His tone sounded impatient. Hello, Mr. Z, I am the hospital director, as we agreed yesterday. Yes, that's right, it's me. Upon hearing this, Zizan became excited. This was a rare opportunity. According to the hospital director's description yesterday, the person he was going to treat had a significant amount of power. Once he could connect with them, maybe he could get back the batch of weapons taken by the Zuo family. After a conversation with the hospital director on the phone, Zizan hung up. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Kid, you've been delaying the rent for a month. Are you going to pay up or get out? An unfriendly female voice came from outside. Hearing this voice, Zizan became much calmer. He opened the door. A mature lady in a tight-fitting dress and flesh-colored stockings on her legs raised an eyebrow at him. Can't even afford a 200 rent for a month? Zizan chuckled, showing a confident smile. Don't worry, I'll pay in a few days for sure. Otherwise, if you need help with something, I can assist you, as an apology. I heard your water pipe at home burst. That's the management's job, you don't need to bother about it. Flower's tone cooled, giving him an ultimatum before leaving. Zizan watched her leave, with a greedy desire in his eyes. As the Dragon Temple's Dragon King, how could he afford a small room for 200 a month for no reason? Clearly, there was a woman involved. Flower, sooner or later, you will be mine. But why does my mouth feel itchier? Zizan wondered. He had trained all night, so his body should have been getting stronger and healthier. How did he get these small protrusions on his lips? Forget it. Maybe it's a mosquito bite. Zizan scratched it. At that moment, a red figure appeared to meters away from him. Juk pays respects to the Dragon King. Seeing the returning Nalan Yanran, Zizan couldn't help but feel resentful, his expression turning gloomy. I told you to watch over the weapons. What's happened now? The Baihu is dead, King Long and Zhuanwu are in prison. I'm sorry, Dragon King. I will get back the weapons for sure. Although the plan was to bring the Dragon Temple to the Dragon Kingdom for development, it was supposed to be after dealing with the various forces in Tianhai City. Passing through many security checkpoints and safely transporting weapons to Tianhai City was nearly impossible. Losing the weapons was expected, but Nalan Yanran didn't doubt the Dragon King's intentions. What is a Dragon King? He was the most powerful man under the sky. How could there be mistakes? Any mistakes could only be from himself. Yes, that's right. This realization of Nalan Yanran's mistake and the recent setbacks made Zizan feel better. With a cold snort, he said, since you investigated, what did you find? Reporting to the Dragon King, I have found Huang Yu's current secret hiding place. And there's no one guarding it. This is the perfect time to strike. Oh. Zizan's interest was piqued upon hearing this, nodding in satisfaction. However, there's one thing. The master seems to be there. Master. No need to say more about the master. It was Union. As mentioned, he was not allowed to take action against the Huang family again. However, Zizan was not going to give up so easily. Not only did Huang Yu offend him, but the Huang family was also the largest family in Tianhai City. If it wasn't resolved, not only would his anger remain unsettled, but the Dragon Temple's desire to settle in Tianhai City would also be extremely difficult. Don't mind the master. Find a way to go after Huang Yu. But make sure not to let the master discover your actions. Yes. Nalan Yanran was deeply moved to finally receive a task from the Dragon King. What does this mean? It means that the incident of the lost weapons was in the past, and the Dragon King had forgiven her again. End of this chapter. Chapter 104. The Irreversible Path of Li Hua and Zifeng. Zizan also set off according to the original plan. On the way, not sure if it was an illusion, Zizan seemed to see a token flying over out of thin air, drilling into his body. When he opened his eyes again, there was nothing there. I see, it's fine. No worries, next time will do. Inside the hospital, the director listened to the other end of the phone call, delaying the meeting without saying much, instead smiling along. Director Li, I'm here. The door slammed open, and the people in the office all frowned. After all, the hospital director was always highly respected and prestigious in the hospital. This behavior was indeed disrespectful, and everyone seemed a bit displeased. So, it's young Zizan. Come, sit down. The director warmly invited Zizan to take a seat. Tell me, what illness do you want to treat this time? Sitting down confidently, Zizan poured himself a cup of tea and said, whatever illness it is, I can definitely cure it. I'm sorry, but that person is currently unavailable and may need to postpone for a while. What did you say? Zizan furrowed his brows, looking a bit displeased, and placed the cup on the desk with a bang. Director, my time is very precious. You're telling me there are no patients for you to treat, then leave. The director's tone was cold, no longer paying attention to Zizan, busying himself with the files on his desk and waving his hand dismissively. If I'm not mistaken, you've been suffering from asthma for many years, right? Zizan's voice came through once again at this moment. If you let me go treat that person, I will cure your illness for you. Otherwise, you won't live to see next year. Upon hearing this, the director, who had kept his asthma a secret from almost everyone, was instantly stunned. Treating asthma would take at least several months. All right, let's see how you cure it. Fortunately, the director was no longer afraid, having been receiving treatment privately. Moreover, what Zizan said about his life expectancy was not believed by the director. He then looked at his deputy. Call that patient." The deputy immediately understood the director's gesture and dialed a number. "Yes, we have found a suitable one." The conversation between his own people made Zizan smile slightly, with a hint of mockery. "Don't worry, I'll cure that person's illness, and you won't be forgotten." The director sneered. "You're just thinking about how to protect yourself because that person is not someone you want to mess with." Meanwhile, Li Hua and Zifeng were also preparing to cross the border under the lead of Kong and his group of thugs. Before leaving Tianhai City, however, Zifeng had one thing left to do: deal with the woman who betrayed him, Han Yu Yao. Zifeng couldn't tolerate that the woman he had pursued for so long had ended up in someone else's arms. He vowed to make her pay before leaving. After observing near the police station for a long time, Zifeng accidentally heard that Han Yu Yao, who had never taken a day off, had actually requested leave today. Annoyed, he glared at the police station. "Han Yu Yao, Huang Yu, I will return. I won't let you off the hook." Following the two henchmen, Li Hua and Zifeng got into a black car to leave Tianhai City. The two men handed them each a bottle of water as they got into the car. Li Hua and Zifeng were not wary, as they had no money, and knew they had to be safely taken out of the country to get paid. After a while of drinking the water, they soon fell asleep. The two henchmen couldn't help but feel excited seeing Li Hua and Zifeng asleep, thinking of the money they would earn. The driver increased the speed to reach the border quickly. On the other hand, when morning came, only Zhao had prepared breakfast, and the others were still fast asleep. Han Yu Yao's abdomen had returned to its original flat appearance, but there were still unknown marks below. Only Zhao, holding tightly onto the pillow like an octopus, showed no signs of waking up. Warning! Only 3 minutes left for the mission. Please complete it soon, host. At this moment, Yunyan's mind resonated with a cold, mechanical voice, while Huang Yu in the bedroom also received a response from the subsystem. The host has failed to complete the mission. Shall we proceed with punishment? Because the host's attitude is bad, shall we add an extra punishment? What? Additional punishment can be added. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu smiled. He suddenly had an idea better than the maid outfit punishment. Then punish her to wear a maid outfit for a week, lose all cultivation and martial arts skills, becoming an ordinary pretty woman. Punishment confirmed, to be implemented. End of this chapter. Chapter 105. Han Yu Yao's stubbornness. Due to the host's failure to complete the mission, the system is about to begin punishment. Please have the host wear a maid outfit for a week, while also abolishing all cultivation and martial strength for a duration of 1 week. Upon hearing this voice, Yun Yun on the bed suddenly woke up. Her eyes were filled with shock. Just moments ago, she truly couldn't feel her own cultivation. Is this real? What's going on? Yun Yun got up and punched the wall. Normally, with her strength, this wall would definitely shatter. But unexpectedly, the wall not only showed no damage, but her hand turned red. It hurts. Intense pain shuddered through Yun Yun's brain. It had been so long since she felt this way. Rubbing her hand, her eyes began to moisten slightly. What's going on? Yun Yun, stripped of all cultivation, looked at the villa and suddenly felt a sense of unease. After all, this was the place of that little bastard. Who knows what he might do now that she had lost her cultivation? Thinking about this, she immediately felt a bit panicked, getting up to dress and go downstairs to make breakfast. Perhaps there was still a chance to salvage the situation. But just as Yun Yun picked up her clothes to put on, that detestable voice rang in her head again. Please have the host put on the maid outfit, or else the punishment will continue to extend. Hearing this voice, Yun Yun, about to get dressed, froze, and the clothes slid off her body weakly, revealing her naked body. She had to cover herself with the blanket. Huang Yu pushed his bedroom door open and yawned. Looking downstairs, he saw only Nimeng sitting on the couch, while Ziruoxu was on the side, with a rich breakfast on the table. Little housekeeper, the meal looks good. Huang Yu chuckled softly as he looked at the breakfast table. But Ziruoxu showed no excitement and lowered her head. After all, although she had not experienced it personally last night, she had witnessed the terrifying fighting power of this man. It was something beyond her capacity to endure. If she truly let herself go, wouldn't it be disastrous? Are you okay? With a frown at the dark circles under Nimeng's eyes, Huang Yu asked, Did you not sleep well last night? After all, she was the sister of the bloodthirsty Ni Zhao's sister, He didn't dare to be careless. That. I'm fine. Nimeng's face reddened, shaking her head. The commotion last night was too loud. Even in her room next door she had heard it. And it had lasted until dawn. How could she sleep well? Seeing this, Huang Yu didn't dwell on it and sat down, starting to eat breakfast and looking at Ziruoxu. Go call Yun Yun and Yu Yao down for breakfast. Hearing Huang Yu's words, Ziruoxu nodded quickly and went upstairs. Secretary Yun, it's time for breakfast. Ziruoxu gently knocked on the door, her voice soft. But in the bedroom, Yun Yun tightly wrapped herself in the blanket, too scared to come out. After all, she was completely naked now and couldn't wear anything but the maid outfit. Otherwise, who knows when her cultivation would return. I'm fine. You go ahead and eat. Yun Yun shook her head in the bedroom. It's ordered by Mr. Huang. Hearing the name of that bastard Huang Yu, Yun Yun couldn't help but feel angry. Was she in this state because of that little bastard? No, that little bastard was probably scared to death inside. He wouldn't have the ability to do this. If he did, why hasn't he done anything yet? Yun Yun was feeling conflicted. She couldn't just lie naked under the blanket forever. What if that little bastard figured it out and barged in? Ziruoxu had been knocking on the door for a while and was about to leave when Yun Yun's voice came from inside. Bring me a maid outfit now. Yun Yun tried to calm the emotional turmoil inside her. Although she couldn't accept the maid outfit, what she couldn't accept even more was losing her cultivation. If wearing the maid outfit was the only way to regain her cultivation, then she had no choice. After all, if that woman found out she was in Tianhai City without her cultivation, it might be too late. Ziruoxu almost thought she had misheard. Huang Yu's secretary, wearing a maid outfit. If she remembered correctly, Mr. Huang seemed quite afraid of this secretary. How did she suddenly submit overnight? Was it because of the voice from the bedroom? Thinking back to the scenes from last night in front of her, Ziruoxu unwittingly immersed herself in the perspective of the female lead. Amidst her fear, there was a slight sense of anticipation. Perhaps someone as powerful as Mr. Huang would tame any woman. Bring the maid outfit. Do you hear me? Despite feeling ashamed and angry, Yun Yun repeated. Okay. Upon hearing this, Ziruoxu hurriedly agreed and went back to her room, taking out a black and white maid outfit. All the maid outfits given to her by Huang Yu the day before were of this style, a black and white Japanese style. Quickly opening the door, and with one arm like a delicate lotus root, Yun Yun took the maid outfit and closed the door with a bang. Secretary Yun, do you need anything else? No, let's go. Seeing this, Ziruoxu left Yun Yun's room and went to the room of the female head of this household, Han Yu Yao. Madam, breakfast is ready. Huang Xiao asked you to come down. After enduring a night of torment, Han Yu Yao felt exhausted. The place that had brought her to paradise now felt sore and swollen. Her legs were as if paralyzed, unable to move no matter how hard she tried. Just a slight movement would cause unbearable pain to the swollen areas. Let that scumbag come up and feed me, Han Yu Yao said in annoyance. Even though she was naked, she didn't worry about being exposed in front of Huang Yu. After all, she was Huang Yu's girlfriend now. More accurately, she was the future Mrs. Huang. Therefore, she had no good feelings toward that scumbag. Especially now that she had ascended to this position, Han Yu Yao wanted Huang Yu to know how to treat his girlfriend. So she naturally had no mercy for this scumbag. End of this chapter. Chapter 106. Ziruoxu received a call at the husband's crematorium and obediently passed on the message to Huang Yu. Seeing this, Huang Yu felt somewhat helpless. This big bear Mime is really pushing her luck. Just took a nap. Now she wants me to act as her servant. However, he thought to himself, in the end, it was because of her. So he picked up the bowl of millet congee on the table and brought it up. Just as he arrived upstairs, Union's bedroom door also happened to open. A pair of slender legs wrapped in black silk emerged from the door, followed by Union in a maid outfit that was a bit too small for her compared to Ruoxu. It seemed as if a casual sway of her waist could lift up the beautiful sight. And there was a hint of deep darkness. Darkness! Damn it! Huang Yu seemed to have thought of something, and his heart raced. Damn, the maid group really is a maid group. It's actually a trap. This system is really amazing. Indeed, you bastard. When Union heard Huang Yu's thoughts, she was furious and wanted to tear him apart on the spot. But at the moment, she had lost all her cultivation. So even if she was unwilling, she had to welcome him with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Huang." Union rarely showed a smile and greeted this rogue. Huang Yu naturally understood Union's feelings. After all, this lady was currently without any cultivation. He could do whatever he wanted. However, since Zijian's twisted face was around, he did not dare to make any extreme moves. Otherwise, if he retaliated, where could he hide? Nevertheless, Huang Yu felt quite pleased. After all, he could be greeted by the master behind the Dragon King's palace, Zijian's master, in a maid outfit. Huang Yu brought the millet congee to Han Yuyao's room and closed the door. At this moment, Han Yuyao was lying on the bed with her beautiful eyes closed. Hearing the door close, she turned to look at him. "Yu Yao, are you okay?" Huang Yu smiled awkwardly. "I brought you breakfast. You should eat first, I have something else to do." Just as he was about to leave, a hand grabbed his ear violently. "Try to leave if you dare." After so many years of practicing Chinese martial arts, of course, he was not a novice. Though his legs were not movable, his hands were still capable. Although she had never interacted with any man before Huang Yu, it did not mean she was a pure innocent girl. In this regard, she had also daydreamed about it. "Take it off. Take it off. Isn't this inappropriate?" Huang Yu held on to his pants. Wasn't it too soon for this again? How could he survive like this? "Hurry up, so you won't keep looking for other women." Huang Yu could not escape Han Yuyao's aggression and had to submit, letting her kneel in front of him. Just then, his phone rang. The caller was labeled as Goddess Liu Ryan. Unfortunately, Han Yuyao noticed it instantly, making the atmosphere a bit awkward. After she emptied her mouth, she scolded him with a glare. "Answer." Then, she continued to act lively. "Huang Yu, are you okay? I heard you came out, so I made some snacks for you to try." A gentle voice came from the other end of the phone, which was unusual for the once cold Liu Ryan. In the past, he was obedient like a dog, so as long as the security guards did not beat him out, he considered himself lucky. "We don't need that for now, I'm eating." At that moment, a tingling sensation came, and Huang Yu quickly suppressed it and said awkwardly. He couldn't show any abnormal behavior. After all, she was not his woman, she belonged to Zizan, and he wanted to avoid any complications. Huang Yu finally hung up, looking at the busy Han Yuyao, feeling a bit dumbfounded. "What are you doing?" "I want to squeeze it all out, not leaving a drop." "Mixing blood into the congee, is that a good idea? It's more fragrant this way." "Novels say so, I've been wanting to try this." On the other end, upon hearing Huang Yu's cold words, Liu Ryan was stunned, her phone slipping from her hand and shattering on the ground. Is this the same Huang Yu from before? The one who loved her wholeheartedly and said he loved her? Tears welled up in Liu Ryan's eyes, blurring her vision. She had lost him. Yes, she had lost him. Since Huang Yu expressed his intention to break their engagement, the business of the Liu Group began to struggle. While the company's affairs were still considered formidable compared to many others, there was a drastic decline from before. Liu Ryan finally understood that the success of the Liu Group had relied heavily on Huang Yu's help. Moreover, Huang Yu loved her wholeheartedly, so why should she dislike him? Liu Ryan couldn't comprehend, and she didn't want to. All she knew was that from the day she hugged Huang Yu in front of that security guard to purposely upset him, she couldn't get his image and sent out of her mind. Yes, she regretted it. End of this chapter. Chapter 107. Zijian's PY Trade. She felt her self-esteem shattering into pieces, wanting to explode in anger, yet not knowing where to start. It was clearly her fault for losing Huang Yu. Remembering the bits and pieces, the past events. Perhaps in Tianhai City, Huang Yu had always been known as the leader of the Tianhai for evil youths. But during those years when he pursued her, he never did anything beyond the boundaries. Just at that moment, Liu Ryan's phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed that it was her father, Li Wanzong. "Ryan, what exactly happened? How did you and Huang Xiao break off the engagement? You little troublemaker, did you say something you shouldn't have?" Originally, this marriage was arranged by the family, so Liu Ryan had always resisted, feeling like she was being used as a sacrifice for family alliances. Marrying someone like Huang Yu, an evil youth, was like falling into a fire pit. But only now did she truly understand what it felt like to love someone, but not be able to have them. Despite not seeing each other in recent days, her mind was already filled with Huang Yu's figure. Seeing her silent on the other end of the phone, her father Liu Ryan sighed deeply before starting to advise earnestly. Huang Yu has pursued you for so long, that's enough. As a young master of the royal family, how can he be so weak? Can't this prove anything? You. After a long silence from Liu Ryan's father on the phone, he finally softened. If you really don't like him, I also agree to cancel the engagement. No. Listening to her father's words, each word felt like a stab in Liu Ryan's heart. In the office, Liu Ryan wiped away the tears on her face, her gaze becoming more determined. Dad, I won't break off the engagement. I will win Huang Yu back. On the other side, at the hospital, under the leadership of a leader, Zizan arrived at a bar in Tianhai City. Now, besides the Zuo family, the current leader here is the largest underground boss in Tianhai City. It can be said to be second only to the Zuo family's underground existence. This is the address of the patient. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Let's go, don't delay me. Zizan glanced at the person next to him and ignored him. Naturally, he also knew that in such a place, apart from some gray areas, it would not be in other areas. Even in the gray areas, what's the harm? Let the Dragon King's palace conquer Tianhai City from here. Zizan's heart was filled with ambition. Especially after hearing that the Liu Group was in crisis recently, he urgently needed a large amount of funds to secretly acquire shares of the Liu Group. It would be best to directly take over the Liu Group. Entering the bar, the security immediately placed their hands on Zizan's shoulder and spoke in a harsh tone. Kid, this is not a place you can just enter casually. If you don't have a membership card, get lost. As one of the highest earning places in the gray area of Tianhai, they have always maintained strict membership requirements, and unfamiliar customers simply cannot enter. Let go of your hand. Zizan smirked coldly, exuding a domineering aura. His momentum became even stronger. But you're the employer's distinguished guest. Distinguished guest? Who the hell do you think you are? It seemed that someone was causing trouble. The bar manager slowly walked out, looking at Zizan disdainfully. Today, their boss had very important matters to attend to and couldn't afford to be delayed. Before I lose my temper, get lost. With an angry face, the manager scolded. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. I want to see how rude you can get. Zizan smirked coldly. After a pretentious face-off, Zizan defeated all the security guards present, and the guests who were watching, thinking that something was happening, also fled. For a while, the bar suffered heavy losses. Let me tell you, I was invited by your boss to treat him. Do you believe that I can make your boss disappear with just a word? I'm sorry, I was wrong. At this, the bar manager immediately became flustered, his eyes filled with unmistakable fear. He now understood how serious the situation was for his boss. Though extremely displeased, he dared not show it. Seeing this, Zizan's vanity was greatly satisfied. The hidden dragon lies in the city, wishing for peace, but the wind will not cease. Damn it! Watching Zizan pretending like a boss, the bar manager cursed inwardly. Despite that, he put on a pleasing smile and began to lead the way. In a luxurious office, Sun Li, the second underground leader in Tianhai, listened to reports from her subordinates, her expression growing darker. This time she had suffered considerable losses. If the chaos she caused was exploited by her opponents. Looking at Zizan in front of her, previously, she would have likely chopped him up and thrown him in the river long ago. But Sun Li was currently suffering from a serious illness and needed the person in front of her, so she didn't immediately explode in anger. You said you can cure my illness. Yeah. Zizan replied indifferently, looking disappointed. When he came, he had thought he would meet a graceful and beautiful woman. Instead, the person in front of him must have weighed at least 300 pounds, with a pockmarked face and chubby cheeks. Although she was a woman, even pigs looked more attractive than her. To cure your illness, I want 500 million. Like saying $5, Zizan flicked his nostrils, his face filled with disdain. 500 million. The bar manager beside him exclaimed. Isn't that too much? Are you extorting us? Is it extortion? Why do I feel like what I'm asking for is already very little? Zizan sneered. Sun Li clenched her fist, and the armrest of the chair made a faint cracking sound. On the surface, she remained calm. Once a graceful and stylish beauty, Sun Li's appearance had changed due to illness and poisoning. She could clearly see the contempt and disdain in Zizhan's eyes. 500 million. Sure, it's fine. Sun Li narrowed her eyes. But if you fail to cure me, I will let you face the consequences, Zizhan confidently stated. With his medical skills, there were only a few illnesses in this world that he couldn't cure. This 500 million was as good as his. On the other side, after some difficulties finishing breakfast, Nizi suddenly called. I have a patient here. Would you like to take a look? It might be helpful to you. End of this chapter. Chapter 108. Inexplicably a patient? What patient? Inside the living room, Huang Yu was a bit puzzled. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind, remembering a familiar name. Are you talking about Mr. Su? How did you know? There was a hint of surprise in Ni Zhao's eyes on the other end of the phone. Indeed, the patient he was introducing was indeed Mr. Su. In Tianhai City, Mr. Su was an extremely special figure. It was said that Mr. Su's father was already present at the founding of the Dragon Kingdom. Mr. Su was also born around that time. It was said that over the years of development in Tianhai City, Mr. Su had navigated between official and underground forces, making significant contributions. Therefore, even the authorities held him in high regard. Regardless of which path one took, he was a figure of great prestige. Even the major families in Tianhai City had to give Mr. Su some face. After Nizi returned to Tianhai City, someone suddenly contacted him. It wasn't until yesterday that he found out their grandfather was a good friend of Mr. Su. However, he had passed away many years ago. Upon seeing each other, Mr. Su was naturally very happy. Nizi was also very moved because in this world, he didn't have many relatives or friends. Now having an elder who treated him like family, how could he not cherish it? When he saw Mr. Su, he was already lying in bed, looking physically weak and frail. Almost all medical means were of little use. According to a private doctor, there was probably only about half a year left. Nizi immediately thought of the delinquent who could help his sister's illness. So with his repeated assurances, Mr. Su turned down a doctor recommended by a hospital and accepted his suggestion. Huang Yu, maybe my attitude towards you wasn't very good before. I'm sorry, but this time as long as you can cure Mr. Su, I, Nizi, will owe you a favor. Ni Zhao's tone soft and rarely. But as you said, I hope you won't regret it. Then I agree. Hearing the other party's words, Huang Yu remained unfazed on the surface and agreed calmly. Good. I'll come pick you up right now. After hanging up the phone, Huang Yu was almost jumping with excitement. He had almost forgotten that Mr. Su was such a prominent figure. Mr. Su was not from a certain family, as he had no heirs and ignored relatives seeking power and wealth. But in terms of status in Tianhai City, perhaps only the Huang family could be on par with him. In the original plot, it was after Zizhan cured Mr. Su that he was given the opportunity to have the Dragon King's temple stationed in Tianhai City. This favor had long been reserved by Huang Yu. However, he didn't expect the opportunity to come so soon, and he didn't even need to take action before it came knocking on his door. Naturally, he wouldn't miss it. Soon, Ni Zhao's car arrived. The Nizi he hadn't seen for a day was now driving a luxurious car. Get in. Compared to his attitude yesterday, Ni Zhao's tone today was much improved. Huang Yu nodded. But how do you know Mr. Su? Mr. Su is a friend of my grandfather and one of the few elders I deeply respect. Nizi sighed. Mr. Su has been so kind to me. I don't want him to leave like this. As long as he can be cured, everything will be fine. Listening to Ni Zhao's tone, Huang Yu smirked. If he can be cured, everything will be fine. But if he can't, will it be all over? After all, the temper of this blood hand butcher is not ordinary. However, this was also the reason why he became famous abroad. Nonetheless, despite Ni Zhao's cold and aggressive personality, he had always been extremely trustworthy. By curing Mr. Su, not only could he avoid making Nizi an enemy, but he could also gain a favor from him. It was undeniably a profitable deal to gain the support of the second in command of the Dragon King's temple. After about half an hour of turns, they arrived at a heavily guarded private estate in Tianhai City. Seeing him coming, Mr. Su's foggy eyes showed a hint of confusion. Aren't you that kid from the Huang family? Is what Zi said about you? Greetings, Mr. Su. Huang Yu bowed politely. He still respected Mr. Su. In his past life, when Zizan had the Dragon King's temple station in Tianhai City, Mr. Su initially thought it was just a normal business move, but it gradually revealed his ulterior motives. In order to personally stop the cholera epidemic caused by his own actions, Mr. Su had used all his connections and powers, nearly annihilating the Dragon King's temple. It was only with the intervention of Zizan, his senior brother, that it was resolved. As a result, some small families were forced to join Zizan's camp out of fear and became his lapdogs. Mr. Su nodded. "Speak, what are you here for today?" He sighed. "You young people always keep others worried. Won't your grandpa teach you a lesson when you go back? Don't stir up trouble, because the future burden of the Huang family will rest on your shoulders." At this moment, Mr. Su seemed more like an aging elder, advising his juniors before passing away. After all, he had a deep relationship with the Huang family over the years, especially with Mr. Huang himself. They had fought together back in the day. Seeing Huang Yu come over, he clearly didn't believe that the young man was the Dr. Nizi mentioned. Most likely, Nizi had been fooled by Huang Yu after being away from the country for so long. But he wasn't angry about it. "I'm not here for any trouble, Mr. Su. I'm really here to treat you." "Yes, Mr. Su, just trust him. My sister's condition has somewhat improved under his care." Nizi was starting to sound anxious. "Young man, your words are a bit presumptuous, aren't they?" At that moment, a middle-aged man next to Mr. Su spoke up, his sharp gaze scanning both of them. "Are you here trying to climb the social ladder by pretending to be someone you're not? I won't mention that. Especially you, Huang Yu. You've been in Tianhai City for so many years, your background has long been exposed. Are you claiming you can cure illnesses? Stop spouting nonsense here." Someone like Mr. Su, the middle-aged man, absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to play around with him. "Be smart and go back, don't cause trouble here." Huang Yu naturally understood that he had to show some real skills today. Otherwise, Mr. Zu's entourage would not trust him. After all, his most renowned title in Tianhai City for so many years was a delinquent and a lackey. Anyone who saw him as a doctor would be dumbfounded. But faced with the middle-aged man's sharp gaze and stern tone, he wasn't afraid at all. Huang Yu slowly approached the middle-aged man and locked eyes with him. The atmosphere became tense and frozen for a moment. End of this chapter. Chapter 109. Successfully shaping the Blood Hand Butcher. If I'm not mistaken, you must have been injured before, right? Sneering at these words, the middle-aged man chuckled, bursting into laughter. Then he slowly suppressed his smile and his eyes were full of mockery. "Kid, you don't think by saying this, I'll believe that you really have that kind of strength, do you? I used to come down from the battlefield with Mr. Su. Don't think that by getting some information from your grandfather, you can come here and show off." But Huang Yu shook his head, not angry, and continued speaking. "It's not that simple. If I'm not mistaken, your injuries these past years should be getting more severe, especially during cold nights. You must be in unbearable pain. You have too many wounds on your body, and even the scars are beginning to show signs of ulceration reappearing." Hearing these words, the middle-aged man's face suddenly changed. Although he had been to the hospital, he had never mentioned these symptoms to anyone. Even the ulcers on his body only appeared a few days ago. Because he had been busy running around for Mr. Zu's illness, he didn't pay much attention to it. "If you don't treat it well, you may live just 1 year longer than Mr. Su." This statement completely shattered the middle-aged man's psychological defense line, and his eyes were full of disbelief. He subconsciously took 2 steps back. After all, Mr. Su, who had followed him for many years, could see through the truth about his longtime subordinate and friend. This was probably true. "Liu, is this true?" Hearing Mr. Zu's question, Liu Chang'an hesitated for a while before closing his eyes and nodding. "Mr. Su, this is true." At this point, it's undeniable that Huang Yu's medical skills are real. I never expected the infamous leader of the 4 evils of Tianhai to have such extraordinary medical skills. Looking at Huang Yu, Mr. Su couldn't help but laugh. Talents emerge in every era. It seems that everyone has underestimated you. But you should know that my illness has been examined by the Mo family. Are you sure you have the ability? It's unquestionable that the Mo family's status in Tianhai City and even the entire Dragon Kingdom medical community is high. Especially the current head of the Mo family, although not as strong as the former head, is not far off. I'm sure. Huang Yu nodded confidently. Well, Then let's start the diagnosis and treatment. Under everyone's gaze, Huang Yu took out a set of ordinary silver needles. Acupuncture. Wait. Liu Cheng'an frowned, stopping Huang Yu. What's wrong? There are silver needles here. Use these instead. Liu Cheng'an took out a set of seemingly valuable silver needles and placed them in front of him. Seeing this, Huang Yu didn't mind. After all, Mr. Su had made many friends in Tianhai City over the years, but he had also made many enemies. It was possible he could be harmed by any means. Therefore, caution was always the top priority. Huang Yu slowly picked up the silver needle, infused his internal power into his fingertips, wrapped it around the silver needle, pinched it lightly, and the silver needle instantly became hot. Then he began to needle Mr. Su, who was lying on the bed, at a terrifying speed. Mr. Su, how are you? After the needling was done, Liu Cheng'an hurried to the bed and looked carefully at Mr. Su. Much better. Mr. Su slowly opened his tired eyes, a hint of relaxation in his wrinkled eyes. It's been a long time since I felt this comfortable. I almost fell asleep. Seeing Mr. Su's appearance, Liu Cheng'an sighed in relief. Then he looked at Huang Yu with a touch of respect. How long until a complete recovery? Huang Yu picked up a pen and paper nearby and quickly wrote down instructions. I'll come once a week from now on, and at the same time, follow this prescription. Boil 3 bowls of water into 1 bowl. Got it. Why are there 2 prescriptions? The second one is for you. Seeing improvement in Mr. Su, Liu Cheng'an, happy and forgetful about his own matters, asked with a hint of emotion and admiration. It seemed that this royal young master was not as bad as rumored. Thank you, Huang Shaowai. Liu Cheng'an bowed slightly. This undoubtedly put Huang Yu on an equal footing. Seeing Liu Cheng'an was a status equivalent to Mr. Su in all of Tianhai City, their relationship was not ordinary. They were like teacher and friend. In the eyes of outsiders, Huang Yu, this dandy young master, was no match. Huang Yu returned the gesture politely. It's nothing, just doing my best. I'm glad you were summoned by Nizi. Liu Cheng'an felt fortunate. It's a good thing Dr. Z didn't treat Mr. Su, or it would have delayed things. Who are you talking about? Dr. Z. That's right. Liu Cheng'an nodded, somewhat surprised. Do you know him? Indeed, we have quite a few grudges. Huang Yu's eyes flashed with a cold light. I heard that Dr. Z and the director of the People's Hospital of Tianhai City have a close relationship. You might want to take a look. Liu Cheng'an hinted at him, giving him a clue. After all, Mr. Su has just improved. He needs to rest for a while, so I won't accompany you. Nizi and Huang Yu nodded and left. I really don't know how to thank you. Seeing his sister's condition gradually improving and having another loving elder, Nizi cherished this feeling of having family. He owed Huang Yu a big favor. In the future, if there is anything I can help with, I will be there without hesitation. Wherever, just doing what I can. Huang Yu smiled lightly, but couldn't hide his excitement. He finally persuaded the second-in-command of the Dragon King Temple to join his side. Although Nizi had not officially joined the Dragon King Temple at this time, his strength was there. Soon after, Huang Yu called the director of the People's Hospital of Tianhai City. With a slightly heavier tone, the director quickly revealed the details about Dr. Z and his unpleasant history. There was no hiding his displeasure towards Dr. Z. Indeed, the destined protagonist speaks so arrogantly. After hanging up the phone, Huang Yu couldn't conceal his sense of mockery. But Dr. Zhao's luck was quite good. He almost took away this opportunity with Mr. Su. It seemed as if an invisible hand was at work. Having obtained the information about Dr. Zhao's destination and the people around him, Huang Yu naturally did not linger. Though he didn't dare to openly confront Dr. Z, he felt it was safe to make some moves behind the scenes. End of this chapter. Chapter 110. Zizhan's difficult decision. Huang Yu drove to the bar. Before coming here, he had visited a pharmacy and spent about an hour preparing 2 sets of pills. He dried and ground them into powder using a microwave. To avoid drawing attention, he disguised himself as a stranger, changing his appearance. Before entering the bar, he called Liu Ryan. Hey, Huang Yu. On the phone, Liu Ryan seemed a bit surprised by the call from Huang Yu and appeared slightly flustered, as if someone she secretly admired suddenly confessed to her. She was both surprised and unsure of how to react. If someone calls you later, just ask for help and say you've been kidnapped. Got it. After hanging up the phone, as soon as he reached the bar's entrance, the security voice rang out. "I'm sorry, sir. This is a members-only establishment." Without saying a word, Huang Yu took out several stacks of cash from his pocket and threw them over. "Welcome." Seeing the money, the security guard at the entrance swallowed nervously and discreetly accepted it. After all, people like him were either wealthy or powerful. Unlike the kid upstairs who beat people without reason, could they stop him if he caused trouble? Inside, the dark space, noisy chatter, and lighting. Huang Yu kept changing his identity until he reached the top floor. If he remembered correctly, this bar belonged to a female underworld figure in Tianhai City. Although this underworld figure was a woman, she was grotesque beyond belief. There were rumors of a liking for Sam and a particular fondness for tormenting men, with an intense desire for control. While Zizan came to cure this underworld figure, Huang Yu thought it would be nice to surprise him a little more. Soon, he found the room where Zizan was treating the underworld figure. However, the closed door posed a challenge on how to enter. After all, he couldn't just barge in like that. Wouldn't that just make it obvious he had a problem? Especially in front of Zizan, the dead talkative guy. Huang Yu didn't think he, a minor antagonist, could escape. At that moment, accompanied by the sound of rolling wheels, a service staff pushed a cart slowly towards him. Huang Yu's eyes lit up. Knock, knock, knock. Meanwhile, inside the room, the underworld figure Sunlei had stripped naked and was lying on the bed with a bra. It was a disgusting sight for Zizan to witness. Who needed to wear a three-piece suit? The layers of swaying flesh alone were enough to cover it up. Although her face was rough, her skin was surprisingly good. With the sound of a knock on the door, essential needles and alcohol had arrived. "Come in." The door slowly opened, and Huang Yu, disguised as a female service staff member, pushed in a small cart. Zizan picked up a silver needle, disinfected it with alcohol, took a deep breath, and began to administer the acupuncture. "He's fast." Huang Yu was amazed. Although this dead guy was annoying, he was truly the protagonist. His medical skills alone were so impressive, so how terrifying could Yifan be as a medical saint? After all, if he remembered correctly, in this world of mixed destinies, there was a protagonist specializing in medical skills called Yifan. Although Zizan's hand speed was fast, Huang Yu could see everything clearly. Soon, he had a rough idea of Zizan's capabilities. Although Zizan's medical skills were impressive, they were not specialized skills, and he was still somewhat lacking compared to Yifan. Zizan's treatment proceeded methodically. Soon, he was sweating profusely. A perfect opportunity. Huang Yu, seeing Zizan somewhat overwhelmed, took the chance to pick up a silver needle and aimed directly at Zizan's waist. "Who are you, exactly?" At that moment, Zizan grabbed his hand. His voice rang out coldly, his gaze icy. Huang Yu was shocked. Could the protagonist really detect this? But he quickly composed himself. "What? Have you forgotten who I am?" Huang Yu smirked evilly. "Don't forget, Liu Ryan is still in my hands." "What? Ryan is with you?" Zizan was suddenly astonished, and his face darkened gradually. "You're playing with fire. You bastard!" Huang Yu slapped Zizan's face, leaving 5 distinct fingerprints. It felt great. He had been wanting to do that for a long time. Seeing Zizan smiling crookly because of the slap, Huang Yu slapped him once more. The kidnapping of Liu Ryan could only be done once, because after this, Zizan, the dead talkative guy, would probably use various means to fit these female leads with tracking devices. It wouldn't be as effective the second time. So Huang Yu naturally had to seize this opportunity. As long as he didn't go too far with this underworld figure, even a couple of slaps would be acceptable. After all, this kind of melodramatic plot is all about stirring up hatred and seeking revenge. Zizan managed to hold back, called Liu Ryan. He had found her number when he was a security guard. "Ryan, help! I've been kidnapped. Please save me." After the panicked voice, the call was abruptly cut off, indicating that something unexpected had happened. "What do you want?" Zizan stared at Huang Yu, tightening his fists but not daring to make a move. In his mind, Liu Ryan was already his woman. Touching the dragon's reverse scale meant death. Those who kidnapped Liu Ryan couldn't stay alive, but before that, Ryan had to be saved first. "I want you to make Sunlei swallow these 2 sets of pills." "You want me to kill this ugly woman?" Zizan's gaze turned cold. "As long as you kill her, I will release Liu Ryan. Exactly. With satisfaction, Huang Yu casually placed the 2 sets of pills down and walked out. Remember to be quick, time waits for no one. Huang Yu then descended to the lower floor, swiftly blending into the crowd, changing his appearance and aura. Upstairs, Zizan, without hesitation, put the 2 sets of pills into the woman's goblet, thick like porridge. Since there was no enmity between him and the underworld figure, Huang Yu would naturally not harm her. After all, these 2 sets of pills were not simple poisons. One set could maximize the woman's vitality, unleashing her most powerful strength. The other set stimulated her libido. Although Zizan was powerful, having Sun Lei's murder on his back would cause trouble. Huang Yu sneered. Behind this female boss, there were still others. End of the chapter. Chapter 111. The big gamble. So Huang Yu's move was also a gamble. He bet that Zizan would definitely act to save the leading lady. If Zizan were to kill Sun Lei, he would anger the underground forces in Tianhai City, and also the person behind Sun Lei. If Sun Lei could turn the tables and overpower Zizan instead, that would be even better. It would create a scene where Sun Lei was first overpowered and then killed by Zizan. After all, compared to that twisted mouth, this woman wasn't exactly a good person either. In the original plot, after Zizan tricked the royal family into falling from their position as the top family in Tianhai, many people kicked them while they were down, and this woman was one of them. At this moment, upstairs, after Sun Lei took the 2 pills, her skin became even redder. It was as if she was being roasted in a furnace, and under her thick layer of fat, the lines of her muscles were becoming clearer. Ah! Sun Lei roared as the silver needles on her body flew like bullets and deeply embedded themselves in the wall. Her eyes turned red as she slowly approached Zizan step by step. Although she was full of silver needles and couldn't move, it didn't mean she couldn't hear. You dare to harm me! I'll kill you! Sun Lei's eyes were filled with cruel intent as she stared at Zizan with desire. You're seeking death. This woman wasn't killed by the poison. Zizan knew that if he didn't find a way to deal with this woman, he wouldn't have a good future. Although Sun Lei's strength was greatly enhanced by the drugs from Huang Yu, Zizan, as the protagonist and Dragon King Hall's Dragon King, wasn't someone to be trifled with. Die! Zizan punched, causing Sun Lei to spit out blood and stumble back several steps. Just as he was about to continue charging forward, a dark hole suddenly opened. Bang! Sun Lei pulled out a gun from under the bed and shot Zizan in the knee. It hurt. Zizan was surprised and kneeled on the ground, holding his bleeding knee. How could she use a gun when they agreed to fight without weapons? He was usually able to easily dodge bullets. But ever since coming to Tianhai City, he had been injured twice by guns. Zizan decided that after this escape, he would always wear a bulletproof vest. But time waits for no one. Sun Lei, under the influence of the drugs, was barely affected by Zizan's last punch. Seemingly impervious to pain, her eyes turned red as she approached once again. Although Zizan tried to resist, his injured knee made him no match for this woman. As Sun Lei drew closer, the thick layer of foundation on her face began to fall off like wall plaster. She licked her lips, grabbed Zizan, and threw him on the bed, starting a frenzy. No! Outside, when the little brothers heard the commotion from inside, they thought something was wrong. They pushed the door open and recoiled at the scene inside. The leader was really something else. Before, it was just a whip, but this time, a gun was used directly. After some time, the effects of the drug gradually subsided, and Sun Lei's strength weakened. By then, Zizan was too exhausted to resist, and Sun Lei collapsed on him. Due to exhaustion, Zizan also fell asleep. Meanwhile, a couple of hours later, Liu Ryan was still waiting for Huang Yu's call. She was full of anticipation. She had followed Huang Yu's instructions, hoping their relationship would improve. The thought made Liu Ryan feel a bit happier. If things continued like this, their relationship might surpass that of Huang Yu and Han Yuyao. On the other hand, after resolving these two matters, Huang Yu returned to his villa. There was still a hidden danger that needed to be dealt with, Yun Yun. While he admitted to being lustful and liking beautiful women, it wasn't to the extent of risking his life. He didn't have much emotional attachment to Yun Yun either. Upon returning to the villa, Yun Yun was still wandering inside. She had lost all her strength by now, and in such situations, caution was crucial. Although she tried to make breakfast after finishing Snow Zhao's breakfast, the system remained silent. So, at least she had to stay in the villa to make breakfast for Huang Yu, that jerk, and see if her powers could recover. When Huang Yu returned to the villa, he saw 3 women sitting leisurely on the couch watching TV. Snowzy was standing on one side in maid attire. The contrast between her and Yun Yun, who was lying on the couch snacking on melon seeds in the same maid outfit, was stark. "You're back, you scum." Han Yuyao looked at him with deep resentment. "Where did you go again?" Huang Yu didn't say anything and went straight to Yun Yun. He took out a gun and aimed at her forehead. "Do you have anything to say?" Yun Yun, who had paused her snacking for a moment, quickly resumed as if nothing had happened. "Do you dare to point a gun at me? Do you know who I am?" Yun Yun, who had heard Huang Yu's thoughts, naturally wasn't afraid. "Aren't you that stinky security guard's mentor?" Huang Yu chuckled. Zizan was already having a hard time in Tianhai City, having offended many people. The strength of the remaining people was crucial. If Yun Yun were to be killed, the strength of the Dragon King Hall would be greatly diminished. It was almost impossible for Zizan to try anything against him. The other women were also puzzled. Ziruozu, in particular, was trembling with fear, afraid that the next gunpoint might be at her. Just as Huang Yu was about to act, Yun Yun spoke up. "If you're not afraid of the other world, then go ahead and kill me." Yun Yun uttered these words with a faint smile. Huang Yu had already figured out that his cultivation's disappearance was caused by this little jerk. But that didn't mean he had no aces up his sleeve. Since this little jerk was so afraid of death, he probably knew a lot of things. Without his own powers in that world, this little jerk probably wouldn't last long. "What do you mean?" Suppressing his excitement, Huang Yu casually asked for useful information. "You'd better provide some useful information, or don't blame me for being ruthless." However, Yun Yun laughed and casually spit out the melon seed shell she had just eaten onto Huang Yu's forehead. "Go ahead and shoot if you dare." End of chapter 112. The Two Crossing Borders. Huang Yu was full of black lines on his face. "You think I dare not? I bet you won't dare." Indeed, Huang Yu did not dare. Although he wanted to kill Yun Yun and reduce the overall strength of Zizan, who had a crooked mouth. But before that, he wanted to clarify some things. After all, that Dog Blood Dragon King book had an unsatisfactory ending, and many things the original author never wrote. Damn it, this old flower. Huang Yu cursed in his heart. Yun Yun guessed right. She listened to this little bastard's thoughts, and her eyes couldn't help but show some smugness. But the next moment, she couldn't laugh anymore. She saw Huang Yu blocking her cherry lips directly. Yun Yun's eyes widened instantly. She tried to shout desperately, but only a whimpering sound came out. After cultivating for many years, she was still encountering a man for the first time. "If you don't speak, I will force you. You bastard, even if I die, I won't tell you." Tears filled Yun Yun's eyes, completely losing her previous cool and elegant demeanor. Seeing Yun Yun about to pick up the fruit knife on the table to commit suicide, Huang Yu had to hold her hand with a helpless expression on his face. "All right, if you don't want to say, then don't say it." Huang Yu really couldn't make up his mind. If he kept Yun Yun under control, it would be fine, but if he killed her and lost control of the situation, what if someone from another world came over? Moreover, if Zizan came over, he could also have a hostage. But this woman is actually from another world. No wonder her strength is so strong. Damn it, daring to disrespect me. Watch me assign missions in the future, exhaust you, and never let you recover your cultivation. Listening to Huang Yu's thoughts, Yun Yun felt both sad and angry for a moment. Looking at this despicable bastard, she regretted not taking care of him the first time she saw him. "You don't want to tell me those secrets. How about just telling me about the Dragon King's palace? Tell me, who is around Zizan?" Huang Yu took a step back and looked at Yun Yun. Even though Yun Yun didn't want to say a word to this bastard, looking at his appearance, she inexplicably felt a bit flustered. "Stop looking at me like that. I won't betray my disciple. If you don't speak, I heard that the police recently caught the Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise of the Dragon King's palace. When I interrogate them, you might face punishment." Hearing his mention of punishment, Ziruoxu's face suddenly turned red. She remembered the craziness between Huang Yu and Han Yuyao last night. If Han Yuyao hadn't discovered it earlier, it would have been herself lying beneath him. Big-breasted girl. What do you think? Huang Yu glanced at Han Yu Yao. Although Han Yu Yao was itching with hatred, she nodded. This bastard didn't tell her what had happened. And Yun Yun turned out to be Zizhan's master. At the same time, the kiss between her boyfriend and Yun Yun made her vigilant. Helpless, Yun Yun had to reveal everything about the Dragon King's palace. On the other side, Zizhan, who was in a deep sleep, gradually felt suffocated. He shouted loudly, woke up suddenly, and felt a huge weight on his body. After pushing it away, he realized it was the ugly woman from before. Ah, it hurts. Zizhan looked at his shot left knee, removed the bullet with his hands, quickly used a silver needle to stop the bleeding, and the missing head portion had retracted due to extreme fatigue. Because of the missing section, there was even a pit where it had retracted. This annoying woman. Zizhan looked at the pig-like woman and suddenly felt something was wrong. He reached out, and she was dead. Although it was sudden, it was also to be expected. As long as Ruyan was fine. His clothes had already been torn apart, leaving little good fabric in the room. Zizhan had to wear his robe and prepare to leave the place secretly. As he opened the door and chuckled at the two underlings looking at the door, he quickly left. The two underlings were full of mockery. I didn't expect this guy to hold on for so long. Must be paralyzed, right? Took a shot, but can still walk so fast. Let's go in and clean up. When the two underlings entered, they called out to the boss, but got no response, feeling that something was wrong. Something's wrong. The two underlings looked at each other. Their eyes visibly showed panic. On the other side, Li Hua and Zifeng had already reached the border. Drowsy and hazy, they were handed over to the Snakehead by two underlings. It was only when they got on Snakehead's car and arrived at Henry that they woke up. Where are we? Looking around, Li Hua realized it was still a bustling street, rubbing her eyes and looking at the driver in front. She found it was a different person from before. We've reached the old street. Old street. Li Hua frowned, suddenly remembering that seemed to be the north of a place in Southeast Asia. Forget it. The old street is just the old street. We can withdraw money here. However, to their surprise, the car did not take them to a bank, but to a hotel instead. Why are we here? Because the journey is long, so we're letting you to rest for the night. The person in the car said coldly, then left with the Snakehead and some thugs. Following the Snakehead, Li Hua and Zifeng headed towards the Henry Hotel. They went down to the basement level. At this point, Li Hua and Zifeng began to have a sense of unease. Something's not right. Where are you taking us? Zifeng shouted, wanting to retreat, but the Snakehead and the thugs wouldn't let them. Just as Zifeng turned around, a strong electric current surged through his body, causing him to collapse, convulsing uncontrollably. I thought of running. Even if the Heavenly King came, he wouldn't be able to save you. Seeing that Li Hua was powerless beside him, she was already scared and collapsed on the ground. How could she dare to resist? Subsequently, a few thugs pressed them and took them to a room that looked like an office. Inside was a fierce man with muscular arms and no shirt. These are the two new piglets, boss, take a look. The fierce man glanced at them and coldly said, take off all your clothes. Huh. Li Hua was stunned at first, then a violent electric shock spread through her body. Take them off, don't waste time. With a stern shout, Li Hua and Zifeng had to tremble as they stood up, slowly removing their clothes. Until they were completely naked, the fierce man allowed them to uncover the part covering their private areas. When he looked at Zifeng, his whole body wrinkled. No, how can it be flat for you? End of this chapter. Chapter 113, the son-in-law of the Lin family. Don't bully the poor young man. Zifeng's face turned red, at a loss for words for a moment, stuttering, unable to say anything. He couldn't admit that he had been castrated by someone else. In order to not endanger his life, the hospital had to remove all the necrotic parts. So, that area would even sink in at times. Boss, this kid is still a eunuch. Ha ha ha. Several henchmen curiously leaned forward, openly mocking and laughing. He doesn't even have the roots. The last eunuch of the Dragon Kingdom. This is interesting. This time they actually caught a eunuch. The boss with a bald head had a playful look in his eyes. I'm not a eunuch. Zifeng weakly protested. The intense sense of humiliation made him unable to bear it any longer, thinking about how he used to be full of vigor. If I say you are, then you are. The boss with a bald head glared at him. Boss, how should we handle these two? How to handle? Of course, make the best use of them. Although it's flat, a little surgery should do the trick, maybe even a plastic surgery while we're at it. On the other side, at the Lin family in Tianhai City, it was currently the coming-of-age ceremony of Lin Zuer, the granddaughter of the Lin family patriarch. As a second-rate family, the status of the Lin patriarch was unquestionable. In the evening banquet, almost all the high society people in Tianhai City had gathered here. Zizan, rest assured, the Lin family will fully support you. The Lin patriarch smiled as he looked at the young man in front of him, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. If there was such a young man to be his granddaughter's husband, it couldn't be any better. Rest assured, Lin Lao, I will not let Zuer down. Zizan's eyes showed a proud expression. Although the armed forces of the Dragon King's palace stationed in Tianhai City had suffered a major setback and their arms had been intercepted by the Zuo family, it didn't mean that the Dragon King's palace had only this much power. The wealth and funds of the Dragon King's palace were also terrifying. Under Zizan's control, he transformed into a major tycoon. He brought terrorizing confidence to the Lin family while demonstrating his strength. Faced with immense benefits, the Lin patriarch naturally would not refuse. This young man had never appeared in Tianhai City before, but now he suddenly appeared. There must be something big going on. Tianhai City hadn't been this lively in a long time. Although the Lin family seemed extremely brilliant at the moment, the greatest wish of the Lin patriarch was for the Lin family to prosper continuously. However, his descendants were not competitive. Now, Zizan's appearance gave him hope. Soon, Lin Zuer's coming-of-age ceremony began. Let's give a round of applause to welcome Lin Zuer. With these words, a spotlight focused on the top, revealing Lin Zuer in a dreamy princess-like long dress. Though she was only 18 years old, she was already stunning with a well-developed figure. But her innocent face also carried a hint of shyness. Watching Lin Zuer's shy demeanor, Zizan clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with absolute confidence. Lin Zuer, she would be his. At the same time, Huang Yu, who had disguised himself as Zuo Yi, appeared at the banquet again. Damn, luck was really on his side. When did he get involved with the Lin family? But Huang Yu wasn't helpless. If he remembered correctly, the Lin patriarch, the mastermind behind the scenes of the Lin family, placed great importance on face and always followed certain rules. However, Zizan lacked dignity. Judging from his appearance, he was going to put on airs later. Come here. Huang Yu motioned to a waiter and whispered a few words in his ear. This isn't right. The waiter's eyes showed a hint of shock. He repeatedly shook his head in refusal. I can't do that. Huang Yu took out a stack of 100,000 RMB bills directly from the space and placed them in the waiter's hand, who tried to push it back despite wanting the money quite badly. 100,000. This won't do. Please take it back. Although the waiter wanted the money, he quickly tried to return it, not willing to accept such clear bribery. Then take it. Without hesitation, Huang Yu took back the 100,000 RMB cash and transferred it to the space within his clothes. The waiter felt a bit dazed looking at his empty hand. Did the 100,000 RMB really just slip away like that? Though he regretted it, he couldn't bring himself to do such a thing for 100,000 RMB. Here is a check for 5 million. Huang Yu quickly wrote a check, handing it to the waiter. I'm declining, but if you refuse, you won't have another chance. Learning from the previous incident, holding the check for 5 million RMB, the waiter hesitated, tempted by the considerable sum. But 5 million RMB. How long would it take to earn that much? You have 5 seconds to consider. Huang Yu said nonchalantly, not willing to wait longer. Okay. In the end, the waiter had to agree, looking at Zizan with a pitiful gaze. Brother, I'm sorry. I didn't want this either, but he offered too much. Huang Yu quickly changed his appearance in the crowd, sitting in a corner. Lin Zuer, like a princess, walked down the stage slowly with the spotlight on her. This Lin Zuer is really beautiful, Huang Yu thought to himself. She should be the youngest in Zizan's harem. In the original story, Lin Zuer had very few appearances. She only met Zizan a few times and fell in love with him irrationally, turning the Lin family into his ally. Unexpectedly, the plot here had jumped ahead. Huang Yu sighed in relief, glad that he caught it in time. After finishing his business today, he stayed at the villa and pondered about which affiliated forces of Zizan might appear when he received an invitation from the Lin family. However, he declined and, on his way here, knocked out Zuo Yi, leaving him in a deserted restroom before driving to the Lin family's residence. "Everyone, my daughter has turned 18 this year, and it's time for her marriage." The current head of the Lin family spoke on the stage. For families like them, daughters were only a means for alliances. "So, I would like to introduce Zuer's fiancé, Mr. Zizan." Hearing her father arrange her marriage like this, Lin Zuer frowned. She didn't like it. At that moment, all eyes turned to a young man among the crowd as the spotlight shone on him. With a handsome face and a well-built figure adorned in a sharp suit, he looked even more dashing and elegant. End of this chapter. Chapter 114, Making a Fool of Yourself. Zizan's shortcomings were now the focus of everyone's attention. Which young master from which family? Why does he seem unfamiliar? He does look somewhat unfamiliar, but wait, it feels like I've seen him before. Indeed, although he's not among those young masters from influential families, he does look somewhat familiar. Various discussions arose among the crowd. However, Zizan paid no attention, and instead, slowly took out a small box from his pocket. With a loving gaze, he affectionately exclaimed, "Zuer, this is the gift I prepared for you. The Ocean Star." As the box opened, a dazzling diamond necklace appeared within. A glance revealed its exceptional value. Is this the ocean heart that was sold at a high price of $3 billion by a mysterious person last year? Wow, is it really that one? Too impressive. They say this necklace is priceless. It seems like the son-in-law of the Lin family has quite the background. People exclaimed with envy, indicating deep admiration in their eyes. Seems like the Lin family has connected with important figures. If it were me, I would accept right away. Meanwhile, Lin Zuer also looked at Zizan, their gazes meeting, causing her cheeks to blush uncontrollably. Though she had never met this man before, for some reason, she felt an inexplicable fondness towards him. What could this be? Could it be love at first sight? This is so cheesy. Observing the exchange of glances between Lin Zuer and Zizan, Guang Yu couldn't help but silently mock the situation. What a cliché plot. Falling in love at first sight, just by looking at each other? Unnoticed by Zizan was a waiter approaching him with a tray by his side. With the whole room in darkness, the spotlight shone on Lin Zuer and Zizan, making them seem destined for each other. All eyes naturally gravitated towards them. Suddenly, without Zizan's notice, the waiter swiftly approached and pulled down his pants, then dashed out madly. Perhaps it wouldn't have been a big deal, but Zizan, looking at Lin Zuer, couldn't help feeling off balance, causing him to stand erect. Yet, after losing a head and engaging in previous intense activities, he was only standing faintly erect, appearing surprisingly short. While Zizan quickly realized the situation and pulled up his pants, it caught the attention of many. Especially with a large screen at the top displaying a close-up shot captured by a cameraman. Zizan's close-up revealed from a lower angle filming upwards, making everyone see clearly. Instantly, everyone's expressions turned strange. Isn't that too short? Why does he not have a head there? Could it be it got cut off during circumcision? It's thinner than my big toe. With whispered conversation spreading, Zizan twisted in discomfort. Hey! Isn't he the streaker from the hospital the other day covering his crotch? The crowd discussed animatedly, and Huang Yu took the opportunity to shout a remark among them. He quickly changed his demeanor, blending into a different corner. Who is it? Zizan emitted an overwhelmingly powerful aura, his eyes filled with uncontrollable rage. I will tear you apart. It was evident this had been premeditated. Accompanied by the roaring echoes, Zizan found the spot where the makeup concealed a small flesh protrusion. Trying to alleviate the unbearable itchiness there, he covered it with foundation in such an important moment. Seems like it's really that streaker. Isn't it too embarrassing? Is this how the son-in-law of the Lin family is? As laughter and mocking remarks continued from the audience, the expression of the Lin family's patriarch turned grim. His eyes on Zizan took on a hint of coldness. What on earth is happening? Zizan, flustered by his exposed mishap, yelled urgently, "That was not me. It's not me at all." Regardless of his efforts to clarify, someone had already accessed a video from that time on their mobile phone. No, look, this person is him. I heard this guy got castrated. I wonder if it still works. Lin Zuer's complexion turned extremely unpleasant at this point. Despite her recent slight fondness for him, hearing the taunting remarks and sarcastic comments had shattered any residual admiration she had. Zuer. When he saw her about to leave, Zizan hurriedly went after her, but was soon intercepted by members of the Lin family. You may leave. Our Lin family doesn't need a son-in-law like you. The Lin family's demeanor turned grim. If not for the hefty investment, they wouldn't have allowed their daughter to marry someone like him. But now that the incident had been exposed, if they kept him as a son-in-law, it would become the entire Tianhai city's joke. Are you intending to retract your agreement, Lin family? Zizan, experiencing the unusual treatment, glared at the Lin family members with disgust. He felt a surge of unjust indignation. They greeted him with smiles when he brought the money, saying they would marry their daughter to him. And now, they'd already accepted over $2 billion, yet were reneging just like that? The Lin family has always stood by their word, emphasizing compatibility between families. Do you think you're suitable now? Enough, enough. In the presence of so many dignitaries from Tianhai City, Zizan couldn't erupt in anger on the spot. Instead, he turned and walked away, but just as he reached the door, he glanced back at the Lin family members. 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West Bank. Don't bully the young and poor. After a furious shout, Zizan thought he looked pretty cool as he left in a huff. Before you talk about 30 years on the East Bank, better show us your little birdie first. Hilarious, a eunuch dares to say such things. Zijie, don't go. Nearly everyone present treated Zizan's departure as if it were a joke, with only one person looking distraught, Lin Kong, the son of the Lin family patriarch. Lin Kong, seeing Zizan leave, hurriedly caught up with him. He had worked hard to befriend Zijie, because if Lin Jia accepted his investment, Lin Kong's status within the Lin family would skyrocket. He couldn't bear to let this opportunity slip away. So, that's the kid. Huang Yu observed from the shadows, quietly scoffing at the scene. I knew in the original book plot that the Lin family patriarch was a respected figure. How could he lead the Lin family into the Dragon King Palace so quickly? Is this punk responsible for the chaos? End of chapter. Chapter 115. Lin family's approach at this moment, due to Zizan's face being completely lost, he hurriedly disappeared after leaving the house. Lin Kong reached out in vain, feeling extremely infuriated. Damn! But at this moment, as soon as Zizan disappeared, Huang Yu arrived at the underground garage and removed his disguise. He walked into the banquet. Huh, why is it so quiet? Huang Yu pretended to sound puzzled, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. So it's young Master Huang. Welcome, welcome. With Huang Yu's arrival, the awkward atmosphere was broken, and after a light smile from the head of the Lin family, the music started playing again. Young Master Huang, I heard you're going to break off the engagement. That Liu Ryan is really clueless, making young Master Huang pursue her for so long. I bet without young Master Huang, the Liu family group probably won't last long. Flattering voices continued around. After all, the Huang family was the top family in Tianhai City, having significant influence in the military, political, and business sectors. Being on good terms with the Huang family meant getting on the fast track to power and wealth. Young Master Huang, don't be sad. It's just about Liu Ryan, right? My daughter just turned 18 this year. A wealthy businessman approached, holding a glass of wine, trying to console. You might as well get to know her. Just kidding. Huang Yu shook his head, got away from the crowd, and came to Lin Zuer's side. Huang Yu, dressed in a suit, exuded a noble aura. Beneath his handsome and gallant appearance, he displayed a charming smile, wishing Miss Zuer a happy birthday. Huang Yu smiled lightly, and Lin Zuer's eyes were full of astonishment. In theory, compared to the Huang family, the Lin family was just a small family. Major families like the four great families and even the Huang family should not bother attending a small birthday party. Yet, Huang Yu showed up. Could it be that he was interested in her? Thinking this, she looked at Huang Yu's handsome face, and Lin Zuer's cheeks reddened slightly. Although she had heard of the notorious reputation of the eldest of the four evil young masters of Tianhai, he did not show any arrogance. After wishing her a happy birthday, Huang Yu approached slowly, took Lin Zuer's hand, and gently kissed it. Who? Young Master Huang is mighty. Be together. Be together. Cheers erupted at the sight, except for the head of the Lin family, whose face didn't look good. Though he hoped to expand the Lin family's influence for the betterment of future generations, it didn't mean he would push his granddaughter into a pit. In his eyes, Huang Yu was no different from Zizan, treating women as mere playthings. If Huang Yu dared to make any further moves at this moment, the head of the Lin family was likely to order direct action. Although the Huang family held immense power in Tianhai City, it did not mean he was afraid. His old bones could still move. However, after just a light kiss, Huang Yu left without acknowledging the cheers below, which relieved the Lin family members. They knew the temper of their patriarch. If the Lin family really were to confront the Huang family, it would be suicidal. Master Lin, shall we discuss how to proceed? Huang Yu approached Lin's patriarch, smiling lightly. There's a deal I'd like to discuss with you. Young Master Huang, there's no need to involve yourself in business affairs. Looking at Huang Yu, Lin's patriarch gave a mocking smile. Who doesn't know you're always busy with different matters, possibly with no time to discuss business with an old man like me? In his view, this dandy just wanted to play around with his precious granddaughter. Huang Yu didn't get angry either. After all, his past reputation was poor, or else he wouldn't have been wiped out by Zizan. Master Lin, you've misunderstood. This matter has nothing to do with Miss Zhuo. I mean real business. Is Lin's family interested in cooperating with the Huang family group? Oh? Upon hearing this, Lin's patriarch frowned, a hint of suspicion crossing his eyes. Huang Yu's black eyes sparkled with a teasing smile. He was tired of paying attention to women like Liu Ryan, as they were not his concern. Isn't she someone's woman? Why bother with her? Eventually, she would end up as Zizhan's concubine. Isn't it a waste of resources on her? Instead of wasting time on her, it was better to tie the Lin family to the Huang family's train. Only by uniting as many forces as possible could they resist the arrival of Zizan. After about 3 hours of conversation, in the satisfied gaze of Lin's patriarch, Huang Yu left the Lin family banquet. Young and talented. Truly the descendant of that old fella. Watching the departing figure, Lin's patriarch's eyes showed a hint of appreciation. But Dad, are you sure there won't be any problems dealing with Zizan? It seems his background is extraordinary. What could possibly go wrong? Upon hearing this name, Lin's patriarch's expression darkened. Just now, when Zizan made a fool of himself, his unstable temperament had also been exposed. He would not throw his granddaughter into such a fire pit. As for the investment he mentioned, if he truly had the strength, why would he need to come to the Lin family? Where's the greater benefit in working with them compared to working with the Huang family? Meanwhile, Huang Yu had returned home. Initially, there were 3 people on the sofa, but now only Ni Meng and Han Yuyao remained. As for Yun Yun, she was standing behind the sofa, wearing a black and white Japanese-style maid outfit. That old Huang still has a good figure, especially those long legs. They are drool-worthy. If it weren't for that rotten Zizan, I'd make you suffer in bed for 3 days and nights. Upon hearing his inner thoughts, Yun Yun standing behind the sofa gave him a glare. He was once a prominent figure above all, but now reduced to a maid, which was humiliating enough. If he dared to do such things to her, she would rather die than give in. Han Yuyao also sneered at this jerk. Bah! The leopard can't change his spots. Only Ni Meng remained on the sofa, blushing, seemingly absent-mindedly watching TV. Today's special check-in location is Ni Meng's room. Damn, is this guy trying to make me sleep with Ni Meng? If I sleep with this girl, won't her brother kill me? His inner voice reacting to the situation made several girls look towards Huang Yu, with a slight change in their eyes. Except for Ziruoxu, they all noticed something. This scoundrel, could it be that he's being forced to do these things by someone? Especially for Ni Meng, her face turned even redder. What should she do in this situation? Should she refuse or not refuse? But if she doesn't refuse, he already has a woman. What if I? End of chapter. Chapter 116. Misunderstandings and surprises. Ziruoxu was surprised to find that Huang Yu seemed to not have spoken at all. Where did the voice she heard come from? Could she hear his thoughts? It seemed like he had discovered something extraordinary, and Ziruoxu covered her mouth in astonishment. Why are you all staring at me? Huang Yu felt a bit uneasy as he looked at all the girls staring straight at him. Ni Meng, it's time for treatment again. Come on. Wait. Just as Huang Yu was calling someone, Han Yuyao suddenly spoke up. She looked suspicious. Huang Yu, how come I've never heard that you know medical skills? Are you sure you're not just taking advantage of the opportunity? Today, they had spent a long time together in the room, so they naturally had gained some understanding of each other. After learning about Nimeng's background, even Han Yuyo felt a bit sorry for her. However, he had known Huang Yu for many years. In terms of medical skills, Mo Linglong's skills were the best. But this guy, besides chasing girls during his school days, he had no time to learn any medical skills. Can I still fool you? Huang Yu's face remained calm as he said, "This is the result of my years of hard study." With that, he pulled the blushing Nimeng and walked into her room. At this moment, Nimeng looked conflicted. Should she give in or resist a bit? Okay, let's get started. Hearing this, the scene that Nimeng had imagined in her mind made her blush, and she nodded softly. Please be gentle. For someone who had hidden feelings for a long time, Nimeng seemed to have no reason to refuse, even though it seemed somewhat unethical and sorry towards Han Yuyo. But she couldn't refuse. Nimeng wanted to be by Huang Yu's side. Phew. Darn, this girl doesn't look like much, but she's got an amazing figure. He suppressed the desire in his heart. What are you doing? Hurry up. If that killer brother of this girl finds out, won't I be in direct trouble? Huang Yu's intention was just to coast along. But now with Han Yuyo and his own younger sister in the mix, he had to be even more careful. He absolutely could not do anything that would increase Xiao Zhan's power. Hearing Huang Yu's voice, Nimeng slowly opened her eyes and saw Huang Yu standing by the bedside holding a silver needle. At that moment, blood was dripping from his hand, flowing down the silver needle, drop by drop, onto the white bed sheets. Are we treating something? Of course, we're treating something. What else would we be doing? Huang Yu was a bit speechless. This girl, what is she always thinking about? Seeing this, Nimeng's face turned even redder, and she quickly turned over and lay on the bed. Although Nimeng's delicate figure was exposed with large patches of white, it was much less stimulating than before. Huang Yu focused his mind, adjusted his emotions, and quickly started acupuncture. As he administered the treatment, he also signed off in the room. Afterwards, he quickly left and ran into Han Yuyo on his way out. Seeing the bloodshot eyes of Huang Yu, she was startled and worried. Did something happen? Yes, something big. Huang Yu lifted Han Yuyo and took her back to his room. It was not until 2 hours later, when the sounds gradually quieted down, that Huang Yu returned to his room. That jerk. Han Yuyo struggled to get up from the pain all over her body, washed up, and opened the door, only to see Ziruoxu about to clean the bed sheets. Seeing the bloodstains on them, Han Yuyao's expression changed instantly. What's going on? Whose bed sheets are these? They're Nimeng's. Hearing Han Yuyao's stern tone, Ziruoxu weakly replied, "That scumbag." Even though she was already with him, he still. Feeling both wronged and compelled, Han Yuyo had to remind herself that everything happened because someone was forcing that scumbag to act that way. But what was the truth behind all of this? At that moment, Huang Yu had already returned to his room. Finally calmed things down. He sighed in relief, not being afraid of sleeping next to Han Yuyo for the second time. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in at a special location. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 9 Heavens and Earth Transformation Technique remnants. 9 Heavens and Earth Transformation Technique. What is this? Cultivation Technique. Just as he was pondering, the clock on the wall gradually passed midnight. Congratulations to the host for surviving another day. Rewarding the host with 10 years of cultivation. Another 10 years of cultivation. Huang Yu couldn't help but be amazed. Was the system always this generous with rewards? If he received 10 years of cultivation every day, wouldn't it take long for him to retaliate against Xiao Zhan? At the same time, he took out the 9 Heavens and Earth Transformation Technique and began reading. However, what Huang Yu didn't know was that at that moment, Han Yuyo had already arrived at Nimeng's room. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Nimeng's timid voice rang out, and she slowly opened the door, only to see a frosty-faced Han Yuyo. Yayo's sister. Perhaps due to the emotions between them, Nimeng always felt somewhat guilty in front of Yayao. Ignoring her, Han Yuyo walked in and looked at the changed bed sheets. She couldn't help but sigh deeply. Nimeng, do you like Huang Yu? This question caught Nimeng off guard, as she had just closed the door and returned to her room. Her eyes were full of panic, and she couldn't help but dodge. Yayo's sister, I didn't. You don't have to hide it from me, I already know. And you've liked him since high school, haven't you? Seeing her past thoughts being uncovered, Nimeng was completely overwhelmed. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she buried her face deep and knelt down weakly. I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional, Yao's sister, I'll leave tomorrow. Especially after the ambiguous moment they shared just now, she felt even more guilty. Seeing this scene, Han Yuyo experienced extreme sadness and difficulty in accepting the situation. But after taking a deep breath, she kept her composure. Get up, from now on, we still have to live under the same roof. End of this chapter. Chapter 117. The gap between Union and Zizana. Nimeng was a bit unresponsive for a moment, almost thinking she misheard. Many things are not entirely your fault. Han Yuyao stepped forward to help Nimeng up from the ground, but her step seemed a bit strange as she walked. You will understand in the future. Understand what? Nimeng was puzzled, also noticing something different about Han Yuyao. Sister Yuyao, why are you walking so oddly? General Huang, eating fruit. Late at night, just as Wang Yu was about to go to sleep, his door was knocked on. Yunyan's voice came through. In the middle of the night, why is this woman looking for me? Could it be she's really bringing fruit? Did old Huang turn over a new leaf? Could she be thinking of finishing me off? Come in. Anyway, this ancient old Huanghua flower girl no longer had any cultivation, so Huang Yu was not afraid. On the contrary, Yunyan, who could hear his thoughts, couldn't help but be irritated. This damn scum, always cursing at me. Daring to ruin my cultivation? Yes, at this moment, Yunyan was holding the bottom of a plate with a fruit knife on it. She was planning to put an end to this little troublemaker while he was eating fruit. She had tried many methods, but no matter what, she couldn't restore her cultivation. At this point, this was the only method left to try. Perhaps if she killed this little troublemaker, her cultivation might be able to return. Yunyan was dressed in a maid outfit with two well-toned, long legs underneath her short skirt, wearing high heels and walking with a sexy sway. This was the perfect maid seduction. Young Master Huang, eating fruit. Seeing Yunyan's gentle and charming appearance, Huang Yu always felt something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. However, since the other party had no cultivation at the moment, he wasn't afraid. Huang Yu was cautious, keeping a close eye on Yunyan. Sure enough, in the instant he picked up the fruit from the plate, a cold light flashed beneath the plate. Yunyan snatched the knife and lunged toward his jaw. Snap! Huang Yu grabbed Yunyan's delicate hand, a hint of mockery in his eyes. What's this? Can't wait any longer? Are you saying you don't want your cultivation back? Give me back my cultivation! Upon hearing his words, Yunyan became even more agitated, struggling with all her might. Held tightly like being under arrest by Huang Yu, she could not break free no matter what. You can have it back, but it won't be that simple, right? Huang Yu raised his eyebrows, releasing his grip directly. In a violent struggle, Yunyan lost her balance and took 2 steps back, her plump buttock slamming hard on the ground. It hurt. The intense pain brought tears to Yunyan's eyes unconsciously. It had been a long time since she had felt this way. Since her cultivation, she had been like a mythical fairy. When had she ever been in such a plight? What do you want from me? Yunyan looked at the despicable man in front of her, full of grievances. There was clearly no enmity between us. Why do you want to harm me like this? No enmity. Huang Yu nodded, full of doubt. Talking about my disciple and you, right? Even if it's my disciple, I have already told him not to trouble your Huang family anymore. Huang Yu chuckled, as if watching a clown. Do you think he listens to you? Huang Yu waved his hand, and a batch of weapons that had been kept in space instantly appeared in the room. This is what your disciple did, wanting to bring it to Tianhai City to deal with me. What? Yunyan looked at the almost terrifying quantity of weapons. If I hadn't hidden them well, they would have been dealt with by your beloved disciple long ago. Hearing Huang's stern reprimand, Yunyan also felt a bit guilty. Maybe he just wanted to expand his influence in Tianhai City. As she spoke, Yunyan's voice weakened. In fact, she had never issued any orders for the Dragon King's Hall to settle in Tianhai. The reason she came to Tianhai City was purely personal to investigate some matters. She had no idea why the so-called Dragon King Zizan had appeared here. The reason given by her disciple was to return to Tianhai City to find his fiancée. As for bringing Nalan Yanran back, It was also because Zizan was once attacked by a mysterious person and wanted Nalan Yanran to secretly assist in the investigation. But looking at the overwhelming amount of weapons now, she couldn't believe there were no issues, so Huang Yu stepped forward, approaching slowly, lifting Yunyan's chin. "Do you know why I plan to harm you? It's because of your disciple." Yunyan, who had always been decisive, had never been stabbed in the back like this before. Thinking that her own disciple, because he didn't follow her orders, had let her come to this. Anger rose in Yunyan's heart. "If you let me go, Zizan will give you an account. Letting you go, release the tiger back to the mountain? Unless what?" Seizing the opportunity, Yunyan stared straight at him. "Unless you kiss me." "Dream on." "That's impossible." Without a second thought, she refused. Having lived for many years, even if she had never been in contact with men, she was not someone a random young man could defile. "In that case, just stay there." Seeing her refusal, Huang Yu pinched Yunyan's chin, coldly released her, and stood up. Then he began to take off his clothes directly. "Don't think I'm negotiating with you. You don't have the conditions to negotiate with me now. Do you think you're a pure and virtuous woman?" Seeing Huang Yu advancing step by step, Yunyan couldn't help feeling a little panicky. "What if I agree?" Hearing this, Huang Yu stopped undressing and flashed a playful smile. "That's more like it. If your disciple truly acted against me, then I will take it back from his master." Hearing Huang Yu's thoughts, Yunyan's anger towards Zizan grew even stronger. If it wasn't for her disciple acting on his own and not following her commands, why would she be in this situation? Soon, Yunyan's subsystem issued a mission. As a qualified goddess, perfectly master the skill of kissing. Following this absurd reason, Yunyan rolled her eyes, realizing this troublemaker was up to no good. But soon, she couldn't laugh. "Please kiss your superior, Huang Yu, 100 times. Reward, restore cultivation." "What? You want me to kiss you 100 times? Isn't that too many?" Surprised, Yunyan stood up, her eyes full of anger. "You're clearly taking advantage of the situation." End of this chapter. Chapter 118. The Disciple's Revenge, the Master's Retribution. Bingo! Huang Yu chuckled lightly, his tone incredibly cold despite his smile. "You're quite clever, you guessed it right. I am indeed taking advantage of the situation." Huang Yu waved his hand, causing all the weapons in the room to disappear into the void. "But this is your last chance. Will you stay here forever as a maid, or will you regain your cultivation? The choice is in your hands," he continued, watching as Yun hesitated. Huang Yu didn't hesitate to issue an eviction order. "No, I agree." Despite her reluctance in her heart, as the opportunity was slipping away, Yun hurriedly stood up. "All right, come here." Huang Yu's dark eyes flashed with a hint of amusement as he pointed to his own face with his hand. Fortunately, it was just a kiss on the cheek. Yun breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Huang Yu was lying on the chair as Yun approached, looking at the face of this despicable person. She was itching with anger, wanting to bite a piece of flesh off him. When she regained her cultivation, she would make sure to teach this despicable person a lesson. No, there was also that strange goddess system. She had to find a way to get rid of it, especially her own disciple. If it weren't for him, how could she have ended up in this situation? After taking a deep breath, Yun looked at Huang Yu's face, closed her eyes, and gently kissed him. The moment her lips touched him, Yun immediately widened her eyes and looked at Huang Yu in shock. This scum had turned his head at some point. "You." Just as Yun was about to struggle to step back, Huang Yu immediately pressed her back. 10 minutes later, he released her. Yun's face was flushed, breathing heavily in the fresh air, her chest heaving violently. "Bastard! I thought we agreed that you would kiss my face." Huang Yu chuckled. "When did I say I would kiss you?" Yun's first kiss had been ruined by this despicable person in front of her. She almost felt hopeless. For him, who had always been aloof, this was undoubtedly a humiliation. "What? Do you feel like dying over a kiss?" Huang Yu opened his eyes, looking at her with a playful smile. "Since you were going to die anyway, why not accompany me for a nap before you die?" "Pa, you wish. I will never sleep with you." Yun, who was initially feeling desperate, now stood firm. She wanted to live well. She absolutely couldn't fall into the hands of this despicable person. Wiping the tears from the corner of her eyes, Yun Yun stood up stubbornly and walked away, slamming the door behind her. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Huang Yu smiled slightly. His treatment of Yun Yun was just a play. But now that Yun Yun was no longer restricting him, Zizan would probably become even more reckless. To make it collapse, you must first make it crazy. For example, having Yun Yun kiss him today was the best example. Huang Yu rose joyfully, picked up a cup from the table, and smashed it towards the window. With a bang, the glass of the window shattered instantly. A figure quickly disappeared from the window, rushing towards a distance. Huang Yu slowly approached the window, watching the figure leaving in the distance, sneering in his heart. Zizan, Zizan, make your move soon. The one who swiftly left the villa was Nailin Yanren, Zizan's junior sister. At this moment, her pretty face was pale, filled with disbelief. Master, Master, how could you behave like that with a spoiled brat? How is this possible? Did the master succumb to pressure from him? Or did something else happen? At this moment, Nailin Yanren realized that what was happening in Tianhai City was probably much more serious than she had imagined. She had to inform senior brother Zizan as soon as possible. At the same time, inside the Liu family in Tianhai City, Liu Ryan was in her room staring at Huang Yu's number on her phone, wanting to call, but hesitating. She was afraid of disturbing him. However, Huang Yu's image kept appearing in her mind. Despite the recent loss of orders in the Liu group, the internal affairs of the group were chaotic every day. Liu Ryan was always distracted. It was only this morning that Huang Yu had called her, and then hung up. Although she didn't know the purpose of his call, to avoid suspicion, she had harshly refused when Zizan came to the group looking for her, leading to her dismissal by the HR department. I haven't seen Huang Yu in a long time. It's so annoying. Liu Ryan rolled back and forth on the bed with her phone in her arms, feeling a strong sense of discomfort. In the past, Huang Yu would always send her a good night message at this time. Something she used to be somewhat tired of, Liu Ryan now eagerly awaited. Why hasn't this scum texted me good night yet? Liu Ryan, rarely showing her girlish side, muttered as she looked at Huang Yu's phone number. Meanwhile, the death of Sun Li, the second largest underground force in Tianhai City, had caused a sensation. In an instant, the major forces in Tianhai City started to stir again. The news even reached a mansion in the northern capital Yandu. Master, Sun Li is dead. What did you say? The figure sitting on the sofa crushed the cigar instantly with a voice full of undisguised anger. What happened? Who dared to lay a hand on him? I heard it was a martial artist named Zizan. Seems like he did it in a despicable manner. Zizan. A commanding voice gradually emerged from the oppressive figure. I order all underground forces to capture him. Anyone who gets him, I owe them a favor. Yes. At the same time, after a day of humiliation, Zizan returned exhausted to the underground base of the Dragon King's palace in the abandoned factory in Tianhai City. The once aloof him never imagined that he would end up sleeping with such an ugly woman. And he was forced to. It's an insult to me. Who are you? Who are you? I want you dead. Dragon King, the situation in Tianhai City is grim now. The White Tiger is already dead. Should we retreat and reassess? At that moment, in the darkness, the figures of the Azure Dragon and Zhuan Wu, who had been imprisoned, slowly walked out. Although they looked particularly embarrassed, their faces also showed a hint of reluctance. Despite being in prison, they quickly learned about the recent events after coming out. They hadn't expected their Dragon King to be damaged so severely, left naked outside the hospital. It was simply embarrassing to levels beyond imagination. End of chapter. Chapter 119 Dragon King massacres all directions. Want me to retreat? That's absolutely impossible. Previously, I just underestimated the situation. The game has only just begun. Zizan's expression gradually darkened. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Dragon King is angry. Crops of corpses. Bloodshed for miles. Hearing this, the faces of the Azure Dragon and Zhuan Wu changed instantly, kneeling on one knee. Azure Dragon, follow orders. White Tiger, follow orders. At this moment, that Dragon King, who once dominated overseas, has returned. Issue the Dragon King's decree and establish the War God Group. Significantly invest in and acquire shares of the Liu Group. Also, find a way to retrieve the batch of weapons from the Zuo family, and thoroughly investigate the other major families. Yes. A natural sense of vigilance made Zizan feel that something must have been orchestrated behind the scenes during this period. I'm sorry, Ru Yan. Zizan knew that when he went to the Liu group today. Ru Yan was simply too agitated because she had been kidnapped. Dismissing him was also to protect him from potential harm by unknown forces. But everything was about to change. He needed to tell Ru Yan to tell this woman who had silently protected her. He, Zizan, is a man of his word, a Dragon King. At the same time, Nalan Yanran quickly arrived at the underground base. Her face was filled with unmistakable panic. Dragon King! Something terrible has happened. Seeing Nalan Yanran in a state of panic, Zizan suddenly became furious. What have you been doing these past few days? Do you know what has happened? Nalan Yanran, who was about to disclose Wang Yu's pampered son, who tried to kiss Union, was stunned by his outburst. Let me tell you, the White Tiger is dead. The batch of weapons is missing too, but Master has trouble in the Huang family. Nalan Yanran wanted to say more, but was abruptly interrupted by Zizan. From now on, follow my orders without question. Everything else can wait. In Zizan's heart, Yinyan was his master, and no one knew better than him how powerful his master was. With Master's strength, how could she be bullied by someone from the Huang family? At this moment, he just wanted to make the Lin family, who broke off his engagement, pay the price. And also protect his women, Ru Yan and Wang Zhu. Wang Zhu was the woman he had slept with in an alley near the hospital a few days ago. The path might be crooked, but once he slept with her, she became his woman. Lost in his thoughts, Zizan felt a strange and inexplicable itch in the corners of his mouth. The little sores that had started forming were spreading. However, Zizan just scratched and paid no mind to these trivial matters. Besides, he didn't think he would fall seriously ill. Immediately, he took out a bottle of elixir and swallowed a pill. That should be enough. Meanwhile, somewhere abroad, Li Hua was sitting in an office, nervously making call after call. He couldn't afford to be negligent. One misstep, and he could end up in a watery cell or even be resold directly. Despite the risks, Li Hua hadn't given up on the idea of returning to his home country. He watched the leader walking back and forth. As he seized the moment to make a call, a sudden intense burning sensation overtook him, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. After shaking for a while, Li Hua collapsed on the floor, still convulsing. You still want to report to the authorities? The leader sneered, ordering his men, take him to the water cell and attend to him properly. On the other hand, Zifeng didn't face as much torment as Li Hua. After arriving, he was resold to a private hospital. For a week straight, doctors at the hospital performed various surgeries on him. He felt his groin area becoming emptier, even with a faint sunken feeling. His chest gradually developed to excess bulges. Manager Liu, something's not right. Sitting in the office, Liu Yuyin stared blankly at her phone, which Wang Yu had not contacted for several days. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open, and the panicked voice of her assistant came in. Someone has broken in. What did you say? Hearing this, Liu Yuyin put away her phone, returning to her previous icy cold CEO demeanor. Her eyebrows furrowed, a hint of indifference on her face. Over the past few days, someone had been secretly acquiring shares of the Liu Group. It had escalated to the point where they could soon have a seat on the board of directors. It seemed that this intrusion had some connection with those events. I want to see who you are. The office door was pushed open again, right at that moment. A familiar crooked smile appeared at the door. However, unlike before when Zizan was dressed in a security guard uniform, now he was in a suit. Behind him stood the Azure Dragon and Zhuanwu, also impeccably suited. And as one of the four great generals, Zhuke, she stood beside him dressed as a secretary. Ru Yan, I'm here. Seeing that Ru Yan was unharmed, Zizan's tense heart finally relaxed. He wanted to embrace Ru Yan immediately. Seeing the Dragon King so gentle with an ordinary woman, Zhuke couldn't help feeling resentful. Her gaze towards Ru Yan turned colder. Why was this woman getting the Dragon King's attention? Watching Zizan's crooked smile, Liu Yuyin felt disgusted. Without hesitation, she sidestepped his embrace. I'm sorry, but we're not acquainted. Please leave now. Liu Yan's cold words in Zizhan's ears became words of care and concern. Zizhan was deeply moved. Yu Yan, don't worry. I'm not just a lowly security guard. I have another identity. That of the chairman of the War God Group. From today onwards, you don't have to fear Huang Yu, that pampered son, anymore. I will deal with him sooner or later. War God Group. Hearing this name, Liu Yan was shocked. Within a week, a large corporation had risen rapidly overseas, rumored to have incredibly huge funds, at least billions. Considering that even Fortune 500 companies couldn't whip out billions of dollars immediately, the news of a billion-dollar acquisition was complexly intertwined with various interests. Unexpectedly, this crook-mouthed security guard turned out to be the chairman of the War God Group. End of this chapter. Chapter 120. The Left Family's Attentiveness. No wonder Huang Yu is so afraid of him. At this moment, Liu Ryan also understood. No wonder Huang Yu has repeatedly distanced himself from her. It turns out, it is because of the conflict with this security guard and the fear that their struggle will impact her. Thinking of this, Liu Ryan's eyes couldn't help but fill with mist. It turns out, she has been misunderstanding him all along. Huang Yu truly loves her and not just wanting to possess her. Even if it means sacrificing himself, he doesn't want her to be harmed in the slightest, which is why he had to act like he didn't love her anymore. Remembering how cold she used to be towards Huang Yu, he never blamed her and has always been worried about her. For a moment, Liu Ryan felt like something inside her heart was breaking. But in Xiao Zhan's eyes, Liu Ryan had left tears of emotion. Xiao Zhan immediately showed a look of heartache. Ryan, don't be sad. I didn't mean to hide it from you. From now on, you are my woman, Xiao Zhan's woman. Huang Yu, don't think of touching her again. You don't need to worry about it. Liu Ryan wiped away her tears. Her faith by Huang Yu's side became even stronger. She believed that Huang Yu must truly love her, and it was her own coldness that made it difficult for him to accept. But Liu Ryan will prove it with actions. She will definitely be able to return to Huang Yu's side. Looking at the enemy in front of her, Liu Ryan slowly made up her mind. After these days of confrontation, she understood the power of the War God Group better than anyone else. Since this lousy security guard wants to harm her man, she has to pass this test first. Liu Ryan wiped away her tears and, suppressing her disgust, looked back at Xiao Zhan. I don't need you. I will handle this myself. I will make Huang Yu suffer. Hearing Liu Ryan's tone, Xiao Zhan was delighted, his eyes full of tears. Truly, she is his woman. She considers everything for him. King Long, immediately transfer 5 billion from the War God Group to the Liu Group. Now is the time for us to make our move, right? Dragon King, will it be ... As fellow women, Nalan Yanran immediately sensed that something was wrong with Liu Ryan. How could she display a hint of disdain in her eyes towards Dragon King? This is clearly a pretense. What did you say? If anyone dares to question his decisions, Xiao Zhan frowned slightly, looking at Nalan Yanran. In his heart, Liu Ryan is his true woman, and though Nalan Yanran is also in his heart, she has shown obedience for so many years that he has grown accustomed to it and can't tolerate any subordinate's opposition. Despite the sharp gaze, Nalan Yanran clenched her teeth, expressing her thoughts. Isn't this reckless? I know what I'm doing, don't worry. Xiao Zhan looked at Liu Ryan with love. How could he not trust his own woman? Liu Ryan suppressed her disgust and gave Xiao Zhan a glance, making Xiao Zhan even more arrogant. Huang Yu also learned about Xiao Zhan leading the War God Group to Tianhai City. Looks like your apprentice can't sit still, huh? After a casual kiss with Union, Huang Yu sighed. If it wasn't for your apprentice, you probably would have returned long ago. She snorted. In Huang Yu's words, Union sneered. At the moment, she just wants to complete the mission quickly and escape from this bastard's clutches. But these days she hasn't found anything useful. This is somewhat disappointing for Huang Yu. Besides the half-manifested scripture he previously obtained, the subsequent gains were all about cultivation. With accumulation of 60 years of cultivation, he may not be powerful, but it should suffice to protect him in front of Xiao Zhan. Therefore, Huang Yu, although not able to frolic freely in front of Xiao Zhan, is not as afraid as before. End of this chapter. Chapter 121. The Dragon Queen is welcoming guests. Meanwhile, Huang Yu also obtained a lot of information through connections in the Huang family. A company called the War God Group has recently emerged overseas. It is said to be extremely powerful, having acquired several top 100 companies as soon as they entered the market. There are even signs of them expanding into Tianhai City. With such a ridiculous name, one doesn't even need to think twice to know that it must be the doing of Zizan. It seems like they are ready to go all out with the Dragon King's palace. Naturally, he will be their primary target. After all, that twisted-mouthed mentor of his is still with him, but Huang Yu is fully prepared. He's just afraid that they won't come. Ding ding. Just at that moment, Huang Yu's phone suddenly rang. When he picked it up, he saw that the caller was Liu Ryan. Huang Yu, it's bad. Zizan, that security guard, he's actually the CEO of the War God Group. He wants to harm you. Listening to the urgent voice on the other end of the call, Huang Yu raised an eyebrow in confusion. Isn't this woman Zizan's concubine? Why is she suddenly helping me? Could it be a trick, trying to lure me in? At the same time, Liu Ryan heard Huang Yu's thoughts. Seeing that the one she loves doesn't believe her, Liu Ryan, for once, became flustered. Huang Yu, believe me, everything I said is true. If you really don't believe me, let's meet today at the Grand Hotel in Tianhai City. You will definitely trust me. Her heart ached on the phone. After all, she did everything for Huang Yu, but he didn't seem to care about her at all. However, she wasn't angry. This was all her own doing. If only she had treated Huang Yu better in the beginning, their relationship wouldn't have become so tense. Since that was the case, she decided to give everything she had and meet Huang Yu honestly. She didn't believe that she couldn't win back his heart. Do you think I will believe you? Huang Yu chuckled lightly and then mercilessly hung up the phone. To him, the current Liu Ryan was just a tool. Although he could sense that Liu Ryan seemed to genuinely like him, what did it matter? He didn't need someone who had treated him like a lackey for 3 years. Chapter 122, Dragon King's Pride. Zhu'er, starting from today, you are now my woman, Zizan's woman. Zizan said forcefully, his eyes filled with determination and pride. Greetings to the Dragon King's wife. Behind him, the Azure Dragon, the Black Tortoise, and a group of men in black all knelt down, shouting in unison. The voices echoed continuously in the alley. At the exit of the alley, there were luxurious cars parked. Passers-by couldn't help but exclaim, making money with reproductive organs is indeed profitable. It's only been a few years, and he's already driving luxury cars? No, I think it's that woman who's moved up on the shore. Someone really can't think straight, actually hiring such a girl for service. Speaking of which, I've also patronized her. Does that mean I'm considered kin to this wealthy man? But at this moment, Zizan inside the alley did not hear these conversations. Just as Zizan was feeling confident, suddenly a large number of police sirens rang out on the street outside the alley. Several police cars swiftly arrived at the entrance of the alley. Armed police officers descended from the vehicles and began rushing towards the alley. What's going on? Are they cracking down on something? So many police officers? Can anyone tell me what's happening? At that moment, the Azure Dragon, the Black Tortoise, and Zizan's group also heard the sound of sirens. Hearing the dense footsteps approaching, the expressions of the Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise changed. Immediately, they clasped their fists and said, "Dragon King, the police are here. Should we retreat first?" After all, in a sense, they were still fugitives. It was extremely dangerous in Tianhai City. As long as they didn't get caught, they would be fine, but now it seemed like a direct confrontation was inevitable. What are you afraid of? Zizan sneered at the two. Timing is everything. Just when things are getting heated, now the police show up. Seems like someone's been meddling behind the scenes. Then, he turned to the elderly woman and Wang Zhu. Mom, Zhu'er, don't be afraid. You're safe with me. Okay? The elderly woman's expression changed briefly, but quickly steadied. After all, it wasn't her first time being taken to the station. She was well versed in acting tough and playing the victim. Worst case, she could shoulder all the blame. Given her age, it shouldn't lead to a long confinement. Zizan looked at the two, his face showing no fear. He felt proud, thinking that his words of protection had an impact. Yet he failed to notice that the two behind him were simply accustomed to being taken to the station. Daughter, are you okay? The elderly woman, being an old hand in such situations, couldn't help but feel a bit worried at the scene unfolding before her. "Don't worry, Mom." Wang Zhu leaned close to her mother's ear and whispered, "We have some big shots looking out for us. We'll be fine." Hearing this, the elderly woman finally relaxed, thinking that the important figure her daughter mentioned was the well-dressed Zizan in front of her. At that moment, Han Yuyao strode confidently with her team to the entrance of the hotel in the alley. Behind her were countless armed special police officers. "Those inside, I advise you to surrender and not resist pointlessly." Upon hearing this, Zizan walked out directly from the hotel. "It's you indeed." Recognizing Zizan's familiar face, Han Yuyao immediately identified him as the one who had confronted Zifeng before. To see him confidently appear in this situation showed he had no fear of the Tianhai City Police. "What's the matter? Are you trying to arrest me?" Looking at the familiar and lovely face of Han Yuyao, a greedy glint flashed in Zizan's eyes. But unlike before, he now sensed a hint of mature charm in Han Yuyao. "Arrest him!" Han Yuyao shouted coldly, showing no mercy in her eyes. "I dare anyone to try!" Zizan roared, his murderous intent almost palpable, surging towards those around him. "Today, I only want to protect my woman and family. If you arrest people without reason, don't blame me for being ruthless." Zizan stood in front of Wang Zhu and the elderly woman, portraying a heroic and fearless figure. "Stupid! Who said they're here to arrest us?" Wang Zhu cursed in her mind, questioning what it had to do with them even if it was an arrest. She watched as countless dark gun muzzles aimed at them, quietly moving towards a nearby room to hide. The elderly woman quickly followed suit. She also sensed something amiss by now. Who the hell would bring assault rifles for an anti-vice operation? If they stayed outside, it was a clear death wish. "Why are you all trying to force my hand?" Zizan roared in defiance, looking up at the sky with a face full of experience. At that moment, he seemed invincible in the world. Dragon King. The Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise were on the verge of tears. These words were truly words of wisdom. This was their true Dragon King, slightly lacking perhaps, but they were there. As long as the Dragon King existed, the Dragon King's Hall would endure. The Dragon King's Hall lives and dies with the Dragon King. Led by the Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise, everyone almost simultaneously shouted, their eyes filled with unwavering determination. After all, they were all top-notch experts with no fear of firearms. Fire! With such strong resistance, Han Yuyao naturally didn't hesitate. Having witnessed Zizan's formidable strength last time, they were authorized to open fire, especially with the discovery of numerous illegal immigrants present. Almost instantly, a massive shower of bullets rained towards Zizan and the group of Dragon King's Hall members. "How dare you!" he roared, dodging the bullets along with the Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise. But others weren't as lucky. Most were shot down almost as soon as the firing began. End of the chapter. Chapter 123. The Price of Pretending. Meanwhile, inside the Liu group, due to Zizan taking most of the Dragon King Palace's people away, only a small portion remained stationed within the Liu group. As for Nailin Yanren, she was ordered by Zizan to protect Liu Ryan. Observing Liu Ryan acting suspiciously, as if sending messages to someone, Nailin Yanren stood up coldly and threatened, "Although I don't know how you managed to deceive the Dragon King, I'm warning you, if you dare to do anything out of line, I won't let you go." Despite feeling disdainful inside, Liu Ryan still pretended to be scared on the surface and nodded submissively. Even if she faced death, she wouldn't allow that crooked-mouthed security guard to harm her brother Huang Yu, who had devoted 3 years of time and effort for her. Now it was her turn to repay Huang Yu. Nailin Yanren glanced at Liu Ryan's computer and found no evidence of her contacting anyone, which relieved her. "Carry on with your work," she said. Liu Ryan obediently nodded and continued working on the computer. Though she tried to contact Huang Yu, he didn't believe her. Under the control of the War God group, the Liu group was compelled to engage in numerous confrontations with the Huang group. Though Liu Ryan couldn't change the situation, she had one last trick up her sleeve. In the Liu group, she held absolute control. Limited by the dominance of the War God group, she couldn't openly make a move, but she could pass on this authority to Huang Yu. On the other side, Nailin Yanren sat in Liu Ryan's office, observing her closely. Suddenly, they heard urgent footsteps outside. Opening the door, a familiar face appeared before them. "Huang Yu, why are you here?" Nalan Yanran was shocked, considering that there were many Dragon King Palace members stationed outside the Liu group. This person must be highly skilled to get in. Who else but me? Huang Yu responded, looking at the two in the office. Liu Ryan expressed joy on her face, feeling moved. Huang Yu, you've come to save me. She stood up, and Nalan Yanran realized the betrayal. You dare to betray the Dragon King after how he treated you. Amid their argument, Huang Yu intervened, seizing Nalan Yanran's neck and restraining her effortlessly. Let me go. Nalan Yanran struggled futilely under Huang Yu's grip. Huang Yu calmly remarked, I will let go, but who will do so is not up to me. Having subdued Nalan Yanran, Huang Yu commanded his follower Xiao Waxu. She had gradually become subservient after initially resisting him. Huang Yu then instructed Liu Ryan to follow them, evoking tears of gratitude from her. Regardless of any unfinished matters at the Liu group, she trailed behind them. Meanwhile, in the alley, King Long and Zhuan Wu gazed at the members of the Dragon King Palace and came to the realization of the consequences of their actions. They regretted the unnecessary sacrifice caused by their actions. Zizan, in a fit of rage, engaged with the police, except for Han Yu Yao. As he was about to attack, a familiar voice stopped him. Looking up, he saw Huang Yu holding Nalan Yanran on the rooftop. Yanran! Zizan exclaimed, stunned, and then hurriedly made his way up to the rooftop. Witnessing Zizan's concern for her, Nalan Yanran was moved. Although Huang Yu held her, she felt confident. As Nalan Yanran conversed with Huang Yu, proclaiming her terms to Zizan, she was surprised by his response. Zizan's focus shifted away from rescuing her, leaving her shocked. Feeling a sense of betrayal and irrelevance, Nalan Yanran's heart shattered in that moment. End of chapter. Chapter 124, Zizan's Choice, Nalan Yanran's Disappointment. Is this still the Dragon King that I used to know? Seeing that Zizan still didn't speak to Nalan, his impatience grew as he intensified his questioning. I'm asking you, where did Ryan go? Seeing Zizan act so frantically over a woman he barely knew, Nalan Yanran felt a sudden disappointment. Looking at Zizan, she spoke slowly and seriously, her tone almost trembling. Although Yun Yun was Zizan's master, she couldn't have failed to notice that the Dragon King was in love with his master. Why did Zizan not mention her again after telling her to stay quiet? Dragon King, the master has been taken by Huang Yu. I know. You don't need to tell me. Zizan yelled, his eyes filled with anxiety. I'm asking you, where did Ryan go? In his heart, Ryan was the woman he was destined to be with, an indispensable person. Now that his woman was in trouble, how could he not be anxious? I advise you to calm down. Huang Yu looked at the almost frantic Zizan and calmly advised him. Who do you think you are? After venting his anger, Zizan turned his gaze to Huang Yu. If you dare to harm Ryan, even a single hair, I'll make sure the Huang family faces eternal damnation. Zizan said each word, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Fine, since you put it that way, I will release Liu Ryan. Zizan shrugged indifferently. This left Nalan Yanran completely perplexed. If that was the case, then what was the point of capturing her in the first place? However, you can only save one person. Huang Yu said calmly. Either you save Nalan Yanran in front of you, in which case you can do as you please with me, but I can't say what dangers Liu Ryan might face. But if you choose to save Liu Ryan, there is still time for you to go now, but Nalan Yanran may not. Huang Yu didn't finish his sentence, but he knew Zizan already understood his meaning. You dare threaten me? Zizan grinded his teeth in anger, looking at Huang Yu with hatred, wishing to tear him apart. Even if I threaten you, what can you do about it? Huang Yu chuckled lightly, showing no fear in his eyes. With his current strength, he might not win against Zizan, but escaping from him would not be a problem. Nalan Yanran was frozen in place at this moment. She tightly gazed at the Dragon King she had admired for so many years, her eyes filled with expectation. If she could only save one person, she hoped it would be herself. However, after hesitating for just a second, Zizan decisively gave his answer without any hesitation. I choose to save Liu Ryan. Boom! Nalan Yanran was struck as if by lightning, completely stunned. If the master was in danger, he wouldn't save her, and if she was in danger, he wouldn't save her either. Facing a woman he had barely known for less than a month, he chose to exchange her and the master's lives for that of a stranger. Nalan Yanran was disappointed, thoroughly disappointed. The towering image of Zizan in her heart began to crumble gradually. And Zizan naturally noticed Nalan Yanran's expression. Even though he wanted to comfort her at that moment, there was no more time. With each passing second, Ryan's situation became more dire. "Don't worry, Yanran. I will come back to save you after rescuing Ryan." Zizan silently vowed in his heart, then turned to Huang Yu. "Now you can tell me, where exactly is Ryan?" "Okay." Immediately, Huang Yu slowly stated an address. "Z family. The Z family helped me capture Liu Ryan." Hearing this name, Zizan clenched his fists, muttering to himself, "Z family, I will make you pay for this." He ignored Huang Yu, leapt a few times, and disappeared from Huang Yu's sight. He would come back to deal with the Huang family after rescuing Ryan. Not only was Nalan Yanran dumbfounded by these turn of events, but even the two brothers in the alley below were also taken aback. King Long and Zhuanwu looked at the departing Dragon King, cursing under their breath. "Damn it, don't just focus on saving women, take us with you." Just moments ago, Han Yuyao and a team of special police had already subdued the two escaped prisoners. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Huang Yu patted the stiff Nalan Yanran. "Relax, everything's fine." But how could everything be fine? In Nalan Yanran's heart, Zizan had always been extremely powerful and confident, unwavering and decisive in his actions. She believed that with time, she could move the Dragon King. She was too naive. Nalan Yanran chuckled self-deprecatingly, not afraid but somewhat despairing, as she looked at Huang Yu. "Are you satisfied? You've managed to bring down my Dragon King palace in such a short time. You've even made the Dragon King fall in love with a woman who doesn't love him. Clever." Huang Yu sighed. Throughout the entire plot, it was probably Nalan Yanran who was the most devoted to the Dragon King. Despite this setting, Nalan Yanran was not the primary female lead. Never did she expect that Zizan would abandon Nalan Yanran for a woman who didn't love him. Although it was within expectations, Huang Yu couldn't help but curse internally. This Zizan is such a fool. Nalan Yanran loves him so much, yet she doesn't want her and chooses to save that woman Ryan. Upon hearing the voice, Nalan Yanran slowly raised her head, her beautiful eyes meeting Huang Yu's. Could she have misheard? But she didn't dwell on it much. After that, under Huang Yu's command, Nalan Yanran was taken back to the villa by Ziruoxu. As for King Long and Zhuanwu, they were led back to the police station by Han Yuyao. They would face a series of interrogations and beatings. As for Wang Zhu and the elderly woman, they were taken away by the anti-vice team. However, the matter was far from over. Soon, Huang Yu contacted several major media outlets in Tianhai City. With King Long and Zhuanwu returning to prison, a series of breaking news stories emerged. War God Group CEO immediately delves into the red light district of Yuhua Lane. War God Group's two deputy CEOs turn out to be escaped prisoners, about to face punishment. Revelations from confidential sources claim that War God Group CEO Zizan has contracted a venereal disease. Various rumors and leaks began to run rampant on news and social media platforms. As the War God Group entered Tianhai City aiming for maximum profit, their arrival was nothing short of a sensation. Almost everyone knew about them. But for the CEO of such a multi-billion group to visit Yuhua Lane to solicit services so brazenly was beyond belief. The absurdity of the event was comparable to a certain cabaret, if not surpassing it. End of this chapter. Chapter 125. The Three Women Confrontation. After finishing everything and returning to the villa, Liu Ryan was sitting on the sofa with a few other women. As for Nalan Yanran, she was carefully sitting on the side under the watchful eye of Ziruoxu. Due to the acupoint pointed by Huang Yu, Nalan Yanran no longer had any distinction from an ordinary girl. She was even slightly weaker. "Huang Yu, you're back," Liu Ryan said nervously, looking somewhat uneasy. When she first arrived at the villa, she still had some expectations. However, upon seeing so many women inside, she was taken aback. Although Han Yuyao was not there, it still hurt her. "Who are these women?" Liu Ryan asked carefully, but Huang Yu did not show any good expression. "Who are they? What does it have to do with you?" This time can be considered a collaboration, but it's not to the point where you can freely inquire about my private life, Huang Yu said coldly, causing Liu Ryan to lower her head slowly. Her eyes filled with tears, standing there, wanting to leave but unable to move. Despite the many people present, she felt somewhat superfluous. Sister Ryan, right? Niming, unable to bear it, approached after watching for a while and took Liu Ryan's hand. She understood Liu Ryan's feelings completely. Is it too fitting? That was her intention too, but life had repeatedly beaten her down. So she could empathize. Niming led Liu Ryan to sit beside her and comforted her softly. It's okay. Maybe he's just upset. Huang Yu is a good person. Seeing Niming's happy expression, Liu Ryan's speculations grew stronger, and her eyes slowly reddened. It was like confirming something. Are you already with him? Upon hearing this question, Niming hesitated. She wasn't sure what her relationship with Huang Yu was like. She just knew she liked him. And Sister Yu Yao also agreed, allowing her to be with Huang Yu. Yes. After a long pause, Niming nodded. Upon hearing this answer, Liu Ryan suddenly felt powerless and a bit dazed mentally. She had missed her chance. Not only her, but Han Yuyao had also missed it, as well as Mo Linglong. They all lost to a stranger girl. But Huang Yu is not just with me. I think there will be many girls around him in the future. It seems I need to adapt early. Seeing Niming's resentful expression and hearing her words, Liu Ryan was taken aback. What? He's not only with you, but who else? There's also Sister Yu Yao. Niming chuckled. Only after she agreed could I stay by Huang Yu's side. What? Han Yu Yao was already Huang Yu's official girlfriend? This news was not the only surprising thing. The big-chested beauty was even recruiting more concubines for Huang Yu. This was something Liu Ryan had never expected. So, not only had she lost Huang Yu, but if she wanted to be a concubine, she had to get that big-chested beauty's approval. This made Liu Ryan feel deeply humiliated. Why does Han Yuyao get to be the main one while she could only be a side piece? Just as she was pondering this, the door suddenly opened. Idiot, I'm back. Han Yuyao was in an exceptionally good mood today. Although she didn't catch that Zizan, she did catch two escaped fugitives. The serial murder case also had new progress. However, when she opened the door and saw a familiar figure inside, Han Yuyao's expression changed immediately. What are you doing here? She came in front of Liu Ryan with a questioning tone. She clearly remembered the words this woman had spoken to her outside the police station. She said she wouldn't let Huang Yu go, and that she would compete with her. Niming she could tolerate. She understood Niming's personality well, and her unfortunate experiences over the years had made her sympathize. And that jerk Huang Yu was indeed too formidable. It was good to have more people sharing the burden. But that didn't mean she could tolerate without limits. Especially this Liu Ryan in front of her. She not only served Huang Yu as a licking dog for 3 years, but also came back to Huang Yu after not being licked. Wasn't this imbalance after not being licked inherently unfair? So Han Yuyao truly despised Liu Ryan. It wasn't just jealousy, but anger. You're not welcome here. Leave. Han Yuyao didn't mince her words to Liu Ryan. Otherwise, if someone finds out, they'll say the dignified president of the Liu group has become my man Huang Yu's licking dog. When she mentioned my man, Han Yuyao emphasized it heavily. Sorry, Sister Yu Yao. I let Sister Ryan stay. Annoyed, Niming quickly lowered her head, apologizing. Isn't Huang Yu the licking dog for 3 years? How could you forget that? Although Niming rarely cared about outside matters, she had heard about Huang Yu's situation. Seeing Liu Ryan, who seemed pitiful just now, she hadn't connected the dots. It was only now that she suddenly realized Liu Ryan's identity. Astonished, Niming covered her mouth, looking at Liu Ryan with a self-confident gaze. You're the woman who toyed with Huang Yu for 3 years, yes. Liu Ryan had no choice but to admit it now. She knew that if she backed down today, she would never be able to cross that threshold again. Instead of that, she might as well make a desperate effort. In any case, she had to win back Huang Yu's heart. Since that's the case, I take back what I said earlier. Forget it. Even Niming, with such a good temper, turned slightly colder upon learning that Liu Ryan had played with Huang Yu for 3 years. From today on, I'm staying here. Facing the disgusted gazes of the two, Liu Ryan sat directly and started eating an apple from the table, looking like a hostess. No matter what you say, I will absolutely not leave Huang Yu. Do you have no shame? Exactly. After playing with Huang Yu for 3 years, isn't that enough? If you don't leave now, do you believe I'll arrest you right away? On what grounds? It was Huang Yu who brought me here. Said come, and I did. Said go, and I did. I'm not leaving anyway. Tomorrow, I'm moving with Huang Yu. If you want to stay, then stay here. Wherever Huang Yu goes, I'll go, and I won't leave. At that moment, Huang Yu happened to walk out of his room and saw the three girls downstairs arguing, giving him a headache. End of the chapter. Chapter 126, Master and Disciple Complain. At this moment, he only wanted to know how Zizan was doing. Zizan arrived at the Z family and went straight to the main hall of the estate. He looked at the Z family head above. Where did Liu Ryan go? How would I know where Liu Ryan went? The Z family head was a bit confused. This unrelated person in front of him had managed to bypass the heavy guards of the estate and come before him. It seemed like he needed to properly manage those guards when he turned back. I'll give you 3 seconds, speak up. Zizan suddenly grabbed the Z family head by the neck. I really don't know. In that case, don't blame me. Soul-searching technique. Zizan roared lowly, and with a touch of his index and middle fingers on his own forehead, he swiftly tapped the temple of the Z family head. The soul-searching technique was a move that caused 800 damage to the user and 1000 damage to the enemy. It could quickly find the information one wanted to know in the opponent's memory. The consequence was an unprecedented mental exhaustion for the user, while the person being soul-searched would either become a fool or even die directly. After a few minutes, Zizan felt his head spinning. Despite searching through all memories of the Z family head, he found no information about Liu Ryan. It meant that the person had no connection with Liu Ryan at all. Not only that, he seemed to witness a familiar scene. In a snowy landscape, the Z family head and a group of people frantically searched the streets, shouting, "We must find Madam and the young master. If they're harmed even a bit, you will see." The Z family yelled, their tone filled with anxiety as they murmured urgently, "Huilin, where are you and the child?" Huilin. Hearing this name, Zizan's mind was blown away. According to his own master, he was rescued by a young woman in a snowy setting, and his mother's name was Zhang Huilin. It meant that the person he killed was actually his father. Zizan gazed incredulously at his hands, then at the Z family head convulsing on the ground. Heh, little bunny is behaving well. Hey, little bunny, where are you? Quickly reveal yourself. About 20 minutes later, the Z family head, Zetiance, slowly sat up, drooling uncontrollably, waving his hands childishly. Zizan was now sitting weakly on the ground. Who exactly are you? How dare you plot against me, the Z family head? Shortly after Zizan left, people quickly rushed to the Z family estate. The elders and relatives of the Z family watched the foolish Z family head with angry yet somewhat mournful expressions. Originally, being subjugated under the Huang family was a massive disaster, but now with this additional blow, it was even more catastrophic. If other families knew about it, they would come knocking at the door immediately. Meanwhile, as the situation within the Z family stabilized swiftly, someone quickly reported to Huang Xiao. Huang Xiao, Zetiance has become an imbecile. He was beaten by Zizan. Upon hearing this news, Huang Yu's expression turned playful. His own biological son turned the old man into an imbecile. Although Zizan was the heir of the Z family, with the only person willing to protect him being turned into an imbecile, who would still want him as the heir. Moreover, now that Zizan was the lost bloodline of the Z family, with Zetiance reduced to foolishness, any hope for that lineage vanished. In the original story, the Z family only joined Zizan's Dragon Palace under Zetiance's leadership. But now, without Zetiance's guidance and having enmity with the Z family, they were digging their own grave. Simultaneously, Ziruoxu also learned of the news. In that instant, Ziruoxu was utterly shocked. Though she had been a servant here and had started to adapt gradually over the days, it didn't mean she wanted to be stuck here forever. Her only hope to leave was her father. Now that her father had become an imbecile, her dream of escaping seemed like a delusion. Ziruoxu gazed at the powerless Nalan Yanran lying on the chair with a self-deprecating smile. I was just congratulating myself for having slightly more hope of escaping this misery than you. But now, I've turned into a slave, unable to leave forever. However, Nalan Yanran remained unresponsive. In her mind, she was still on the rooftop scene. The Dragon Palace's Dragon King, Zizan, had forsaken his master and himself to save a stranger. Similarly, Yun, dressed as a maid, looked at her disciple, lost in thought, harboring a hint of unease. It wasn't until Huang Yu entered the room that she hesitantly descended the stairs. Yanren, what happened? Upon seeing her master, Nalan Yanren's eyes brightened slightly, but dimmed quickly. Master, have you already been framed by this guy, unable to leave? Though she didn't want to acknowledge it, facing the harsh reality, Yun had to nod. Is it so? Upon hearing this news, Nalan Yanren became even more desperate. Even her powerful master couldn't do anything against the Huang family. Was Dragon King Zizhan's reckless behavior leading the Dragon Palace to an irreversible downfall? Subsequently, Nalan Yanren recounted everything from beginning to end. Listening to her apprentice, Yun's expression darkened. Not only did her disciple disobey her orders and bring military firearms to High City with the Dragon Palace's forces, but she also led all four major generals, causing the direct demise of the White Tiger and the imprisonment of the Azure Dragon and Tortoise. Despite having the chance to save her junior sister and master, she chose to rescue an unrelated woman. Furthermore, she used nearly half of the Dragon Palace's funds to invest in the insignificant Liu group. On the other side, in a hospital room abroad, the reformed Zifeng inadvertently saw the news report about the Z family head of Tian High City turning imbecile on the TV. Hearing this news, Zifeng widened his eyes, shouted in agony, "Who's responsible? Who is it?" His father was his only reliance back home, and now that he had become an imbecile, when could he return to his homeland? It must be Huang Yu. It must be that bastard Huang Yu. Staring at his altered body, Zifeng had once considered ending his life. But now, he changed his mind. He would cooperate with these people, survive well, find a chance to return home, and drag Huang Yu, along with anyone connected to Huang Yu, into a bottomless abyss. Make them suffer as he did. End of this chapter. Chapter 127 Crisis in the Dark Night. After Zizhan left the Z family, he seemed to have lost his spirit. He stumbled down the road. Even when it started raining and he was soaking wet, he didn't react at all. Just then, as he passed by a newsstand, he suddenly saw a magazine with himself on the cover. The caption on the photo read Zizhan, CEO of War God Group, rumored to have contracted an STD. Zizhan only glanced at it faintly and prepared to leave. After all of this was just baseless rumors. But suddenly, he felt a slight itching at the corner of his mouth. Zizhan subconsciously scratched it, but as he continued scratching, he suddenly froze. He seemed to have realized something. He hurriedly checked his pulse, and his eyes widened in shock. Damn! He really had an STD. Zizhan, with a vacant look in his eyes, almost lost his balance and fell to the ground. Since arriving in Tian High City, the only person he had contact with was Wang Zhu. In other words, Wang Zhu had infected him with the STD. No wonder everything seemed so fake. It was all a lie. Zizhan was nearing despair. King Long and Zhuanwu had been captured, and most of the people who had come with the Dragon King Palace to Tian High City had been lost. I must rescue Yanren and my master. At this moment, Zizhan truly felt that something was wrong. Logically, with the Dragon King Palace facing such danger, if his master was safe, he would definitely take action. Perhaps what Yanren said was true, and his master was really in trouble. As well as Ryan. Since Ryan was not at the Z family, and Yanren had been kidnapped, it meant that Ryan was also in the hands of Huang Yu. At that moment, Zizhan directed all his emotions toward Huang Yu, a playboy son. I will not be at peace with you. Zizhan took 2 deep breaths and finally took a close look at Huang Yu. It seemed that this person was not as simple as he appeared. But this time, Zizhan would not underestimate him. On the other side, inside Huang Yu's villa, the villa was divided into several small groups. The first group consisted of Ziruoxu, Yun, Nalan Yanren, and a few others, known as the Depressed Faction. They seemed as if they had lost their souls, lying against the wall. Niming stood next to Han Yuyao, while Liu Ryan sat alone with Niming and Han Yuyao glaring at each other. Liu Ryan sat there alone and locked eyes with Niming and Han Yuyao, engaging in a silent confrontation. Seeing that there was no one available to cook, Huang Yu had to call a hotel and have a meal delivered to the villa. When Huang Yu sat down at the dining table, several girls from the living room rushed over. I want to sit next to Huang Yu. Me too. Me too. Liu Ryan, Han Yuyao, and others argued continuously. In the end, Han Yuyao and Liu Ryan sat on either side of Huang Yu. Nimeng sat opposite Huang Yu with a sulky expression. Nalan Yanran and the others didn't even have the mood to eat. Hey scum, try this. Han Yuyao added a piece of food to Huang Yu's plate and taunted Liu Ryan with a glance. Eat what I feed you. Liu Ryan also didn't back down, picking up a piece of food and putting it in Huang Yu's bowl. Eat mine. Eat mine. Soon, Nimeng also joined the food war. With the three girls continuously feeding him food, Huang Yu's plate quickly piled up high. Are you all going to keep eating? He looked at the three girls with bewilderment. I don't care about hers, but you must eat what I feed you. Han Yuyao glared at Huang Yu. Sister is so fierce. Unlike me, who only pampers my brother. It's okay if you can't finish it, I'll eat it for you. Liu Ryan picked up a piece of food from Huang Yu's plate and ate it, then picked up another and placed it near Huang Yu's lips. Here, open your mouth. Scoundrel, what are you pretending for? In the evening, Liu Ryan insisted on sleeping in his room. Han Yuyao and Nimeng were equally adamant. Seeing the three women energetically vying for his attention, Huang Yu couldn't take it anymore. Are you trying to kill me with exhaustion? With a bang, he closed the bedroom door, and after a brief argument outside the bedroom, the voices quickly disappeared. It seemed like they had all returned to their respective rooms. Just when Huang Yu thought he had breathed a sigh of relief, he completely forgot that he still had a task to complete that day. Today's special check-in location is Nalan Yanran's room. Thankfully. Upon hearing the task given by the system, Huang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't those three crazy women's room, he would be fine. There was no telling what would happen if they woke up. After 10 minutes and making sure there was no sound outside, Huang Yu cautiously opened the bedroom door. Seeing that the corridor was silent and empty as before, with no one in sight, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no one had woken up. If those three crazy women woke up, that would be a problem. He opened his own room door, quickly closed it, and locked it. Crawling back into bed, he stretched and was about to lie on his side when he suddenly hugged a warm body. Damn! Who are you? As Huang Yu exclaimed in shock, three different voices spoke up. What are you doing here? Wait, who let you in? End of the chapter. Chapter 128. Am I in charge now? Listening to the familiar voice, Huang Yu suddenly turned on the light. As the bedroom regained its brightness, only to see Liu Ryan, Han Yuyao, and Nimeng facing each other in different places on the bed at this moment. Especially the looks of Han Yuyao and Nimeng towards Liu Ryan were particularly hostile. Who let you come here? I came because I wanted to. What business is it of yours? Liu Ryan said coldly, her whole body wrapped in a quilt, revealing a beautiful and full curve. A sleepless night. The voice of the system also sounded at the same time. Congratulations, host, successful check-in at a specific location. Congratulations, host, obtained a substitute charm. Congratulations, host, successfully survived a day. Congratulations, host, obtained the absorption star great method. Until noon, the few wild people slowly woke up after a crazy night. Husband. The first to wake up was Liu Ryan. She looked at the familiar Huang Yu and kissed his face with a smooch, showing a sweet smile on her pretty face, looking very happy. At the same time, Han Yuyao and Nimeng also woke up. They also kissed Huang Yu on the face. Just as Han Yuyao was about to argue with Liu Ryan, she suddenly noticed her red plum blossoms on the bed sheet. Two blossoms. It seemed like she thought of something, and Han Yuyao's gaze slowly turned towards Nimeng. You didn't, with Huang Yu, At this point, Nimeng also noticed Han Yuyao's puzzled look. But now that things had come to this, she could only lower her head slowly. In fact, she knew from the beginning that Han Yuyao had misunderstood, but she deliberately didn't say anything. That alone was enough to prove her scheming. Han Yuyao sighed and held her head in frustration for a moment, not knowing how to describe herself. Dead scoundrel, stop pretending to sleep. I know you're awake. Seeing Huang Yu peeking with his eyes half open, Han Yuyao slapped him on the face. Get up quickly. Now you're happy, scoundrel. Huang Yu had no choice but to sit up with his face covered, feeling truly wronged. Clearly, he didn't plan to sleep well at all. Why was he being called a scoundrel? Weren't you the one who started it by hitting me first? Today, Han Yuyao was late for the first time. As everyone passed by Han Yuyao's position in the Heishi police station, they couldn't help but look at her from time to time, feeling a bit sighing. It's worth noting that over the years, Captain Han, who has been the standard in the bureau, reprimanded them over and over again about not being tardy. But being late happens to everyone, right? Today, Captain Han finally arrived late too. By afternoon, Han Yuyao finally arrived painstakingly late. Dressed in a police uniform, her face was extremely cold, her eyes seeming as if they could kill. Colleagues who wanted to speak saw this and couldn't help but feel chills. Had Captain Han lost her temper today? Damn, wouldn't those two being interrogated be in trouble? At this moment, in the interrogation room, the two police officers sitting at the table responsible for the interrogation already had heavy dark circles under their eyes. They were facing King Long in front of them. Are you going to confess or not? Kid, save it. I've told you, I don't know anything. Let me tell you, if you don't let me go now, I'm afraid the War God Group's investment in your Tianhai city will be in jeopardy. When that time comes, even if you beg me, I may not let you out. Hearing his arrogant words, the police officers in charge of the interrogation almost crushed the pen in their hands. Having been a police officer for so many years, they had never seen such an arrogant person. Open the door. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the interrogation room, and the familiar voice of Captain Han was heard. The police officer in charge of the interrogation stood up, opened the door, and saw Han Yuyao's cold gaze. Captain Han, why are you here? You've worked hard. I'll take over the interrogation. Captain Han, the mind-reading technique may not be appropriate in this case. Why? Do you have so much sympathy for a jailbreak suspect? Han Yuyao gave a glance to the new police officer. Having seen many troublemakers like him, she knew that she couldn't negotiate without using some means. Seeing this, the interrogating officer had to ask another person to shut down the camera in the interrogation room and stood at the door. Little girl, why can't we proceed with the interrogation? Are you planning to use your charm? King Long looked at Han Yuyao's hot figure, a hint of teasing in his eyes, starting to flirt slightly. You're asking for it? Han Yuyao said coldly and then punched him in the face. As a rare talent in the Han family for 100 years, she had been practicing martial arts since she was young, and now her strength had reached the transformation realm. How could these small fry provoke her? Immediately, she skillfully took out a towel from the interrogation room table and placed it on King Long's chest. With one palm strike, thud, King Long felt like his internal organs were about to shift. He knew that he had been guided by a Dragon King, and his strength was many times stronger than an ordinary person. But being beaten like this by a small police officer, are you going to talk or not? Just kill me, I'll never talk. Just as Han Yuyao was about to continue, suddenly Huang Yu's voice was heard outside. Yuyao, let me in. Outside the interrogation room, the two officers looked helpless at this playboy. Although someone had told him that he couldn't enter here at will, given his abilities, he managed to come here forcibly. Han Yuyao opened the door, looked at Huang Yu, with a bit of resentment on her face. What are you doing here? This is a police station. Get out. Don't worry, I can handle this. Huang Yu had never been so serious. Watching him being so serious, Han Yuyao also became distracted for a moment. She had just gotten angry, partly because this scoundrel had so many other women. But on the other hand, it was because Han Yuyao wanted to find out Zizhan's whereabouts as soon as possible and deal with the security guard. Only then could Huang Yu be at ease with her. Go in. After much hesitation, Han Yuyao chose to trust Huang Yu. Captain Han, we can't make decisions on this. The two officers beside them hurriedly and anxiously reminded. After all, Huang Yu had no relation to the police, and according to regulations, he absolutely couldn't go in. End of this chapter. Chapter 129. How about a bet? Am I in charge now? Han Yuyao's words made the two officers reluctantly agree, as there was no other choice at this moment. Han's authority within the police station was still very high. At this moment, the two officers only hoped that this young man wouldn't cause any trouble after he went in. King Long, right? After closing the interrogation room door, Huang Yu looked at the bruised King Long and couldn't help but tremble. Man, Han Yuyao, this busty girl is really violent, hitting so hard. Looks like I need to find a way to train myself better in the future. Isn't this young Master Huang? Looking at Huang Yu, King Long recognized him in one glance. When the Dragon King is angry, 100 corpses will float, and blood will flow for 1,000 miles. You must have heard this saying before, he laughed coldly. After all, in the foreign country, the Dragon King Temple was the most mysterious force, as well as there for mighty generals, the strongest of the strong. No one dared to provoke them. But unfortunately, Huang Yu did not respond to him. Instead, he slowly moved closer to Qinglong. With his hand in his pocket, he kept feeling for something. Give up, no matter how much money you offer. I won't tell you anything. Qinglong subconsciously thought Huang Yu was going to bribe him with a check or a bank card. Finally found it. After feeling around for a moment, Huang Yu slowly took out a bag of chili powder from his pocket. He had bought it casually while passing by a street stall. He tore it open and poured it onto Qinglong's face. The chili powder fell like dust from the air, sprinkling evenly on Qinglong's bruised face. Ah! Qinglong immediately screamed in pain, struggling desperately. However, his handcuffed hands were chained to the table, and the shaking of the table didn't help at all. I am indeed a tough guy. Even in this situation, I won't beg for mercy, Huang Yu praised while looking at the agonizing Qinglong. It's a pity that your Dragon King abandoned you guys and ran away. You should know Yun Yun, right? Yun Yun. Hearing this name, Qinglong showed a puzzled expression. Apparently, he didn't recognize this person. It's the woman who shows up every time the Dragon King Temple is in great danger, to save you guys, said Huang Yu. Dragon King's mentor? That's right, Huang Yu bent down and looked at him. Do you know why Zizhan's mentor didn't show up this time? Listening to Huang Yu's words, Qinglong began to hesitate, but he still didn't betray his loyalty. Then your Dragon King Temple will wait for destruction. Huang Yu's voice was cold, striking a heavy blow to Qinglong's heart. Of course, you also have a choice. That is to kill Zizhan, become the Dragon King yourself, and lead the Dragon King Temple out of the Dragon Nation. If not, you will watch Zizhan, for the sake of a stranger woman, lead your Dragon King Temple to destruction. Listening to these words, the once resolute Qinglong began to waver. His mental defense gradually crumbled. You forgot, your brother Baihu was killed because of Zizhan's decision. How do you know Baihu died? Qinglong raised his head. Because I was the one who killed Baihu, Huang Yu revealed a smile, his gaze coinciding with that fateful day's lefty in Qinglong's eyes. You killed Baihu! Qinglong roared, his eyes full of killing intent, shouting hysterically. It's you. However, Huang Yu remained calm, looking at him indifferently. So what if it was me? I only wanted to deal with Zizhan. I didn't expect him to call all of you and send you to your deaths. You guys are just pawns that Zizhan brought. The words pawns deeply struck Qinglong's heart. More than the betrayal of his brother. What could be more heartbreaking? Shall we make a bet? If you win, all of you can leave Tianhai City. But if you lose, you can still leave, but Zizhan must stay here. Breathing heavily, Qinglong's eyes were now filled with tears, a big man showing such vulnerability. What could be more devastating than having your brother betray you? Looking at Huang Yu, after hesitating for a while, Qinglong nodded. All right, I agree. End of this chapter. Chapter 130, The Qinglong Takes Action. At this moment, inside an abandoned underground factory in Tianhai City, in the secret base of the Dragon King Palace, a soaked-in-water Zizhan slowly arrived, his face somewhat terrifyingly indifferent. At this moment, he had already understood everything. The Huang group, the Lin family, even the scars on his own body. Behind it all, there is an unseen hand pushing things forward. At the very least, the pampered young man from the Huang family could not escape their connection. Gather all the members of the Dragon King Palace. There's work to be done. Looking at the contact person in front of the Dragon King Palace, Zizhan smirked coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Dragon King, but we have lost many people in Tianhai City, and most of them are abroad. You don't need to worry about that. Zizhan shouted, sternly reprimanding. This is for the greater good of the Dragon King Palace. Do you dare to defy my orders? Hearing Zizhan's words, although the contact person hesitated, he still agreed and quickly disappeared into the night. Dragon King, is it really worth it for us to do this? After a long silence, a somewhat embarrassed and thin figure slowly appeared in the darkness, the Qinglong who had been captured earlier. Seeing the Qinglong appear, Zizhan's lonely and cold gaze finally showed some ripples. Great, Qinglong, you're back. Where is Xuanwu? Zizan looked at Qinglong, showing some excitement. He didn't escape. Qinglong shook his head. This time, we must completely take down Tianhai City, especially the Huang Group and Huang Yu. Hearing Zizan's words, Qinglong's expression became somewhat complicated. After all, he was only able to escape because the other side let him go. The other party didn't even care about him, and their strength was not as simple as it seemed. Dragon King, maybe we should go back. After sighing, Qinglong still sounded a bit discouraged. We have lost many members of the Dragon King Palace. If we continue like this, he didn't finish the sentence, but it was already clear. Instead of this, we should rescue our people first, and then we can plan slowly. Qinglong did not choose to be absolute in his words. After all, in his many years of brotherhood with his comrades, this approach maintained their dignity while also rationalizing a fact. In front of the Huang family in Tianhai City, the Dragon King Palace had no chance of winning. Even their leader had been taken by the Huang family, and the Dragon King Palace had suffered major losses. Impossible! Hearing Qinglong's words, Zizan roared and stood up abruptly. How can I leave Tianhai City? It's absolutely impossible. Liu Ryan and the Liu family are still in Tianhai City. If I leave, what will happen to them? Zizan's eyes were full of unwillingness. Why would he leave, especially with Huang Yu, who had dared to harm his own father? Was this not a matter of avenging his father? It was absolutely impossible for him to leave. Is it really worth it for a woman? Qinglong couldn't help but say, Zizan, we have been brothers for many years. Since you know that we have been brothers for many years, then you should support me even more. Zizan directly cut him off, saying coldly, besides, now I am the Dragon King of the Dragon King Palace. As the Dragon King speaks, as one of the 4 generals of the Dragon King Palace, you should obey me. Hearing Zizan's words, Qinglong was stunned, his eyes showing disbelief. Was this still the Dragon King he once knew? He had become so cold and ruthless, forsaking all the members of the Dragon King Palace for a woman, for his own personal grievances, disregarding everyone. There was no trace of a Dragon King, just a petty man who had lost his rationality for his selfish desires. Perhaps as the young master of the Huang family had said, the current Dragon King was not worth their loyalty. Rather than this, it would be better to. A feeling of reluctance arose in Qinglong's heart, but for the sake of the Dragon King Palace, he had to do it. Since the Dragon King has spoken, I can only obey. Qinglong took a deep breath, his eyes regaining their former coldness. That's right. Seeing Qinglong's agreement, Zizan became even more delighted. And, you are injured, right? Dragon King, I still have 1 Peiyuan Dan here. Qinglong took out a pill glowing with a faint light, which Zizan had given him previously. Good. Seeing the Peiyuan Dan, Zizan's eyes lit up. He cherished the Peiyuan Dan as well. Though he was talented in cultivation, he never received teachings on alchemy techniques from his master. As for the Peiyuan Dan of the 4 great generals, it was a reward from his master. Now that he was injured and even had contracted an illness, having the Peiyuan Dan was a great help. Without any hesitation, Zizan took it. Since that's the case, I'll take it without politeness. Seeing Zizan take the pill, Qinglong felt as if a burden had been lifted from his heart. Dragon King, I feel that I have been a bit reckless. Hearing Qinglong's words, Zizan turned around to look at him, a sense of foreboding arising in his heart. What do you mean by this? Almost in an instant, Qinglong made his move. Dragon King, I'm sorry. I can't let you lead the Dragon King Palace into the abyss. As soon as the words fell, Zizan's eyes almost spewed fire. What are you doing? Do you want to betray me? Betray the Dragon King Palace. Hearing Zizan's words, Qinglong finally asked, if you had to choose between the Dragon King Palace and Liu Ryan, who would you choose? Isn't the Dragon King supposed to protect his woman? Of course, it's Liu Ryan. Almost without hesitation, Zizan uttered Liu Ryan's name. Qinglong's heart turned cold. In that case, Dragon King, don't blame me. His tone gradually cooled down, devoid of any mercy. End of this chapter. Chapter 131. Change of Dragon King Hall ownership. You are going too far for just a woman. The voice of the Azure Dragon was filled with indifference. After years of life and death battles, are the lives of countless brothers in the Dragon King Hall worth less than that of a woman? Now, 2 of the 4 great generals of the Dragon King Hall have been lost, and Xuanwu is still in prison. Do you really not care about them? Hearing the words of the Azure Dragon, Xiao Zhan did not pay attention at all. Instead, his expression became even angrier. He said hysterically, I have my own plans. What does it have to do with you? If just because of your moment of hesitation, so many people get into trouble, can you bear this responsibility? Since I am the Dragon King of the Dragon King Hall, I can lead the Dragon King Hall to glory. Looking at Xiao Zhan's crazed appearance, the Azure Dragon shook his head helplessly. Just now was supposed to be his last chance for Xiao Zhan, but he still didn't cherish it. Through modification, the pill would start to evaporate rapidly upon contact with the skin. By now, Xiao Zhan had already fallen victim to it. Dragon King, you are no longer worthy. He couldn't let the Dragon King Hall be destroyed by Xiao Zhan's hands. Instead of letting Xiao Zhan take the Dragon King Hall into the abyss, it was better to abandon him. Watching the indifferent attitude of the Azure Dragon, Xiao Zhan desperately wanted to rise and fight. However, his heart was willing, but his strength was not sufficient. Under the effect of the medicine, the power in his body began to gradually deteriorate. Slowly, he completely collapsed on the ground, unable to move. He could only watch the Azure Dragon approach him. Meanwhile, Huang Yu received a phone call at this moment. Is that so? After listening to the content of the call, a smile slowly appeared on Huang Yu's lips. This dead jerk is really asking for it. Is this how routine Dragon King stories are? However, this left him with some room for survival. I've done as you instructed. What are you planning to do? Don't worry, I won't take Xiao Zhan's life. After all, he is the protagonist of Destiny, the son of Destiny. Huang Yu knew that in the book, he already had the capital to confront Xiao Zhan, but who knew what consequences would result from killing him? What if after dealing with Xiao Zhan, a resurrected immortal emperor appeared? That would be a disaster. Before your Dragon King Hall leaves, let me give you a big gift. Right now, there is someone in Yandu who is looking for Xiao Zhan. Go and deliver it to him. Although Xiao Zhan may not have an easy time, there won't be any major problems. With that, Huang Yu sent the address he had arranged in advance to the person who issued the killing order in the martial arts world. What exactly do you want to do? Looking at Huang Yu, Nalan Yanren took a deep breath and asked. Despite Xiao Zhan's treatment towards her, she still couldn't help but be worried. If possible, she still hoped that Xiao Zhan's life could be spared. Watching Nalan Yanren's expression, Huang Yu shook his head, sighed, and said, You all really are sentimental. Xiao Zhan, this jerk, is like a stallion. In the world of novels, apart from seducing women, it's all about seducing women. How could there be women who are so devoted to him? Could it be that Nalan Yanren's brain is malfunctioning? What's that sound? At this moment, Nalan Yanren also noticed this. Clearly, Huang Yu hadn't spoken, so why did she hear a voice? She looked around cautiously, but didn't find anything strange, only the several girls inside the villa. Could it be some powerful cultivator intentionally creating this for her? Trying to convey something to her? Although Nalan Yanren didn't have Xiao Zhan's cultivation, she had heard of the telepathy technique, but never expected to be able to hear Huang Yu's thoughts after countless missions. The only thing she could think of was that someone was up to mischief behind the scenes. Seeing Nalan Yanren distracted, Huang Yu suddenly had some thoughts. Although Xiao Zhan was the son of Destiny, Union had begun to resent his behavior. Even his subordinates had started to betray him. Even the women around him. Thinking of this, Huang Yu couldn't help but look at the several women lounging on the sofa downstairs. Darn it, what happened to the original plot? How chaotic! Why are these female leads all pouncing on me? Though strange, at least using these female leads could get rid of Xiao Zhan's nonsense. Upon hearing Huang Yu's thoughts, Han Yu Yao's eyes flashed with a hint of smugness. This scumbag didn't know that she could hear his thoughts and take the opportunity to learn more. She could always know what the other person was thinking. This meant that the other couldn't escape from her grasp. Among the several women, only Union had a different idea. After all, she had lost all her cultivation and was forced to be a maid here, which was a humiliation she couldn't accept no matter what. Huang Yu's voice came down again with a sly tone. Cloud Secretary, bring a fruit plate and melon seeds up for me. Fine. Although Union was unhappy, for the time being, she had no choice but to comply. Just in case, this little rascal was unwilling, acting out with some confusing tasks. Thinking about this made Yunyan's face slightly red, with a hint of anger in her eyes. After all, she was hanging by a thread now. Huang Yu looked at Nalan Yanren with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Shall we make a bet? If you win, I will let you and Yunyan leave. But if you lose, I want you to be like your master forever, obediently serving as a maid, forever mine. Agreed. Before his words had even settled, Nalan Yanren decisively consented. After all, this was her only hope to escape. Although Huang Yu was a first-class young master of a prominent family in Tianhai City, with vast wealth and superiority, for Nalan Yanren, no matter where she was, she couldn't be comfortable at the side of the Dragon King. Moreover, after the recent events, Nalan Yanren had found her own reasons. The reason the Dragon King was so good to Liu Ryan might be that this woman was using him. Otherwise, how could he abandon the entire Dragon King Hall to save an unrelated woman? However one thought about it, this was an impossibility. On the other side, in front of the Azure Dragon, Xiao Zhan, apart from looking at him with resentment, had no more strength to resist. After listening to what Huang Yu had said, the Azure Dragon repeated, "Don't worry, you won't die." End of the chapter. Chapter 132, Moliang's Crisis. After trapping Xiao Zhan, the Azure Dragon slowly walked out of the room. At this moment, the Dragon King's Hall was still under Xiao Zhan's control, so he naturally did not announce Xiao Zhan's removal immediately. Instead, he quickly issued orders. The Dragon King commands. Everyone in the Dragon King's Hall begin to quickly evacuate out of Tianhai City. The process must not disturb anyone. Looking at the backbone of the Dragon King's Hall in front of him, the Azure Dragon resumed his former expression, commanding in a cold voice with an unquestionable tone. Yes. The Dragon King's Hall unanimously shouted. In the Dragon King's Hall, the story of the close bond between the Azure Dragon and the Dragon King was known by all, so naturally no one doubted the truth of what the Azure Dragon said. On the other side, outside the border, at this moment, Xiao Feng had completed his transformation completely. Although the wounds on his body had healed almost completely, but being closely watched, he had no chance to escape. He had already served many guests according to the arrangements. In the dark of night, led by the henchman, Xiao Feng, exhausted and frantic, returned to the place where he was imprisoned. As Xiao Feng's eyes were filled with humiliation, there was also a sense of helplessness. The faint light coming through the high window fell on his somewhat oddly beautiful face, which was completely different from before, now completely feminized. This won't work. There's no chance like this, Xiao Feng said slowly with a gloomy expression. At this moment, his voice had become completely feminized, with a slightly crisp and pleasant female tone, no longer rough as before. Instead, the torment day after day began to make him feel powerless. If this continued, he would have to completely give in here. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared outside the window. Xiao Feng's heart immediately became tense, taking 2 steps back with slender, skirt-wearing legs. Normally, in this situation, it would mean he had to go out to serve the guests. Having just gone through a lot of torment, how could he endure this turmoil now? With 2 miserable screams here, the door was quickly opened. A stunning face gradually appeared in the darkness. I didn't expect that the former young master of the Z family would turn into this appearance. Beneath the stunning face, the crimson lips were slightly open, but the voice that came out was rougher, as if from a man. It's you. Seeing this person, Xiao Feng's face changed. Although he hadn't seen this person before, he was familiar with him. After all, having once been the deputy captain of the criminal police brigade, he had seen more or less all the wanted orders from the police station. This person was the transvestite from the serial murder case investigated by Han Yu Yao. In the serial murder case, he was responsible for at least several of the cases. Coming to find him now, the purpose was clear, obviously for revenge. And now, being powerless, injected with some unknown drug, his muscles had shrunk a lot, he had no strength to resist. Watching Xiao Feng trembling, the transvestite smiled. Don't worry, I'm not here to seek revenge on you. Anyway, let's get out of here first. With a light laugh, the transvestite picked up Xiao Feng and quickly disappeared into the night. Finally, it's all good now. At this moment, in the villa, Huang Yu suddenly felt an unprecedented relaxation. Through his investigation, all the forces of the Dragon King's Hall had begun to leave Tianhai City one after another. And Xiao Zhan, That dead crook was no longer a threat. His concocted prescription was not so easily resolved. With the divine medical skills blessed by the system, at this moment, he was probably second only to Leifin, the protagonist who had not yet come down the mountain. In any case, Xiao Zhan had finally been dealt with. Now it was unknown when the next destined protagonist would appear. Just then, Huang Yu's phone suddenly rang. "Huang, when will Xiao Zhan be delivered to me?" "Mr. Sun, don't worry, it'll be soon. But don't forget our agreement." "Rest assured, I won't." The old man on the other end of the phone laughed heartily, seeming very satisfied. "Indeed, you are Huang's descendant. Even I almost fell for your deception." "Where, Mr. Sun, you're too kind." Huang Yu politely said a few words, and then quickly hung up the phone. This Mr. Sun was the one who issued the gang rape order in the rivers and lakes. The fact that the name of a system's functional item would come up in real life was something Huang Yu had not expected. In the evening, after completing the special location check-in and ensuring the day, Huang Yu once again gained 10 years of cultivation. It wasn't much, but he had already gained 70 years of cultivation at this point. Increasing some life-saving power was also great. The next day, Huang Yu arrived at the Mo's hospital. Originally, Huang Yu didn't want to come, but the perverse Mo Yang had been urging him relentlessly, and he had no choice. "Kid, are you here to mock me on purpose?" In the dean's office, Mo Yang, wearing sunglasses, had a slight bruise on his face. In the office, there was a folding bed with signs of use. "What's wrong?" "Old lamp, afraid to go home." Facing Mo Yang, Huang Yu was not at all afraid. After all, in the matter involving Mo Yang, it was he who had caused the trouble. Otherwise, the serial murder case would not have involved the Mo family at all. "Kid, you better watch your tone when you speak to me. Otherwise, even if Linglong likes you, I will never agree." Mo Yang sneered, and at the same time adjusted the sunglasses on his nose, partially concealing the bruise on his face. In his eyes, his precious daughter was so beautiful that it was absolutely impossible for Huang Yu not to like her. "I don't feel like arguing with you." Huang Yu pursed his lips. "Where's Mo Yang?" he asked casually, as he had already asked several people in the hospital about Mo Yang's whereabouts. But there was no information at all. "Linglong. Seems like she went out to eat with that Lin family boy." Mo Yang pretended to think for a long time before saying, with a teasing look in his eyes, "My Mo Yang's daughter, do you think she is a bargain on the roadside? There are plenty of people she likes." "What? The Lin family? Lin Kong?" Hearing the words Lin family, Huang Yu furrowed his brow instantly. "Kid, now you're in a hurry." Seeing Huang Yu look anxious, Mo Yang had a deliberate air of mocking himself, but Huang Yu had no time to continue arguing with him. "Quick, where did Linglong go with that idiot Lin Kong?" In the original book plot, after Lin Kong attempted to drug Mo Yang and was saved by Xiao Zhan, he took advantage of the situation to sleep with her and then entered her harem. But now, Xiao Zhan had already been locked up by the Azure Dragon. End of this chapter. Chapter 133. The world has changed, and it was my brother, Kong, who showed what would happen if no one called Mo Lingning to suppress the women. Who knows what might happen? Especially looking at Mo Yang, this old lamp, looking like he's seeking death. Huang Yu immediately grabbed the old lamp by its collar and took off his Mo mirror. Seeing the red and blue left eye of Mo Yang, Huang Yu punched his right eye. Ouch! The dignified head of the Mo family cried out in pain, directly retreating and falling into the office chair. "If something happens to Mo Linglong, I won't spare you." Immediately after saying this, Huang Yu left the office directly. He thought back crazily to the hotel in the original book plot. If he remembered correctly, Lin Kong seemed to target the Great Sea City Hotel when dealing with Mo Linglong. But now that the plot has gone off track, who knows if it will trigger the butterfly effect? With that in mind, he called the person in charge of the hotel industry at the Huang Group. Immediately conduct an investigation. See where Lin Kong of the Lin family is right now. Yes. After saying this, Huang Yu drove towards the Great Sea City Hotel, running countless red lights on the way, leaving Mo Yang, still looking confused, in the hospital. Damn it, as the head of the Mo family, he could tolerate having no status at home, but being beaten by a junior outside was unacceptable. Is there no justice left in the world? But thinking of what the little brat said just now, he quickly calmed down. Could it be that Lin Kong wants to do something inappropriate to his daughter? Thinking of this, Mo Yang's face instantly darkened. How dare you lay a hand on my daughter? It seems that the Lin family needs to be taught a lesson. Although in many ways he couldn't be considered good, there were two things that no one could touch in his heart. One was the medical skill handed down in the Mo family. The other was the family and his loved ones. On the other side, inside the Great Sea City Hotel, Linglong, I specially prepared a gift for you today. Lin Kong purposely teased, then slowly took out his gift from under the table. Heart of the ocean. Didn't expect that, did you? Lin Kong made a humorously exaggerated expression, holding what was supposed to be the gift that Zizan had prepared for his sister, Lin Zuer, in the Lin family. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, Zizan never ended up giving it. And the Lin family naturally scorned the gift. So Lin Kong took it for himself. Not interested. Mo Linglong glanced lightly and then looked back at Lin Kong. Tell me, what do you know about my father? Lin Kong grinned slyly, showing a pretend mysterious expression. Don't worry, Linglong, I'll tell you everything about it. But since you agreed to go on a date with me for once, we should at least finish our meal first. First of all, I didn't agree to go on a date with you. Mo Linglong's eyebrows furrowed slightly, looking very displeased. Fine, fine. Lin Kong didn't rush, but instead had a waiter pour a glass of wine. Let's have dinner first. Even though Mo Linglong wasn't happy to be having a meal with him at the moment, she had to find out what was going on with her father. She took the wine beside her and drank it all in one go, her slender and fair neck as white as jade. All right, can we talk now? Mo Linglong said with a displeased look. Drinking a glass of wine was already the limit, and she had been with Lin Kong for so long. If any rumors spread, especially to Huang Yu's ears. Although Mo Linglong still held some opinions about that scumbag Huang Yu, for some reason, his image lingered in her mind. Seeing Mo Linglong finish her wine, Lin Kong's eyes revealed a cunning expression of success. Don't worry, I'll talk. A barely noticeable smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Looking at Lin Kong in front of her, Mo Linglong inexplicably began to hear the surrounding noises becoming fainter. All that was left quiet was the sound of her own breathing. Even her vision started to blur gradually. Not good. Mo Linglong muttered, feeling the strength draining from her body while her eyes kept closing and opening. Having studied medicine for many years, she immediately realized something was wrong. She was clearly drugged. She desperately tried to pick up the cutlery on the table to defend herself, but she collapsed completely. What she saw before losing consciousness was Lin Kong's extremely detestable face and tone. Linglong, looks like you've had too much to drink. With these final words, Mo Linglong's consciousness fully slipped into darkness. Half an hour later, in a hotel owned by the Lin family, Lin Kong chose this place specifically to be cautious and prevent any disturbances. After all, if something happened like with Zizan, leaving evidence behind, that would be a disaster, right? Beyond that, he instructed the hotel staff that no matter what happened, they were absolutely not to disturb him. When everything was done, even if Mo Linglong didn't want to, she wouldn't be able to resist. At the same time, Huang Yu also arrived at the Great Sea City Hotel. After some investigation, he found no trace of Lin Kong or anyone from the Lin family booking a room. Damn it! Hearing this news, Huang Yu instantly kicked a brick on the roadside out of anger. Although it hurt a lot, it made him realize completely. Because of his actions, certain things had changed significantly. With that in mind, he pulled out his phone again. I don't care how you do it. Find Mo Linglong and Lin Kong for me at all costs, he shouted. On the other side, Mo Young, the missing head of the Mo family, began using the power of the Mo family to search for them. For a while, due to the power of the two major families, almost everyone in the Great Sea City was searching for a person named Mo Linglong and Lin Kong. Boss, we haven't opened for business for several days. Didn't you say that Huang would be interested in us? But we haven't received any news. Why are you rushing? Listening to his henchman's complaints, Kong, covered in dragon and tiger tattoos, said impatiently. He had come to understand now. The things he did were just small matters in the eyes of those young masters, not enough to let him, a small thug, rise above and become a successor to a popular idol like Zhu Bai. But Huang's woman actually cheated. The world has indeed changed. This woman doesn't know how to appreciate. Just as Kong was lamenting, suddenly, the door was pushed open. It was a little brother who worked at the hotel to support his family, his face full of excitement. "Boss, our opportunity to make a fortune has come. I saw that Mo Linglong." End of this chapter. Chapter 130 for anger from all sides. The Lin family's calamity. What did you say? Upon hearing his younger brother's words, Kong Jae suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with astonishment. He held onto his younger brother's shoulder, shaking him desperately. Kong Jae, the younger brother gasped for air, intermittently speaking. "I saw that Mo Linglong. I saw her last time at the hospital. Wasn't she the female doctor, right? Yes. Kong Ji's eyes became more excited, unable to contain his excitement. "I saw her seemingly being mesmerized by a rich young master." What? Even Kong Jae was shocked upon hearing this. "Are you sure it's not a mistake? That's one of Huang's women." In Tianhai City, the Huang family was an influential force. How could anyone move Huang's woman? "I definitely didn't make a mistake. It was because of this that I went in last time. The appearance of being mesmerized was so familiar." Hearing his younger brother's firm words, Kong Jae also became hesitant. After all, if that was the case, it meant that the rich young master was no ordinary person. At least compared to them, he must be of a different level. But the opportunity was right before them. If they missed it, they might never get another chance. But it could also be a bottomless pit. Everyone, the opportunity for riches and honor is right in front of us. It depends on if we can seize it. Should we intervene or not? Kong Jae looked at his loyal younger brothers in front of him, also feeling unsure. In a situation akin to walking a tightrope, he didn't want to lead his brothers into reckless danger. Unexpectedly, his younger brothers understood his concerns. "Kong Jae, you decide. We'll follow your lead. As long as you say the word, we'll do it without hesitation. If it wasn't for you, I'd probably still be selling on the street. Whatever you say, we'll do." "Yes, that's right. We'll follow your lead." Hearing his younger brothers affirming his words, Kong Jae nodded, his eyes filled with emotion. "All right, let's put everything on the line this time." With his years of experience on the streets, Kong Jae knew that Huang and the rich young masters he had encountered were not the same. As long as he could get their attention, catching up to the idolized by Mao was just a matter of time. Saying that, Kong Jae and his younger brothers picked up weapons hidden in their clothes or strapped to their waists and set out. Meanwhile, in the hotel room, Lin Kong gazed at the sleeping Mo Linglong and threw her onto the bed. Disheveled hair, flushed cheeks. Although he hadn't taken her yet, just one look ignited an unprecedented desire in Lin Kong. He rummaged through his body, took out a bottle of blue pills from his pocket, and without hesitation, swallowed two. As he began to undress and approach, ready to indulge himself, there was a sudden loud banging on the room's door. "Open the door. It's the water pipe maintenance. Hurry and get lost. There are no pipes to fix here." Lin Kong impatiently turned around, scolding outside the door. As he prepared to proceed, the door continued to bang persistently, showing no sign of stopping. "Open the door quickly. If you don't, we'll call the police." Hearing this, Lin Kong was thoroughly angered. Hadn't he given clear instructions? If there was no issue, they shouldn't disturb him. With that thought, he turned directly towards the door, about to unleash a torrent of foul language. Boom! The door couldn't withstand the immense force and broke open from the outside. The door panel fell directly on Lin Kong's forehead. Ah! With a few henchmen rushing in, Kong Jae followed closely behind, looking at the woman lying unconscious on the bed. He glanced at the younger brother who had provided the information. "Is it her?" The youngster took a closer look and nodded hastily. "Yes, that's her, boss." Upon confirming the news, Kong Jae quickly dialed Huang and looked at Lin Kong on the floor. "Make the call." After the call connected, "Huang, I've found Mo Linglong at..." After quickly making the call, Lin Kong had already escaped from the room. Kong Jae, who had been through countless dangerous situations, suddenly had a bad premonition. "Not good. Block the door." Saying this, the younger brothers moved a bookcase to block the door of the suite. At that moment, numerous hurried footsteps sounded from outside. At the same time, receiving the call from Kong Jae, Huang Yu also put down his phone with a dark expression. Dealing with him in the dark? Although the Huang family wasn't directly involved in shady dealings, sometimes certain things were more effective than darkness. He immediately called the Tianhai City Military Region and informed Han Yuyao, the captain of the Criminal Police Brigade. As for Mo Linglong's worthless father, he couldn't care less. For a moment, the Tianhai City Military Region and the Tianhai City Police Department's Criminal Police Brigade mobilized. The emergency lanes of Tianhai City echoed with the sound of countless police sirens. Armored vehicles rushed towards a certain direction from another direction. Meanwhile, inside the Lin Group, the current head of the Lin family, also the chairman of the Lin Group, sat in his office listening to the reports from his subordinates. "Oh, you said the Huang family is making a big move." The head of the Lin family's eyebrows furrowed slightly, but soon relaxed. "What does that have to do with us?" After all, the Lin family had many collaborations with the Huang family, especially with Wang Yu. He didn't see how these matters concerned him. However, soon, the phone on his desk rang, and his mobile phone also buzzed. When he checked, he saw Su Lao's name displayed. Who was Su Lao? Someone whose mere sneeze could greatly distress the Lin family. Answering the call eagerly and cautiously, Su Lao. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted. "Your Lin family is in big trouble. If you don't want to deal with it, make your son release Mo Linglong." Huh? The head of the Lin family was confused and slow to react. When Su Lao, on the other end, succinctly explained what had happened, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he was filled with anger. "Rest assured, Su Lao, I'll handle this properly. This unfilial son. How dare he do something like this behind his back?" End of chapter. Chapter 135 Mo Linglong's Regret. At this moment, Lin Kong had not noticed what was happening outside. Inside the hotel, standing beside him was the hotel manager with a slapped face. Lin Kong stood by the corridor, watching as security guards rushed inside with batons in hand. "Didn't I tell you to pay attention? Who the hell let these troublemakers in?" At this moment, Lin Kong had a bruised and swollen face. "Hurry up and catch them for me." "Why don't you, young Master Lin, go rest first? We'll take care of this," the hotel manager kindly suggested, seeing Lin Kong's bruised face and blood dripping slightly from his nose. "Rest my ass. Can you useless people handle anything?" Lin Kong cursed loudly and followed it up with a punch, leaving a palm print on the other side of the hotel manager's face. Then, he looked more agitatedly towards the blocked room door. The reason he was so worked up was not only because he was unjustly beaten, but also because he absolutely couldn't let anyone find out that he drugged the only daughter of the Mo family, Mo Linglong. If that were to happen, the chain reaction would be unbearable for him. Meanwhile, in the suite, Brother Kong was directing his men to barricade the door. Every time someone came in, a stick would be raised towards their head. These security guards, who had been idling around the hotel for years, how could they handle the street brawlers who fought daily? Even if a few of them fiercely rushed in and got into a scuffle with the thugs, in the end, both sides would be blooded, but it would be the security guards who fell. Seeing a few thugs, looking arrogant and unafraid with blood flowing down their foreheads, made the security guards tremble, and they dared not continue advancing towards their death. Getting a few thousand yuan a month for a wage, what good would it do to play with their lives? But for these thugs, they spoke of the righteous way of the underworld. It was Big Brother who said things and would lead them to fortune. How could they be afraid or hold back? If news got out, wouldn't they be looked down upon? Outside the corridor, Lin Kong, at this moment, watched the security guards hesitating to move forward. So he directly came to the door. "Tell me, how much money do you want?" Looking at the group of thugs inside, Lin Kong seemed impatient. He didn't believe this was an accident. Someone must have been orchestrating it behind the scenes. How else could it be so convenient? As I looked at Lin Kong and the group of thugs and saw no sign of backing down, Brother Kong, on the other hand, slowly emerged from the crowd. Seeing this big man with dragons and tigers tattooed all over him, Lin Kong's gaze was disdainful and proud. "You're the boss of this group, right? Tell me, how much money do you want? Do you really think money is all it takes? We also uphold principles." Brother Kong roared and directly swung the stick in his hand. Lin Kong, whose head took a solid blow, felt dizzy for a moment and passed out. Instantly, the tension between the hotel side and Brother Qiang's side heightened. Lin Kong was then rushed to the hospital without knowing. But as the ambulance arrived downstairs and Lin Kong had yet to leave the hotel, armored vehicles and police cars appeared at the hotel entrance, surrounding the hotel in all directions. The two forces began to enter the hotel fully armed and in a uniform manner, which left the hotel manager dumbfounded. Having been in the hotel for so many years, he had seen all kinds of guests, and having the police show up was understandable. But what was with the military? Before he could react, the detective squadron and the military units from the district began to take control of the hotel, starting a joint search through room after room. Meanwhile, Han Yuyao and Huang Yu naturally spotted Lin Kong facing them head-on. At this moment, Lin Kong, on the stretcher, had already woken up. Originally, he didn't want to leave. He planned to deal with those thugs first. However, seeing so many soldiers and policemen outside, he instantly felt that something was amiss. So he pretended to faint on the stretcher. Wait! Just as he thought he could leave, Huang Yu called out to him directly. Who allowed you to leave? Huang Yu approached the stretcher, looking at Lin Kong's face and his trembling eyelashes out of fear. He chuckled coldly. Dare to lay a hand on Linglong? You better pray she's unharmed. With that, Han Yuyao directly handcuffed Lin Kong and brought him back to the station. Shortly after, under the joint search of both sides, Huang Yu arrived at the floor where the security guards and Brother Qiang's gang were facing off. Everyone, drop down and surrender. Put down your weapons. Accompanied by police holding handguns and troops with various heavy weapons. The group of security guards from the hotel, who had never seen such a scene, immediately threw down their batons and crouched down with their heads in their hands. Brother Kong and his group also quickly surrendered. Huang Yu kicked the bookcase blocking the door and entered the suite. Soon, he came to the bed. Looking at Mo Linglong untouched and unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief. Huang Yu, Huang Yu. At this moment, Mo Linglong, with her lips slightly parted and a flushed face, her alluring figure soaked with sweat, embraced him by the neck and kissed him on the lips, clinging onto him desperately, as if she wanted to merge completely with him. Huang Yu continued to stick silver needles into Mo Linglong's back and various parts of her body, stabilizing her with his hand. Despite the erotic situation, he felt a bit restless. But considering Mo Linglong and the original plot of the book, defeating the Dragon King and sleeping with 3 female leads was already pushing it. If he slept with another female lead, who knows what would happen? Not to mention the many people outside. As the heir of the Huang family, he had received various warnings from a young age. It was inevitable not to engage in something that could have a negative impact on the Huang family, especially when he was in a situation where he was part of the villainous forces. Doing such a thing openly, wouldn't that be suicidal? Soon, under the effect of the silver needles, the drug's effects on Mo Linglong quickly faded. As Mo Linglong slowly regained consciousness, her vision gradually cleared from blurry to sharp. What appeared before her eyes was the incredibly familiar face of Huang Yu and the chaos outside. She felt her nose tingle, and tears started to well up in her eyes. Huang Yu. She wanted to hug Huang Yu tightly, but when she remembered what happened before fainting, she suddenly trembled all over and wrapped herself in the duvet. Mo Linglong felt despair. She knew she was no longer pure. She regretted why she played this cat-and-mouse game with Huang Yu. Why didn't she realize her true feelings earlier? Did she have to be defiled by that scoundrel Lin Kong before she? End of this chapter. Chapter 136, Zizhan's humiliation. At this moment, Mo Linglong was actually immersed in a sorrowful mood, completely unaware that she was still unharmed. Seeing her tearful appearance, Huang Yu also felt somewhat perplexed. Are you okay? Huang Yu said cautiously. Leave now. Mo Linglong tightly covered herself with a blanket, holding back the urge to cry loudly, but still couldn't help but choke out. I'm not clean now. Hearing her words, Huang Yu felt dumbfounded. What on earth was she talking about? This girl thinks she's not clean anymore. And she's still a doctor. Hearing Huang Yu's inner thoughts, Mo Linglong, who was crying and choking, suddenly paused. She realized that she hadn't been tainted by Lin Kong's despicable actions. Now she finally noticed. There seemed to be nothing wrong with her body. In other words, this scum in front of her had been laughing at her and hadn't reminded her at all. Normally, she would definitely not let Huang Yu off lightly. But now, all that remained in Mo Linglong's heart was relief. Huang Yu. She pushed away the blanket, crying like a little girl, looked at Huang Yu with red eyes, and then suddenly hugged him tightly, kissing him. Holy cow! Huang Yu's eyes widened instantly. He attempted to step back, but was held tightly in Mo Linglong's embrace. Her attack was intense and passionate. Just as the two were kissing without a care, a voice suddenly interrupted. "You two really don't care about the occasion, do you?" Upon hearing this voice, Huang Yu froze, and Mo Linglong also let go. Turning around, they saw Han Yu Yao looking at them with a frosty expression. "Yu Yao," Huang Yu chuckled awkwardly. "We're doomed, doomed. If this crazy woman sees me, and this girl like this, aren't we dead meat?" As someone familiar with the original plot, he knew how hot-tempered Han Yu Yao could be. However, to their surprise, Han Yu Yao just glanced at Mo Linglong lightly without saying much. "Let's go home first." If it had been mere speculation before, now she was certain. Mo Linglong should also have heard Huang Yu's inner thoughts. In other words, in the original development, this woman had a close relationship with Zizan and Huang Yu. However, as they could now hear each other's thoughts, many things had changed. At the same time, under King Long's leadership, Zizan, who had been in custody, had arrived in Yandu. Currently, Zizan felt utterly drained, bound tightly from head to toe, and thrown in the back seat after a long and arduous journey of 2 days and nights. Although they had reached Yandu, he hadn't had anything to eat or drink during this journey. Consequently, he was weak and exhausted. However, Zizan's first concern wasn't for himself. It had been 2 days already. Tianhai was now under the control of the Huang family. There was a complex relationship between Liu Ryan, the war god group, and himself. If Huang Yu, that dandy, found out about the connection between Liu Ryan and himself, then it would be. As he thought about the potential consequences, Zizan became even more anxious. Watching the familiar figure in front of him, he revealed a somewhat pleading expression for the first time. "King Long, for the sake of our brotherhood, please let me go back. From now on, you go your way, I'll go mine. You and the Dragon King Palace have nothing to do with each other anymore." After saying this, Zizan closed his eyes. In his view, being able to return King Long to freedom was already his greatest concession. Seeing Zizan still concerned about his own interests even in this situation, King Long couldn't help but smile. It was a bit ironic. This person was the Dragon King of his Dragon King Palace, who had once been treated as a deity. "Zizan, do you still think you're the former Dragon King? Now, you're just a prisoner at a lower level. Under my leadership, the Dragon King Palace will flourish, and I will be the new Dragon King. As for you, I can't say." Upon hearing King Long's words, Zizan was instantly shocked, his eyes widening in indescribable anger. He had thought King Long just wanted to teach him a lesson, but their friendship still existed. He hadn't expected King Long to have aspirations to take over as the new Dragon King of the Dragon King Palace. "Let me tell you, you won't succeed. The Dragon King Palace only recognizes one Dragon King." Unperturbed by Zizan's angry outburst, King Long ignored it. Before arriving in Yandu, he had already started diverting all the manpower and assets of the Dragon King Palace overseas. Once he resolved the situation on Zizan's side, he could bring the Dragon King Palace back. If Zizan were to return now, disaster would surely follow the Dragon King Palace. Following the address provided by Huang Yu, King Long gradually brought Zizan to a mansion in the suburbs. "Zizan, I have brought him here." King Long didn't enter, but simply informed the guards at the entrance. Given his years of executing missions, he could immediately tell that this place was no ordinary estate. Although Huang Yu had agreed, it didn't mean he would drop his guard. After handing Zizan over, as he was about to leave by car, he was suddenly stopped by a voice. "Young man, it's a bit too early to leave now, isn't it?" Suddenly, he was called back. King Long hesitated for a moment, his expression turning somewhat grim, but he adjusted his demeanor and turned around with a smile. "Is there something else? I heard you are affiliated with a terrorist organization called the Dragon King Palace abroad. Please come with us." One of them, who seemed to be the leader, pulled out an arrest warrant. "Are you trying to cut off the nose to spite the face? Let me tell you, the Dragon King Palace is still powerful even without Zizan. We have strength." King Long's expression darkened. "Whether or not you have the strength has nothing to do with us. Come with us." The person on the other side continued to ignore him, eyeing him closely. At the same time, all the people present raised their guns, ready to shoot at the slightest provocation. Seeing this, King Long remained calm but had to compromise. He sighed heavily. "I hope you keep your promise." I've done as instructed by Mr. Huang. However, the person didn't respond, but gestured to his subordinates. Take him away. Meanwhile, the news also reached a man named Sun Lao. After hearing the situation recounted, Sun Lao chuckled softly. I will certainly keep my promise. But what does this have to do with my agreement with that young man from the Huang family? End of this chapter. Chapter 137. Zifeng returns. At the same time, Zizan, who had been unconscious, slowly woke up. He found himself in a dim underground room, surrounded only by the dripping sound of water, with no one in sight. The enclosed environment and the pitch-black darkness where he couldn't see his own hand made Zizan feel a growing sense of panic. In his current state, he had lost all of his cultivation, so if someone were to come to harm him, he would be defenseless. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Zizan shouted, hoping to attract attention. When he was locked up by the King Long previously, even though he didn't receive any food or water, he didn't feel panicked. After all, the King Long wouldn't let him die. But now, Zizan was starting to regret. In the past, when he faced danger, his master would always come to his rescue. But until now, since the moment he encountered danger at the Dragon King Palace, his master had never appeared. It seemed that what his junior sister said was true. No, our Yu Yan is still waiting for me. I must find a way to get out. Just as Zizan was yelling, suddenly a dazzling light appeared nearby, accompanied by the sound of the iron gate opening, and several cold voices were heard. This is the person you need to take care of. Be careful, don't kill him. Several burly men wearing only shorts slowly approached Zizan, with a smirk on their faces. Kid, with your tender skin, don't blame us for being ruthless. Ah, it hurts. What are you doing? Pull it out quickly. Meanwhile, in front of Sun Lao, there were several monitors displaying the surveillance footage of the secret room where Zizan was. Watching Zizan being tortured and shouting in agony, Sun Lao felt a slight sense of consolation in his heart. Sun Li was his granddaughter. His son and daughter had starved to death in earlier years, leaving him with this one relative. Although she was usually arrogant and often did bad things, as an elder, he still tried to keep her in check. He just hoped she wouldn't get into major trouble. But fortunately, she was somewhat obedient, always just causing minor trouble. He never expected her to end up in the hands of these terrorists. This was something Sun Lao could not accept. But luckily, Tianhai, that kid from the Huang family, had some skills. In such a short time, he managed to capture the mastermind. However, the condition was to completely wipe out the Dragon King Palace. This was a small favor after all. This time, I owe a favor to Tia and the Huang family. Sun Lao sighed softly. At the same time, in a hotel room, Mo Linglong noticed the ambiguous glances between Han Yuyao and Huang Yu, and quickly sensed that something was wrong. What is your relationship exactly? Her voice quivered slightly, hesitant and disbelieving. What relationship do we have? Can't you see it? Han Yuyao shot a glance at Mo Linglong. She had long been ready for this scumbag to have many women in the future, so she didn't show much surprise. After all, she had never imagined that in the world they were in, things would turn out exactly as this scumbag had said, like a book. Especially as women, Mo Linglong immediately noticed something unusual about Han Yuyao, especially in this situation. Without a doubt, Huang Yu had already been won over by Han Yuyao. She no longer had any chance. What do you want? Mo Linglong asked Huang Yu with a hint of questioning in her voice. Her teeth clenched, and her eyes filled with a sense of injustice. She was the one who had been with Huang Yu first. Why did it turn out to be Han Yuyao? Seeing Mo Linglong looking wronged, Han Yuyao sighed. There was a time when she felt the same way. But now, she had accepted everything. If she persisted like this, whether she could be with Huang Yu or protect their innocence and even Huang Yu's life were all on the line. After all, during this whole process, Han Yuyao understood the strength of that security guard. If she really tried her best to kill Huang Yu, she had no confidence in protecting this scumbag. Watching the two women gradually confront each other with their eyes, Huang Yu sighed helplessly. He only wanted to hold on to his own life. How did the situation turn out this way? But since he had slept with Han Yuyao, he understood both Han Yuyao and Mo Linglong. So he knew they needed some time. Later, he left the hotel room, giving them some time alone. At the same time, he also received a message from Sun Lao in Yandu. Great! After hanging up the phone, Huang Yu exclaimed excitedly. Under his deal with Sun Lao, the relevant departments had dispatched a team to besiege all the members of the Dragon King Palace. At the same time, Zizan had been completely disabled. Although he didn't know what kind of humiliation Zizan had suffered, he was certain that he had no resistance left, even less than an ordinary person. In other words, from today onwards, he didn't need to worry about Zizan threatening him anymore. On the other side, the transformed Zifeng stood outside the Z family's door, eyes filled with nostalgia. Although he wanted to go in and take a look, reality told him that it wasn't the time to reveal himself yet. After all, the former distinguished deputy captain of the Dinghai City Criminal Police Brigade, the young master of the Z family, had now become what he was. No one would believe it, no matter who saw him. Therefore, Zifeng just took a casual glance and was about to leave when suddenly the Z family's gate opened. Two middle-aged men, around 40 or 50 years old, walked out from inside. I didn't expect Zitians to become an idiot. It's somewhat expected. That's the so-called security guard, Zizan, who has been making waves recently. I wonder how Zifeng will take it when he comes back. Will he be able to accept it? Anyway, the Z family is no longer what it used to be. Hearing the conversation, Zifeng froze in place, startled. What? His father had become an idiot. Upon hearing this, Zifeng couldn't care less about his current appearance and went straight up to the two men. Looking at his former uncles, he anxiously asked, "What's happened to the Z family?" But a clear and pleasant female voice came out. As he gazed at the beautiful girl in a floral dress, her appearance adorned with a simple coat, the two middle-aged men were taken aback, a hint of greed appearing in their eyes. End of this chapter. Chapter 138. Zifeng's different return. While overseas, a lot of effort was spent on Zifeng's body, whether it was her figure or her appearance. Top-notch doctors were hired, and special personnel were in charge of managing her body. The goal was to mold Zifeng into a top-notch socialite and maintain control firmly. So, it's not surprising that the two elders of the Z family mistook her. By the time it reached Zitianzi's generation, the Z family was no longer as glorious as before. Almost only a group of freeloaders remained. With Zifeng's father, Zitians, supporting the family, the Z family managed to avoid decline. However, under the manipulation of Huang Yu by Shi Tiangxi under his own design, Zitians had been turned into a disabled person by his own son. As a result, under the intimidation of the Huang family, almost all major members of the Z family supported and obeyed the Huang family, ensuring their safety and continuing to enjoy wealth and prominence. "Miss, we are discussing family matters. It may not be appropriate for you to come over." The two elders of the Z family looked at Zifeng, their eyes filled with greed and a hint of vigilance. "Are you a journalist?" Although they were elders of the Z family, their deeds were not so clean. Seeing the lewd gaze of the other party, Zifeng instinctively felt disgusted. Subconsciously, she turned to leave. But suddenly she remembered that besides seeking revenge, her purpose for coming back this time was to find out what had happened to the Z family. After a moment of struggle in her eyes, she turned back. "Of course not, you've misunderstood." Zifeng endured the nausea and put on a charming smile with her modified body. As expected, the two disrespectful elders of the Z family exchanged a glance, and their gazes became even more intense. "Shall we find a place to discuss slowly?" Upon hearing the words of the two elders, Zifeng, despite feeling deep humiliation and disgust, pretended to be alluring and nodded. But in her heart, a sense of murderous intent arose. 30 minutes later, inside a hotel, Zifeng, with a gloomy face, fixed her messy hair and put on her clothes. Behind her were two bodies rapidly losing warmth. Through seduction and coercion, she had learned the whole truth. It was all a plot by the Huang family from the beginning. And that Han Yu Dao woman. Maybe she knew from the beginning, but chose not to disclose it to him. Had all his efforts over the years been in vain? No mercy at all? At this moment, in Zifeng's heart, there was only hatred left for Han Yu Yao. No love whatsoever. And her own sister, Ziruoxu. She had also been taken away by Huang Yu, that debauched son. Maybe he had already done something unspeakable to her. Thinking about this, Zifeng, who was about to leave, coldly glanced back at the two bodies on the bed. "The Z family is completely rotten. I will never let you scumbags hand the Z family over to others." With that, she turned and left without looking back. There was no hesitation. Soon after, screams were heard inside the hotel, and the Tianhai City Police quickly surrounded the area. After continuous cultivation, Huang Yu had accumulated 80 years of cultivation at this point. As long as he didn't do anything foolish, his life should be secure now. How are Zifeng and Li Hua doing now? Inside the villa, after some contemplation, Huang Yu called the thug leader Kong, who he had employed earlier. For some reason, Huang Yu had a nagging feeling that something was about to happen. Due to the previous incident, he had given the man a chance. Although the responsibilities were not extensive, they only included minor tasks like monitoring Zifeng and Li Hua. However, for Kong, working for the influential Huang family in Tianhai City was already a great opportunity. Kong, Li Hua is still engaged in fraud, struggling to make ends meet and getting beaten from time to time, Kong reported. However, Zifeng has been missing for several days, and we can't locate her. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu furrowed his brows slightly. Continue the search, and inform me immediately if there is any news, yes? Hearing the beeping sound from the other end of the phone, Kong felt a little nervous. After the previous incident, Huang Yu not only hired him, but also made him one of the most prominent figures in the street thug circle. He was provided with 2 million startup funds and a monthly salary of 100,000. Although it was a reward, Kong was determined. Since he had decided to work for Huang Yu, he couldn't afford to be careless, especially the task given by Huang Yu this time. After hanging up the phone, Kong looked at the admirative men in front of him and cleared his throat. Starting tomorrow, we've decided to expand internationally. The men exchanged glances. Kong, are we going to be warlords? Isn't that too risky? Smack. Kong slapped one of the men's heads. Who told you we're going to be warlords? While we aim to develop warlord power, we must not act recklessly. We can only work for Huang Yu. With a firm and resolute voice, Qiang's eyes were full of determination. He was not going to squander the opportunity, even though he had saved Huang Yu once. He aspired to become a figure like the legendary gang leader. At this moment, Huang Yu was unaware of Qiang's thoughts. If he knew, he would surely be furious. Although Zizan was temporarily not a threat, the other destined protagonists were still unharmed. If the influence expanded so extensively, offending a mercenary king or a newly released super-powerful warrior, wouldn't the consequences be disastrous? Thinking about Zizan, Huang Yu picked up the phone and made a call to the capital. Although Zizan was said to be tormented to near death in the capital, protective measures still needed to be in place. Through the system, he had accessed the absorption star technique. After days of practice, he had made some progress. Therefore, Huang Yu wanted to see if he could absorb all of Zizan's cultivation and use it for himself. Just then, his phone rang again. Checking, he saw it was from his adoptive father. As soon as he picked up, a roaring voice came through. You brat, what have you done? Get home right now. Listening to the furious voice of the other end, Huang Yu was somewhat confused. What happened? He felt a little uneasy. Could it be related to Zizan and revenge knocking at his door? Or maybe one of the destined protagonists who had been jilted was coming for him, setting up a turbulent scenario. End of this chapter. Chapter 139. The dispute among the women of the Huang family. How dare you act like you don't know what's going on? Did you forget what you did to the girl from the Mo family? She actually came looking for you. Huang Tian shouted angrily. Huang Yu was taken aback. I didn't do anything. Why is it my business? This was indeed true. If it was Han Yu Yao, it would have been understandable. After all, that day when he was driving, he really didn't realize he was in the wrong car. He had stepped on the gas so hard that it made noise. Who the heck would have known? He never intended to seduce any female lead. In case Zizan had a breakthrough and confronted him directly. Although he could protect himself now, who knows if something unexpected might happen. But fortunately, nothing serious happened, so Huang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, I'll come back tomorrow. You better come back now. Hearing the angry voice of his father on the phone, Huang Yu reluctantly agreed. Who let him be the background of a villainous rich second generation? But he didn't know what kind of mess that girl would stir up. At this moment, in the Huang family, facing Huang Tian, the head of the Mo family, Mo Yang sat on the side. So, Lao Mo, are you really here to arrange an engagement with that wastrel from my family? Huang Tian still found it somewhat unbelievable. In his mind, Huang Yu had always been a debauched young master. Although marriage between big families required equality, he had never thought about it for someone like Mo Linglong, who was being groomed as an heir just like several other families. If his useless son could marry such a good girl, it would be like hitting the jackpot. Meanwhile, Mo Linglong, dressed casually, sat quietly on the side. Facing Huang Tianhei's gaze, she nodded softly. "That's right, Uncle Huang. Actually, Huang Yu and I already." Although it was only a love affair, Mo Linglong didn't continue her sentence. Instead, she left room for imagination. But to Huang Tianhei's ears, it sounded like his son had taken action. "Well done, boy, finally did something right." As he looked at his future daughter-in-law, Huang Tian grew more satisfied. At this moment, Mo Linglong also felt a sense of relief. Among the several major families, the relationship between the Mo family and the Huang family was the closest. After all, the Mo family was renowned for their medical skills, while the Huang family was the largest in Tianhai City. Therefore, they maintained good relations due to frequent exchanges. Mo Linglong came today not only to make a preemptive move, but also to seek an explanation. However, being the first family of Tianhai City, she, as a child of a big family, naturally wouldn't act aggressively. After all, from any perspective, she was the first one to be with Huang Yu. She had sacrificed a lot for him and wouldn't give up easily. Even if Han Yuyao and Huang Yu were already involved, so what? She was determined to retrieve what she had lost. Outside the Huang family, Huang Envy had not yet arrived. Instead, another person hesitated at the door before entering. That person was Han Yuyao, who had taken the day off. With women appearing one after another around Huang Yu, she felt a sense of urgency. Being with Huang Yu in an official capacity was crucial and required the support of his family. Although she had often visited Huang Yu's house when she was younger, this was the first time under such circumstances, so Han Yuyao was understandably nervous. After taking a deep breath, she walked in without bringing any gifts. The relationship between the Han and Huang families had always been good. Her main purpose in this visit was to strengthen their relationship and explain her situation with Huang Yu. As she entered, she overheard a familiar voice inside. "Uncle Huang, my relationship with Huang Yu is just something he didn't want to reveal, but we are both adults now, so." Upon hearing this voice, Han Yuyao immediately understood. She widened her eyes. Mo Linglong. Thinking back to the content of the conversation, she quickened her pace and entered. "Mo Linglong, what nonsense are you spouting? Since when did Huang Yu belong to you?" Han Yuyao's sudden voice broke the conversation between the individuals. Mo Linglong, who was previously calm and meek, changed her gaze upon seeing Han Yuyao. Her meek appearance was just for the elders. "Yuyao's sister, why are you here?" After a brief pause, Mo Linglong softened her gaze and put on a look of grievance. "I know you have always liked Huang Yu, but please don't interfere with us anymore, okay?" Although Mo Linglong was straightforward, especially when it came to Huang Yu, she had control over what actions to take. Only by being savvy could she achieve the best outcomes. But Han Yuyao had a more straightforward temper. After working in the criminal investigation team for so many years, she had dealt with numerous criminals. Her use of advanced memory restoration techniques was effortless. Therefore, she had a somewhat fiery temper. "Who do you think you are fooling? When did Huang Yu become yours? Clearly, it's me who's with him. Let me tell you, as long as I'm around, Huang Yu will never be with you." In the face of Han Yuyao's increasingly hostile remarks, Mo Linglong appeared more and more aggrieved. Her eyes became slightly wet, and tears were about to fall. She bit her lip slightly, appearing to be a pitiful and timid girl. After a while, she pretended she could no longer endure, and stood up abruptly. "Yuyao's sister, when have you been with him?" "I was the first one with him. We were together when we were abroad. His favorite is, his most beloved is." Mo Linglong poured out her emotions, crying with a mixture of anger and sadness. Spending so much time with Huang Yu, she knew his preferences and habits well. After this argument, Han Yuyao seemed to have become the person stealing someone else's boyfriend. And Mo Linglong was the girl who waited faithfully for Huang Yu. At that moment, even Huang Tian couldn't help but feel somewhat sympathetic. Not towards one of them, but both. At the end of the day, it was his useless son. When he came back, he vowed to give him a piece of his mind. End of this chapter. Chapter 140. Zizan breaks free. Looking at Mo Linglong's pitiful appearance, Han Yuyao couldn't help but want to confront her. After all, it involved her man. She had known Mo Linglong for so many years. How could she not understand her emotions? This was clearly a charade meant to make her step back. But even though they had known each other for years, she would never give up. At that moment, the tension between Han Yuyao and Mo Linglong grew thicker. Meanwhile, Huang Yu paid no attention to the drama at home and leisurely strolled the streets. It was his own home, so what did it matter if he returned early or late? His grandmother would protect him. As long as he was not too rebellious, Huang Yu didn't think anything bad would happen. Besides, that Mo Linglong might be up to no good again. If he returned later, he might even miss seeing himself return home, sparing him a lot of trouble. In addition, he was planning to go to the Z family to teach those people a lesson. He felt that something was amiss with the two recent incidents at the Z family, especially with Z Feng, who had disappeared recently. Therefore, Huang Yu believed there was some connection between these two incidents. He looked at the photo on his phone, a beautiful young woman. Despite having a face like an internet celebrity, her beauty was extraordinary. This person was none other than the missing Z Feng. I never would have thought that a grand young master from the Z family would end up like this. Whoever sees this would be shocked. Huang Yu sighed. In the original setting of the book, this vice-captain of the Criminal Investigation Brigade in Tianhai City, Z Feng, was a notorious scoundrel. He had harmed countless girls. To think that he had now become one of those people himself. No matter what happens, I must find him quickly this time. I cannot let him go so easily. Previously, he had let Z Feng go abroad only to sow discord between him and Zizan. But now that Zizan was almost out of the picture, that plan was no longer necessary. It was better to eliminate potential threats early. As he sat in the car waiting for the driver to take him to the Z family, his phone rang again. "You brat, where have you been for so long? Come back immediately. Where have you been wandering off to?" As soon as the call connected, Huang Tianhei's angry voice echoed. "How many girls have you harmed? Now even the Han family's girl has come looking for you. You better get back here now, or I'll come back and break your legs." Damn, was Han Yuyao also at home? With that crazy Mo Linglong girl? Hearing this news, Huang Yu was completely dumbfounded. Was this a death sentence for him? Dealing with one girl was already tough enough. Now there were two more. Maybe I should go study abroad. What do you think? Swallowing hard, he cautiously said on the phone. Suddenly, there was a voice of a struggle over the phone being snatched. "You scum, if you dare not return, just try it." Han Yuyao's voice came through. Hearing the threatening words on the other end, Huang Yu felt helpless. Dealing with his old man would be one thing, but these girls? That was a different story altogether. "Let's go home," he told the driver in front. At this moment, he couldn't help but envy the crooked-mouthed Dragon King protagonist in the original storyline. Acting like a fool and still managing to attract so many women. And the female leads didn't even have much conflict between them. It was truly a miracle. But Huang Yu dared not play around like that. He was just an ordinary little villain. If he really upset these women, they might tear him apart. On the other side, after enduring countless hardships, Zizan had reached a state of despair. He swore that once he was out, he would lead the Dragon King's Hall to deal with the traitor Qinglong, and then dismember Huang Yu. This was not just for his dignity as the Dragon King, but also for the sake of his apprentice sister and master. At this moment, he was filled with deep regret. If only he had listened to his apprentice sister earlier and rescued their master, he might not have ended up in this situation. But now, almost 20 people came to torture him every day. And every day, they force-fed him strange medicines that made him lose all his cultivation. Even if he refused to eat, they would inject him directly. However, after 2 days of lying low, Zizan pretended to obediently take the medicine, finally making his captors relax their vigilance. After they fed him the medicine again, he discreetly spat it out. After days of recuperation, his strength was slowly returning. "The former Dragon King has returned," Zizan bellowed in a deep voice. Bang! Bang! The chains that bound him shattered into pieces, with iron scraps flying everywhere. Slowly getting up, he lightly kicked the heavy iron door, which flew off with no hindrance in its path. But what greeted him was a staircase leading upwards. Walking out slowly, he found himself in a basement with no one else around. Ha! DRIZZLE sneered. These people were brave when they did what they did to me, but once they realized my strength was returning, they fled so quickly. Although his strength had fully recovered, he still felt a bit impatient. Limping, he walked out of the basement. Finding a phone, he immediately dialed a mysterious number. This number belonged to the Dragon King's hall, and no one knew it except him. In fact, only his call could instantly summon the Dragon King's hall back to his hands. As for the traitor Qinglong, he would be torn to pieces by DRIZZLE. Even if you framed me, so what? It was never yours, never. Thinking of the brotherly bond he once shared with Qinglong, now replaced by hatred in DRIZZLE's heart. The phone rang for a long time, but there was still no answer on the other end. What's going on? DRIZZLE furrowed his brow slightly. Based on past experiences, the call should have been answered quickly. After all, this is the exclusive contact method for the Dragon King in times of crisis. There should have been someone guarding it. This shouldn't be happening. He had changed several numbers recently and tried calling the Dragon King's hall. We are sorry, the number you have dialed cannot be reached at the moment. Please wait. Seeing this, DRIZZLE, who was once confident, was completely dumbfounded. What was happening? Could it be that in such a short time, Qinglong had already completely taken over the Dragon King's hall? End of this chapter. Chapter 141. Concentrated outbreak of romantic debts. Impossible. This is impossible. DRIZZLE stared at his phone, his eyes filled with disbelief. He knew the situation at the Dragon King Palace very well. How could it be possible for the Azure Dragon to be subdued in such a short time? It must be external interference. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Yes, it's the Huang family. It must be the Huang family. Besides the Huang family, no one else had such power. It must be a collusion between the Azure Dragon and the Huang family that led to the complete control of the Dragon King Palace falling into their hands, resulting in this situation. Azure Dragon, our paths are irreconcilable. DRIZZLE shouted to the sky. But soon, he calmed down. He needed to return to Tianhai City. He needed to seek revenge. There was still a place in Tianhai City where he could do so, and that was at the Liu Group. After all, he had invested nearly half of the Dragon King Palace's funds there. Combined with his feelings for Liu Yanyan, DRIZZLE firmly believed that he would have a chance to start anew. He just needed to bide his time and strike Huang Yu and the Azure Dragon fatally when the opportunity arose. Meanwhile, inside the Liu Group, Liu Yanyan had been in an unusually good mood these days. Even many people in the Liu Group were shocked by this change. The previously known Ice Queen female CEO, Liu Yanyan, was showing a side of her that smiled at people. It was a miracle. Could it be that a big deal was in discussion? After all, with the recent decline in Liu Group's business, this seemed like the only plausible reason. In everyone's eyes, Liu Yanyan was a workaholic through and through. However, for Liu Yanyan at this moment, the Liu Group, the family's alliance, all faded in importance. The only thing that mattered was how to bring Huang Yu back to her side. Currently, although there were several women between them, Liu Yanyan could still feel the gradual repair of the relationship between her and Huang Yu. This alone made her happy enough. The reason Liu Yanyan was in a rush to return home was that she wanted to personally prepare a table of dishes for Huang Yu, to show him that she was far superior to Han Yuyao in every aspect. Whether in bed or in the kitchen, she was the woman who should truly be by Huang Yu's side. However, as Liu Yanyan was driving halfway home, suddenly a hunched figure appeared in front of her car. She quickly hit the brakes, but it was too late, and the car moved forward slightly uncontrollably, sending the hunched figure flying. Liu Yanyan hurriedly got out of the car to check, intending to see if the person was still breathing. To her surprise, under the gray-white hair was not an old face, but an extraordinarily beautiful one. Even more stunning and enchanting. You. Before she could say anything, the other person swiftly knocked her out with a chop to the neck, then dragged her to the back seat and tied her up. With a wig thrown on Liu Yanyan, Zifeng sat in the driver's seat. His gaze was icy cold at the moment. He had found out that the security guard, who caused his father to become disabled, and the Ice Queen female CEO were closely connected. Others may not know the whereabouts of that crook-mouthed security guard, but he didn't believe that even Liu Yanyan was unaware. Who didn't know that Liu Yanyan had despised Huang Yu for 3 years? Maybe she even had a relationship with the crook-mouthed security guard. So naturally, she became a prime suspect. Having stayed overseas for so long, he may not have learned much, but he had experience in tormenting women. He was willing to use all means to extract information from her. At the same time, Huang Yu was completely oblivious to what was happening with Liu Zhujian's situation. He was on his way home. Upon arriving home, he expected to hear his father scolding him loudly, but there was complete silence. It was eerie. He opened the door and entered to find Han Yuyao sitting on the sofa with an annoyed expression, while the Mo family father and daughter sat opposite, with Mo Linglong looking aggrieved and Mo Young looking helpless. He knew his daughter's temperament. Even though it was an act, for the sake of his daughter's lifelong happiness, he couldn't expose her. As soon as he saw Huang Yu returning, the troublemaker, Huang Tian, identified him as the culprit. "Brat, what have you done? You said you liked the girl from the Liu family, so I arranged your engagement. You have an engagement, yet you still provoke other girls? How did I teach you normally?" Huang Tian said as he picked up a stick and approached. "You're not allowed to harm my brother." Seeing her father so aggressive, Mo Linglong and Han Yuyao were somewhat flustered, ready to step in. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their thoughts. Huang Yu honchik had at the front of his brother, looking determined. "You're not allowed to hit him, you." Seeing his daughter like this, Huang Tian felt like he was going to have a stroke. While she wasn't his biological daughter, he had always treated her as his own. Why did he feel closer to this prodigal son than his real daughter? "You Han, don't protect your brother. Move aside. Adults talk, children shouldn't interfere." Hearing this, Han Yuyao and Mo Linglong, who had been looking at Huang Yu honchik a bit strangely, finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be his sister. Just as they saw Huang Yu honchik, Mo Linglong and Han Yuyao almost simultaneously thought she might be another woman beside Huang Yu. After all, Huang Yu had already accumulated quite a few romantic debts. Even though Mo Linglong and Han Yuyao were not on good terms, neither of them wanted another opponent. Seeing her father about to physically harm someone, along with the intimidating gazes behind him, Huang Yu hastily explained, "I came back to tell you about this. I'm prepared to break off the engagement with the Liu family." Huang's father, who once raised the stick, was stunned. "What do you mean you want to break off the engagement with the Liu family?" After all, for his son to have been a dogleg for 3 years, even if he didn't like to meddle in young people's affairs, he heard some things. He must have been deeply in love. Was this kid just coming back to talk about breaking off the engagement, or was he fooling him before? Thinking this, Huang Tian became even more furious. "You damn kid, you're breaking off the engagement just like that. If you knew you'd break off the engagement, why did you get engaged? And why did you accumulate so many romantic debts while engaged? I'll beat you to death, you damn brat." End of chapter. Chapter 142. Liu Ryan is kidnapped. Is this still my father? Huang Yu almost spurted out a mouthful of old blood. Clearly he doesn't like Ryan. After being someone's lapdog for 3 years, isn't that enough? Now that he's divorced, she's still coming after him. It's all your fault if you weren't pretending to be pitiful here. How would Huang Yu get beaten? Han Yuyao stood up, glared at Mo Linglong, then walked quickly towards Huang Yu. Mo Linglong, of course, did not back down. Anxious, while looking at Huang Yu filled with worrying. As Huang Yu continuously dodged his own father's stick, suddenly, two figures appeared in front of him. "Uncle, stop beating Huang Yu." "So this time, you can't blame Huang Yu entirely. Blame her." The two women almost simultaneously defended Huang Yu, then started accusing each other. After exchanging a glance, they turned their heads and snorted coldly. This made the Huang family father and son feel a bit of a headache. Huang Yu is getting a headache from these two women. Why are they always causing trouble for him? Not to mention Zizan. What if some reborn immortal emperor found out he had two stunning female leads? Let alone Zizan hasn't died yet. If his plan fails, everything will be ruined. Listening to Huang Yu's inner thoughts and the two women's anger, the situation finally calmed down slightly. At least, there was a bit of an excuse. Huang Yu had been avoiding dealing with his emotional problems because of Zizan. Thinking of that warped security guard, both women couldn't help but feel indignant. How could this scum ignore two stunningly beautiful women and focus on a security guard? Nevertheless, both women started feeling disgusted with Zizan at this moment. Huang Tian was feeling a bit of a headache. Never did he expect that among the several great families, all the most outstanding girls were attracted to his son. Although it should have been a happy thing, suddenly having multiple relationships was challenging. Huang Tian desperately tried to discipline his unfilial son. Meanwhile, Huang Yuhuan, Han Yuyao, and Mo Linglong fiercely defended Huang Yu. As for Mo Linglong's father, Mo Young, sat on the side, seemingly enjoying the spectacle, not speaking up for his daughter at all. After all, he knew his daughter well. How could she be at a disadvantage? Even if she was, his wife would back her up. While everyone was in a standoff, suddenly Huang Yu's phone rang abruptly. He took out his phone, glanced at it, immediately shrank back, and quickly hung up the call. Damn, one was enough, and now another one. Huang Yu felt as if countless grass mud horses were galloping in his heart, because the caller was none other than Liu Ryan. With the current situation, if another woman appeared, it would be explosive. What? Another Liu Ryan? Han Yuyao was also shocked. Liu Ryan had used despicable means to get close to Huang Yu, but now she wanted to be with him officially and exclude others. How was that possible? On the other hand, Mo Linglong also noticed. Surprisingly, in such a short time, Huang Yu had acquired several more women. It seemed that to keep a man in check, as her mother said, one needed to be firm and in control. This thought made Mo Linglong's eyes glint with a hint of ruthlessness. What are you hiding? Hand the phone over to me. Seeing her son's actions, Huang's father shouted and pointed at him with a stick. Don't tell me you haven't sorted out your relationship with women yet. He felt he was about to explode. Although he used to think his son was just a spendthrift and had a halfway decent personal style, now he was on the verge of collapse. What are we doing? Hand over the phone. Han Yuyao looked at him, chuckled angrily, showing her cute little fangs. However, she seemed ready to bite. Mo Linglong's gaze was equally cold. It had been so long since she last saw her brother, and he had slept with so many women. Huang Yuhuan slightly opened her mouth, but her eyes did not show any disgust. After all, he was her brother, so powerful and charming. If someone had to bear the blame, it was those shameless women, each wanting to be by his side. But Huang Yu could only have one woman. Under the questioning gazes and words of the people present, Huang Yu reluctantly took out his phone. However, fortunately, he had secretly deleted the incoming call while in his pocket. Just as he took out the phone, the call came in again. Liu Ryan's name appeared on the phone screen. Seeing this name, Huang's father furrowed his brows instantly. Didn't you say you're no longer together? Why is she still calling you? Don't tell me she's calling to discuss breaking off the engagement. Huang Yu hesitated this time. A month or two ago, a talk of breaking off the engagement might have been possible, but now Ryan was clinging to him every day. If she found out that the Huang family was in chaos, she might get involved again. That would be a disaster. Answer it. Feeling the threat in his father's eyes, Huang Yu had no choice but to answer the call. However, the voice on the other end sounded strange. Didn't expect this, Huang Yu. Your fiancé is calling you, and you dare not answer? Are you no longer a lapdog? The mocking voice of a woman on the phone was very unfamiliar, but Huang felt strangely familiar and uneasy. Who are you? Where is Liu Ryan? I must say, Huang's eldest son, you noticed so quickly. The woman on the other end laughed, not providing a direct answer. If you want Liu Ryan, exchange her for Zizhan's life. End of chapter. Chapter 143. The conspiracy of the serial killer. Huang Yu wanted to say something, but the other side immediately hung up the phone. Even the address and contact information were not left behind. Without any hesitation, he quickly dialed Liu Ryan's number again. But this time, the voice on the other end said that the number you called is currently switched off. Several attempts in a row resulted in the same response. Huang Yu furrowed his brows tightly as he stood up, filled with worrying and a growing sense of murderous intent. Although he found Liu Ryan somewhat annoying, she was still connected to him in some way. How could she be harmed so easily? Judging from the attitude towards Zizhan, it was clear that the other party was not a destined protagonist. In other words, the other party was just a small fry. Meanwhile, it was quiet all around. Both Huang's father and several girls realized that something was amiss. Something happened to the Liu family girl? Huang's father was the first to ask, slightly furrowing his brows. Huang Yu nodded, then looked at the people around him. Although sometimes there are things beyond my control, at this moment, I must go save Liu Ryan. With that, he turned and left directly. The other girls understood the meaning in his words. Having heard many of Huang Yu's inner thoughts, they also had some understanding of the connection between him and the security guard Zizan. This time, it might involve something that could happen in the future. As Huang's father watched his son walk away, he fell into deep thought. Immediately notify the subordinates to investigate where that call came from. Meanwhile, Liu Ryan was in a basement. The place was filled with the smell of blood and clothes stained with blood, some even starting to stink. Among the pile of blood-stained clothes lay numerous corpses. The dark, gloomy environment added to the fear. Clad in black stockings, Liu Ryan, who usually wore Office OL attire, crouched on the ground, constantly moving back. Huang Yu, where are you? Please come save me. At this moment, Huang Yu was the only person Liu Ryan could think of. Despite her internal cries for help, she knew it was futile. Shouting might even anger the person who abducted her. I never expected the Ice Queen CEO of the Liu Group to look so frightened. A sweet voice echoed, accompanied by the sound of high heels getting closer. Feeling unfamiliar with the seductive woman before her, Liu Ryan asked, "Who are you?" Despite her initial panic, she quickly calmed down. "If you want money, I can give it to you." Since she was also a woman, she couldn't imagine what else the other person might want. Looking at Liu Ryan's seductive figure, the old Zifeng in the past might have made a move. However, the current Zifeng stayed indifferent, even feeling a bit disgusted. "You'd better pray your man can come to save you," Zifeng said, slowly approaching. "Of course, you can choose to save yourself." He touched Liu Ryan's face, as delicate and fair as an egg white. "Just tell me, where is that crooked security guard from the Liu Group?" "You mean Zizan?" The mention of the crooked guard made Liu Ryan react quickly. That's the person who has been opposing Huang Yu all along, right? Are they enemies too? That's right. Seeing Liu Ryan recognize Zifeng, his eyes showed excitement, confirming his suspicions. "Huang Yu, even if you defeat me, so what? I never expected your fiancé to be someone else's lover, wearing that huge green hat without even realizing it. The Huang family's young master. What a joke. I really don't know where he is," Liu Ryan said. Hearing this, Zifeng's expression turned cold. "Are you joking with me? You're his lover. How do you not know where Zizan is?" "I really don't know." Just as Liu Ryan finished speaking, Zifeng got up slowly and slapped her. 5 slender and long finger marks remained on her face. As he prepared to continue his interrogation, the sound of the door opening interrupted his actions. "Don't kill her. Remember, we are still in Tianhai City," a voice said, followed by a gentle-looking girl who reminded them of the person they encountered at the Emperor Club before. Zifeng coldly said, "Don't meddle in my affairs," not wanting to pay too much attention to her. But the girl seemingly ignored his tone and approached gently. "Don't forget, you still need us to take back the Z family." As she put her hand on Zifeng's shoulder, he felt nauseous and shrugged her off. Although displeased, Zifeng had to yield. He huffed and turned away. The girl's eyes briefly showed a strange light, which soon disappeared. She didn't pay much mind to Zifeng. She only brought him back to make use of him. After glancing at Liu Ryan, she left. Meanwhile, overseas, Bai Mao had gathered a large group of people at a training base. He watched over 200 individuals who had spent nearly 7 million. They were absolutely loyal to Huang Xiao, and they had all practiced the techniques Huang Xiao had given him. Each person's strength was close to that of a special forces soldier in the military. This could be described as extremely terrifying. However, Bai Mao didn't take credit for this, as it was Huang Xiao's techniques. He now longed to return to his homeland quickly to serve Huang Xiao well. He had been rejected every time he tried to contact Huang Xiao before. But then, his phone rang. "You can come back now. Read the text from Huang Xiao." Tears welled up in Bai Mao's eyes. Finally, he could go back. Even though he was overseas with a substantial sum of money and could be partying every night, he felt he owed it to Huang Xiao in his homeland. Now things were different, and he would surely make Huang Xiao take notice of him. And that crooked, annoying security guard. For some reason, Bai Mao just couldn't stand him. "After I go back this time, I'll definitely give that smelly security guard a good lesson." End of the chapter. Chapter 144. Hey, I'm Qin Shiwang. The entrance to the city from the far end in Tianhai City. Amidst the traffic coming and going, a figure in tattered clothes appeared by the roadside. A car zoomed past, splashing him with dirty water, drenching him all over. Zizan wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Drenched in dirty water, he looked even more like a beggar. Staring at the city entrance sign of Tianhai City not far away, Zizan's steps gradually slowed down, his eyes filled with excitement. He had finally arrived. Tears streamed down his face, and only he knew how difficult the journey had been. In Yan capital, he could be considered without any relatives. He had been stripped of almost all his clothes, let alone money. Even this outfit was picked from the tattered pile in the basement. And as for money, he hadn't found a single cent. Originally, he had wanted to call Dragon King Palace, but to his surprise, any phone related to Dragon King Palace was unreachable, as if everyone had disappeared in an instant. But only he knew that Dragon King Palace had been betrayed and fled with the Azure Dragon. He then called the people of Tianhai City. Even in this situation now, the first person he thought of was Wang Zhu from that alley. Although it couldn't be denied that Wang Zhu was indeed a prostitute. But as the Dragon King, Zizan had to admit that he had some feelings for her. However, to his surprise, as soon as he made the call, she hung up directly without a word of farewell. Afterwards, he called the Liu group, only to hear that Liu Ryan hadn't appeared for several days. He instantly had a sense of unease. Indeed, something had happened to Ryan. Was it all because he wasn't strong enough? Zizan clenched his fists and then called the Lin family. It should be noted that the Lin family had accepted his billions in investments, refusing to help with even a small favor unless they wanted the Lin family to cease to exist. However, as soon as he made the call, "I am Zizan, the CEO of War God Group. You give me 500 yuan right now, or I'll destroy your Lin family another day." But to his surprise, before he could finish his sentence, the person at the other end of the call from the Lin family cut in. "CEO of War God Group, why don't you say you are Qin Yuan? You want 500 yuan, go beg for it yourself." Then they hung up and blocked him. Helpless, Zizan had no choice but to slowly make his way back to Tianhai City. He had thought about finding a hitchhike along the way, but no one was willing to pick him up in his current sorry state. The reason he could arrive in Tianhai City so quickly was due to him hitching a ride on a truck for a long time. Lin family, Huang Group, and Azure Dragon. I will not let you off. Zizan's face was dark, his eyes extremely cold, filled with murderous intent. Ever since he entered Dragon King Palace and worked hard to become the Dragon King, had he ever encountered such insults? He must repay 100-fold. Meanwhile, at the Z family residence, since the head of the Z family had become a babbling idiot, the Z family, without a leader, had to submit to the Huang family. The elders of the Z family only knew how to eat, drink, and play, completely unaware of the seriousness of the situation. But there were also many insightful people among them. For example, the eldest uncle of the Z family, who, as the brother of the former Z family, should have had a high status. But due to certain reasons in the past, he had always been in a lower position in the Z family, unable to speak up. Although he knew that the Z family submission to the Huang family would lead to their downfall, no one would listen to him. These people don't listen to me. The Z family is doomed sooner or later. That CEO of the War God Group, Zizan, isn't a good person. Is the Huang family any better? I see the Z family is finished. At noon, while the eldest uncle of the Z family was in his room, drinking one glass of wine after another in frustration, suddenly, the sound of the door opening interrupted his drinking. I didn't expect there to be such a clear-headed person in the Z family. A woman dressed in black, her face tightly covered with a hot figure, approached. Her voice was extremely pleasant to the ears, and based solely on her voice and figure, it was not hard to guess that she must have a stunningly beautiful face. Who are you? Although many of the Z family elders were decadent, the eldest uncle of the Z family was different. Upon seeing this woman in a mysterious outfit and her sudden appearance, he became alert. It should be noted that he also lived in the Z family manor, a detached villa. The estate and the area around the villa were guarded by special personnel, making it impossible for ordinary people to enter. The fact that this woman appeared here either indicated a deliberate arrangement or ill intent. But regardless, it was not what the eldest uncle of the Z family had expected. Seeing the eldest uncle of the Z family so cautious, unlike the other elders who would show a lecherous look upon seeing her, Zifeng was deeply moved. Indeed, The eldest uncle was not like them. When he was in the Z family, influenced by others, he had no good feelings towards the silent uncle who rarely spoke, especially after hearing about some incidents from the past. But now, with everything that had happened, in the vast Z family, there was only one person left who cared for the family. "I am a messenger sent by young Master Z," Zifeng said in a cold manner. After all, he was currently in a woman's body, and if this eldest uncle of the Z family saw him in his current state, who knew what might happen? So, it was better to be cautious until everything was settled. "Young Master Z, you mean Zifeng?" Upon hearing this name, the eldest uncle of the Z family stood up abruptly, his eyes filled with joy, but also suspicion. "Is he really alive?" Zifeng nodded, and to dispel the uncle's doubt, he pulled out a document. "This is a document personally handed to me by young Master Z to pass on to you." The eldest uncle of the Z family took the document full of suspicion and looked at it. It was a letter. As he looked at the handwriting, he began to believe it. Yes, this is his handwriting. He had watched Zifeng grow up and knew everything about him. How could he not recognize his handwriting? The letter slowly began to explain. Zifeng had come up with several excuses for himself in the letter. The reason he hadn't returned was that he had already aligned himself with a big shot overseas and couldn't return for the time being. He could only reclaim the Z family first. Regarding other details, it was more about playing the emotional card. This trick, however, surprisingly worked on the eldest uncle of the Z family. Tears filled the eyes of the eldest uncle of the Z family. After calming his emotions for a while, he treasured the letter and looked at Zifeng. End of this chapter. Chapter 145 Return to the Z family. Rare loyal minister. Miss, rest assured, whatever help you need, I will do my best to assist you. I will help Zifeng to reclaim the Z family. According to the letter, I need to help you with some tasks and follow your commands. I don't know what I need to do now. Seeing Zifeng's reaction, he finally relaxed. Looking at the resolute uncle, he spoke slowly. First, we need to start with the Han family. When it came to the Han family, a trace of coldness flashed in Zifeng's eyes. Back in Tianhai City, he learned that Han Yuyao had never left Huangyu. From start to finish, that woman only liked Huangyu. This means that what happened to the Z family is likely closely related to the Huang family, including his father being made disabled. Therefore, he not only wants to retaliate against Han Yuyao, but also make Huangyu lose the person he loves the most. When chaos reigns among them, he will lead the Z family to destroy the Huang family in one fell swoop, truly gaining the position of master of Tianhai City. At that time, he wants the Han family to kneel before him and apologize. The same goes for the Huang and Liu families. On the other hand, due to the disappearance of Liu Ryan, the major families in Tianhai City have once again started searching for her whereabouts. The Huang, Mo, Han, and Liu families have all begun actively looking for Liu Ryan. The commotion is even bigger than when Mo Linglong disappeared last time. Due to the existence of many underworld forces, there is a considerable stir. Whenever they spot a street punk, they can even join forces with the Huang family. Many underworld forces have also become frenzied. After all, with such a large-scale conflict this time, if they can truly help, they can make many major families owe them a favor, a profitable deal. For a while, the underworld and legitimate forces in Tianhai City began searching frantically. Meanwhile, Huangyu stayed at home, pondering frantically. Who is most likely to have taken Liu Ryan? Zizhan. But Zizhan's every move, even his actions, are all within his control. There are reports of Zizhan's activities every few hours. Even just now, there was no deviation from his control. As for the Dragon King Pavilion, the person from Yandu is more ruthless than himself. Also, with the grudge of the female killings, it is almost impossible for anyone in the Dragon King Pavilion to survive. After much thought, he suddenly thought of someone. Yes, Zifeng. He only remembered now that if Zifeng could escape from such a place, then the person who rescued him must have extraordinary power. Furthermore, Zifeng had become a woman by now. No matter how you look at it, Zifeng is the prime suspect. Huangyu became increasingly convinced. Although both the underworld and legitimate forces in Tianhai City are searching for Liu Ryan, Huangyu is still not at ease. Perhaps my manpower is too limited. He sighed. This is why he called back by Mao. The martial arts rewards from the system have already been handed over to Bai Mao. According to Bai Mao, he has trained a group of absolutely loyal experts. If that's the case, it's time to utilize them. Although he is within the Huang family, the Huang family's power is equally terrifying. However, given the complexity of the situation, especially the development of the upcoming story, his forces must be absolutely loyal and trustworthy. Only in this way, while protecting himself and those around him, can he minimize the influence of those destined main characters. On the other hand, Zifeng has returned to the base of that mysterious organization. Though he doesn't know their motives or who they are, as long as they can help him reclaim the Z family, that's enough. Once the Z family is reclaimed, he can deal with these people. Looking at the deserted base, Zifeng sneered. Although these people saved him, he doesn't think highly of them. After a complicated path, he reached a secret room where the kidnapped Liu Ryan was currently being held. Liu Ryan, Liu Ryan. Liu Ryan's face looked a little haggard in the secret room. The ropes binding her had already fallen off, cut by an unknown means. Obviously, Liu Ryan was not foolish. Even for Zifeng, escaping from such a complex place would take considerable effort. Besides, the secret room's door was tightly locked. How could a woman easily open it? Zifeng approached slowly, his cat-like step swaying with a seductive gait. This was a habit forced on him during his overseas ordeal of being whipped day and night. However, just as he drew closer, Liu Ryan moved swiftly. Liu Ryan shouted sweetly, picking up a nearby rock and smashed it towards his head. However, once a deputy captain of the police force, even though his body had been modified, he still possessed strength. Zifeng struck, his leg hitting Liu Ryan in the abdomen, sending her flying to meters away in an instant. Pain flashed in Liu Ryan's beautiful eyes as she held her abdomen, slowly getting up. You are Zizhan's enemy, nothing to do with me. If you want to deal with Zizhan, I can help you. I can persuade the Huang family. Huang family? So you are now Huang Yu's woman? Zifeng deliberately showed a hint of fear. Seeing this, Liu Ryan's eyes gleamed slightly with a hint of pride. That's right. Huang Yu is my boyfriend. Upon hearing this, the fear in Zifeng's eyes vanished, replaced by a more fierce expression. Then you are seeking death. He growled lowly, directly grabbing Liu Ryan's slender and fair neck. In a moment, Liu Ryan's face turned red, feeling an indescribable suffocation. She struggled desperately, but to no avail. He knew that Liu Ryan was engaged to Huang Yu. It's just that hearing Liu Ryan speak highly of Huang Yu made him somewhat unacceptable. After all, who is Huang Yu? He's been uneducated since childhood, and as he grew up, he's just been a debauched playboy. And what about Zifeng? Just with his own efforts, he became the deputy captain of the Tianhai City Police Force. If it wasn't for that so-called God of War organization's leader Zizhan and Huang Yu, how did he end up in this miserable state now? Ultimately, it's because of them scheming behind his back. Why should he endure such pain? Zifeng's exquisitely beautiful face twisted even more, his hatred towards Huang Yu and Zizhan deepening. I am ready. He sent a text to the person in the organization who was in contact with him. This was agreed upon beforehand. The organization would help him reclaim the Z family, and in return, he would give half of the Z family's resources to the organization. End of this chapter. Chapter 146, Off to the Millions. Otherwise, relying solely on the eldest uncle of the Z family, it would be almost impossible to reclaim the Z family. But even if it's just half of the Z family's resources, so what? As long as the Huang family and the Han family are destroyed, these things are insignificant. Furthermore, whether these people can really be obtained is another matter. On the other hand, while Huang Yu was contemplating where Zifeng was hiding, Mr. Huang, this is a fax that just came from the Huang group. Suddenly, Ziruoxu took a document and slowly walked down from upstairs. Huang Yu frowned as he took it. After all, the Huang group has been operating for many years and still has many trustworthy people supporting it. Apart from some major issues, there was hardly anything that required the CEO to personally handle. Could it be that there is going to be some trouble in the group again? Huang Yu opened the document while pondering. There was not much explanation on it, just a maze map with a few points marked on it. In the bottom right corner was an address, and besides that, there was no other text. Just as Huang Yu was puzzled, he suddenly had a flash of insight and thought of something. Could this be the place where Ryan is being held? He stood up abruptly and looked at the map. He naturally did not doubt the authenticity of this map. It was definitely from Zifeng, who had kidnapped Liu Ryan. But the crucial question was this a trap? After all, in Zifeng's eyes, he not only took away Han Yuyao, but also ruined someone who would never be able to stand up again. Perhaps in his eyes, he had become his ultimate enemy. How could he possibly give himself the map after kidnapping Liu Ryan for no reason? Mr. Huang, this might be a trap, Ziruoxu struggled in her heart. Of course, she had also heard about Liu Ryan's kidnapping. This map was undoubtedly related to Liu Ryan. And judging by Huang Yu's expression, it was definitely sent by the kidnapper of Liu Ryan. She could tell that this was a trap. But almost instinctively, she blurted out her thoughts, which surprised Ziruoxu and made her regret a bit. This person is an enemy who forced the Z family to submit to the Huang family. And he also forced her to be a maid here. How could she help her enemy? Ziruoxu's eyes were incredulous. Could it be that she has fallen for this scum? No. How could that be possible? She fervently denied it in her heart. I know. Huang Yu glanced at Ziruoxu, not paying too much attention to her thoughts. Instead, he got up and walked out directly. Even if it's a trap, I must save her. Huang Yu sighed deeply. For this fictional world of the novel's plot, he had no attachment or sentiment. But these women who had a relationship with him and the most sincere feelings for him, Huang Yu could truly feel them. So, Ryan, wait for me. I will definitely come to save you. In contrast, Nalin Yanran and Yun Yun, who were trapped in the villa, were much calmer. After all, if you went like this, Huang Yu might never come back. However, Huang Yu's determination to sacrifice himself still shocked them, especially after hearing Huang Yu's thoughts. This little bastard actually has such great courage. Yun Yun was shocked. After Huang Yu left, he immediately informed Han Yuyao. Besides that, he didn't inform anyone else. After all, Han Yuyao was currently the only person he could trust and who could accurately carry out his ideas. After secretly informing Han Yuyao, Huang Yu drove directly towards the address. Following Huang Yu's departure, a van slowly followed. Inside were Han Yuyao and the members of the police squadron. To avoid attracting attention, they found this old and worn-out van. And the people inside were all fully armed. Following the map's instructions, Huang Yu quickly arrived at an abandoned residential building complex. This abandoned residential building complex was originally planned by the Huang family for demolition and new construction. However, due to the incident involving Li Hua fleeing abroad, most of the real estate projects of the Huang group were put on hold. I didn't expect these people to hide in my family's territory. They really are good at hiding, Huang Yu sighed. Then he took out the map and walked towards the target direction indicated on it. Since this abandoned residential building had long been deserted, it was exceptionally quiet, and the sound of footsteps echoed between the buildings. It was so quiet that it seemed eerie, as if someone could suddenly aim a gun and shoot him the next second. Although Huang Yu had made a qualitative leap in strength, he still felt a bit nervous. After walking according to the instructions on the map, Huang Yu arrived in front of an abandoned residential building. The building was full of dilapidated windows and walls peeling off from being exposed to wind and rain. There were even moss and weeds growing in the cracks of the surrounding pavement. Huang Yu slowly approached, pushed open the door without hesitation, and entered. Inside, there were various rubble and debris scattered around in disarray. Although there was dust, the central pathway was not covered too much. It was clear that someone was regularly coming and going. Did they all hide in the basement as well, or are they waiting for me inside and outside for a surprise attack? Huang Yu muttered lightly. However, he did not hesitate at all and proceeded towards the basement marked on the map. Unlike the outside, the basement was hidden in a kitchen inside an apartment. The floor in the corner where the gas was located in the kitchen could be lifted. After using tools to pry up the floorboards, a bright scene below was revealed. Is there someone down there? Huang Yu furrowed his brows slightly, but still climbed down without hesitation. Unlike the outside, the inside was very clean. It must have been regularly cleaned. After standing still for 2 minutes, Huang Yu frowned slightly, feeling puzzled. According to common sense, if it was a trap, he should have been attacked by now, so why hadn't there been any action yet? Could there be a bigger plot at play? He continued following the map. The markings on the map were quite complex, twisting and turning like a maze. As he delved deeper, all light gradually disappeared. Even in the end, he could only rely on the faint light in the passageway, slowly feeling his way along the walls. End of this chapter. Chapter 147, Underground Maze. The complexity of this maze can be said to be unprecedented. If Huang Yu didn't have this map in his hands, he would almost certainly get lost. However, as he kept walking, he suddenly stopped. Not good. He raised his head abruptly. After all, at this moment, Han Yuyao was leading a group of police officers, following him. Although he had the map as a guide, they did not. If they followed him into the maze and were ambushed by hidden enemies, that would be disastrous. Thinking of this, he quickly started to rush back. After all, this map was given to him by Zifeng, who kidnapped Liu Ryan. Since he dared to give him this map, it meant that Liu Ryan should be safe for the time being. But for the group of police officers who entered, it was not as certain. Huang Yu hurried forward, hoping to find them before all the members of the police team entered. However, as he walked, he suddenly heard slow footsteps ahead. Click! The sound of loading a bullet. Huang Yu instantly became alert and quickly stopped in his tracks. Even his breathing became much quieter. In the eerie silence, Huang Yu cautiously continued forward. There was a fork in the road about 4 to 5 meters ahead. Undoubtedly, if someone was ambushing him, that person should be hidden there. As he approached, with only about 2 meters left, he suddenly rushed forward. It was at this moment that a figure made a move towards him. Bang! The gunshot rang out, but Huang Yu managed to dodge the bullet using the angle, then quickly grabbed the person's neck. Just as he was about to strike, guided by the dim light and familiar sound of pain, he took a closer look. Yu Yao. It turned out to be Han Yuyao, the captain of the police team, but there was no one else from the team around her. What's going on? Where are the people you brought? Huang Yu couldn't shake off a bad feeling subconsciously. After letting go, Han Yuyao first gave him a resentful look, then explained, "After I saw you enter the underground maze, we followed. You were walking too fast, so we couldn't keep up, and we split up. But how did you come back?" Hearing Han Yuyao's words, Huang Yu sighed. "You shouldn't have come in." "Why?" Han Yuyao was puzzled. This place shouldn't be that big, right? It seems newly built, but Huang Yu remained silent and simply handed the map to her. Han Yuyao took the map with some confusion, her eyes widening. Is it really this complicated? If it was as complex as shown on the map, such a massive project would have taken several years to complete. If it was built within a short period, there would have been significant construction activity. But nothing like that had ever been heard here. At that moment, a sense of eeriness lingered between them. Probably, this time, Xiaofeng was not alone in coming here. There must be an organization behind it. And this organization definitely had great power. Seeing Han Yuyao agree to his plan, Huang Yu once again solemnly advised her, "Follow behind me, make sure it's safe before catching up. Remember to adapt to the situation, do not act impulsively." Meanwhile, with a faint echo of a gunshot, inside the secret room, Xiaofeng, who was about to harm Liu Ryan, paused. What's going on? He turned to look at the door with a feeling of unease. After all, based on his knowledge of the organization, almost everyone inside was exceptionally skilled, able to kill invisibly even when carrying out missions. They didn't bother with firearms, as these weapons were not as efficient as their hands and drew too much attention. The sudden sound of a gunshot made him wary. Could someone have entered? Seeing Xiaofeng's expression, Liu Ryan became even more nervous. She also heard the faint gunshot just now. The problem was she didn't know if it was a friend or a foe. But at least, maybe she could seize the opportunity to escape. Indeed, after a brief hesitation, Xiaofeng turned and left. I advise you not to have any other thoughts. After warning her, Xiaofeng locked the door. As his footsteps gradually faded away, it confirmed that he had left. Liu Ryan sighed in relief. Even though Xiaofeng didn't tie her up, figuring out how to leave now became a problem. If Xiaofeng clashed with the intruders and died there, wouldn't she be trapped and left to die as well? Realizing this, Liu Ryan desperately tried to force open the door. She even picked up a stray steel bar nearby and tried to pry it open, tearing her delicate and fair hands, leaving several red marks, but to no avail. Minutes later, exhausted, she collapsed on the ground. At that moment, she knew that if Xiaofeng didn't return, she might die in even greater despair. She didn't even have a chance to escape. In this hopeless situation, holding the steel bar she used to pry open the door, Liu Ryan hid behind the door, crouching in the corner, quietly waiting for an opportunity. End of this chapter. Chapter 148. Did Huang Yu die? At the same time. No, still no signal. Han Yu Yao, who was secretly following Huang Yu, put down her phone in despair. She wanted to send the map she had just taken a picture of to her teammates in different locations. However, in this underground maze, there was no signal on her phone at all. At this point, all she could do was pray that her team members wouldn't get into trouble. As Huang Yu continued to move forward, suddenly, footsteps sounded ahead. Seeing this, Huang Yu quickly hid, and Han Yu Yao, who was following him at a certain distance, also quickly concealed herself. In the dim light, in the darkness, a slim and alluring, extremely sexy and beautiful woman walked slowly. Looking at this woman, Huang Yu had a strange sense of familiarity, especially between the brows. Zifeng. He was surprised. Damn it, the former deputy captain of the Tianhai City Criminal Police Brigade had turned into this now. The efficiency abroad is still high. As the former deputy captain of the Tianhai City Criminal Police Brigade, Zifeng naturally was no pushover. With his rich experience in criminal investigation, he quickly guessed that someone must be hiding near him. "Come out, I've seen you." He first lied, but only his voice echoed around without any response. Even a child could tell that this was a lie. How could Huang Yu and Han Yu Yao be fooled? Did I hear wrong? Zifeng muttered to himself in confusion, then turned and left. Han Yu Yao also took this opportunity to peek out, watching Zifeng's retreating figure. As someone who had been in the police station for many years, he naturally sensed the familiarity of this person. This person was very likely Zifeng. Unexpectedly, he had undergone plastic surgery and turned himself into a woman. Han Yu Yao quietly pulled out her gun and aimed it at Zifeng's back. When she was about to shoot, Zifeng suddenly turned around and fired several shots behind him. Although these shots were far from Han Yu Yao, under the intimidation of the gunshots, she quickly shrunk back. Obviously, this was just Zifeng's deceitful plan. Although no one was hit, it was already enough to prove that someone was nearby. The recent movement and sound were the best evidence. "Come out, I've seen you." Zifeng laughed playfully. "If you don't come out, I'll have Liu Ryan killed." This place was a base secretly arranged by the organization for him. Apart from the people from the organization and himself, no one else came here. If there was something that could attract attention, it was only Liu Ryan who was detained here. At this point, Huang Yu had already realized that he had been exposed. He sighed and stood up helplessly. In any case, he couldn't let Han Yu Yao fall into danger. "Huang Yu, I never thought you were just a waste." Seeing his enemy arrive, unarmed and almost defenseless, Huang Yu couldn't help but smile. But the gun was still pointed at him. "You dare to come find me alone?" He didn't put Huang Yu, this waste young master, in his eyes at all. "Throw your gun out, don't make me act." Hearing Zifeng's warning, Huang Yu knew that the shot Han Yu Yao had fired earlier had given them away. However, to make the other party let down their guard, he pretended to search in his pocket, but actually took out a gun from his personal space and threw it towards the ground. Zifeng picked up the gun, checked that only one bullet was used, then looked at Huang Yu. "If I'm not mistaken, your father's condition is probably related to your Huang family, right?" "It doesn't matter." Huang Yu raised an eyebrow, showing no fear in his eyes. Although there was indeed a plan he designed, it wasn't his intention to turn Zvi Tianch into an idiot. It was his real brother, Zizan. "So, what's the deal with Han Yu Yao?" Hearing about Han Yu Yao, Huang Yu hesitated for a moment. He couldn't just tell the other party that he got on the wrong bus, could he? If that were the case, it would be over. However, he didn't directly answer the question, but looked at Zifeng and asked seriously, "Where is Liu Ryan? Why are you still concerned about your fiancé?" "Huang Yu, you probably don't know something." Zifeng's eyes were full of mockery and sarcasm. "Your fiancé has already given you a huge green hat. You still know this mistress." "What? Could it be you?" Looking at Zifeng's empty expression, Huang Yu said lightly. But this caused Zifeng, who had been trying to provoke Huang Yu's incompetence and anger, to become agitated instantly. "What are you talking about?" Among all things, this was the most indelible pain in Zifeng's heart. He directly stepped forward, grabbed Huang Yu by the collar, and aimed the gun at his head as if he was about to blow it up the next second. "Don't move." But at that moment, a voice suddenly sounded behind Huang Yu. It was Han Yuyao. Seeing Huang Yu being held at gunpoint by Zifeng, his life in imminent danger, she could no longer stand it and came out directly. Han Yuyao. Hearing this familiar voice, Zifeng became instantly more excited. "Damn it, you wench. I've been chasing after you for 3 years, and you ignore me. What? Now that you see your lover is in danger, you dare to show yourself?" Faced with Zifeng's unbridled insults, Han Yuyao didn't speak, but aimed her gun at Zifeng desperately. However, Huang Yu was standing in between them. Zifeng looked at the two. "If I'm not mistaken, you're both here to rescue Lu Orion, aren't you? But now I'll give you a choice." Looking at Han Yuyao, Zifeng suddenly came up with a plan. "If you throw the gun over now, I'll let Huang Yu and Lu Orion go. But if you don't surrender, I'll blow his head off with one shot. Don't." Just as Zifeng's words fell, Huang Yu's voice rang out. "Yu Yao, don't listen to him. Wench, don't harm me. You're ruining my plan, you know?" Although she didn't know what plan Huang Yu had, the fact that he was in danger at this moment was undeniable. After much struggle, Han Yuyao closed her beautiful eyes and let go of the gun. Then she threw the gun at Zifeng. "I hope you will keep your promise for the sake of our many years as colleagues and classmates." She could lose anyone, but she couldn't lose Huang Yu. This was her everything. With a bang, after Zifeng picked up Han Yuyao's gun, a shot rang out. A bloody bullet hole appeared on Huang Yu's head. He fell slowly to the ground. End of this chapter. Chapter 149. Death Reversal in the Dead Zone. Huang Yu. Seeing the blood hole on Huang Yu's head shot out by Zifeng, Han Yuyao's pupil shook like an earthquake. She was first stunned for a moment, then started screaming wildly. Lurching forward 3 steps at a time, Han Yuyao arrived next to Huang Yu's corpse. She looked at Huang Yu, who had already lost his breath, with disbelief, shaking his body desperately. "You scum! Wake up!" Han Yuyao's tears fell continuously like broken beads. This was a scene she had never imagined. But watching Han Yuyao so devastated for Huang Yu, Zifeng, the mastermind, became even more delighted. "Huang Yu, oh Huang Yu, you still lost." He looked at Huang Yu's body, feeling no sympathy and no fear. Even though the Huang family was a dominating presence in Tianhai City, who could have thought that all of this was created by the long-gone Zifeng? Even if the Huang family traced this back, they would only become a tool in his hands to massacre the organization that utilized them, and then be slaughtered. After crying twice, Han Yuyao turned around and attacked Zifeng. The Han family, as an ancient martial arts family with 1,000 years of tradition, naturally had formidable skills. Taking advantage of Zifeng's moment of inattention, Han Yuyao unleashed the exclusive inherited martial arts of the Han family, the Cold Jade Palm. With a cry, Han Yuyao exuded a terrifying aura, and a violent chill surged around her, slowly condensing on the hand she struck out with. "Zifeng, you die for me." Along with extreme sadness, Han Yuyao also felt uncontrollable anger. At this moment, she didn't care about the gun in Zifeng's hand. Huang Yu was her everything, the culmination of so many years of emotions poured into him, he couldn't be easily abandoned. At this moment, Han Yuyao's mind was filled with only one thought, to avenge Huang Yu. Han Yuyao had no other thoughts at this moment as she watched Zizan, her gaze fixed firmly on him. There were only 3 words in her mind: kill him, kill him, kill him. Zifeng, unaware, was also instantly struck in the chest by Han Yuyao. Zifeng's eyes widened, and he stumbled back several steps. Looking at Han Yuyao again, he now felt a sense of shock. After so many years at the police station, Han Yuyao might have had a fiery temper, but fundamentally, she was just a woman, and her physical strength was incomparable to his. She merely used violence recklessly, relying on her identity as a cop and the eldest daughter of the Han family to do so. He never expected that the Han Yuyao he thought he knew well would possess such formidable strength. Feeling intense pain in his chest, with a hint of swelling, Zifeng's expression shifted from joy to surprise. Han Yuyao, however, was not going to give up so easily. What she wanted was not just to injure Zifeng, but to kill him. After striking out with one palm, Han Yuyao rushed again. This sudden attack caught the unprepared Zifeng off guard, and he quickly raised his gun towards her. With a bang, The bullet hit Han Yuyao's shoulder directly. Corrupted by the intense pain, Han Yuyao stumbled back several steps. Despite her high skills, she still feared danger. Especially at her current level, she had not reached the point of being fearless of firearms. Once injured, it would be troublesome. After staggering back a few steps, Han Yuyao sat by Huang Yu's side. She held her injured left shoulder, looking at Huang Yu with despair. She could die here, but what about her team members? All of her team members had already dispersed at this point. If they encountered danger, in her current state, she wouldn't be able to provide support. But the current situation did not allow her to make unnecessary moves. Looking at Huang Yu's face, she reached out her uninjured right hand and placed it on his face. Although our time together was short, Han Yuyao said quietly, closing her eyes in despair, waiting for death to take her. Zifeng, panting heavily while holding the gun, slowly recovered after a while. The scare Han Yuyao gave him was too much to bear. In all his years at the Z family and the police station, he had never seen such a scenario. Someone had actually trained their physical strength to such an extent. This made Zifeng think of the people who had saved him for the first time. They seemed ordinary but possessed incredible power. It was not an exaggeration to say they could walk on walls and soar across rooftops as in martial arts novels. At this moment, Zifeng truly felt his insignificance. This revelation seemed to open the door to a whole new world for him. This only strengthened his resolve to revive the Z family. From every perspective, strength was the foundation of everything. Zifeng didn't think he lost to people like Huang Yu simply because he wasn't smart enough. Ultimately, it was about background and strength. Go ahead. Han Yuyao, in utter despair, had lost all will to continue living. Moreover, from every angle, Zifeng would never let her go. Upon hearing Han Yuyao's voice, Zifeng smiled faintly and walked up to her. Don't worry, I won't let you die. He smiled charmingly, then reached out to grab Han Yuyao's slender and fair neck. He squeezed it, causing her to struggle to breathe. I still need you to ruin your Han family. In Zifeng's mind, there was a huge plan. He intended to use the children of the major families to gradually dismantle each one, then absorb all the resources of these families into the Z family. He wanted to build the Z family into an unprecedented giant, a massive entity without any rivals. He was the pioneer and creator of this colossal entity. Subsequently, he securely tied up Han Yuyao and headed towards where Lorian was being held. As for Huang Yu's body, it could rot and decompose there. About half a minute after Zifeng left, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows, filled with unconcealable concern. You busty girl, why don't you listen to me? Surprisingly, Huang Yu, who was already dead, appeared alive next to his own corpse. Huang Yu sighed deeply, glancing at his lifeless body on the ground, feeling a tinge of regret. If this were in the original book's plot, he probably wouldn't have died so miserably. The dead body on the ground was just a reward he had obtained from the system a while ago. He used this body double card to make Zifeng lower his guard, arousing curiosity about Lorian's whereabouts. Unexpectedly, the busty girl's action disrupted his plan. End of this chapter. Chapter 150. The ambitious plan of Zifeng. After all, the idea of a body double card is simply too unbelievable. If he were to tell that busty girl, wouldn't it mean exposing himself? If he doesn't say anything, there might still be a chance to turn things around. Besides, he had previously told that busty girl not to act rashly no matter what she saw or heard. Unexpectedly, he still made a mistake. Immediately, Huang Yu stepped over his own body and followed Zifeng's footsteps. Due to the current strength, Zifeng is no longer on the same level as him. Therefore, Zifeng naturally couldn't detect his tracking. Soon, under Zifeng's lead, a sound of a door opening rang out. Zifeng directly threw the bound Han Yuyao inside. And when the hidden Liu Ryan saw this shadow, she was startled for a moment. Then, seeing Zifeng coming in, she directly picked up the steel rod in her hand to strike. But Zifeng dodged directly with a flash and grabbed Liu Ryan's hand tightly. Crack! A slap directly landed on Liu Ryan's face. Liu Ryan staggered back a few steps, falling next to Han Yuyao. And at that moment, he finally saw Han Yuyao's face. Han Yuyao, what are you doing here? You should know, Han Yuyao is the captain of the Tianhai City Criminal Police Brigade. She was easily captured here. Doesn't that mean Huang Yu is also in danger? Thinking about the person in front of her who was hostile towards Huang Yu, Liu Ryan couldn't help but become more worried. Tell me, where did Huang Yu go? Looking at Han Yuyao remaining silent, crying, Liu Ryan couldn't help but worrying and pushed her with her hand to get her attention. But to her surprise, a wet and warm sensation instantly covered her hand. Han Yuyao picked it up with the dim light. A dark red liquid was smeared on her hand, emanating a salty, bloody smell. Yu Yao, what happened to you? Seeing Han Yuyao suffer such a serious injury, Liu Ryan was shocked first. Then she hurriedly tore a piece of cloth from her clothes and tried to bandage her wound. Although they didn't always get along, at this critical moment, Liu Ryan still cared deeply about Han Yuyao's safety. Don't bother. Seeing Liu Ryan making an effort to bandage her wound, Han Yuyao pushed her away. What are you talking about? Your injury isn't that serious. Liu Ryan thought Han Yuyao was feeling hopeless and quickly comforted her. Don't worry. Someone will come to rescue us soon. But upon hearing this, Han Yuyao felt a sinking sensation in her heart and tears welled up in her eyes even more. No one will come to rescue us. Let me die. What are you talking about? Seeing Han Yuyao in such a state of despair, Liu Ryan, who was originally hopeless, became increasingly anxious. That's right, she's right. No one will come to rescue you. At this moment, Zizan sneered and mocked. After all, your fiancé is lying outside right now. Maybe he'll be feeding rats directly by evening. With those words, Liu Ryan looked at Zifeng in disbelief. She naturally understood the meaning behind his words. Does this mean Huang Yu is already dead? This was something she couldn't believe no matter what. Just before she was kidnapped, Huang Yu was safe and sound. How could he be dead in such a short time? At this moment, looking at Han Yuyao shedding tears, she seemed to understand something. Yu Yao, is what he said true? Holding on to a last glimmer of hope, she cautiously asked. But under the gaze full of anticipation, Han Yuyao suddenly turned her gaze towards her. This gaze was incredibly serious, with a hint of struggle in the midst of pain. After hesitating for a while, Han Yuyao nodded. Huang Yu has already passed away. Upon hearing this answer, Liu Ryan's mind went blank, and tears instantly streamed down her face, flowing over her cheeks and falling to the ground. He's gone, she murmured, seeming somewhat incredulous. I didn't expect this. Seeing Liu Ryan's painful expression, Zifeng's heart was filled with a perverse sense of pleasure. Seeing Liu Ryan in such agony, as if she could resurrect the already dead Huang Yu and torment him again. Moreover, he died on his way to rescue you. In the end, it was you who caused his death. These words struck Liu Ryan's fragile heart like a heavy hammer, relentlessly pounding her. Although it was now proven that Huang Yu still loved her, this was the last outcome Liu Ryan wanted to see. They had prepared to live happily ever after together. Why did this happen? Watching the despair of the two women, Zifeng's excitement turned into a mix of joy and fantasy. Now, the eldest daughters from the Han and Liu families were in his hands. And Huang Yu had already been shot dead by him. Except for him, no one knew about this incident. In other words, the life and death of Huang Yu were entirely in his hands. With these two living women and one dead man, he could use this to deal a heavy blow to these major families. Thinking about this, Zifeng became even more excited. Tianhai City is destined to be in my hands. Dad, don't worry, I'll bring you back soon. Zifeng laughed excitedly. Since his father became mentally disabled, he had lost all his usefulness in the Z family. His status plummeted, and shortly after becoming disabled, he lost the treatment of a family head and was casually thrown into a mental hospital. Unable to expose himself, Zifeng had no way to get his father out before. But now things were different. Everything was under his control. He could take the initiative to blackmail the other major families at any time. However, just as he was rejoicing, an unprecedented sense of danger suddenly hit him. The fear of death and the overwhelming danger made his heart beat frantically. Apart from two powerless women, there was no other danger in front of him. He instantly turned his head to look behind him, but it was too late. In his pupils, a heavy punch grew larger and larger. Huang Fish's fist struck Zifeng's neck. With two cracking sounds, the sound of fracture instantly spread. Several pieces of his spine were shattered along with the vibration of terror. Huang Yu, how is this possible? Leaving behind these last words, the incredulous Zifeng slowly fell down. End of this chapter. Chapter 151, Resurrection. In his final sight, Huang Yu, who had just been killed by him, unexpectedly came back to life, appearing alive in front of him. How is this possible? Although Han Yuyao's astonishing skills stunned her, the idea of someone coming back to life was unheard of. Even Zifeng couldn't understand it, despite being at death's door. Are you both okay? After dealing with Zifeng, Huang Yu quickly came to the two women. He checked on Han Yuyao's injuries. Huang Yu, Liu Ryan called out, rushing forward to hug him tightly, as if only a real embrace could dispel her disbelief in Huang Yu's death. But the injured Han Yuyao remained silent. With her injured arm, she slowly stood up and walked to Zifeng's side, picking up the gun from his body. Then she directly pointed it at Huang Yu. "Yu Yao, what are you going to do?" Seeing this scene, Liu Ryan was shocked and quickly stepped in front of Huang Yu. "He's Huang Yu. What are you doing? Do you want to kill him?" Hearing Liu Ryan's words, Han Yuyao remained unmoved. Instead, she coldly stared at Huang Yu. "Who are you really? Why are you pretending to be Huang Yu?" Huang Yu had already died, as witnessed by Han Yuyao herself. Having been a police officer for so long, she simply couldn't believe in such bizarre events of resurrection. Even if she was unwilling to accept it, the truth of Huang Yu's death remained the same. "This busty girl has gone crazy. Why are you pointing a gun at me? I can't possibly tell you that the person who died is fake, right? I have to tell you about a system. You have to believe it." Huang Yu kept commenting to himself. Facing Han Yuyao's gun, he didn't dare to move. Despite his nearly 80 years of cultivation, theoretically, he should not fear ordinary firearms. But who was this busty girl Han Yuyao? She was the eldest daughter of a martial arts family, known as a rare martial arts genius in a century. Her marksmanship was nearly flawless. Escaping from her aim was not an easy task, After hesitating for a while and thinking about how to explain, Han Yuyao suddenly put down the gun. Her eyes filled with tears as she looked at Huang Yu, then ran over and hugged him. "As long as you're okay. What is this crazy woman doing? One moment crying and making a scene, the next moment pointing a gun at me." Although unsure of what was happening, Huang Yu gently hugged Han Yuyao, patting her back. It's okay. Aren't you here to save them?" Liu Ryan, who was standing aside, also lowered her guard at this moment. After hearing Han Yuyao's words earlier, she had some doubts in her mind as well, doubting whether this Huang Yu was someone disguised as him. But upon hearing his inner thoughts, she gradually relaxed. The person in front of her was indeed Huang Yu. With the atmosphere calming down, Huang Yu gently helped Han Yuyao lie down. Then he acupunctured various points on her body, slowing the bleeding at the gunshot wound. Due to the lack of treatment for the gunshot wound and the loss of blood, Han Yuyao's face had become pale. It was only in his arms that she fainted, showing that she had been injuring earlier. Huang Yu quickly carried Han Yuyao on his back and hurried outside, with Liu Ryan following closely. After making sure Liu Ryan was still with him, they arrived outside within a few minutes. Huang Yu picked up Han Yuyao's phone and called the Tianhai City Police Department and an ambulance. After informing the Han and Huang families, Huang Yu finally let out a sigh of relief. He then focused on trying his best to ease her injuries. Although Huang Yu's medical skills were among the best in Tianhai City, he lacked proper equipment to deal with such external injuries at the moment. However, after making a few calls, the voices of the police and ambulance were soon heard approaching. Members of both the Han and Huang families arrived, and Mo Linglong rushed over upon hearing the news. Shortly after, Mo Linglong took Han Yuyao away for further treatment. Meanwhile, several police cars arrived, and nearly all the officers of the Tianhai City Police Department entered the underground labyrinth to search for other team members. The expression of the police chief became even more serious after hearing Huang Yu's description. Daring to create such a thing right under the nose of Tianhai City. It seems like it was planned for a long time. Such a massive project couldn't have been completed in a short time. It was Li Hua, who used to hold a high position in the Huang group, responsible for this area. However, Li Hua had already disappeared by this time. Luckily, after a thorough search lasting 1 or 2 hours, all team members were rescued. Some of them were exhausted from the complexity of the maze. On coming out, They unconsciously shielded their eyes from the glaring sunlight. "Young Huang, thank you." The police chief, who witnessed Huang Yu's timely action, couldn't help but change his opinion. Without him, many police officers might have been lost in the labyrinth. Huang Yu, feeling relieved after all team members were safe, took the body of his substitute Huang Yu and stored it in his space. He didn't bother much with cleaning up the bloodstains on the ground. Fortunately, it didn't cause any trouble. According to the system, those bloodstains would gradually disappear in a few hours. As a luxury car approached, a middle-aged man with a stern face got out. He was Han Yuyao's father, Han Feng. "Kid, I warn you, stay away from my daughter in the future." Unlike his frequent visits to the Huang family with Han Yuyao, Han Feng had never had a good impression of Huang Yu. He even believed this boy had harmed his daughter. "If any danger befalls my daughter in the future, I won't spare you." Though in his 40s or 50s, Han Feng, being from a martial arts family, had a formidable presence. Every move and gesture indicated his extraordinary skills. In the face of this threat, Huang Yu could only feel helpless. End of this chapter. Chapter 152. The chaotic relationship of the Z family. Although his current cultivation level is considered very high now, he does not think he will be a match for the middle-aged man in front of him. After all, his superb martial arts skills and rich combat experience are incomparable. Moreover, in the original plot, although it did not describe how powerful the leader of the Han family was, it did mention that the Han family leader fought Zifeng to a near standstill, indicating his terrifying strength. It must be noted that at that time, Zifeng was already in the later stages of the great perfection. Seeing him silent, Han Feng, out of concern for his daughter, coldly snorted before leaving. On the other hand, news of the old flames between Liu Ryan and Z quickly spread to major news outlets. As for the identity of the kidnapper who kidnapped Liu Ryan, it was also reported by the Tianhai City Police Department at the same time. Damn, it's amazing. It turns out to be the missing heir of the Z family, the former deputy captain of the Tianhai City Criminal Police Company. The captain of the Criminal Police Company has turned into a monster. Such explosive news. Isn't it popular now for those who went overseas? In the news reports, not only did it detail Zifeng's identity, but it also explained how Zifeng went overseas, was then transformed, and the criticisms he faced. Thus, in the eyes of everyone, the Z family had become a kind of anomaly. Zifeng's father is mentally disabled, his son is a monster. The most explosive news came out later. When Zifeng underwent DNA testing, it was found that his genes did not match those of his father, Zitian's. Although there was a more than 50% blood relation, it did not reach 99%. This means that Zifeng's true blood relatives are on their side. Upon learning this news, the Z family felt utterly humiliated. What the hell is going on? The current head of the Z family, who happened to be Zifeng's second uncle, shouted angrily in the Z family hall. What's the matter with Zitian's being mentally disabled? He's not even his son. It's an absolute disgrace. I don't care who among you did this shameful act. You better come forward now. He scanned the relatives of the Z family below with unstoppable anger in his eyes. At this moment, only the eyes of the eldest uncle of the Z family seemed somewhat panicked. But he quickly concealed it and pretended to look calm as he shouted around. It involves the dignity of the Z family, and all of you are indifferent. I think the Z family is done for. He pretended to look disappointed, then turned and left in a huff. The Z family members looked at his retreating figure with contempt. When the Z family was in danger, you didn't step up. Now you know after the fact. How shameless! After all, the eldest uncle of the Z family had always been looked down upon in the Z family. So no one thought this kind of waste could accomplish anything. Subsequently, people continued to speculate about who had committed this shameful act. On the other side, after the eldest uncle of the Z family returned to his villa, he hurriedly poured himself a glass of water. His hands trembled continuously, trying to calm himself down by forcing himself to drink water. I didn't expect this matter to be discovered. But luckily, Tiance has already been admitted to the psychiatric hospital. Otherwise, as the eldest brother, I wouldn't know how to face him, yes? Zifeng is actually his child. The reason he was ostracized in the Z family was not without cause. When he was young, he often incurred debts due to his romantic involvements. Originally, given the Z family's background, this wouldn't have been a problem, but the key was that when he got himself into debt, he never considered the background of the other party. This led to him constantly encountering trouble. Over time, it caused significant losses to the Z family. Especially the last time, it directly struck a blow to the Z family. It resulted in him becoming increasingly unpopular in the Z family, to the point where his father even banned him from the Z family directly. However, how could he be content at such a young age? Unable to release his unquenchable desires, he slowly wandered around the Z family. Until one day, he saw his third brother's wife. The graceful figure instantly caught his attention. And so, the two of them got entangled. But unexpectedly, it resulted in her getting pregnant later, and he didn't know whose child it was. It was only after he secretly conducted a paternity test that he found out the child was indeed his. This is why, as the eldest uncle, he didn't pay much attention to his own affairs, but always found himself inexplicably concerned about Zifeng. Just because they were father and son. But little Feng, you died so miserably. Although his own affairs hadn't been exposed, the thought of his biological child dying at someone else's hands made the eldest uncle of the Z family feel sorrowful. He had never married in his life, so almost all his hopes were pinned on Zifeng. According to the original plan, he was supposed to inherit his third brother's position and become the head of the Z family. With a certain level of status in the Tianhai City Police Circle, he could still bring glory to the Z family. But now everything was lost. Thinking about this, the eldest uncle of the Z family couldn't help but shed tears. I didn't expect there to be such a fateful connection within the Z family. Suddenly, there was applause from upstairs, along with teasing and mocking remarks. Zizan, the eldest uncle of the family, suddenly raised his head, looking vigilantly upward. A petite, extremely beautiful-looking girl was standing there. However, it was clearly a rough male voice that had spoken just moments ago. Seeing this strange scene, he instantly became cautious. Who are you, exactly? Especially considering that the other person had likely heard what he had said earlier, his gaze became fiercely sharp. I advise you to act as if you didn't hear anything, otherwise. What? Are you going to kill me to keep me silent? Indeed, while she looked like a young girl, her voice was clearly that of a rough man. Don't you feel any remorse for your son? No, now it should be your daughter, right? Unable to endure the other's mockery any longer, the eldest uncle of the Z family coldly stated, his face stormy. Do you know where you are? You're asking for death. The girl, who looked like a small girl, suddenly appeared in front of the eldest uncle of the Z family, seized his neck, and lifted him up in an instant despite her petite stature. A strong sense of suffocation instantly ensued. The eldest uncle of the Z family's face turned red in an instant, desperately trying to grab the hand around his neck and struggling frantically. But the other party's hand was like a steel clamp, firmly squeezing him, and he couldn't break free no matter what. You, let me go. End of chapter. Chapter 153. Xuanwu, who has been in prison for 30 years. Xiaojia's eldest uncle struggled desperately. He managed to force out these words through great difficulty. Suddenly, the other party chuckled lightly and released his grip directly. Xiaojia's eldest uncle instantly dropped to the ground, clutching his bright red throat that was choked, coughed a couple of times, and struggled to breathe. Now, do you still think you can lay a hand on me? Xiaojia's eldest uncle didn't speak but slowly backed away on the ground. When he lifted his head, a look of fear appeared in his eyes. Who are you exactly? What do you want? I don't want anything. I just want you to do something based on your daughter's last wish. The person slowly approached Xiaojia's eldest uncle and slammed the ground with a palm. Instantly, a large pit half a meter wide appeared on the ground, the floor tiles cracked instantly, and cracks resembling spider webs appeared on the ground. Xiaojia's eldest uncle had never seen such a display of power before. All right, what do you want me to do? I will do it no matter what hardships I face. Seeing Xiaojia's eldest uncle cooperate in this way, the person withdrew his hand. If you don't cooperate, the secret between you and your daughter will be known by more than just us. At that time, how do you think your family will treat you? Thinking of the methods of his own family, Xiaojia's eldest uncle couldn't help but swallow hard. In reality, the family rules of Xiaojia were very strict. However, when he was young, his father was the head of the family, so he turned a blind eye to many punishments. When Zhao Oceans was around, his third younger brother's character was very similar to his father's and placed more importance on sibling bonds. So there weren't many punishments for him. But the current head, the second younger brother, was different. Back then, the second younger brother had a fiancée, but he slept with her, which led to a strong conflict between him and his second brother. Over the years, he had been trying to cause trouble for him in various ways. Recently, there were signs he wanted to punish him even more. He just hadn't found an excuse yet. So, faced with the threat in front of him, he could only reluctantly agree. On the other side, Huang Yu, who had left the abandoned residential area, drove to the Mo's hospital. At this time, Han Yu Yao was still being rescued in the operating room. However, Huang Yu felt that everything should be fine. After all, he had taken some precautions before she was brought in. What he needed to think about now was who wanted to lay a hand on him. When he first left, he thought it was a trap, but nothing happened, and he easily captured Xiao Feng. This indicated that Xiao Feng was definitely not the one who sent the underground maze map to him. It was another group of people hidden in the shadows. But who were these people? Huang Yu had no clue. "Boss, I'm back." At that moment, he suddenly received a phone call. White Mao's excited voice came from the other end of the phone. "I'm at the training ground we were at before. Do you want to come and see? I have a surprise for you." Hearing the joyful voice on the other end, Huang Yu nodded, and he already had a rough idea of what was going on. "Okay, I'll come right now." After hanging up the phone, Huang Yu quickly arrived at a large training ground. This was a training ground under the Huang Group. Originally, it was used for security training for the Huang Group. However, it eventually became a place for Huang Yu and his lackeys to hang out and practice. When Huang Yu entered, he came to site number 1. In front of him stood over 200 burly men in black suits. The moment he entered, they all bowed and shouted in unison, "Welcome, young Master Huang." White Mao was now dressed in an all-white suit. With his recently dyed white hair, he looked even more like a small gangster. "Young Master, all these people were trained by me abroad through hellish training. These people are absolutely loyal to you." Huang Yu glanced at them briefly. The combat power of these people was almost at the level of Han Yu Yao, reaching the transcendent stage. As for White Mao, he had almost 1/3 of the combat power of the Blood Hand person Tiu and Nizi. "Not bad, not bad." Huang Yu patted White Mao on the shoulder, very satisfied. After all, with more and more troubles arising, having a group of people that could be completely under his control was excellent. White Mao, who had received approval from the young master, was excited. "There is one thing I need you to do now." Huang Yu looked at this group of people and thought it was time to test if this blade was sharp. "What is it, young master? You just say." "I will face any danger without hesitation," White Mao said excitedly. After all, it was time to show off in front of the young master. "First, you go take over the surveillance of that security guard named Zizon with the crooked mouth. Second, I want you to secretly protect everyone around me. Third, I want you to investigate something. On the other hand, inside the prison. Bro, you said someone would come to rescue you soon, right? Why haven't you gotten out yet? I see you are not getting enough to eat and not staying warm. Why are you still here? Could it be you like it here?" The people around looked at Zhuan Wu in front of them and couldn't help but ridicule and laugh. After all, when this guy first entered prison, he always used his strength to bully them. But because of the continuous suppression by the prison guards, he had been subdued. They wouldn't miss this opportunity and would always mock him whenever possible. After all, when he first entered, he would boast every day that he could get out at any time. Zhuan Wu felt extremely uncomfortable at this moment. Didn't King Long say that someone would come to rescue him as soon as he got out? Even if King Long might be in trouble, what about Long Wang? As the days went by, he had lost all hope, especially regarding Xiao Zhan, the Long Wang. After all, they were captured because Xiao Zhan abandoned them in that alley for a strange woman. And that was why they were caught by the police. The prison he was in was full of extremely vicious criminals, and the security was very tight. He had been sentenced to over 30 years with all his punishments combined. If he couldn't get out, it would be over for him. Damn it, once I see Xiao Zhan, that Long Wang, I will definitely break free from the Long Wang Palace. What a load of crap about brotherly loyalty, forsaking brothers for a woman. End of this chapter. Chapter 154. playing in the palms. After sewing on the sewing machine for a month in a row, the dwindling friendship in his heart was gradually eroded. At this moment, where does Xuanwu have the slightest intention of helping Zizan? Compared to being imprisoned for 30 years at Long Wang Hall, that would truly be a death sentence. And the more Long Wang Hall refused to come to his rescue, the more panic he felt in his heart. Who knows what is happening outside now? It was under Zizan's leadership that Long Wang Hall was pushed to retreat step by step, leading to this outcome. Even the 4 major generals of Long Wang Hall have suffered losses. One of them was captured directly by that dandy from the Huang family. If he continued to be led by Zizan, Xuanwu felt uncertain about whether he could get out. Just then, the prison guard overseeing their work on the sewing machine suddenly shouted inside after receiving an order. 9527. Come out for a moment. Hearing this number, Xuanwu trembled abruptly. After all, times have changed. Now, he is extremely sensitive to everything. Especially without the help of Long Wang Hall, he became even more afraid that his actions abroad would be exposed. By the time that happens, even if there is a chance for him to get out in the future, he might have already reincarnated before he gets out. But it was still a prison. After struggling for a while, Xuanwu gradually walked out. He slowly entered the interrogation room of the prison, where several police officers were sitting, waiting for him. Li Wudi, what do you think right now? Yes, Li Wudi is Xuanwu's real name. At this moment, he was sitting in the interrogation room, looking a bit dazed. In front of him was none other than Huang Yu. Logically speaking, this kind of process should be handled by the police. But at this moment, Han Yuyao was already hospitalized and had no time to come out. Moreover, Huang Yu had indeed contributed a lot in the underground labyrinth incident, so the police had a favorable impression of him, although it still violated some rules. But in Tianhai City, the Huang family still had some influence. Looking at Huang Yu, Li Wudi still sneered. Do you think you can persuade me to join you? Dream on. After all, he couldn't be absolutely sure if something had happened to Long Wang Hall and whether they would come to rescue him. If Long Wang Hall was just delayed due to some issues, but would eventually come to rescue him, wouldn't that be digging his own grave? However, this possibility was indeed very small. Hearing his words, Huang Yu chuckled mockingly. Looking at him, I think you may have misunderstood something. In Xuanwu's awkward expression, he slowly took out a newspaper from the bag. You should take a look at this first. Li Wudi did not speak, silently taking the newspaper. The moment he saw the contents, his eyes widened in disbelief. What? How is this possible? Li Wudi was speechless in amazement. King Long was dead. It should be noted that among the former 4 major generals of Long Wang Hall, Bai Hu was the most impulsive one, but also the strongest in terms of strength. Suzaku had the strongest intelligence capabilities, while he mostly handled miscellaneous tasks. But King Long was different. In the absence of the Dragon King, King Long was almost the brains of the whole team, controlling the overall situation. With sharp thinking and keen senses, he was almost unmatched. And he died just like that. Additionally, among the 4 major generals of Long Wang Hall, his relationship with King Long was the closest, almost like brothers. Who did this? He roared, struggling desperately. The handcuffs kept him restrained, making the chair creak as he shook it. However, the prison had already taken measures against special prisoners like Li Wudi. So, even with Li Wudi's strength, he was helpless under the heavy restrictions. Ah! Li Wudi howled to the sky, tears welling up in the eyes of this proud man. Obviously, King Long's death had a significant impact on him. In his grief, he also looked at Huang Yu with unprecedented anger and murderous intent. I swear, if I ever get out, I will tear your Huang family to pieces. Not a single one left. Despite Li Wudi's powerless roar, Huang Yu remained calm. He lit a cigarette. After taking a deep drag, he looked calmly at the former 4 major general of Dragon King Hall. What? Do you think I killed him? Do you think I have that ability? Upon hearing Huang Yu's words, Li Wudi was stunned. In his impression, King Long was second only to the Dragon King. How could he be killed by this dandy before his eyes? Was there some hidden truth behind this? What is your purpose then? Li Wudi stared at Huang Yu coldly, saying, he did not believe that this dandy came just to inform him of King Long's death. He couldn't believe there wasn't another motive. I want you to do me a favor. Kill Zizan, the killer of King Long. Although he had entrusted Yendu to deal with Qinglong, it did not stop Huang Yu from shifting the blame onto Zizan's dead crooked mouth. After all, the incident that harmed Zizan on his command for Qinglong was unknown to anyone. Not to mention Zizan's current situation. That crooked mouth probably already harbored deep hatred towards Qinglong. And Zizan definitely needed a scapegoat, so Huang Yu couldn't directly expose the Huang family's power to Zizan. This would temporarily shift their focus and reduce potential risks for the Huang family. Are you saying that Zizan killed a Dan? Li Wudi was astonished. Although in his heart, Zizan seemed somewhat ruthless and unreasonable for a woman, he still found it hard to believe that Zizan would kill Qinglong. After all, they were once brothers in life and death. How could he so easily take a life? What? You don't believe it? Huang Yu chuckled, expecting Li Wudi's reaction. Actually, everything is part of my plan. Huang Yu then explained everything. However, in the story, Liu Ryan became a pawn in Zizan's heart, which Huang Yu had long anticipated and placed in Zizan's heart. As for the actions of the Dragon King Hall, they were also under his surveillance, which had already been agreed upon in the original script. But this was enough to shock Li Wudi, also known as Zhuanwu. After all, the strength of Longwang Hall was among the best in the world. To think that they were all manipulated by this dandy. It was terrifying. End of the chapter. Chapter 155. Zizan's Dilemma. After listening to everything, Li Wudi fell silent. The man in front of him, whom he had once looked down upon as a pampered playboy, was probably not as simple on the surface as he appeared. His methods were far more terrifying than they had imagined. The Huang family was the same. Li Wudi never imagined that a family power in a mere place could have such immense strength. In the past, the Dragon King's temple had almost always been invincible when operating in other countries. It was not like this in the Dragon Kingdom. The first time they arrived, they encountered setbacks. But what Zhuanwu did not know was that in other countries, it was not because there was no resistance, nor because the Dragon King's temple was powerful. The main reason was due to Zizan, the protagonist. Regardless of the situation, he could turn things around. But in Tianhai City, it was different. Huang Yu knew the future plot direction so well that he could almost accurately predict the next move of the Dragon King's temple and Zizan every time. This prevented Zizan from fulfilling his destiny as the protagonist. That was why he ended up in his current predicament. What exactly do you want? After a long silence, Li Wudi finally spoke slowly. According to the Huang family's strength, they should no longer need him. Let me give you a choice. Huang Yu did not speak. Of course, he could not reveal his true intentions. He simply wanted Zhuanwu to be a cannon fodder. If you win, you take the remaining forces of the Dragon King's temple out of Tianhai City, and you will become the new Dragon King of the Dragon King's temple. If you lose, you must kill Zizan. But you can also lead the forces of the Dragon King's temple out of Tianhai City unharmed. It's a gamble. Looking at the handcuffs on his hands, Li Wudi knew that he had no other choice now, and almost hesitated but agreed. Do you really want Zizan to be the Dragon King of the Dragon King's temple? Will you kill him? I bet I will. As for the choice, it's up to you. Huang Yu smiled slightly. This gamble made Li Wudi hesitate for a moment, feeling troubled. Was Zizan really going to be killed? If not, the young master of the Huang family would not have proposed such a gamble. Even if he went out, Li Wudi would not let Zizan continue to lead the Dragon King's temple, but at most expel him from the organization. How could he possibly kill him? Although he did not know what the Huang family was up to, Li Wudi nodded. Okay, I agree. On the other side, after undergoing countless hardships, Zizan finally entered the urban area of Tianhai City. As the Dragon King, he could not resort to begging, but with his appearance as a beggar, especially now covered in sores, almost like spores around his mouth, he looked extremely disgusting. Seeing him, people avoided him hurriedly, not willing to help him. Hence, Zizan had to enter the city with difficulty. Finally here, Zizan stood on the streets of Tianhai City, tears streaming down his face. He had never experienced such suffering before. Young man, do you need help? At this moment, a kind-looking old lady suddenly stopped him, though she kept her distance. If you have nowhere to go, why not come with us? While speaking, the old lady took out a flyer. It prominently read, specializing in male diseases. Seeing the big words on it, Zizan was dumbfounded. Get lost. He looked at the old lady and quickly left, covering his mouth. Young man, you can't delay this disease. Sexually transmitted diseases can be fatal. The old lady could not easily let go of the potential profit. She followed Zizan for a long time, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Zizan was increasingly annoyed. Only after finding a secluded alley and leaping up, did he manage to shake off the old lady? Darn it! Thinking about losing a part of his manhood and contracting a disease because of Wang Zhu, Zizan couldn't help but grow furious. How could he refuse if Liu Ryan wanted to get intimate with him? If he wanted to cure himself, he could only rely on his master now. With this in mind, Zizan established a preliminary goal: find the people of the Dragon King's temple and then rescue his master. Once his master regained his strength, no one, not the Lin family or the Huang family, would be a match for them. At that time, everyone would have to die. Zizan's resentment had reached its peak. But for now, he had no other choice. With an empty stomach growling, he decided to first find Liu Ryan. After walking for more than half an hour, Zizan finally arrived at the Liu group. What are you doing here? Get lost. Zizan, wearing a mask, was about to enter the Liu group when he was suddenly stopped by a security guard. It was not because the guard was arrogant. Normally, after explaining the reason, they would advise on the appropriate course of action. But for a beggar, the guard could only think of disturbance as a possibility. Seeing someone blocking his way, Zizan frowned. In his mind, Liu Ryan was already his woman. Especially after the War God Group invested in the Liu Group and acquired a portion of shares, he and Liu Ryan were the largest shareholders of the Liu Group. In simple terms, Zizan was now the real power behind the Liu Group. How could a mere security guard dare to stop him? Do you know who I am? Seeing the guard approaching, disdainful, Zizan sneered coldly. At the same time, he slowly removed his mask. The guard looked at the beggar's unkempt appearance, emitting an unbearable stench. He couldn't help but feel disgusted. With the beggar slowly revealing his face, the guard took a quick look and immediately stepped back several steps. DMN, that's gross. The man's mouth was surrounded by thick blisters, as if infected, constantly oozing yellowish pus and blood. Chapter 156, Murderer. The security guard couldn't hold back anymore, looking at the person in front of him and immediately taking out the walkie-talkie. Captain, there's trouble. As he spoke, the security guard also pulled out a baton from his waist. You dare to fight me too? Zizan looked at the security guard in front of him, feeling that the other party was a bit overestimating himself, couldn't help but sneer. You'd better be able to knock me down with one strike, otherwise, you won't get away with it today. Go directly to the HR department and submit your resignation application. Hearing the beggar's words, the security guard became even more furious. Damn it, after training abroad with Big Bai Mao for so long, how could a beggar dare to talk to me like this? Today was his first day working for Huang Shao. His mission was to protect the Liu Group and Mr. Liu's safety. If anything went wrong, how could he make Big Bai Mao and Huang Shao look at him? Looking at the beggar in front of him, the security guard, almost without hesitation, directly took out the baton and struck him with a blow. Zizan stood still in place, wanting the security guard to see his strength. However, at the moment the baton hit his waist, Zizan's eyes widened instantaneously, retreating several steps, staring ahead in shock, his pupils dilating. Feeling like his internal organs were about to shatter. That baton was so solid. With his own strength, how could he not even evade an attack from a security guard? And getting hit like this, Zizan directly collapsed on the ground, clutching his waist, feeling extreme pain. But little did he know that these people were all elite trained by Huang Yu under Bai Mao. But facing a protagonist like him, not to mention fighting alone, even if a group of people teamed up, they might not be his match. However, to just stand there and let the other party strike, that was different. At this moment, Zizan was already seriously injured, and at this time, the group of people the security guard called for also ran out. There were about 15 people arranged by Huang Yu in the Liu group, all armed now. Zizan slowly stood up, his face extremely dark. You're asking for death. He looked at the security guard in front of him, about to reveal his identity. The group of security guards instantly rushed towards him, trying to drive him out. But how could Zizan just obediently surrender? He immediately demonstrated his strength as a Dragon King. However, just as he repelled one person, the other's expressions changed, noticing the beggar's strength. However, instead of being afraid, they became even more excited. Brothers, it's time to assist Wang Xiao. During their training, Big Bai Mao had praised Wang Xiao's strength and generosity. Just by doing a small favor, he directly rewarded tens of millions. These people were mostly from impoverished backgrounds, never having seen so much money. Brainwashed by Big Bai Mao day after day, these people were almost blindly loyal to Huang Yu, almost to the point of madness. Each of them thought about assisting Huang Xiao and having him acknowledge them. Although Zizan managed to knock down one person first, soon he was struck in the same spot that had been injured before. Under immense pressure, Zizan quickly couldn't hold on and fell down. Big Bai Mao, we've caught someone causing trouble for the Liu group. Looks like it's that crooked-mouthed security guard you mentioned. At this moment, White Hair, who was following behind Huang Yu, received this call. He instantly became excited, immediately approaching Huang Yu fawningly. Huang Jr., we've caught that crooked-mouthed security guard Zizan. Oh. Huang Yu was taken aback. As a Dragon King, why was his strength so weak? In a way, no matter how weak, he shouldn't fall into the hands of a group of lackeys. Could it be a deception, losing to them? Huang Yu was puzzled. Don't worry, it won't happen. White Hair guaranteed, patting his chest. After all, these people were trained by him personally and were absolutely loyal. Huang Yu naturally believed in the loyalty of his top henchmen. But the key reason was Zizan. After some consideration, Huang Yu decided to test it out. He took out a packet of powder and handed it to White Hair. Go make Zizan ingest this powder, and if he does, report back to me. Seeing Huang Yu's cautiousness, White Hair suddenly understood. It seemed that Huang Yu had considered everything carefully. Indeed, if the other party was pretending only to harm Huang Yu, then it would be a great offense. But if Zizan ingested the powder, it would be different. If he did, he would completely lose his strength, making the situation more secure. White Hair quickly learned a lot. He couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration, realizing there was still a long way to go between him and Huang Yu. He nodded, took the powder, and left. At the same time, in the Han family's residence, just as Han Feng finished checking on Han Yuyao and determined that her injuries were not serious, an ominous message arrived from outside. Bad news! Master of the house, Miss is in trouble. Hearing the chaotic voices outside, Han Feng frowned. Could it be that trouble had been caused by that brat Huang Yu again? After all, that was the only thing he could think of. What's going on? He put down what he was holding and asked with a slight frown. Miss suddenly turned into a murderer, and now rumors are spreading wildly. Even now, they have started spreading rumors that the serial murder case was also done by Miss. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Han Feng stood up instantly, his eyes full of anger. Who did it? How dare they lay a hand on Yu Yao? Although Han Yuyao was a daughter, in his heart, she was no different from his son Han Kun. Even as a rare talent in cultivation for a century, if she were not a daughter, Han Feng would have long wanted to pass the position of family head to Han Yuyao. Being a daughter who was considered a treasure, for her to be in such trouble, how could he not feel anger? Inside the police station, everyone's expressions were somewhat grim, especially the chief who had always favored Han Yuyao. His face was even darker. This afternoon, the police station suddenly received an anonymous package. Upon opening it, it turned out to be about the serial murder case. Almost all the evidence was almost 100% true, identical to the investigation. But in the end, all evidence pointed to their own criminal investigation team leader, Han Yuyao. End of this chapter. Chapter 157. The Ancient Martial Arts of the Han Family. Fortunately, under the power of the Han family, this matter was quickly suppressed. After all, this matter was of great importance, and no one dared to draw conclusions easily. Han Yuyao had been the captain of the Criminal Police Brigade at Tianhai City Police Station for many years. If she suddenly became a killer, the impact would be extremely significant. In any case, the investigation must be carried out immediately. At this time, when Han Yuyao at the hospital heard this news, she suddenly sat up from the hospital bed. What? How did I become a murderer? In Han Yuyao's eyes, besides disbelief, there was also a hint of anger. She was the captain of the criminal police brigade in Tianhai City. Whenever she caught those who committed crimes, who dared to frame her, don't worry, they will definitely investigate it thoroughly. Besides, Huang Yu is here. What you need to do now is to focus on recovering. At this moment, Liu Ryan walked in with a bowl of porridge. Due to Han Yu Yao's serious injury, she needed light food. So, for the past few days, Liu Ryan had been taking care of her almost all the time. The relationship between the two women had also grown stronger through this incident. At least they were no longer at odds like before. Fortunately, this matter was quickly suppressed. After all, you have been the captain of the criminal police brigade for so many years. How could anyone suspect you? Upon hearing Liu Ryan's comforting words, the anger in Han Yu Yao's eyes did not diminish at all. Speaking in a softened tone, she said, "This time is probably not that simple. He happened to be injured, and coincidentally, she had just had an accident in her cervical vertebrae. How could such a coincidence happen in the world?" It seemed like Han Yu Yao suddenly raised her head. "Can you hear it?" "What?" Liu Ryan was stunned at first, but then seemed to realize something, and her expression changed suddenly. She turned her head and looked at Han Yu Yao with disbelief. Could it be? Seeing Liu Ryan's incredulous look, Han Yu Yao slowly nodded. Indeed, Liu Ryan could also hear Huang Yu's thoughts. His prediction was correct. It seemed that all the women around Zizan had now gathered around Huang Yu. The ultimate reason was because they could hear Huang Yu's thoughts. Although they didn't understand why such a situation occurred, at least it was what Han Yu Yao hoped for. Otherwise, if the story had unfolded as originally planned, Huang Yu would soon be driven to a corner by Zizan's consecutive blows, and the Huang family would gradually be consumed by Zizan. As for them, it would be even worse, and eventually fall into Zizan's clutches. Liu Ryan had always thought that she was the only one who could hear Huang Yu's thoughts. But now she had discovered that others could as well, which was quite shocking. However, she quickly thought of a key point. Besides us, are there others? After receiving a certain answer, Liu Ryan was also baffled. It seemed that everything was not a mere coincidence, but a predestined outcome. It just didn't follow the original storyline. I don't know the specifics, but once they find that Zizan, everything should come to light. Faced with Liu Ryan's puzzled gaze, Han Yu Yao explained slowly. Where is Zizan now? Hearing that Zizan was the key factor, Liu Ryan asked anxiously. I don't know either. Although Liu Ryan had been investigating Zizan's affairs, there had been no accurate information all along. It seemed like the other party's identity simply didn't exist, no matter how hard they investigated. It was only a short while ago that they unearthed the Dragon King Palace organization, which provided some information. But when it came to Zizan, he was still missing. Meanwhile, in a lively bar somewhere, a very sexy and beautiful woman with attractive curves was dancing intimately with a man. Suddenly, she seemed to have spotted something. After casting a seductive look at the man, she walked over to that direction. How is it going? In front of him was another woman, the same person who was at the Dahao Club earlier. This person nodded. Everything is going as planned, no mistakes. But the strength of that young master of the Huang family may be different. He doesn't seem as weak as described. Even if he's strong, what can he do? His voice changed slightly, but quickly returned to normal. It turned out that he was also a transvestite. Continue with the plan. This time I will make sure the whole Han family dies. Hearing his words, the transvestite's eyes also showed a hint of hatred. Don't worry, I won't be soft-handed. On the other side, the Han family was still using their power to prove Han Yu Yao's innocence urgently. However, there had been no results for several consecutive days. The head of the Han family was somewhat troubled. After all, as an ancient martial arts family, the Han family would compete with the other major ancient martial arts families in Longguo every 20 years. The winning family would temporarily lead all the ancient martial arts families in Longguo and coordinate relations between the major families. Although it seemed cumbersome, it represented immense power. The last winner was the Han family, who was now led by Han Feng. According to Han Feng's warning, it should have been Han Yu Yao who went to the inspiring conference this time. After all, as a rare cultivation genius in a century, Han Yu Yao's strength was more than enough. But unexpectedly, she encountered such a setback at a critical moment. Although it could not be fully proven that Han Yu Yao had committed murder at this time, it also couldn't allow Han Yu Yao to leave directly. People still had to be under surveillance. If it had been a minor issue, it could have been suppressed, but unfortunately, it was already exposed to the public. The news that the captain of the Tianhai City Criminal Police Brigade was a murderer had been spreading in Tianhai City in recent days. There was simply no way to take someone away from so many eyes. "Master, someone is here to see you. It's Huang Yu from the Huang family." Hearing this name, Han Feng frowned instantly. What is this kid here for? Let him in. He had some reservations about Huang Yu. To put it plainly, he was just a playboy who only knew how to eat, drink, and have fun, and was ignorant. Unfortunately, his daughter liked him so much. However, since he was the heir of the Huang family, he couldn't act rashly. But that didn't mean he had a good attitude towards this kid. "Speak, what are you here for?" Looking at Huang Yu's appearance, Han Feng was a bit impatient. "Uncle Han, I'm here to help you." Huang Yu smiled gently. "Aren't you busy with the Ancient Martial Arts Conference now?" End of this chapter. Chapter 158. Your wife is very beautiful. Huang Yu naturally knew what had happened. In the original book plot, the Ancient Martial Arts Conference was also a very important subplot. Zizan also gained the support of the Han family through this incident. Although now Zizan had been taken care of by his dispatched men, Huang Yu wouldn't easily let go of the opportunity to enhance his strength. "Just you. What ideas do you have?" Han Feng looked at him contemptuously, the disdain in his eyes unmistakable. "Just this." Huang Yu smiled faintly and then slammed his hand down on the ground. Boom! Suddenly, a nearly half-meter deep pit appeared on the ground. Seeing this scene, Han Feng stood up abruptly, a hint of shock in his eyes. "You actually have this kind of strength. You have to know." In his eyes, Huang Yu had always been a dandy. If not for the Huang family, he would have been dealt with long ago. As for Huang Yu himself, he was not considered a good seed for cultivation. But the strength he displayed now was clearly even stronger than Han Yu Yao. How could Han Feng not be surprised? What exactly happened to you? As the head of the Han family, Han Feng was naturally not so foolish. An ordinary person gaining such powerful strength out of nowhere, who would believe there was no trickery involved? Hearing this question, Huang Yu almost spat out blood. Wasn't it said that people in the novel world lacked brains? How come he was directly asked what had happened? But right now, after all, Han Feng was the head of the Han family, the leading family in the dragon martial arts world. It was absolutely impossible to evade this question. "It was taught to me by Yu Yao." Of course, there were also other reasons. After all, with the background of the Huang family behind him, even if he had some kind of adventure, he didn't think the other party would press him for answers. Sure enough, after hearing his words, the head of the Han family showed a look of confirmation. "I didn't expect you to get such an opportunity. It is also fortunate for the Huang family." Han Feng's eyes held a hint of envy. "But if you say you're here to help me, are you planning to personally participate in the inspirational conference?" The inspirational conference was not a very secretive event. Many big families were aware of it. It was just relatively unknown to ordinary people. "No, what I want to do is help Han-kun to cultivate." Huang Yu was not so foolish as to personally participate in the inspirational conference and reveal himself. If he were to be discovered by some destined protagonist, wouldn't that be digging his own grave? The relationship between the Huang family and the Han family was still tolerable. So he wanted to seize this opportunity to firmly grasp this relationship with the Han family. In this way, he would have a few more chances at survival. Although the head of the Han family was doubtful about whether Huang Yu could teach his son cultivation, considering Huang Yu's unexpected adventures, he had to believe it. Perhaps his son could also benefit from this stroke of luck. Thinking of this, the head of the Han family felt much better. "All right, then I leave it to you. As long as you can help that kid cultivate well, I will agree to your relationship with Yu Yao." All right. Although Huang Yu had some thoughts of refusal, even though he was with Han Yu Yao now, he didn't want to openly get married. It would be better to just continue like this indefinitely. But looking at the vigorous appearance of the Han family, he felt that if he were to refuse, he would definitely receive a lesson. So he had no choice but to accept it. After leaving the Han family, Huang Yu contacted by Mao. "How are things going now?" "Huang, that crooked security guard has been drugged and can't move at all, just waiting for you to come." Excitement and cursing could be heard from the other end of the phone. "I am the Dragon King of the Dragon Hall. Dare to lay a hand on me and try it out." My wife is Liu Xian, the CEO of the Liu Group. If you don't let me go, you will all be fired." However, Bai Mao and the group of lackeys did not take these words to heart. How could such a beggar-like person be worthy of the CEO of the Liu Group? Huang Yu nodded, then hung up the phone. At critical moments, one still had to be cautious. Huang Yu put on a bulletproof vest and drove towards the training ground. Feeling the weight of the bulletproof vest on his body, he felt a sense of security. But capturing the Dragon King like this, Huang Yu still found it somewhat unbelievable. As for Zizhan's state, he had expected it a long time ago. After the inhumane torture he suffered in India, if he could appear in front of everyone in a normal state, that would be the abnormal thing. And because of the previous incident with Wang Zhu, Zizhan had already fallen ill. So for him, it was only a matter of time before Zizhan fell. However, before Zizhan died, Huang Yu felt there was still a need to make use of him. Previously, when he signed in the system, he obtained a technique called Absorption Star Great Law. It could absorb the power of others and make it his own. As the Dragon King of the Dragon Hall, Zizhan was a perfect fit for this technique. Soon, Huang Yu arrived at the training ground. "Huang, please." Bai Mao flattered his way over to lead him. Soon, under the guidance of Bai Mao, Huang Yu arrived at a guarded house. At this moment, Zizhan was shackled and locked to the ground. "You scoundrels, do you know who I am? If you dare to have any evil thoughts, I won't forgive you. My wife is Liu Xian, the CEO of the Liu Group." In the dim light, memories of past unpleasant experiences flooded Zizhan's mind, making him nervous. He could not afford to have those scenes replayed. But now, being restrained and unable to move, he could only vent his fears by cursing loudly. "Zizhan, Zizhan, I finally meet you." A familiar voice rang out, and Zizhan looked up, his eyes widening in surprise, then turning to resentment. "I didn't expect it to be you." Huang Yu chuckled. "That's right, it's me, Zuo Yi." He naturally didn't want to say so much to incur hatred. It was most suitable for Zuo Yi, a member of the underground forces, to bear the blame, especially the kid from the Zuo family. "I didn't expect you to be the one pulling the strings behind the scenes." Zizhan's eyes were filled with murderous intent, eager to crush his bones and devour his flesh. "Where did you take Liu Xian?" At this point, Zizhan was still concerned about Liu Xian. Truly the male and female lead. Huang Yu smiled tauntingly and approached his ear. "Liu Xian. Very beautiful." End of this chapter. Chapter 159. The opportunity for Li Hua to escape. Upon hearing these words, Zizhan's eyes widened in shock. His whole body convulsed with anger, causing him to vomit blood. The intense pressure that he emitted instantly weakened slightly. However, the hatred in his eyes only grew stronger. "You will die." Under the intense stimulus, Zizhan's injuries became more severe. However, he still had no intention of giving up. "I swear, if I ever get out of here, I will completely destroy the Zuo family," Zizhan yelled. It seemed that at this moment, under the influence of this major villain Huang Yu, the protagonist was pushed to the extreme of humiliation. But there was a hint of disdain in Huang Yu's eyes. What a mess this was. In the original plot, Zizhan was portrayed like an idiot. Not only was he arrogant, but whenever someone offended him, he would seek revenge. Any beautiful woman he encountered would have to become a part of his harem. How is this any different from a villain? Why does it seem like he was being bullied? Especially when he saw Zizhan infected with a sexually transmitted disease, and it was getting worse, he quickly took a few steps back. "If you want revenge, bring it on. The Zuo family is always ready." Huang Yu, disguised as Zuo Yi, coldly sneered. "But the premise is that you have to have that chance." After saying this, Huang Yu took 3 steps forward again, placing his hand on Zizhan's back. "What are you going to do?" Zizhan had a bad feeling and shouted hastily. "What do you think I'm going to do? Don't you know?" Huang Yu intentionally teased and then activated the star absorption technique. After days of cultivation, he had made some progress with the technique. Although it seemed like a ridiculous skill at first, after real cultivation, he realized it was not that simple. The power he absorbed could only temporarily charge him like a battery. It couldn't provide a continuous source of regenerated power. Otherwise, merely by absorbing others' power, he could have become a deity already. Moreover, the main point was that the power absorbed from others was limited, as there was a risk of exploding from overabsorption. However, through the past few days of cultivation, Huang Yu now had nearly 100 years of cultivation. Thus, absorbing Zizhan's power was not a problem. Though the power he absorbed would not regenerate, it caused significant damage to Zizhan. It was almost as if all the power in Zizhan's body was drained. Soon, Zizhan felt a rapid loss of power. A sudden sense of weakness overwhelmed him. "What are you doing? What are you doing? Stop!" Zizhan seemed to realize and shouted urgently. But it was too late. Huang Yu's hand was already on Zizhan's back, quickly absorbing his power. A unique feeling of warmth filled Huang Yu's limbs, as if his whole body was boiling with power. The surging power felt like it could move mountains. Unbelievable! Huang Yu was astonished. After absorbing for almost 10 minutes, Zizhan's power had not dissipated completely. It was like having a humanoid power bank. However, now that he had started attacking Zizhan, Huang Yu would not give him a chance to fight back. Even though Zizhan's power was overwhelming for him. "Come here!" He called out to White Hair near the door. "All right." White Hair smiled and quickly ran over, bowing eagerly. Huang Yu suddenly grabbed the henchman by the hand. Indeed, the star absorption technique not only absorbed power, but could also transfer it. So, Huang Yu transferred 1/3 of the absorbed power to White Hair. Not that he was unwilling, but because it was White Hair's limit. If he continued, he might explode. Even though Zizhan was a Dragon King, today he was doomed to become worthless. As the power rapidly drained, Zizhan soon felt weak all over, while White Hair was pressed down by Huang Yu. Even though he couldn't stand up, his body was filled with invigorated power. After more than 10 minutes, Huang Yu finally stopped. At this point, he was covered in sweat. Zizhan, on the other hand, had fainted. "Huang young master, what just happened?" White Hair slowly stood up, feeling revitalized. He had also practiced the technique Huang Yu taught him, giving him a clear understanding of his strength. His cultivation had advanced by at least 10 years of hard work. It was a terrifying progress. "What, are you dissatisfied?" Huang Yu gave him a faint look. No, I am grateful," White Hair quickly replied. "Rest assured, in the future, working for me will bring even greater rewards." With that, he turned and left. Behind him, White Hair was initially shocked, but then filled with admiration. He thought he was quite powerful with his cultivation, enough to catch Huang Yu's attention. He never expected Huang Yu to be so formidable and help him progress further. "I swear, as long as I'm alive, I will do anything for Huang young master, with no complaint," he declared firmly. Meanwhile, overseas. In the evening, after Li Hua finished work and returned to his cell under the escort of the guards, he suddenly seized an opportunity and sprinted towards an unoccupied area. This was a place he had observed for a long time. It was usually deserted, and if he was not mistaken, there seemed to be a tiny dog hole beneath the wall. Although it was almost impossible for an ordinary person to enter, this was his rare chance. He had explored many places and found no other escape route. Despite knowing that almost everyone who attempted to escape ended up tortured to death, Li Hua refused to give up on this rare opportunity. "Oh no, the pig is escaping!" the guard shouted upon noticing. Immediately, the guards began to chase after him. "Stop him!" they shouted while bullets flew, deliberately missing Li Hua to signal him. After all, the value of a live person and a dead one in Laoji was completely different. A living person had their uses and was not entirely worthless. End of this chapter. Chapter 160, Establishing a Stronghold. But how could Li Hua, who had experienced torment resembling hell these past few days, stop so easily? Despite the warnings from the thugs, he not only showed no intention of stopping, but instead accelerated towards the dog hole he had observed earlier. Without any hesitation, he directly shoved his head inside, struggling frantically towards the outside. His entire body kept stretching and contracting like a maggot. Above the narrow entrance of the hole were some broken bricks, and in an instant, the bricks ripped his clothes into shreds, even leaving bloodstains. Despite the intense pain, Li Hua refused to give up, because he knew that staying here meant certain death. But if he managed to get out, there might still be a chance for help. However, Li Hua clearly overestimated himself. "Why aren't you leaving?" Suddenly, a voice came from behind him, followed by a bang. Intense pain shot up from his leg. "Ah!" Li Hua cried out in pain directly. He wanted to go back to desperately cover his leg, but a foot was pressed against his back. Damn it, wasting so much cost, not to mention wasting so many bullets. I see you don't want to live. With a tremendous force, under the order of the park manager, the thugs dragged Li Hua, who now had a crippled leg, out. What came into Li Hua's sight was a young man wearing makeup, glasses, and a group of thugs, some shirtless or only wearing vests, holding various weapons, such as knives, sticks, or firearms. Clap! Run! Why aren't you running? The park manager slapped Li Hua's face, filled with anger. Since you have no performance and only waste food running away, and no sense of gratitude to cultivate, then find your own way out. Hearing the last sentence, Li Hua trembled instantly. This was not a good way out. He had been here for so long, he had witnessed the methods of these people to some extent. If he had no performance, he feared he would be sold apart. Wait! Wait! Seeing everyone about to drag him away, Li Hua quickly waved his hands to stop them. Money! I have money! Frantically shouting, afraid that if they didn't pay attention, they would directly take him away. Hearing this, the park manager waved his hand to signal the men to stop. Li Hua breathed a sigh of relief, and then, under the manager's gesture, a few thugs brought him to the office area. Seeing Li Hua with a crippled leg, others were somewhat scared and involuntarily intensified their phone calls. Almost no one dared to look this way. Since you said you have money, then make the call. You better satisfy me, otherwise, I won't be nice to you. Hearing the manager's words, Li Hua could only nod helplessly. He took out his phone and called Huang Tian from the Huang family. Uncle Huang, he said softly. After a long silence on the other end, the call wasn't hung up. Don't call me uncle anymore. It's also my fault for not teaching you well. In any case, don't come back to Tianhai in the future, or I won't spare you either, Huang Tian said quietly. Chapter 161 Teaching Han Kun. Master, I am ready. In an ancient and elegant hall, a figure playing with a bird paused. Oh, that's good. Remember, the Han family must participate in the ancient martial arts competition this time. As for Han Yuyao, she must stay in Tianhai, yes? After absorbing all his cultivation, Zizan was thrown out by Huang Yu. After all, the current Zizan was no longer a concern. Moreover, Zizan did not hate the Huang family, nor Huang Yu, but left Yi from the Zuo family. Zizan walked aimlessly in the street, letting the heavy rain soak him. He has nothing now. Absolutely nothing. Liu Ryan was seduced by a scum playboy, and he was completely unaware. As for the Dragon King Palace, there has been no news yet. And himself, not only did he fall ill, he also became a waste. Due to his cultivation in his previous life, there were no extreme symptoms of illness in his body. Now that he has lost his cultivation, he is just an ordinary person. Cough. Zizan coughed twice, and a puddle of blood appeared in his hand instantly. Could it be that I, Zizan, the Dragon King of the Dragon King Palace, is nearing my end? He felt despair at this moment. Unconsciously, he arrived at the gate of the Liu group. But this time, Zizan no longer had the courage to go in. The reason why his superiors were so arrogant and domineering was because of their cultivation, which made them fearless towards anyone. However, this time was different. He had lost all his cultivation now. If he tried to force his way in again, he would probably be severely beaten. Ryan, Ryan. Zizan, full of despair, murmured Liu Ryan's name. Under the pouring rain, he soon fainted. Memories flashed in his mind. He remembered when the War God group first entered Tianhai City. The Lin family sent someone to make amends with him. The young master of the Zuo family brought gifts directly, intending to apologize to him. In the end, he humiliated them. Liu Ryan from the Liu group also had a secret affection for him. Every power in Tianhai City bowed down to him. But suddenly, the beautiful dream shattered. He saw that someone else was sitting in his place as the Dragon King of the Dragon King Palace, not himself, but the Azure Dragon. Beside him, there was a striking white fire on his head, glaring at him with resentment. Why didn't you come to save me? He desperately ran away, but the white tiger behind him chased after him relentlessly. On the other side, he saw his master and junior sister serving a man naked. Although that man should have been left Yi, Zizan somehow mistook him for Huang Yu. The man blocked his path with a smirk on his face. Just as he was on the brink of being torn apart by the white tiger, he woke up. Zizan suddenly sat up, sweating profusely, breathing heavily. After a while, he looked around. Instead of the familiar streets near the Liu group, he was in a room with an ancient and elegant decor, filled with redwood furniture. "Are you awake?" At that moment, a maid carrying a teapot walked in. Seeing him awake, she hurriedly left. "Master! Master! The person is awake! Master!" Seeing the unfamiliar environment and people dressed in ancient clothing, Zizan was full of doubts. On the other side, the Han family had finally agreed to Huang Yu teaching Han Kun cultivation. "Brother Yu, spare me. I am really not suitable for cultivation. I have never really trained since I was young. Aren't you going to kill me? And now my father and sister are not here." Inside the Han family's martial arts hall, at this moment, only the two of them were present. This was specially cleared out by the Han family for Huang Yu to teach Han Kun. "Just learn well." Huang Yu glared at Han Kun with a teaching whip. In the original plot, Han Kun's cultivation talent was not bad. Overall, he could be considered above average. It was just that his sister was too dazzling, overshadowing him. This made people think that his strength and cultivation talent were not good. But in reality, apart from Huang Yu, if Han Kun were to pick an opponent from the playboys in Tianhai City, there might not be anyone who could defeat him. And Huang Yu was not planning to just let him cultivate peacefully. Didn't he cultivate the absorption star art? So Huang Yu planned to inject him with energy every time he appeared. This way, it couldn't be determined as cheating with drugs and could help the Han family win the ancient martial arts competition. But of course, it was also necessary for Han Kun to practice diligently. After all, Han Kun had true talent. However, just as Han Kun was reluctantly practicing, a voice suddenly sounded. "Keep practicing, or try stopping and see." Along with the voice of reproach, he turned around to see his sister, Han Yu Yao, sitting in a wheelchair being pushed over. Sister." Han Kun smiled awkwardly. He started working even harder, not daring to pause his movements. He began practicing diligently as instructed by Huang Yu. And what Huang Yu taught him was the cultivation method he had given to the white hair before, which was the creation scripture. Although Han Yu Yao couldn't leave Tianhai City at the moment, she could still move freely. As for the possibility of revealing his overwhelming strength in front of Han Yu Yao, Huang Yu had no worries. This was not the first time he had exposed himself in front of this big-chested girl. He almost always managed to laugh it off, so there was no need to worry. Han Yu Yao also came over to Huang Yu. "If it really doesn't work out, don't force it," she said meaningfully. This was certainly not to say she didn't want her brother to be taught. She understood that Huang Yu might still be facing unimaginable troubles. Han Yu Yao was naturally worried. "Don't worry, everything will be fine." Feeling the concern, Huang Yu felt a warmth in his heart. Finally, this busty girl is comforting, and she's quite gentle at a time like this. Hearing Huang Yu praise himself like this for the first time in his heart, Han Yu Yao felt a hint of sweetness in her heart. On the other side, after being released from prison, Xuanwu began contacting the Dragon King Palace. However, no matter how hard he tried to contact them, the Dragon King Palace seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. Not a single person answered his calls. Even the Azure Dragon was unreachable. Xuanwu's heart sank. Could it be that something has really happened to the Dragon King Palace? Of course, the truth that scared him even more was that the Dragon King had actually killed the Azure Dragon. End of this chapter. Chapter 160 to release of Yun Yun. This is something Xuanwu absolutely cannot accept. Because if it were to happen, he would have to make a choice again. That is to kill Zizan. Even though he had cursed Zizan countless times in his heart while in prison, there was still some friendship left. At night. Soon, it was time to check in at a specific location again. The location was Ziruoxu's bathtub. Unlike before, Huang Yu did not show any hesitation this time. After spending so much time together, the women in the villa had gotten used to Huang Yu's strange behaviors. Huang Yu went straight to Ziruoxu's room, walked in, checked in at the bathtub, and then prepared to leave. However, at that moment, Ziruoxu stopped him. Huangshao, what's wrong?" Huang Yu turned around, looking at Ziruoxu with some confusion. "I want to go home tomorrow." Seeing her cautious look, Huang Yu didn't mind. After all, The Z family had already submitted to the Huang family. Okay, then you can go back, but remember to come back early. Okay. Seeing her request being accepted, Ziruoxu hurriedly nodded. Her eyes were full of uncontrollable emotion. At least compared to her and Nalan Yanran Yun, this small detail showed that Huang Xiao had her in his heart. And that was enough. But she still hadn't changed her mind to return to the Z family. Because the Z family had just informed her that her father had an accident. After the last incident, her father became mentally handicapped and often needed care from others. Fortunately, he was the head of the Z family, so no one dared to disrespect him in the short term. But it was different in the long run. Ziruoxu heard from her uncle that her father was being bullied in the mental hospital. Since he was someone from the Z family who couldn't speak, they wanted her to go back. Hearing this, how could Ziruoxu hesitate? After leaving Ziruoxu's room, Huang Yu went back to his room, and Yun was standing there in maid attire. As Huang Yu approached, she pecked his face and then turned to leave with a cold expression. If that bastard hadn't forcefully bound her to some goddess system, how could she become like this now? In any case, she only needed 10 more times to fulfill the requirements. 5 kisses each day for 2 days. Once she completed the task, Yun decided she would leave immediately and never return. Initially, she would still think about staying in the Dragon Palace in Tianhai City. After all, it was the power she had cultivated with her own hands. But after such a long time, she had no more feelings. Normally, Huang Yu's words didn't avoid her at all. So naturally, she knew that the Dragon Palace was almost completely destroyed. Especially since 2 of the 4 Dragon Palace war generals were already dead. Except for Nalan Yanran, there was another who was just being played in his hands. There was no chance of winning at all. Give me your technique. Huang Yu suddenly stopped Yun. After checking in at the special location, he gained 5 more years of cultivation. Now he had accumulated over 100 years of cultivation, but his techniques were lacking. The star absorption technique was just a special technique to enhance oneself, not very effective in terms of attack. So he naturally thought of Yun first. I have made many concessions already. You will never make me hand over my techniques. Yun's face grew colder. It seemed a bit difficult indeed. Huang Yu felt a bit helpless. What a load of crap these novels were. In novels, the supporting female characters often fell in love with the main characters with just a few interactions. But in reality, things were not that simple. He felt that Yun had been increasingly indifferent to him these days. If he had the strength, he was sure he would kill her without hesitation. Along with the system being bound to Yun for a long time, the system gradually began issuing warnings. Yun's strength was too great, and the system couldn't restrain her. The previous long time was already very strained. If this continued, the system might completely lose control. This was the warning Huang Yu received from the system. So, naturally, he seized this opportunity to squeeze out the last bit of wool. Don't worry, I won't take it for nothing. Why is Huang Xiao being so generous? Are you going to give me a mission again, saying that once I complete it, you'll let me go? Exactly. Seizing this opportunity, Huang Yu agreed without hesitation. As long as you give me your technique with no mistakes, I will release you immediately. System, issue a mission right away. Huang Yu silently recited in his mind. Mission, once the host hands over the technique with no mistakes, the system will unbind and restore cultivation, clearing all unfinished tasks. With Huang Yu issuing the mission from the main system, Yun soon received it. Yun looked surprised. Are you serious? After all, almost no one besides the 2 of them knew about her being controlled by the system. Of course, I am. Though freedom was within reach, Yun still struggled a bit. After all, this was the only thing left from her sect. If she were to give it away just like that, it would be hard for her to accept. After all, she bore the responsibility of reviving her sect. As long as you give me the technique, I will let you go. Hearing Huang Yu repeated once again, after some struggle, Yun reluctantly agreed to the plan. If she couldn't leave and stayed here, even reviving the sect would be a futile effort. She memorized her sect's technique and recited it to Huang Yu. Huang Yu listened quietly. The technique Yun gave him was the Great Wine Seal. Soon, about half an hour later, this transfer was completed. Congratulations, the host has successfully unbound the strongest goddess system. All unfinished tasks have been cleared. Goodbye. With a swooshing sound, the electronically synthesized voice vanished completely from Yun Yun's mind. And just like that, accompanied by her limbs regaining strength, that feeling of dominating the world, being unrivaled, returned. Yun Yun once again reverted to her former icy and proud immortal appearance. Now, she could go wherever she wanted. But looking at Huang Yu, for some reason, there was a slight sense of emptiness in Yun Yun's heart. Was there a hint of reluctance? End of this chapter. Chapter 163, Old Bull Eating Tender Grass. No. How is that possible? It seemed like she was startled by her own thoughts. Yun Yun quickly shook her head. And Huang Yu, who had obtained the big wind hand seal, looked at Yun Yun. He just felt that the home was now missing a fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged secretary and maid. Although somewhat reluctant, compared to a timed bomb, he still preferred to let the other party leave. Let's go. Hurry up. If you know that I've lost my means to hold you back, won't you kill me? Yes, Huang Yu still couldn't beat Yun Yun, the old flower. The reason he had the courage to unlock the other party system was relying on absolute confidence. Only in this way would the other party be wary of him, thinking that there would still be ways to restrain him. However, in reality, Huang Yu was just pretending to be calm. Upon hearing Huang Yu's words, Yun Yun's eyebrows furrowed slightly. This little bastard dared to deceive her like this. Unfortunately, he was indeed correct. She did think like that. Yun Yun took a deep breath at Huang Yu's sneaky appearance. Fine, I'll leave now. Hearing the other party's words, Huang Yu immediately let out a sigh of relief. Great, this timed bomb finally left. But during this time being a maid for so long, she kissed me so many times. Not only that, she also earned a big wind hand seal, so it can be considered a gain. However, just as Huang Yu was slow to react, a soft and fragrant touch suddenly blocked his mouth. Looking at Yun Yun in front of him with skin as smooth as white jade and her slightly closed, trembling eyelashes, Huang Yu was a bit dumbfounded. What is this old flower up to? But before he could react, Yun Yun pressed him down. Tonight, a sleepless night. It must be said that she truly lived up to being a perennial old flower. Her combat power was simply terrifying. Huang Yu was almost exhausted from the torment. Meanwhile, Yun Yun had already reverted to her former ethereal appearance, donning her clothes. Remember, it's not that you bullied me, but that I, the old bull, am eating tender grass. After saying this, Yun Yun directly disappeared in the villa with a swift move. Damn! Leaving behind a curse from Huang Yu. Is this woman out of her mind? Previously, she would look like she was about to sacrifice herself even with a slight approach. Now, she dared to push back directly. Huang Yu looked at the faint red plum blossoms on the sheets, feeling somewhat at a loss. Who's really at a disadvantage here? If that crook-mouthed Zizan knew that she had slept with his master, he'd probably spew out 2 liters of blood again. Floating in the sky above Tianhai City, Yun Yun had a complex expression. Did she really hand herself over to this little bastard after guarding herself for so long? She felt confused and conflicted about her recent actions. It was as if in her heart, over the long years, an indelible figure had emerged. A figure she couldn't erase. Just as Yun Yun was silently lamenting, a voice suddenly interrupted her. I didn't expect that someone from the prestigious Yunlin sect would personally defile their own body. A slightly mocking and sarcastic female voice rang out. But to Yun Yun, this voice was extremely familiar, unforgettable even after enduring long years. Luo Qingcheng. Yun Yun exclaimed as she turned around, her face suddenly looking extremely unpleasant. It's really you. Ever since Zizan was critically injured by a stranger once, she had some suspicions. Both Luo Qingcheng and herself were not people of this world, but came from a fantastical realm. However, they weren't close friends, but natural-born enemies. The sect where Luo Qingcheng belonged was the highly renowned demon sect. As for her Yunlin sect, it was among the top righteous sects. However, the former Yunlin sect had directly wiped out the demon sect. Unfortunately, they left behind Luo Qingcheng, who later grew powerful and eventually destroyed the Yunlin sect. As the future sect leader of Yunlin sect, Yun Yun had to evade Luo Qingcheng's pursuit, fleeing to other worlds to find an opportunity to revive the sect. But unexpectedly, this witch also followed her. The look in Luo Qingcheng's eyes towards Yun Yun was full of mockery. You of the Yunlin sect, Don't you always hold your integrity as importantly as your divine beings? Why did it take you so long? Couldn't resist wanting a man anymore? In the end, you're just as hypocritical as your sect. Luo Qingcheng shouted. She immediately formed hand seals. An unparalleled treasure sword appeared in her hands, spinning continuously. Luo Qingcheng grasped the sword and charged directly towards Yun Yun. How dare you! But Yun Yun wouldn't back down so easily. Having spent time beside Huang Yu, her injuries were gradually healing as she hadn't been practicing her techniques. Her strength had also greatly increased, recovering to about 80 to 90% of her original state. Now, under the suppression of this world's laws, our strengths are evenly matched. If you dare to follow me, you're asking for death. Yun Yun showed no fear and directly emanated a powerful energy with the help of moonlight, enveloping the entire space with a terrifying sword intent. And so, on this night, countless people in Tianhai City suddenly felt that something was amiss. It seems that Tianhai City is destined for unrest. At this moment, inside a manor in Tianhai City, Mr. Su stood outside, his elderly, murky eyes gazing at the sky. Above, there was only a dense mass of dark clouds with no movement, everything appearing as usual. However, Liu Chang'an seemed puzzled. Mr. Su, you've been standing here for over half an hour. It's cold at night. Why don't we go inside first? He looked up at the sky, and apart from the intermittent passing of a few searchlights in the city, there was nothing else, no different from how it usually looked. Being old and all, I should leave these matters to others to handle. Mr. Su sighed. He walked inside while saying to Liu Chang'an next to him, call Nizi over tomorrow. All right. Though he had no offspring his entire life, he didn't want the peace of Tianhai City to be disrupted. It was the effort of 3 generations of his Su family, something that couldn't be allowed to go to waste. Someone had to step up to maintain it. Nizi was Mr. Zhu's choice. And of course, Liu Chang'an understood Mr. Zhu's intentions. But Mr. Su, is Nizi a bit too young for this? Youth is good. Mr. Su didn't respond directly, but looked meaningfully at the sky behind him. Youth can go further, and do better than this old bone of mine. End of this chapter. Chapter 164. The medical sage descends the mountain. Meanwhile, on a certain mountain. Disciple, you should come down the mountain quickly. If you don't come down soon, our mountain will be blasted by you. An old man spoke tearfully to his disciple, full of admonitions. Your fiancé is waiting for you at the foot of the mountain. Yes, that's right. Seizing the moment when the old man spoke, another bald old man also advised, your fiancé is at her most beautiful now. If you don't come down the mountain to marry her, someone else might take her. The 2 masters earnestly advised their disciples. Since that's the case, well then. As his disciple, Yi Fan sighed and playfully said, unfortunately, I won't be able to fulfill my duties to both of you in the future. Upon hearing this, the 2 masters immediately had black lines on their faces. Please don't fulfill your duties. Ever since taking Yi Fan as a disciple, aside from everything else, just with these 2 old bones, they are already falling apart. Although Yi Fan's talents in medicine and martial arts are extraordinary, he is just too restless. Back in the day, they were both famous figures in the medical and martial arts world. However, they had chosen to retire from the world, which is why they lived in seclusion here. Otherwise, following their personalities when they were young, they might have caused chaos long ago. Masters, I'm leaving. Remember not to peek at the widows in the village? Yi Fan turned and deeply bowed towards his master, kowtowing 3 times. Then, he resolutely turned and descended the mountain. Finally, he's gone. If he hadn't left, who knows how long it would have taken to settle things. I wonder how the people in Tianhai City would react when they see all our skills displayed on a young kid like him. The bald master's face turned dark, and then he sighed. Don't worry, we have already passed all our skills to him. This time, we have made full preparations. Everything will be fine. Brother Yu, I'm so tired. I really can't take it anymore. At this moment, in the Han family's martial arts hall, Han Kun was holding a dumbbell of over 300 pounds, sweating profusely. His expression showed despair, looking towards Huang Yu with pleading eyes. My sister isn't here today. Let's take a break. Otherwise, I won't leak any information about you to my sister again. It's really you. Hearing this, Huang Yu squinted his eyes. He had known since childhood that this kid was rebellious. He didn't expect that he would still be leaking information to Han Yuyao. It was really unforgivable. His face darkened almost instantly, teeth clenched. "You are really my good brother." Heh. Seeing Huang Yu's grim face, Han Kun swallowed nervously, and more sweat dripped down his forehead. "I really didn't mean to. It's all because of my sister. Now, practice." Huang Yu had no mercy. "If you don't train well, you won't have dinner today. I'll make sure the entertainment industry blacklists you. Please, no." Despite his reluctance, Han Kun quickly straightened his back and raised the dumbbell a bit higher. As a distinguished member of the Han family, he had once enjoyed lavish favor, but now he was close to being blacklisted and couldn't even have a proper meal. He felt bitter in his heart. Han Kun had tears streaming down his face, thinking of the cheering slogan his fans had given him. "Wear the crown, accompany Kun on a long journey. Fans, you must wait for my return as a king." Seeing Han Kun's renewed determination, Huang Yu's anger subsided a bit. Actually, he couldn't blame him for being angry. After all, in the original story, the reason the Han family later submitted to Xiao Zhan was mainly because Han Yuyao had been taken into the harem. There was no one from the Han family able to take the lead. Han Feng had also been seriously injured, giving Xiao Zhan the opportunity to strike. But in reality, Han Kun's talent for cultivation was not weak, it was just overshadowed by Han Yuyao's brilliance. If he trained properly, he could definitely rise to the occasion. Why would the Han family bow down to others? That's why this time, Huang Yu had to ensure Han Kun's rapid growth. Only then could he consolidate the various forces in Tianhai City to the fullest extent. And also, there was Xiao Zhan. He wondered about the current situation. According to his plan, Xiao Zhan should have been killed with the help of Xuanwu. Then he would take care of Xuanwu. That way, everything would be over. Just as Huang Yu was lost in thought, suddenly his phone rang. It was Bai Mao calling. "It's bad, Huang Xiao. It seems like Xiao Zhan has been rescued by someone." "What?" Upon hearing this, Huang Yu abruptly stopped pacing. "Who did it?" "Not sure. Their methods are very secretive. We're trying our best to find out." "Okay." After nodding, Huang Yu hung up the phone, his expression serious. That was why he didn't personally deal with Xiao Zhan. Based on Xiao Zhan's previous strength, eliminating him would have been easy. But he was the designated protagonist, and no one knew what tricks he might have up his sleeve. If he were to be saved at the last moment during his elimination, things could get complicated. That's why he had come up with this plan. If Xuanwu killed Xiao Zhan, he would kill Xuanwu to silence him. But if Xiao Zhan wasn't killed, he needed to see who else was behind him. As mentioned by the two masters, Yi Fan arrived at the Huang family. "Kid, what are you here for?" As Yi Fan approached, the estate guard stopped the peculiar-looking man. "I'm your future brother-in-law from the Huang family. Hurry up and call my wife out." Yi Fan put on a rustic appearance, smiling foolishly, causing the guard to grow suspicious instantly. "Brother-in-law? What brother-in-law?" The guard looked at Yi Fan as if he were mentally challenged. "Go away. This is a private estate. You can't just come in." As the guard was about to drive him away, Yi Fan became impatient in an instant. "What? Are you trying to leave your miss alone and widowed?" "Insolent!" Upon hearing this, the guard instantly became furious. However, everyone inside the estate was a loyal servant cultivated by the Huang family, especially loyal to the Huang patriarch. Their miss was the patriarch's granddaughter. How could they allow such an insult from a stranger? "Kid, are you looking to die?" The guard lunged to grab Yi Fan's collar, but suddenly froze, completely immobilized, and stood still. "Why can't I move?" He struggled in his throat, managing to utter these words with difficulty. Then, as if seeing something, he fixed his gaze. He saw a silver needle inserted into his hand, shimmering brightly and swaying. End of this chapter. Chapter 165. I came to find my fiancée. What's going on? Why can't I move? Is it because of the silver needle stuck in my hand? The guard was extremely shocked, his eyes looking at Yi Fan, who was smiling next to him. The only one who had contact with him just now was this kid. Could it be that he actually had such formidable strength? "Lo Zhang, what are you standing there for? Quickly grab this kid and give him a lesson. Don't you want to go off work?" The guard next to him looked at his colleague, puzzled as he stood there. He went to Lao Zhang, patted his shoulder, only to find him motionless, but his eyeballs were rolling crazily. A sense of unease rose in his heart. What did you do to him? The guard looked at Yifan, his eyes full of vigilance. I have no ill intentions, I just came to marry your young lady. Just as Yifan was smugly smiling and finished speaking, a loud bang. Yifan froze on the spot, looked down at his knees, saw a blood hole on it gushing blood. Looking up, he saw the guard holding a gun in his hand. Oh! Yifan let out a painful cry and collapsed to the ground. Damn, look at you, pretending in front of me, brat. The guard cursed loudly. Almost fell for this kid's trick. Fortunately, Huang Xiao had foresight and had them guard the Huang family manor 2 days ago. If anything happened, notify him immediately. The guard didn't hesitate, immediately called Huang Xiao, explained the situation, and informed the people inside the manor. Yifan's name. After receiving the message from the guard just now, Huang Yu slowly put down the phone, his expression somewhat strange. It is well known that in the world of novels, surnames like Lin, Zi, Yi, and Chu are absolute ones not to provoke, especially the poorer ones. Otherwise, there is a possibility of total ruin and loss for the family. And now, one has unexpectedly come to his door. Could it be another destined main character? After all, this world is a mix of destined main characters. Huang Yu dared not be careless, especially after learning that the other party came to marry, and had an appearance as if coming out from a mountain groove. Isn't this the main character coming out of seclusion? Thinking of this, he hurried out, instructing the driver to head towards the Huang family. About half an hour later, Huang Yu quickly arrived home. Huang Xiao, look at him. When he arrived where his people were, the guard from the Huang family quickly approached. Huang Yu glanced at the man. He remembered him. Among the 200+ people trained by Bai Mao, this man's strength belongs to the first echelon. Therefore, he was placed in his own home. Not that he didn't believe that there was a traitor in his family, but to prevent uncontrollable situations. After all, he couldn't just go and kill a destined main character when he saw one. Being able to control more things around him and the connections between those destined main characters was great. For example, this time, Huang Yu approached the guard, who was pinioned, slightly surprised in his eyes. The skill of acupuncture, only some minor details could show the opponent's powerful medical skills. But fortunately, with the system's blessing, Huang Yu pressed on the guard's acupuncture points and directly pulled out the silver needles. The moment the needles were removed, the guard who had been standing for a while collapsed, panting heavily, then slowly stood up. Thank you, Huang Xiao. The guard clasped his hands in gratitude. It's nothing. Huang Yu looked at the guard. Where did the troublemaker go? That person was shot but still managed to escape. The guard seemed somewhat regretful. Huang Yu nodded and didn't say much. Instead, he instructed Bai Mao to immediately draw a portrait of that person and conduct a large-scale search in Tianhai City, ensuring constant monitoring of his movements. Yifan, who was shot in the knee, was originally planning to fully subdue his opponent. But deep down, he actually wanted to kill him, but since he was in his fiancée's family, he couldn't leave it to violent and bloody impression. So subduing was a relatively restrained approach. But just as Yifan was preparing to take action, the opponent suddenly rushed out with a group of people, all pulling out guns. This time, he was completely stunned. What the hell was this? Is this a big family or a mafia? How come there are so many guns? However, his martial arts were secondary after all, and his mastery was in medicine. Yifan knew he was at a disadvantage, so he quickly left without further entanglement. He could always come back to find his fiancée in a few days. Although Yifan was shot, he had already rented a house. Therefore, he was not homeless. Young man, what's going on with you? Yifan returned to his rundown building, and the old lady at the door looked puzzled at his limping right leg. At this moment, his right leg was already bandaged by himself, so the wound wasn't visible from the outside. It's nothing, I just tripped. Yifan forced a smile. Yifan, you're back. At this moment, a girl suddenly came down from upstairs wearing a floral dress, her eyes full of worrying. Zizu. Seeing this girl, Huang Yu's eyes lit up. When he came down from the mountain, he saw a rental advertisement on the roadside, which is why he came here. However, he didn't expect to find such a beautiful girl in the building where he rented. Honestly, if he didn't have a fiancée, Yifan felt that his future wife must be this girl. Seeing that Yifan was okay, Wangzu also breathed a sigh of relief. When he returned to his room, Wangzu approached the old lady. "Aunt, is this man really okay?" "Don't worry, dear. My judgment of people is always accurate. Although this person looks poor, he has an extraordinary air about him." Chapter 166 Fallen's Zizan. On the other side, Zizan had been in the room for several days. Although no one had hurt him, he was kept here all the time, with no one coming to communicate with him. "I'm telling you, I am Zizan, the Dragon King of Dragon King Palace. I am the president of the War God Group. If you don't let me go, I won't spare you." Zizan roared hoarsely. Having lost his own power, lost Dragon King Palace, lost the War God Group, he didn't care about any of that. But losing Liu Ryan was the hardest thing for him to accept. Zizan's heart was in extreme pain, wishing to tear apart the person who absorbed his power, Zuo Yi, into 1,000 pieces. "Zuo Jia, Zizan, and you are like water and fire." Although there were only 2 powerless guards at the door, Zizan was unlikely to even be able to leave at this point. After all, he had lost all his power, now reduced to just an ordinary person. Just when he was feeling extremely desperate, footsteps were suddenly heard from outside. A middle-aged man walked in slowly, followed by several bodyguards dressed in black. "Zizan, we finally meet," the elder of the Z family sneered. "You've been hiding and evading all the time. Seeing you is not easy." "Who are you?" Zizan shouted sharply upon seeing someone finally appear. Without saying a word, the elder of the Z family slowly approached him. This was the most secret place of the Z family, precisely the ancestral land accessible only to the head of the family. With the help of an organization some time ago, the current head of the Z family, his younger brother, had been executed. And now he was the new head of the Z family. Looking at Zizan's face, the elder of the Z family couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. His own biological son had been ruined and killed by this guy, and then met a tragic end outside. "I see you're looking for death." Seeing the elder of the Z family not speaking, Zizan instantly threw a kick. Although Zizan's cultivation had been sucked dry, his fighting skills were still intact. Dealing with an ordinary middle-aged man like this shouldn't be a big problem. However, things didn't go as he expected. As soon as he touched him, the 2 black-clothed men behind the elder of the Z family rushed forward and tackled him to the ground. "Ah!" Zizan cried out in pain. He felt as if his whole body was about to break apart. Since becoming the Dragon King of Dragon King Palace, this was the first time he had felt so embarrassed. Bang! Just as he was about to get up, a club struck him down. The elder of the Z family threw the club on the ground, his expression cold, as if he wanted to kill him. "You're the one who turned Feng into that state," he roared. Another club struck Zizan's back. Hit repeatedly, Zizan was a bit dazed by now. He gritted his teeth and slowly stood up, looking at the elder of the Z family. "Who are you? Do we have any grievances between us? Do you not know who I am?" The elder of the Z family sneered. "Z Feng is my biological son." "What do you mean?" Zizan was speechless upon hearing this. "What does it have to do with you?" The elder of the Z family did not explain anything and signaled the 2 people behind him. "Don't beat him to death. I still have use of him." As the elder of the Z family turned to leave, the 2 black-clothed men moved to attack Zizan. However, at this moment, Zizan suddenly remembered. If the father of Zifeng was the man in front of him, then it was highly likely that he was his own biological father. "Dad!" Zizan cried out in urgency with tears in his eyes. But the 2 bodyguards didn't give him the chance. In a flash, they began to punch him mercilessly. Outside, upon hearing Zizan call out "Dad," the resentment in the elder of the Z family grew stronger, memories of Zifeng flashing in his mind. The image of Zifeng in police uniform, and as a delicate woman intertwined in his mind, momentarily confusing him as to which was really his son. Beat him to death. The elder of the Z family wiped away his tears and entered the ancestral hall. Normally, he wouldn't be allowed in. In the Z family, besides the seniors, only the head of the family could enter the ancestral hall. Someone with his dubious record would have long been banned from entering. However, things were different now. With the help of the mysterious organization behind Zifeng, he had become the new head of the Z family. Nobody in the Z family dared defy his orders now. This brought an unprecedented sense of satisfaction to the elder of the Z family. Finally, my wish has come true. Waiting for him in the ancestral hall was a figure who had long awaited him. It was the person from that organization, a familiar face slowly appearing. Now, you are wanted everywhere. Showing up here suddenly isn't a hassle for me. This person was the prime suspect in a serial murder case wanted throughout Tianhai City. He was also the key figure who helped the elder of the Z family become the head of the Z family. Why worrying? Now, the trouble is all on the Han family side. Also, don't forget, you're in this position because of me. Upon hearing this, fear crept back into the heart of the elder of the Z family. Remembering the day he had almost been killed outright, his tone softened. What are your orders this time? I want you to find and kidnap Han Yuyao. What? The elder of the Z family couldn't believe his ears. Do you know who the Han family is? Even if the entire Z family is involved, they may not be able to move against the Han family. I don't care if you can or cannot. Within a week, I must see Han Yuyao here, dead or alive. Upon uttering those words, the tone of the person changed suddenly. Looking in a certain direction, she shouted, and then rushed forward, striking with her palm. With a shout, Xuanwu leapt out from hiding. I didn't expect to see you guys scheming behind the scenes. Expect? What do you mean? The person seemed to find the key point in his words. End of chapter. Chapter 167. Xuanwu emerges from prison, but how could Xuanwu ever admit it? For him, the most important thing now is to rescue Zizan. If it's not just the Huang family intervening, then his previous conclusions can be temporarily set aside. He hasn't been able to contact anyone related to the Dragon King Temple for so long. As for the Azure Dragon, it's as if he vanished from the world. No matter how hard he looked, he just couldn't find a trace related to the Azure Dragon. Who else is there? The demon looked at Xuanwu and asked slowly, I didn't expect you to come out of prison. Escaped again. Facing the demons to questions, Xuanwu showed no fear. I never expected my Dragon King Temple to fall in Tianhai City, he said. Today, I will let you petty people see the power of my Dragon King Temple. Accompanied by Xuanwu's low roar, his back gradually hunched, a strong aura swirling around him. The atmosphere grew more intense. Blue patterns began to appear on Xuanwu's forehead. It seems you are courting death, challenging the Dragon King Temple. The demon sneered and rushed towards Xuanwu. A strike landed on Xuanwu, but he only felt a strong tingling sensation. Xuanwu stood still, unscathed. The Dragon King Temple is not to be trifled with by the likes of you. Xuanwu sneered coldly and, without hesitation, released a powerful energy, sending the opponent flying. The demon stumbled back, eyes filled with shock. Obviously, he didn't expect the Dragon King Temple to possess such power as rumored. With this strength, combined with his age, it would be hard to find a match even in the Han family. Sky Turner Seal. Xuanwu didn't speak, but with a series of movements, he rushed forward. Golden light shone, strong energy waves emanating from his hands. The demon had no time to dodge. Struck heavily, he was sent flying, blood mist spraying in the air. After dropping to the ground, he quickly realized he was no match for Xuanwu. He swiftly got up and disappeared, rushing away in the distance, clearly caught off guard. Current head of the Z family was shocked, collapsing to the ground. Please, don't kill me, he pleaded. Xuanwu glanced at him indifferently, ignoring him. After suppressing his aura, he headed towards where Zizan was being held. His main objective was to rescue Zizan. If there were any delays and reinforcements arrived, it would be disastrous. Meanwhile, Zizan, now devoid of his cultivation, lay on the ground, surrounded by black-clad figures punching and kicking him. The pain made Zizan continuously drift in and out of consciousness, accompanied by feelings of humiliation. He, once a Dragon King, now degraded and mistreated by mere lackeys. The stark contrast in his circumstances was hard to accept. If I, Zizan, rise again one day, I will make you pay for the blood debt. Amidst a stream of curses, Zizan's voice was drowned out, replaced by sounds of agony. Suddenly, the door burst open and shattered, falling to the ground in pieces. How dare you harm the Dragon King of my Dragon King Temple? Xuanwu shouted, swiftly incapacitating everyone present. Zizan, in a sorry state, struggled to get up, his eyes filled with intense anger. He had one question in mind as he looked at Xuanwu. Where is the Azure Dragon? Almost screaming, he demanded. "Bring him out to me. I'll kill him. I'll kill him." Kneeling hurriedly, Xuanwu said, "Pardon my late arrival, Dragon King." Hearing the Dragon King's words, Xuanwu felt baffled, especially seeing Zizhan's current condition. Covered in dirt and footprints, with large swollen bruises and bloody blisters around his mouth, it was a disturbing sight. Amidst his distress, everything seemed to be orchestrated by the royal family and that organization. How did it turn into a conflict with the Azure Dragon? Initially, Xuanwu thought Zizhan had been misled and quickly explained. "Dragon King, please let me explain. The Azure Dragon did not betray you. What I saw was real, or was it fake?" Zizhan coldly smirked, heading out without hesitation. This surprised Xuanwu, who had no contact with anyone from the Dragon King Temple since his release from prison, as if they had all vanished from the mortal world. Could it be true, as the Dragon King said, that the Asura Dragon took all members of the Dragon King Temple away from Tianhai City, betraying the Dragon King to become the new Dragon King? How could this be possible? Dumbfounded, he followed Zizhan. Zizhan and Xuanwu's presence quickly caught the attention of Huang Yu's men, who began monitoring them. At the same time, Yifan, who had just come down from the mountain, was also under observation. Upon hearing that Yifan resided where the old prostitute and Wang Zhu used to stay, Huang Yu's expression turned strange. Was it inevitable for every child of destiny to be entangled with that woman? Especially since she was ill. Under his watchful eye, Zizhan, now almost in the late stages of a venereal disease. It was truly a tragedy. End of this chapter. Chapter 168. The protagonist of Destiny, Huang Yu, will not easily let go of Yifan, the protagonist of Destiny, after he crossed paths with the protagonist of Destiny. After carrying out his investigation, it was revealed that Yifan had recently come down from a remote mountain area. Not only was he dressed in tattered clothes when he descended the mountain, but he couldn't resist flirting with any beautiful woman he saw along the way. It was obvious that he fit the protagonist template. However, when it came to the matter of the engagement, Huang Yu was somewhat puzzled. When did his sister get involved with this guy? Nevertheless, he didn't dwell on it too much. He planned to ask about it when he got back home later. Most likely, it was another engagement agreement between elderly figures. However, Huang Yu already had a plan in mind. Immediately, he sent a message to Wang Zhu that said, "Seduce Yifan at all costs." Even though Yifan was the protagonist of a medical saint, causing him trouble would also be beneficial. "Young Master Huang, is this person bothering you?" Bai Mao stood behind Huang Yu and, seeing the serious expression on his master's face because of a poor young man, hurriedly asked, "Do you want me to help teach this guy a lesson?" "No need, just keep an eye on him." Huang Yu quickly shook his head. Even though he wanted to suppress Yifan like Zizhan did, he didn't dare to send Bai Mao. If anything were to happen, and he got into trouble, it would be a huge loss. Disappointed that he couldn't serve Huang Yu, Bai Mao nodded. Even though there was no opportunity at the moment, there would be in the future. "Remember, do not act without my permission. First, investigate the people around him or which forces are helping him," Huang Yu instructed. "Also, find out which mountain he came down from." "Yes." Bai Mao nodded and then withdrew. "Is what you're saying true?" Xuanwu had been walking with Zizhan for a long time before he finally heard about Zizhan's experiences from him. Xuanwu was perplexed because he believed that the mastermind behind all of this should be the Huang family. How did it suddenly become the Zuo family? But considering that it was the Zuo family members who had previously killed Bai Hu, he couldn't help but feel some suspicion. Could it be that the Zuo family also had a hand in this? Even though he was filled with conflicting emotions, he remembered the bet he had with Huang Yu. Either kills Yizhan, and they could escape safely, or spares Yizhan, and they would still escape unscathed. In any case, no matter the choice, it would be advantageous for him. Xuanwu certainly wouldn't choose to kill his own Dragon King. In any case, if he saw Qinglong in the future, he would inform him. As soon as I, Zizhan, return to the Dragon King's temple one day, Qinglong will not have a shred of dignity left. After saying this, Zizhan left without looking back, leaving behind a bewildered Xuanwu. Although he didn't know what had happened, Zizhan's indifference towards him at the moment made it seem unlikely that he could regain the Dragon King's favor. "I should contact the Dragon King's temple first," Xuanwu sighed. Little did he know that the Dragon King's temple had already been sent off with Qinglong to Yanjing. Not long after Zizhan left, He quickly put on a mask, hiding himself. He was already a well-known wanted fugitive in Tianhai City. If he was discovered, he would be sent back to prison immediately. So no matter what, he needed to find Liu Ryan first. After being imprisoned for a long time and having his cultivation drained by that dandy from the Zuo family, he was completely ignorant of what was happening outside. "Ryan, please be safe," Zizan murmured, worrying evident in his eyes. At this moment, Liu Ryan wasn't just an important woman in his life, but almost half of the Dragon King's temple's funds were invested in the Liu Corporation. Even though the Dragon King's temple had been taken away by King Long, as long as the Liu Corporation existed, he had a chance to turn things around. However, he was now in a sorry state, looking like a beggar, without even the money to take a bus. Zizan began to trudge towards the Liu Corporation, a journey of more than 10 kilometers. Despite the recent beating, he was fatigued and in pain. Each step was torturous, exacerbated by the scorching sun. He felt an itch on his lips. "It's all because of Wang Zhu, that wretched person who dared to scheme against me with Wang Yu. And the Zuo family, I won't let you off the hook," he muttered angrily, and when he had walked halfway, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. "Wang Zhu," he shouted, causing the girl, who had just bought clothes, to turn and look at him, revealing a familiar face. It was none other than Wang Zhu, the person who had caused him to contract the disease. However, the moment Wang Zhu saw Zizan, she almost fled into the alley in her high heels. "Stop right there." Zizan tried to exude the aura of a Dragon King, expecting her to be scared and freeze in place, as she would have before. But now, without any cultivation, he was just an ordinary person. How could he intimidate her? Seeing this, Zizan became anxious and quickly pursued Wang Zhu. When he reached the alley, he was about to grab her hand when he was suddenly gripped by someone. Looking up, he saw a handsome young man with a slight smile. "Buddy, you don't look so good. Why bother her when she's just a regular girl?" Yi Fan observed the disheveled man before him, resembling a beggar. Being a master of medicine, he could tell at a glance that this person had contracted a sexually transmitted disease, especially around the mouth. It was glaringly obvious. Wang Zhu usually applied heavy makeup. With her excellent makeup skills, it was hard to notice any signs of illness. Yi Fan had always thought she was just a pretty ordinary girl. "Zhao, you should go back first," Yi Fan smiled, his charming smile instantly striking a chord with Wang Zhu. "Okay." Wang Zhu smiled sweetly, nodded, and then quickly left. "You're also his mistress." Zizhan's eyes became fierce because his current predicament was all thanks to these people. Wang Zhu played the biggest role in it. If it weren't for himself, how could he have fallen into such a pit? "You son of AB *****H. Seeing this almost homeless-looking man insulting the girl he liked, Yi Fan kicked out. Formerly the Dragon King, under the huge force of the kick, Zizan instantly retreated, flew 2 to 3 meters in the air, and fell to the ground. End of this chapter. Chapter 169. The Dragon King's Doomsday. Who could have imagined? The former Dragon King, now in such a sorry state. Zizan desperately tried to stand up, but he had already lost his strength and felt a wave of powerlessness. There was no trace of his former strength left inside him. His body was no different from an ordinary body. With a sudden kick, Zizhan's mask fell off, revealing his familiar face and the iconic ring of blisters around his mouth. It was disgustingly familiar to Yi Fan. At this moment, seeing Zizhan's face, Wang Zhu hurriedly walked out. Just as Zizhan was about to speak to Wang Zhu, he was greeted with a sudden kick to his face. Wang Zhu's high heel kicked him in the face. "Stop bothering me. I'm not going to lend you money." Hearing this inexplicable statement, Zizhan slowly fell down. "When did I borrow money from you? Damn it, do you owe me money?" He had put a lot of effort into Wang Zhu's place in the past. Now that he has fallen on hard times, Zizhan naturally has to find a way to get it back. After all, he has lost contact with the Dragon King's temple. So in terms of money, Zizhan is still extremely lacking. At least he could have taken a taxi. "Brother Yi Fan, this person is a wanted criminal. Hurry up and send him to jail. I heard you could get tens of thousands if you send him to jail." Wang Zhu looked at Zizhan trying to speak, feeling anxious. After all, Yi Fan is her true love now. Moreover, Huang Xiao gave her a new mission, which was to bring down Yi Fan. If this guy talks nonsense, won't her money go down the drain? What? Is this true? Upon hearing Wang Zu's words, Yifan immediately became excited. When he came down from the mountain, those two old men didn't give him anything, let alone money. The reason he was able to rent a house was because he earned money by treating the old ladies at the foot of the mountain. The reason why he couldn't enter the royal family before was because his appearance was too shabby. However, Yifan didn't intend to squander the money that was about to come. He looked at Zizan with a hint of teasing in his eyes. I never thought someone like you could still be of value. Immediately, without hesitation, Yifan called the police. Soon, the police arrived. Seeing Zizan in such a sorry state, the officers were also extremely surprised. If it wasn't for Han Yuyao taking a closer look, almost no one could recognize the former president of the War God Group, Zizan. Take him away, Han Yuyao said coldly. Just as he was about to lead his team away, a voice came from behind him. Beauty, wait a minute. The young man who reported Zizan slowly approached with a scrutinizing look. Do you have any other business to attend to? Han Yuyao disliked such a look, but since the other party was the one who reported Zizan, she didn't flare up. However, after a quick look over, Yifan slowly spoke up. Beauty, you're sick. What do you mean? Han Yuyao furrowed her brows slightly. But after Yifan took a look, he sighed, shook his head, and then moved forward to grab Han Yuyao's wrist. However, to his surprise, Han Yuyao avoided his grasp. Please behave yourself, thank you. Han Yuyao grabbed Yifan's hand back, almost breaking it with her immense strength. Yifan's pupils constricted. He never expected the seemingly youthful female police officer in front of him to possess such immense strength. You're mistaken. Seeing Yifan plead, Han Yuyao coldly let go of his hand and left with her team. When she first saw Yifan, she was already disgusted, especially since Wang Zu was by his side. She naturally knew what industry Wang Zu was in, so Yifan couldn't be anything good either. Yifan held his hand, watching Han Yuyao's departing figure. That was close. No wonder they say you can't touch a tiger's butt. Although he said such words, Yifan's mind was already plotting. Next time he sees her, he can't be so reckless. He must succeed. The efficiency of the Tianhai police station was also very high. Before the formal capture of the person they were chasing, Zizan, the president of the War God Group, the news quickly spread. What? Zizan has been captured? Huang Yu was slightly surprised to hear this news. Zizan was the son of Destiny. Who could capture him? Master Huang, the one who reported him was Yifan, whom you asked us to keep an eye on before. Yifan, I see. Huang Yu suddenly understood. As another main character of Destiny, at this moment, Zizan had lost all his power. One of the Dragon Kings for War Generals was imprisoned, two were killed. Even the Dragon King himself had contracted a disease and was a first-class wanted criminal. Compared to Yifan, a newcomer who had just descended the mountain, he was no match in any way. However, Huang Yu was not worried. After all, the main person standing against the Dragon King now was Yifan. But just sending him to jail wouldn't be enough. Soon, a plan formed in Huang Yu's mind. He then called in Bai Mao. On the other side, Wang Zu also received a message from Huang Yu immediately. Although her face changed, she quickly became excited when she saw the numbers behind the message. Brother Yifan, without waiting for Yifan, Wang Zu, pretending to be drunk, swayed upstairs to Yifan's room. She looked like a pitiful girl. Zizu, are you okay? Seeing Wang Zu like this, Yifan's eyes showed a hint of worrying, quickly going to support her. What's wrong? Hearing this, Wang Zu, pretending to be drunk, started to cry. Brother Yifan, I like you. I really like you. Hearing this, Yifan was first stunned, then his eyes filled with emotion. Zizu, I know. You know. What do you know? How could I not know? Wang Zu felt disdain in her heart, but her performance on the surface continued without stopping. But. Then Wang Zu became hesitant and seemed to have something difficult to say. I was violated by Zizan. With Wang Zu's description, Zizan turned into the rapist who once violated her. Hearing Wang Zu's words, Yifan was struck like thunder, momentarily at a loss for words. But then, Yifan's eyes became determined. Zizu, don't worry. I will definitely avenge you. End of chapter. Chapter 170. Pay me the money. Yifan comforted Wang Zhu and said gently, his tone extremely tender. However, his heart was almost shattered into glass shards. He never expected that Wang Zhu had experienced that kind of thing with the disgusting guy he saw during the day. This was something he couldn't accept no matter what. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but feel more hatred towards that person. Soon, Wang Zhu was crying while whimpering non-stop at the corner of her mouth. She collapsed directly into his arms, twisting and turning continuously. "Brother Yifan, what should I do?" Wang Zhu cried desperately. With the physical contact between the two, the atmosphere began to become gradually ambiguous. Yifan swallowed hard. When Wang Zhu kissed him on the lips, he couldn't resist anymore and instantly responded. When Yifan got up, he didn't find Wang Zhu. Instead, on his desk in front of his window, there was breakfast and a note. The words on the note were filled with comfort and affection like a young girl's feelings. Hearing this, Yifan instantly showed a smile. It seems he's quite impressive after all. After all, Wang Zhu's voice was not just loud. At the same time, Yifan's phone suddenly received 2 messages, and upon opening, he found that they were from the Tianhai City police station. One was a thank you letter, and the other was from the bank. It was written that his bank card had been credited with 500,000. Fantastic! Yifan laughed heartily, feeling excited and unable to contain his joy. With this, he could now display his power. The Huang family didn't even allow him through the door, right? Then he would show them his strength so they would know who they were offending. Yifan chuckled lightly and then went towards the medicinal market with the bank card in hand. "Young Huang, that person is coming." Just when Yifan was shopping at the medicine market, suddenly not far away, a young man with white hair pretended to glance at Yifan, then quickly made a call on his phone. Good. Huang Yu on the other end of the call revealed a hint of joy. He indeed found him. These characters studying medicine were indeed like this. No matter which map, they would always go to the local medicinal market to make medicine and rub faces. And there was a most typical characteristic, that they were poor. However, until his investigation revealed the prize money from Tianhai City, only a few hundred yuan remained in Yifan's bank card. Even though he contacted Wang Zhu to have her and Yifan sleep, as she was a disciple of the divine physician. So, this little trick could naturally not harm her, meaning he had to find another way. Remember, we must set him up, as much as possible, the more the better, to the point where his pants are almost falling. Whenever he shows interest in any medicinal material, buy it at all costs. Huang Yu reminded once again. After all, the protagonist of Destiny, whoever he liked, must not be ordinary. At least they must be 100 years old or even 1,000 years old medicinal materials. If you really can't win, remember what I prepared for you in advance. Mix in some fake medicine or poison. In short, don't let him walk out of the medicinal market safely on his own. Okay, young Huang. I will make sure this brat doesn't get away with it. After hanging up the phone, the man with white hair contacted the others through a mini walkie-talkie. After some instructions, he personally followed up. And Yifan was naturally bold with money and strength. After receiving a bonus from Zizan, his wallet naturally swelled up. Looking at the medicinal materials in these stalls or shops, there was no hint of fear in his eyes. Look here, boss, this is the best 100-year-old mountain ginseng. At this point, a person dressed like a farmer, with his hand in his pocket, approached him and whispered softly. Those shops are squeezing too hard. I see you're here to buy medicinal materials too. Want to take a look? 100-year-old mountain ginseng? Yifan's eyes lit up. This was a good thing. If produced in the way they do in regular hospitals, it would definitely not have much effect, but this was different. With his level of knowledge, he could fully unleash the full potential of the 100-year-old mountain ginseng, at least allowing a dying person to hold on for over half a year with one breath. Take it out. Money is not a problem. Yifan, who didn't treat money as money, led the farmer to slowly take it out. When he saw the mountain ginseng, he frowned instantly. Once the man had taken out everything, he coldly sneered. You're quite good at deceiving and swindling. This is clearly radish, not mountain ginseng. Still mountain ginseng, this is clearly radish root, right? Why are you talking like that? This is clearly mountain ginseng. Mountain ginseng. Yifan picked up the radish root straightforwardly. Do you think this radish root looks like ginseng? I know, this is radish root. The man cried out. Then where did my mountain ginseng go? The argument between the two quickly attracted the attention of many people. The man dressed as a farmer instantly collapsed on the ground, holding Yifan's leg tightly. You can't bully me like this. I have no power or influence. I clearly showed you the mountain ginseng just now. How did my mountain ginseng turn into radish root? You return it to me. Hearing the man's tearful accusation upon hearing the compensation, Yifan was at a loss. Apparently, you came here to set me up, right? When did I take you for mountain ginseng? This has always been radish root, so get lost. As more people gathered around, Yifan gradually became somewhat flustered. He tried to kick and shake the man off, but the man's strength was surprisingly strong. No matter how much he tried to shake him off, he couldn't. Instead, voices of accusation began to rise from the surrounding crowd. Why do young people nowadays take things from others and not return them? I think this person is intentionally trying to scam medicinal materials. I suggest everyone blacklist this guy. Don't let him buy medicinal materials from us. The chaotic voices around, especially when it came to blacklisting him. Yifan was instantly alarmed. If he were really blacklisted, he wouldn't be able to buy any medicinal materials. He had been preparing to propose to the Huang family. But looking at the person beneath his feet, dragging him relentlessly, his expression turned slightly ugly as he asked, "Tell me, how much money do you want?" "This is 100-year-old mountain ginseng." Upon hearing there was compensation, the man immediately stood up and clutched Yifan's clothes tightly. "I want exactly 400,000, not a penny more or less." End of this chapter. Chapter 171 Market Battle. 400,000. Why don't you go rob it? When Yifan heard this number, he was immediately shocked. He had only received a bonus of 500,000 for helping the police catch Lin Feng, and now 400,000 was the majority of it. How could he possibly take it out? Especially since he needed the money to buy medicinal herbs. "Ah, you took my old ginseng and didn't return it, and now you don't compensate." The farmer immediately grabbed his trouser leg and pulled it forcefully, tearfully accusing and shouting, "Today, either return my money or return my old ginseng. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave." Hearing the almost shameless words of the other party, Yifan desperately swung his legs. At this moment, he didn't care about much else and just wanted to leave quickly. "You want to run, kid? Causing trouble here and still want to leave? Do you think it's possible? Quick, surround this little bastard." Seeing the anger of the people, Yifan was quickly surrounded. "I didn't take his stuff. You have to believe me. What ginseng of his? It's clearly just radish roots." But no one listened to him. Instead, several people in the crowd shouted even louder, "Take him to the police station and arrest him." Yes, that's right, arrest him and make him pay. Immediately, Yifan panicked. The day before, he had helped the police apprehend a wanted criminal and received a reward for it, even making it into the newspapers. To end up in the police station the next day, wasn't that a slap in the face? If the major families in Tianhai City found out, how could he continue to live there? Okay, I'll pay. Surrounded by people, Yifan could only grit his teeth and agree. 40,000 is too much. How about 20,000? He struggled, trying to bargain. He thought the other party would argue for more money, but to his surprise, they agreed without hesitation. "You said it. Not a penny more, not a penny less." Seeing how readily the other party agreed, Yifan was dumbfounded. He had really been set up. Damn, I should have bargained for more. But at this point, Yifan had no choice but to sigh and search his body. "Wait, where's my check?" Yifan was shocked. He frantically searched his pockets, but they were empty. He had planned to go to the bank this morning to deposit the check, but after a night of madness with Wang Zhu, he didn't have the time. So he had brought the check with him to buy medicinal herbs and prepare for the Huang family's proposal. Where did my money go? Furiously, he grabbed the collar of the person in front of him and shouted, his eyes red and filled with blood vessels. "Give it back to me!" Hearing his desperate voice, the person wrinkled his brow and pushed away Yifan's hand. "Are you crazy? I'm the one asking for money now. Why are you asking me for anything? And do you even have money? Give it to me now!" At this moment, Yifan realized something was wrong. He was being set up. "Everyone, look! This guy has no money and still wants to hit people. Stop him!" With a shout, The crowd surged forward like a tide, surrounding Yifan. Despite the number of people, Yifan felt no fear. Instead, he grew angrier. "You're bullying too much." With a loud shout, he erupted with unparalleled energy, sending the surrounding people flying. On the mountain, his two masters had not only taught him medicine, but also martial arts. He could protect himself when necessary, and not be disturbed by others. Damn, this little bastard still wants to fight. A group immediately surrounded him. Even though they were in the medicinal herb market, not everyone was a doctor, but they had some understanding of medical skills and even various poisonous herbs. Yifan suddenly felt intense pain all over his body, and someone handed him a packet of powder-like substance. Cough, cough. After coughing violently, the white powder covered his face and mouth. Yifan had never expected this situation. After all, he was the heir of a doctor and had strong martial arts skills. How could anyone dare to provoke him? Fortunately, he quickly realized that something was wrong with the powder. "How dare you treat me like this?" Instantly, he tried to take out silver needles to stab himself and counteract the effects quickly. But as he reached for the needles, someone knocked them away, causing one to pierce his perineum acupoint. Ah! Yifan's eyes contracted, and he started trembling uncontrollably, eventually collapsing on the ground. "It's bad. Something's wrong. Someone died." Seeing Yifan fall, someone shouted, and the crowd panicked and dispersed, leaving Yifan convulsing on the ground. "You think you can fight Huangshao with just yourself?" Just as he left, the farmer cleaned up his hair, wiped off his makeup, and revealed his cunning smile. Even the person who incited everyone to attack Yifan in the crowd was his arrangement. His goal was to make Yifan suffer. But looking at the 500,000 check in his hand, he tore it up without hesitation and threw it into the sewer. Compared to 500,000, if he were caught related to the incident, it would bring more trouble to Huangshao. He couldn't accept that. He couldn't let Huangshao get into trouble. This went against his loyalty to Huangshao. Immediately, he erased any trace of himself from the farmer's disguise. "Everyone, remove your makeup so no one can tell you were involved just now." He contacted all his subordinates through a walkie-talkie. Meanwhile, after convulsing for a while, Yifan managed to pull out the needle in his perineum acupoint, despite being blocked by Bai Mao and his group. Huang Yu had returned home. "Kid, weren't you supposed to be at the company? Why are you back?" Huang's father looked at Huang Yu with disappointment. "Go back to the company immediately, or I'll break your legs when you come back." But Huang Yu shook his head. "I didn't come back to talk about that this time." End of chapter. Chapter 170 to Yifan's origin. "You stinky kid. What productive thing can you do all day long?" Huang Fu totally didn't believe Huang Yu's words. "I want to ask about the engagement agreement regarding Yu Hong." Huang Yu slowly raised his head, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes as he posed this question. "Yu Hong's engagement? How did you know about it?" Huang Tian was slightly taken aback, not expecting him to ask this question. After all, this matter had happened a long time ago. "My engagement." Upon hearing this outside the door, Huang Yuhong suddenly froze, standing by the door and eavesdropping. Originally, he knew his brother had come back and hurried over to see him. Never did he expect to hear such explosive news. "Damn, just when I thought having Zizan was enough trouble, now comes Yifan. If my sister really marries that scumbag, won't she be doomed? Absolutely cannot let Yu Hong marry him. Hope Bai Mao's side can be strong. Don't let that scumbag catch up so quickly." "Yifan, who is he?" Huang Yuhong was a bit puzzled. He clearly didn't know this person. How could he have an engagement with him? "Huang Yu, about this matter." Huang Tianhe's tone paused for a moment, then sighed. "It's already a long time ago. It's better if you don't know. It's not as simple as you think. If not talked about, Yu Hong might be pushed into a fire pit by you." "What do you mean?" Huang Tian was a bit puzzled. "That person named Yifan has already come knocking at the door." "What did you say?" At the mention of Yifan's name, Huang Tian abruptly stood up. "Those two old bastards are still alive." "Old bastards." Hearing his father's reaction, Huang Yuhong was also startled. He had intended to dissuade his father from marrying Yu Hong to that destined protagonist. If that were to happen, wouldn't he, as an antagonist, be destined to be cannon fodder? Originally thinking about stirring up trouble, but now it seemed like they already had a feud. "You know them," Huang Yuhong quickly added. Of course, even if they turn to ashes, I can still recognize them. Huang Tian sneered, then began to recall the past events. When he went to the northwest to guard the borders for the Dragon Country, he happened to encounter local wars. Due to inadequate local support, they were in a bitter struggle and unable to arrive in time. At that moment, he had to call upon some extraordinary individuals to help. Among them were Wang Feng, known as the Proud Sky Divine Sword, and He Ku, renowned for his peerless medical skills. However, after benefiting from the situation, they did not fulfill their promise to help suppress the rebellion, but secretly colluded with the enemy for greater gain, double dealing. This resulted in heavy losses for him. However, Huang Tian knew it was not the right time to turn against them. To suppress the local rebellion, he had to lie that reinforcements were on their way. Under these circumstances, the two individuals finally felt fear and solemnly promised they hadn't betrayed him and were willing to help him fully. However, Huang Tian didn't believe their lies. Nevertheless, needing assistance urgently, he couldn't refuse. Taking advantage of the situation, they made a demand. They wanted the child they brought to marry Huang Yuhong's daughter in the future, a symbolic engagement. Although Huang Yuhong's father held a relatively low position, he was well connected. He had saved many people in that big battle, accumulating numerous favors owed to him. All these crushed onto Huang Yuhong. One could say that Huang Yuhong gathered the attention of nearly half of the high-ranking military officials, making her a target. This was why Huang Tian had doted on his daughter so much since childhood, not only out of love, but also due to others' concern. If anything were to happen to this girl, he would undoubtedly be criticized. But thankfully, she had been well behaved from childhood, except for showing excessive favoritism to her brother. Upon hearing his father reveal these things, Huang Yuhong's expression gradually turned serious. This indicated that the masterminds behind everything were likely those two people behind Yi Fan. However, as the destined protagonist, Yi Fan must have learned his most powerful skills from those two, surpassing even the masters themselves. What are the methods of those two? Huang Yuhong continued to inquire. Naturally, he needed to understand Yi Fan as much as possible in order to counteract effectively. Zizhan's death made him realize that these destined protagonists were not invincible. Yes, Zizhan was already dead, died in prison. Despite investigations since then yielding no results, only when the Mo family had arrived did they begin to unravel the truth. Zizhan died from poisoning. But beyond that conclusion, there were no clues. However, Huang Yuhong would not let this matter go so easily. After all, who was Zizhan? He was the Dragon King of the Dragon King's palace, the destined protagonist. How could he die so easily? All the clues pointed to one likely culprit, Yi Fan. Half an hour later, Huang Yuhong left home. Having comprehended what his father had said, he learnt that everyone hated those two individuals, as well as the military officials in Yandu and Tianhai City. If those two dared to show up, they would likely be crushed instantly. This was probably why those two old bastards didn't dare to appear. They wanted to use Yi Fan to catch Huang Yuhong, eliminate everyone's hatred, and tie the two juniors firmly together. But since I've figured it out, it won't be so easy. Huang Yuhong sneered, then took out his phone directly. No need to keep the people from the Dragon King's palace. Dissolve Zhuanwu as well. Since Zizhan was already dead, they served no purpose. As for Nalan Yanran detained in the villa, they would deal with her later. How is Yi Fan? Upon hearing his question, a voice filled with excitement came from the other end of the phone. However, after their thorough handling, Yi Fan not only lost all the rewards from the police station he had received, but was also severely beaten. Covered in injuries, he wandered around the herb market all day. Regardless of any herb he found, the people arranged by them would intercept it first. End of this chapter. Chapter 173. Endless intercepting, that's good. Huang Yu nodded his head. As the protagonist of Destiny, anything he could choose must be good. Those medicinal herbs may not look impressive at first glance, but upon closer inspection, they were not ordinary. Continue to keep an eye on him. When the time comes, take action to stop him. Also, immediately send me the medicinal herbs. I have a great use for them, yes. On the other end of the phone, Whitehair excitedly responded, and then there was the sound of the call being disconnected. Although he didn't know why Huang wanted the medicinal herbs that the loser failed to buy, since Huang had spoken, he must follow through and do it well. With that in mind, he immediately took out his cell phone and opened a group chat. "Is everyone here?" Just as his voice sounded, the previously silent group chat suddenly became lively. "White hair boss, long time no see. I heard you came back from overseas. Your status has risen a lot. What? Do you have the opportunity to go abroad for vacation again? ... White hair boss, take us with you. I also want to work for Huang." Almost everyone in the group chat was working for the Huang family. Last month, hearing that White Hair had actually taken tens of millions to go on vacation, and now that he had come back with an even higher status, they all started thinking about it. Money and status, who doesn't want them? This was almost what they had been dreaming of. And the easiest way to gain favor with the Huang family was to be by Huang's side. After all, no matter what, Huang never paid much attention to doing things properly. But it was different for the old man and the head of the family. If you didn't have strong capabilities, could you ascend in rank? That was simply wishful thinking, almost an impossible thing. "Brothers, now is the time to work for Huang." White Hair continued to send messages in the group chat. Then he posted a secretly taken photo of Yifan in the chat. "Understood. Got it." Many people in the group chat immediately saved the photo. At the same time, Yifan had been wandering around the medicinal herb market for half a day. He was starting to feel crazy. Losing the money was one thing, but every time he saw a chance to pick up some medicinal herbs, he was always beaten to it. At least a dozen medicinal herbs had slipped away from him. These unimpressive-looking medicinal herbs were actually rare and precious. Adding up all the medicinal herbs, his losses had already exceeded hundreds of thousands, more than the money he had lost before. Damn it! Yifan cursed. This was not fun at all. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to buy the medicinal herbs he wanted, even if he stayed until nightfall. At this moment, he suddenly felt something and realized that someone was following him. After reaching this conclusion, Yifan discreetly glanced behind him and saw two young men quickly squat down by a nearby herb stall, trying to act nonchalant. As expected. At this point, Yifan understood that someone was deliberately targeting him, arranging people to follow him so that every time he tried to buy medicinal herbs, they would be snatched away. If that was the case, then the earlier incident of being beaten up and the stolen check had probably been planned in advance too. Damn it! Yifan clenched his fists, the anger in his eyes almost bursting out uncontrollably. But he held it in. A small loss might avoid a major disaster. Besides, he had just come down from the mountain. He needed to establish a position of power in Tianhai City. He didn't even know who was trying to deal with him. Wait! It seemed like he saw something. Yifan's gaze quickly swept over a herb stall, locking onto a withered herb among a pile that looked very similar. Without careful observation, it was impossible to tell them apart. A good opportunity. It seemed like his chance had come. Just as Yifan was about to approach, he suddenly thought of the two people following him. Damn, these two were like a clinging plaster. If he went straight to buy the herbs, he would probably be beaten to it again. After some thought, Yifan pretended to stroll over to the stall next to the one with the herbs in question. "Boss, how much for this herb?" Yifan deliberately showed a hint of joy in his eyes. As expected, the two people behind him quickly strode over and snatched the herb from Yifan's hand. "Boss, we'll take this herb. We'll pay double the price." "Really?" The stall owner, who had not set up his stall that day, suddenly brightened. Unlike those herb dealers, he was just an individual, so the herbs on his stall were not so abundant or rare. Even if there were rare herbs, they were extremely scarce. After all, he relied solely on himself to gather herbs in the mountains. But in recent times, he had almost had no harvests, and these herbs were anything but special. However, now someone was offering twice the price. How could he not be willing? Yifan instantly put on an annoyed look, about to say something, but then he sighed. "Forget it, you have money, so I'll give it to you." Meanwhile, White Hair, who was secretly monitoring, noticed something was off. How come these people suddenly were so easy to deal with? When they snatched the herbs earlier, their eyes were filled with hatred, as if they wanted to devour his people, but now they were so calm. White Hair reached to conclusions. Either this person had been trained to enjoy being abused, or he was pretending. So White Hair immediately spoke into his earpiece, "Buy all the herbs from the nearby 2 or 3 stalls. Both that boss and that boss will take all your herbs as well." Just as Yifan, who was originally feeling happy, was about to move to the other stall, he heard these words, and he instantly froze. "Are you guys too domineering? Won't you let others buy herbs?" Yifan's face was full of anger as he berated the two people directly. "Where I go, you follow. Won't you stop? Aren't you all just too much?" Whitehair's henchman raised an eyebrow. "We haven't offended you. It's just a normal business transaction. How come it's endless? If you have the guts, offer a better price, you." Seeing the smug expressions of these two, Yifan knew they were doing it on purpose, but at that moment, he had no way to deal with it. In fact, it was getting to him, and he was almost exploding from aggravation. "Oh, you guys are tough. If you have the courage, keep following me. I don't believe you can buy up all the herbs in the whole market." Yifan snorted and then shook his hand, turned around, and walked away. End of this chapter. Chapter 170 for Brother. Hand me your phone for the next time. After all, we have already made it clear, so the two little white-haired brothers almost stuck to Yifan and followed him wherever he went. In an instant, Yifan became the center of attention in the entire herb market. "Hey handsome, come buy herbs from me. Mine are very cheap. These herbs are from 100 years. Come take a look at mine." The herb shop owner suddenly grabbed Yifan's hand with a flattering smile on his face. "Look, I also have a large batch of herbs here. Damn, aren't you the one who just hit me earlier?" Yifan was about to leave directly, but looking at the person holding his hand, he became more and more familiar and immediately recognized him. Hey, you ... you must have mistaken me, right?" The herb shop owner's eyes betrayed a hint of panic, his tone stuttering. "I just opened today. How would I have time to hit a big boss like you?" "Bullshit. Don't think I can't recognize you just because you took off your mask." Yifan directly scolded him. Ready to blow up, but seeming to remember something, he held back and looked at the two people behind him. It seems that these people were instructed, no matter what herbs he picked, they would intercept him first. "Boss, isn't this 1,000-year-old mountain ginseng?" Yifan suddenly squatted down and pointed to the radish root on the stall. His eyes were full of astonishment, and his tone was full of surprise. "How much?" Seeing Yifan's excited look, the herb shop owner was also puzzled. Was this kid a fool? Can't he tell this is just a radish root? But after all, seeing that the other party was rich, especially with people following him, no matter where he went, they had to intercept and buy it. This was a big fool coming to give them money, so why not take it? The herb shop owner thought of this and instantly changed his expression. He put on a flattering smile again. "Indeed, I have 1,000-year-old mountain ginseng here. You won't regret buying it, especially if you buy some ribs. Oh, no, Chinese herbs for making medicinal cuisine. For some older people, it can be said to prolong life, especially for someone like you. It can tonify yin and yang, a great supplement." "Indeed." Yifan pretended to nod in satisfaction, his acting showing no flaws. "So, how much do you want for it?" Talking about the price, after some initial talk, the herb shop owner coughed twice and nodded. "I'll sell this herb for only 180,000. "Damn, selling a radish root for 180,000. Yifan twitched his mouth, but quickly covered it up. "If you want it, let's sign the contract now." The herb shop owner took out a contract from nowhere and handed it to Yifan. Yifan's face immediately became unpleasant. He just wanted to play along, not actually buy it. At this moment, the two people following him were still collecting herbs from several other stalls behind. At the same time, their gazes kept glancing over here. Seemingly thinking of something, Yifan's eyes lit up, and he faced the herb shop owner seriously. "Of course, I will buy it, but I have a condition. If you buy it back, you will pay to 100% of the price." The herb shop owner also thought of this and agreed without hesitation, adding it to the contract on the spot. The white-haired men monitoring Yifan sneered in the background. "Is this guy taking me for a fool? I bought that radish root from here, and he dares to deceive me by saying it's ginseng." Yifan's acting was indeed on point, but he never expected this twist. After signing the contract, the two men following him quickly approached. They were about to follow the same scheme and purchase the radish root at double the price. "Wait, there's no need to buy this, let him buy it." The voice of the white cat leader came through the earpiece, and the two younger brothers stopped in their tracks, looking at each other before leaving without turning back. Yi Fan was full of question marks, feeling like a herd of camels stampeding through his mind. Damn, weren't they here to intercept? Why did they suddenly stop buying? He was ready to make a small fortune with this contract. Since the other party was not buying, Yi Fan decided to leave. Wait, where are you going? The herb shop owner suddenly grabbed Yi Fan's sleeve. You haven't paid for the herbs yet. Upon hearing the herb shop owner's words, Yi Fan furrowed his brows. When did I say I would buy your herbs? Aren't we just cooperating? When did I say we were cooperating? Indeed, using the money from those two people, the herb shop owner and Yi Fan had an implicit understanding. But now the key is that the other party didn't come to buy, so wasn't signing the contract meaningless? In any case, he couldn't afford such a large sum of money, so he simply refused. Whether they intercept you or not is their business. You bought the herbs, so you must pay. The herb shop owner urged one after another. If you don't pay up soon, I'll call the police. I really don't have money. At this point, Yi Fan had to admit defeat. After all, in this situation, he needed to get out first. After leaving, he would find a way to figure out who was behind this scheme to harm him and expose them. Is that so? The herb shop owner sneered and looked at Yi Fan, who indeed seemed broke. Then he clapped his hands. Lee, come here. I have something for you. As soon as the words fell, a middle-aged man squatting on the roadside smoking lazily, without a care in the world, quickly ran over with excitement on his face. What's up? Is Lao Wang taking care of my business? The herb shop owner nodded and looked at Yi Fan indifferently. This kid is broke but signed a contract. Help him out. It took a moment for Lee to react. How could he help in this situation? It's just a little bit of money. Lao Wang, why such a bad attitude? Lee sighed and then put his hand on Yi Fan's shoulder. Young man, give me your phone. Huh? Yi Fan was a bit confused, not sure why the man wanted his phone. But seeing the person in front of him, he figured he wasn't a bad person and handed over his phone. Lee took the phone, tapped away for a while, then handed it back. Yi Fan was shocked to see an extra 150,000 yuan on his phone. Chapter 175. Medical Saints Golden Fingers Strike Again. But a man in his middle age named Lao Li didn't speak directly. Instead, he patted Yi Fan on the shoulder, showing a comforting expression. Brother, feel free to use this money. Remember, never let anyone look down on you again in the future. After saying this, Lao Li left with a hint of sadness in his expression, as if he was considering Yi Fan's well-being. There are still many good people in this world. Yi Fan silently thought, feeling somewhat comforted in his heart, contrasting with the person who schemed against him from behind. This middle-aged man now seemed so admirable. Take this money. Saying this, the man presented a payment code, and Yi Fan immediately transferred over tens of thousands. The whole process was smooth, as if he wasn't using his own money. However, that's how Yi Fan ended up with only 2,000 left out of the initial 150,000 he received. It was frustrating and painful to have someone's help only for it to be used up so quickly. I, Yi Fan, will repay this kindness like a gushing spring in the future. Looking at Lao Li's departing figure, Yi Fan said slowly, then turned to the old boss of the medicinal herb stall. As for you, when I, Yi Fan, gain power, it will be your doomsday. Yi Fan roared desperately, with no emotion in his tone, as if he wanted to crush the other party into pieces. Gain power. The old boss of the medicinal herb stall sneered. You'd better hurry up and buy your herbs. Seeing Yi Fan's poor appearance, it was obvious he wasn't a wealthy person. Could it be that he never dreamed of an easy life when he was young? The old boss thought, who doesn't boast? Seeing the disdain on the old boss's face, Yi Fan was on the brink of exploding in anger. But even so, he had no choice. Seeing the two men trailing him again, Yi Fan knew that it was almost impossible for him to buy herbs at the market today. He had no choice but to leave directly. Leader, mission accomplished, the target has left. The moment Yi Fan left, the two lackeys put on their earpieces and spoke into the microphone. White Hair, who had been monitoring Yi Fan, immediately received the message. However, she didn't seem happy. Instead, her expression grew more solemn. The tasks arranged by Huang Xiao must be completed perfectly. One mission accomplished shouldn't make them complacent. Continue to follow him. Let's see what he's up to. White Hair said, and dozens of people instantly emerged from the market without attracting attention. Among them were passers-by, shop owners, and even uniformed personnel who seemed to be just regular people. All of them were arranged by White Hair to monitor Yifan anytime and anywhere. Meanwhile, Yifan realized that it was almost impossible for him to purchase herbs at the market if he continued to linger there. "But don't think I'll be scared off by you guys?" White Hair sneered, then hailed a taxi and headed towards the wetland park near Tianhai City. It was a protected area with mostly wild flora, well known for its scenic beauty, but rarely visited by people besides the staff. Everything here was under strict protection, and picking plants was prohibited. But Yifan, who was he? Would he be easily defeated like this? Upon reaching an area where there were hardly any people, Yifan looked around quickly and swiftly jumped over the fence, running into the depths of the forest. If he couldn't buy herbs in the market, he would pick them himself. It had been a long time since that group followed him everywhere inside. Shaking them off with his skills was a piece of cake. Oh, the leader is missing. Seems like he went into the forest. Not good. Upon hearing this news, White Hair in the monitoring vehicle immediately exclaimed, realizing what Yifan might be planning. He wants to pick herbs himself. Send out drones and temperature sensors directly. At the same time, arrange snipers for precise shots. Roger. These people under White Hair's command were not to be underestimated. Each possessed exceptional skills and agility. When it came to firearms, they were experts, almost comparable to special forces. Shortly after Yifan entered the forest, he stopped at a small riverbank. Chapter 176, Battle of the Small World. What is this guy crying and howling about in that ghostly manner? Seeing Yifan's unusual behavior, Bai Mao was full of questions in an instant, and it was very unreasonable that such caliber of sniper rifle bullets did not kill anyone. With this in mind, Bai Mao immediately took out his phone and contacted Huang Xiao. On the other side, after hearing Bai Mao's description, Huang Yu frowned instantly. Yifan was crying and howling at a broken jade pendant, calling it a predecessor, a master. Could there be a residual soul in that piece of jade pendant? According to the regular setting of the Dragon King novel world, there would generally be a jade pendant or ring that could recognize its master by blood. Awaken in a critical moment. Then let the Dragon King learn the supreme ability. At this moment, Yifan was very skeptical about this. Since it is a soul, then it's easy to explain. Huang Yu sneered. After all, among the people he knew, there was one with supreme cultivation. That was Yun Yun. Where did this old yellow flower of 1,000 years run off to? Never seen all day long. Shouldn't have deactivated that broken system? Where is the person? ... Meanwhile, in a small world, Luo Qingcheng and Yun Yun were also caught in a bitter battle. Luo Qingcheng, do you think you can kill me like this? Yun Yun laughed. You are too naive. I am impossible to be defeated by you. Ha ha ha. Is that so? Luo Qingcheng glanced indifferently at Yun Yun and said, I never thought of killing you. I just wanted to defeat you. Yun Yun was stunned at his words, looking at Luo Qingcheng with some surprise. Luo Qingcheng faintly said, Yun Yun, you don't need to do this at all. If you are willing to let go of your prejudice and resentment against me, be my slave obediently, I will spare your life. If you continue to resist stubbornly, don't blame me for being rude. Upon hearing this, Yun Yun's complexion changed. She coldly snorted, Luo Qingcheng, I, Yun Yun, never need your pity, much less your tolerance. The matters between us will be settled sooner or later, so I want to see how you will deal with me. Very well, let's test each other today. With a cold snort, Luo Qingcheng, with a sword in hand, charged directly towards Yun Yun. Bang bang bang. The confrontation between the two escalated, with their strengths comparable. After half an hour of fighting, neither had gained the upper hand. Luo Qingcheng looked at Yun Yun and said, we don't need to waste any more time. Today, you must be dealt with. Yun Yun issued a cold shout, her figure flashing, turning into a phantom and disappearing from her original position. Luo Qingcheng saw this and quickly retreated. The two exchanged positions. Luo Qingcheng stood firm, while Yun Yun appeared where he had been originally. Yun Yun coldly said, Luo Qingcheng, today, you can't escape. Whether I can escape or not is not for you to decide, but for ourselves. Luo Qingcheng coldly smiled. Yun Yun, why was your sect destroyed by me? And for what? Do you have no inkling in your heart? Upon hearing this, Yun Yun's face darkened instantly. Luo Qingcheng, I know you are mocking me. You do not be smug. I will make you personally witness how I defeat you. I look forward to it." Finishing his words, Luo Qingcheng grip tightened on his sword and lunged forward. "Yun Yun, do you think you can hide your little tricks in the dark from me? You are too naive." Luo Qingcheng's words fell, his figure disappearing in an instant, charging towards Yun Yun. Seeing her coming, Yun Yun coldly snorted, her figure flashing, disappearing from her original position again. Luo Qingcheng, seeing this, frowned and chased after her again. This time, Yun Yun suddenly appeared behind him, her right palm directly aimed at Luo Qingcheng's back. Luo Qingcheng turned around, wielding his sword to block Yun Yun's attack, then quickly retreated. The two exchanged blows for 30 to 40 moves, with Yun Yun still at a disadvantage, being pressed and struck by Luo Qingcheng. With each strike, she was injured. While fighting, Luo Qingcheng said, "Yun Yun, surrender now while you still can. Your strength is no match for me. Give up." Upon hearing Luo Qingcheng's words, Yun Yun coldly snorted, moving swiftly, continually evading Luo Qingcheng's attacks. Taking this chance, Luo Qingcheng's eyes lit up slightly. Yun Yun's face became even more solemn. Evading like this won't work. She had to find his weakness. With this thought, in a moment of distraction, Luo Qingcheng immediately launched an attack towards her. Yun Yun quickly dodged, but still got stabbed in the shoulder. Seeing this, she was shocked and quickly backed away. Luo Qingcheng, seeing this, smirked. Seeing Yun Yun attempting to escape, he quickly caught up, intercepting her path and holding his sword at her. "Yun Yun, you won't escape." Yun Yun, clutching her injured chest, was breathing heavily. Suddenly, a few voices entered her ears. "Damn! This bastard is still mocking himself at this time." Following the meeting between Naitia and Luo Qingcheng, the two almost chased and killed each other back and forth in succession. However, each time ended in failure, causing no serious harm. This time, however, he suffered unprecedented injuries that could have led to his demise at any moment with a bit of carelessness. Luo Qingcheng, suspended in the void, slowly approached Yun Yun. With delicate features, a cold and indifferent face bore an imperceptible sense of killing intent. "Yun Yun, it seems you are destined to fall into my hands today." Luo Qingcheng chuckled, just as she was about to act. Suddenly, Yun Yun's figure disappeared in an instant, turning into a shooting star, tearing through the sky, rushing madly out of the small world. Luo Qingcheng's face changed, emitting a powerful aura instantly, following closely after. But with Yun Yun almost using all her strength, with a will to die rather than submit, how could Luo Qingcheng catch up? By the time Luo Qingcheng arrived outside the small world, Yun Yun's figure was already gone, and even her presence had vanished in an instant. Damn it! Luo Qingcheng clenched his sword, swiping a sword energy and instantly cutting through the mountains in front, leaving a trench several dozen meters wide. Yun Yun, even if you escape, so what? In the short term, your cultivation has been almost cut in half. The day I find you again will be the day of your downfall. End of this chapter. Chapter 177, Into the Police Station. At this moment, under the continuous sniping of Bai Mao and others, Yi Fan was almost on the verge of madness. No matter from which angle he found the medicinal herbs, there was always a red infrared beam pointing at him. If he dodged, the herbs would instantly be smashed. But if he didn't dodge, it might be his skull that would be smashed. Fortunately, he persisted until late at night. When everyone was not paying attention, Yi Fan finally managed to collect some of the medicinal herbs. Great! Just as he was feeling happy, he suddenly seemed to faintly hear the sound of car horns outside, and a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. Indeed, as he tried to secretly escape, several bullet holes suddenly appeared in front of him, and a large group of police officers surrounded him. It was understandable if they were holding handguns, but some of them even had submachine guns. Yi Fan was stunned. "Stay still, don't move, put your hands on your head and squat." Like a statue, Yi Fan raised his head and saw a vigorous and beautiful policewoman in front of him. Her appearance instantly brightened Yi Fan's eyes. "Miss Police Officer, I don't think I've done anything wrong, have I?" Yi Fan smirked, casually tossing the herbs he held behind him to the side. But Han Yuyao was not to be fooled so easily. Prior to her arrival, Huang Yu had already informed her that the person in front of her was a figure similar to Zizan. Therefore, she had to be extra cautious. Whether you've done something wrong or not, you'll find out once you're inside, Han Yuyao said coldly, then gestured to have Yifan handcuffed and placed inside the police car. Yifan couldn't resist, given the overwhelming firepower. Even though he had martial arts skills and medical knowledge, he didn't believe he was invulnerable to bullets and blades. Compromising was inevitable. However, Yifan couldn't help but feel anxious about the lost medicinal herbs. He had already lost a substantial amount of money today and had been played around with by others. But it wasn't a total loss. Looking at the beautiful policewoman in the front passenger seat, he couldn't help but swallow nervously. He was indeed lucky. As the saying goes, one shouldn't touch a tiger's backside, especially not a female tiger, but he just had to try. Throughout the journey, Yifan tried various ways to strike up a conversation. Unfortunately, Han Yuyao was already accustomed to such situations and paid no attention to his attempts. This left Yifan feeling embarrassed. Upon arriving at the police station, Yifan was immediately charged with the crime of obstructing official duties and would be directly prosecuted the next day. This should be what you were picking. Han Yuyao threw a bag of medicinal herbs in front of Yifan, speaking coldly. Of course not, officer. I'm a law-abiding citizen. Yifan pretended to look innocent, staring at Han Yuyao as if he was telling the truth. I don't even know about medicinal herbs. Why would I collect these things? Did I say these are medicinal herbs? Han Yuyao's words left Yifan stunned. How did he let slip? Before Yifan had a chance to reply, Han Yuyao continued, You don't have to admit it. We will extract fingerprints from them. Seeing the situation turning increasingly against him, Yifan had to think quickly. I need to make a phone call. Soon, the two masters playing chess and drinking tea on the mountain received a call from Yifan. What? You've been arrested by the police? What's going on? Upon hearing that his apprentice was arrested for illegally collecting herbs, his master was instantly infuriated. He had just watched the news a few days ago, where his apprentice helped the Tianhai City Police catch a fugitive killer and received a 500,000 reward. How could he have spent it all so quickly? Despite his frustration, his master, considering his apprentice's significant responsibilities, hung up the phone and dialed a number he hadn't used in a long time. Yifan is in trouble. Please help him. Although it was a plea for help, the tone of Yifan's master was commanding and non-negotiable. The person on the other end of the call agreed without hesitation. The next day, Yifan was finally released. As he looked at the fresh air and sunlight outside, he took a deep breath. He felt the beauty of freedom for the first time. The people in the interrogation room had used memory recovery techniques on him all night, causing him physical and mental torment. If I find out who's behind this, they'll pay with their blood. Fortunately, he quickly used his connections to obtain the herbs he needed. After spending a short time preparing them, Yifan carried the pills towards the Huang family. Although these pills were made from ordinary herbs, they were considered treasures by ordinary people. Yifan believed that his move would be enough to make the Huang family submit. About half an hour later, Yifan arrived at the Huang family. I'm here to propose marriage. This time, it was an almost unusual victory as Yifan entered the main hall. Huang Yu and the others in the hall looked at him, their faces not looking good. You want to propose marriage? On what grounds? I won't marry you. Huang Yuhuan shouted at Yifan, cursing him openly. However, despite her fiery demeanor, Yifan couldn't help but like her more. Such a willful appearance would be even more satisfying in bed. I didn't come empty-handed. Your Huang family promised to marry her to me. It's already been decided. And this is an opportunity for your Huang family. Don't fail to realize it. Yifan's cold and arrogant voice rang out, making it clear that in his eyes, the Huang family was just a small part of the world that he looked down upon. Your master didn't teach you to be modest. Huang Tian sneered. Modesty has its choices, but for me, you don't have to make me modest. The implication was clear. The Huang family had no right to even make him a shoe shiner. Then, Yifan slowly took out the pills he had just refined from his pocket. These pills I refined in just over 10 minutes can prolong life and cure most injuries and illnesses. If your Huang family fulfills its promise, I can provide you with the formula for these pills. Pills. Huang Yu stepped forward, looking at the pills. They were round and smooth, with a brown color but a slight gloss, emanating a medicinal fragrance. End of this chapter. Chapter 178. The crotch is loose. Huang Yuhan naturally harbored resistance in her heart towards marrying Yi Fan. How could she possibly like this guy who seemed so pretentious? Compared to her brother, this man was incomparable, not even worth a single finger. Is this the legendary successor of the divine healer? He even came to propose on his own accord. According to the usual plot, if forced to break off the engagement, there would surely be a decades-long grudge. But if agreeing with the other party, one would definitely end up being tricked without any bones left. After all, the main characters in these destiny encounters tended to prioritize the immediate benefit. If one were to offend an enemy someday, the first to be annihilated would probably be the Huang family, used as a tool for vengeance. Looking at the shiny pills, Huang Yuhan directly took them over and examined them carefully. Yi Fan always wore a disdainful smile on his face. If there's no problem with the pills as you say, why don't you try taking one for us to see? Huang Yuhan activated his storage space the moment he handed the pills back to Yi Fan. Immediately, he took out the pills he had prepared long ago. After obtaining the divine medical skills from the system, he had made quite a few pills himself. And conveniently, he had a bottle of pills similar to these, but all of them were laxatives. Just one pill would definitely make one unrecognizable within 3 minutes. Seeing Huang Yuhan's skeptical expression, the disdain on Yi Fan's face intensified. Truly narrow-minded, like a frog at the bottom of a well. Let me show you what a real living dead, flesh-white bones, looks like. Then, Yi Fan directly picked up the pills and swallowed them all at once. This even surprised Huang Yuhan. This guy was too bold, considering the pills' intense effects. After ingesting so many, it would be impossible to control. I have proven the effectiveness of the pills, no problem. And if possible, I would like to represent the royal family in the martial arts tournament. The royal family never participated in such things, but Yi Fan's eyes were filled with determination at this moment. In his plan, infiltrating the martial arts world through the royal family was a crucial step. He wanted the royal family to become the leader of the next generation of martial arts families. Young man, you seem to be speaking too soon. Even Mr. Huang was enraged now. He slowly walked out, his gaze full of dominance earned through countless slaughters, as if his killing intent was materializing. Yi Fan, although taken aback, managed to compose himself and said, "What wisdom can you share, sir? Just show us." Such arrogance from a young man. Mr. Huang did not speak, but leaned on his cane, and instantly, about a dozen figures appeared from all directions. Almost all of them were dressed in military green attire, emanating a uniform and intimidating aura. It was clear they were from special forces. In that case, let's see your skills. Yi Fan looked around at these people, without a hint of fear in his heart, made a challenging gesture. These elites could not tolerate such provocation. With Mr. Huang's permission, they charged at Yi Fan. However, the moment they reached him, Yi Fan's face changed. Wait! He wanted to stop them, but their shouts were too loud for anyone to hear. It was known that a person is most vulnerable while defecating. Even the weakest attack would be devastating. At that moment, Yi Fan was in that vulnerable state. Any attack was weakening him. Every time he tried to block with his hands, his upper body would exert strength, but his lower body would lose control. It was almost like trying to break through a dam. Yi Fan managed to hold back by tightening his muscles, but the people around him were relentless. With fists and kicks raining down on him, Yi Fan soon fell to the ground. As the pain surged through his body, he could not endure it any longer. The tension reached its limit, and he let out a deafening scream. Ah! The onlookers assumed it was due to the beating, not realizing Yi Fan was unable to hold back his bowel movement, resulting in a loud, unpleasant sound. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Damn, this guy just crapped himself. It stinks. What a disgrace. And he dared to come for a proposal." These mocking remarks pierced Yi Fan's ears, causing him unbearable shame, especially in front of Huang Yuhan. What just happened? Yi Fan screamed inwardly. He couldn't understand why eating the pills he made resulted in uncontrollable diarrhea. Amid the punches and kicks, he had no chance to use the silver needle to heal himself. Under the order of the Huang family, Yi Fan was thrown out of the gate. The stench emanating from him caught the attention of passers-by, who shot disgusted looks his way. Yi Fan did not want to become a target of ridicule. He recalled the criminal he had dealt with before, who had gained notoriety for a video of himself streaking with his crotch covered. Yifan didn't want a video of him soiled and stinking to appear on the headlines the next day. With this in mind, Yifan began to sprint desperately, trying to catch a ride back home. Unfortunately, nobody was willing to give him a ride. He had no choice but to grab a shared bicycle from the roadside and pedal frantically. After about half an hour of artist riding, he finally returned to the alley where he lived before. "Brother Yifan, you're back." Wang Zu rushed forward to welcome him, but was struck by a foul odor. "Did you poop in your pants? No?" Yifan replied hastily, abandoning the bike and running frantically towards the building. Witnessing the yellow liquid flowing from his pants and the feces on the bike, Wang Zu felt repulsed. She had initially thought Yifan might be trustworthy, but now, all goodwill towards him dissipated. Nevertheless, with over 500,000 in prize money he had secured after dealing with Zizan, Wang Zu was determined to claim it. End of this chapter. Chapter 179. Is Yifan growing old and dodging debt? What's going on? What exactly is going on? Inside the room, the moment the door closed, Yifan's tense heart relaxed slightly. However, this momentary relaxation was brief as he transformed into a spraying warrior. On the spot, inside the rental room, there was feces sprayed everywhere. The walls and ceiling were almost completely covered, with brown stains soiling the floor, emitting a foul stench. Yifan desperately ran towards the bathroom, dripping along the way. About an hour later, trembling, Yifan finally stopped. Both of his legs were numb. His eyes were dim, filled with a desolate expression. Could it be that he bought fake medicine? Suddenly, he thought, during his time in the royal palace, only Huang Yuhan's brother, Huang Yu, had touched the pill. Could he have tampered with it? No, he was just a playboy. How could he have such ability? It must be someone obstructing him from buying medicine materials who tampered with them behind his back. He didn't know when his materials were switched. Only then could it lead to uncontrolled effects of the medicine. Shaking, Yifan slowly got up, trembling legs pulling up his pants, returning to his rented room. At this moment, his room was in complete disarray, almost unrecognizable. The foul odor almost made Yifan want to vomit. However, with his clothes still dirty, Yifan had no choice but to take them off. At that moment, a knock sounded from outside. "Hey, open the door." It was the voice of the downstairs old lady, with a particularly unkind tone, as if she was about to explode in anger. "You little devil, did you soil my room? I saw you coming up the stairs earlier. How come you smell so bad?" The old lady scolded, and after much hesitation, Yifan changed into a relatively cleaner outfit and opened the door. This outfit was not exactly clean, having endured the recent spraying battle, but it was relatively less foul-smelling. "Oh, you really like to make a mess. Couldn't hold it in, huh?" The old lady looked at the chaotic room and was immediately shocked. "Do young people play like this now? Forget the rest. You have to pay. You have to pay." The old lady shouted, full of reproach in her tone. After all, she was no longer in that business, so this room was her cough-in money-wise. Seeing her house being destroyed, how could she bear it? She immediately reached out her hand, demanding compensation from Yifan. Yifan was taken aback, looking troubled. If it had been earlier that morning, he would have simply thrown tens of thousands of dollars at her, but now, where could he find even a penny? "Can we delay this a bit? In a couple of days, I'll definitely compensate you," Yifan said confidently. After all, he could easily study a little something and sell the medicine to those rich people. It was a piece of cake. Or you can choose not to compensate and take this. Yifan took out a brown pill, the Peiyuan pill, a longevity elixir that could cleanse the marrow and extend life, especially beneficial for older people, surpassing all other health supplements on the market. It could help people live a few more years. However, looking at the brown pill in Yifan's hands, the old lady showed a hint of disdain. The unique color of the pill, combined with Yifan's foul smell, caused the old lady to cover her nose and take a step back. "Are you turning feces into pills? Clean up now. Compensate me in 2 days, or get out," the landlady scolded. "Mom, don't say that." At that moment, Wang Zu, who had just been downstairs, slowly walked up. Glancing into Yifan's room, a flash of disgust crossed her eyes, but she quickly composed herself. "Brother Yifan, there must be a reason for this." For Wang Zu, although she found the current Yifan extremely distasteful, she knew there was a whole 500,000 yuan in his account. She had to get her hands on that money. No matter what, it was an opportunity not to be missed. Yesen, thank you for understanding me. Yi Fan's eyes revealed a touch of gratitude as he looked at Wang Zhu. After all, he knew there must be something going on. Someone must be plotting against him. Otherwise, how could he have ended up like this? His medical skills were unmatched. The person who could harm him like this was definitely not simple. Yi Fan thought to himself, but my mother is indeed working hard. Brother Yi Fan, would you consider compensating a bit? After speaking up for Yi Fan, Wang Zhu pretended to be hesitant. If you don't have the money, I can compensate for you. Hearing this, Yi Fan immediately became displeased. How could he let a woman pay for him? He patted his chest. Don't worry, Zhu, I have the money, and I'll compensate her now. Although he had spent all the money he had buying medicinal materials, he had added the guy Li on WeChat. He even received a message saying he could find him if he ever ran out of money. While accepting such gifts was embarrassing, Yi Fan had no other choice at the moment. Li, can you send me some money? I need it urgently. No problem, no problem. On the other end, Li was practically splitting with a smile. What now? Li sent money again. Business has been good these days, lending out so much money. Where? Li didn't say anything and transferred 90,000 yuan. According to their rules, for every 10 lent, 13 were returned. Lending out 100,000, in reality, only distributing 90,000, but during repayment, 13,000 would be required. It was definitely a profitable business. Yi Fan quickly received the money Li had sent and immediately transferred it all to the landlady without keeping a penny. This is better. Young man, I see you're a talent, indeed rich. The old lady's face was so full of wrinkles from smiling that they all crammed together, merrily saying, Brother Yi Fan, you're amazing. On the other side, Wang Zhu also looked surprised, her eyes filled with admiration as she gazed at Yi Fan. Internally, she was getting more excited. She only knew this person was wealthy, but she didn't realize how wealthy. This was a certified winner. She could enjoy herself, complete Huang Shao's mission, and make money out of it. It was a triple win. Hitting the jackpot. End of this chapter. Chapter 180. Lu ruling city is in turmoil. How are the arrangements going? Huang Yu looked at the crowd of white-haired people below, slightly raising his eyebrows. Huang, rest assured that Kid Yi Fan owes loan sharks now. We can strike at any time. That's good. Remember, we must find a way to involve the Zhuo family. Huang Yu showed his white teeth, looking calculatingly at the people below. If we talk about finding someone to take the blame, the Zhuo family member is the most suitable candidate. If he remembered correctly, due to the Zhuo family's entanglement with Zizonlong Palace and others before, they were investigated for a long period of time. Under his continuous schemes, the Zhuo family's power has weakened. By the way, there's no longer any value in keeping Zhuan Wu around. Let's get rid of him. Huang Yu said lightly. He had originally planned to use the conflict between Zhuan Wu and Zizon for them to kill each other, completely destroying Long Palace. But halfway through, Yi Fan appeared, yes. The white-haired people below immediately nodded and obeyed. After seeing that there was nothing unusual, Huang Yu returned to the villa. The moment he opened the door, he was shocked. He saw bloodstains all over the living room floor, extending upstairs as if someone had been seriously injured or dragged away. Not good. A sense of foreboding instantly rose in Huang Yu's heart. He hurriedly ran madly inside. His body exuded a powerful aura, as if he could destroy everything. Just as he reached the top of the stairs and pushed open a room, he saw a familiar but weak face. Union. Seeing Union's heavily injured appearance, Huang Yu was surprised. What happened to this old yellow flower? How did she get such serious injuries? Could it be that there's a powerful protagonist? As Huang Yu pondered, Union was furious. At this moment, she had lost all feelings for Long Palace. Before Union could arrive, all she wanted was to leave this jerk as soon as possible. It seems that she has suffered serious injuries. We asked her, but she wouldn't speak. Mi Meng looked at Union and said. Huang Yu nodded, approached the bed, and looked at the heavily injured Union. Who did you encounter that caused such serious injuries? Is it someone from another fantasy world? Huang Yu quickly thought of this possibility. After all, in this world, Union was almost invincible. How could she have suffered such serious injuries? Plus, the plot was just beginning and hadn't reached the late stages, so there shouldn't be any protagonist strong enough to reach this level. In response to his question, Union nodded, unsurprisingly. The situation is probably troublesome now, she said extremely weakly. I am seriously injured now, and that woman must be looking for me everywhere. Woman. Huang Yu was surprised. According to his expectations, shouldn't it be a fierce antagonist exuding demonic aura and strong killing intent? Although it was a woman, Huang Yu did not underestimate her, as she hailed from that fantasy world. How strong is her power? Very strong, very strong. Union said weakly, her eyes showing a hint of confusion. If the heavenly laws here hadn't suppressed our powers to almost equal levels, I probably wouldn't be her match. That powerful? Huang Yu asked in surprise, what's her name? Lu Ruling City. Lu Ruling City. Isn't she the protagonist of that big female lead drama? How did she intrude into this world, full of imposing kings? Based on the original development of the plot, Lu Ruling City should kill her enemies and then restore her sect. Given the current situation, Union is probably Lu Ruling City's enemy in the sect. Yes, anyway, I am not Lu Ruling City's enemy, so as long as I hand over Union, I'll be fine. Upon hearing Huang Yu's knowledge of Lu Ruling City's background, Union was surprised. But then, hearing Huang Yu's next words, she became angry. Can handing her over ensure his safety? She wanted to make things difficult for him. Seeing Huang Yu looking pleased, seemingly plotting something, Union pretended to panic and said, "Don't worry. I told her that I belong to your Huang family, and she left because she feared you. That's how I managed to escape." What did you say? Huang Yu almost coughed up blood. How did Union suddenly become a member of his Huang family? If you falsely accuse me, I'm calling the police. Do you believe me? Hearing Huang Yu's panicked tone, Union couldn't help but feel a little smug. So now, either you protect me and help me deal with Lu Ruling City, or we wait for her to come and kill us. Faced with these two choices, Huang Yu found himself at a loss. Regardless, he didn't want to resort to violence immediately. At least he wanted to explain first. You don't have to worry about that, I'll handle it. Huang Yu glared at Union, then turned around and left in a huff. Immediately, he called by Mao to strengthen security around the villa. While protecting the women in the villa, he also started investigating whether someone named Lu Ruling City had appeared near Tianhai City. On the other side, inside Old Zhu's estate. At this moment, Old Zhu was sitting on a chair, watching Nizi, who was sweating profusely under the sun, making various mysterious gestures. Master Su, what's the use of these movements? Nizi was sweating heavily. If these were legitimate combat assassination techniques for strengthening the body, he wouldn't say anything. But these movements seemed like a sham, with no effect at all, appearing more like tricks of a charlatan. What was the purpose of these practices? End of this chapter. Chapter 181. Port Battle. Practice well. Old Zhu sighed, looking into the distance outside the manor, lost in thought. There will be major events happening in Tianhai City soon. These words truly left Nizi somewhat puzzled. Besides the war god group that was taken down by the royal family some time ago, what other major events could there be? Furthermore, after spending so much time with Old Zhu, he increasingly recognized Old Zhu's formidable abilities. With Old Zhu holding down Tianhai, who would dare to make trouble? Despite this, seeing Old Zhu's serious expression, Nizi couldn't help but take it seriously, even if he didn't understand the purpose of the training. But he believed that since Old Zhu said so, there must be a reason. On the other hand, Zhuanggu had become completely lost by now. He had nowhere to go. You guys wanted to stay with the Dragon King to search for the Dragon King's palace together, but unexpectedly, Zizan had lost all his strength now. If he had known this, he should have stayed by Zizan's side to protect his safety. Now, no matter how he searched, he couldn't find any trace of the Dragon King's palace. It was as if everyone from the Dragon King's palace, like Zizan, had completely vanished from the world. At the same time, Zhuangwu deeply realized that he could no longer stay in Tianhai City. The reason he was here before was entirely to find the people from the Dragon King's palace. But since there was no news at all now, he had to escape the various major forces in Tianhai and consider going abroad to see if he could find a trace of the Dragon King's palace. However, now he was wanted everywhere. The Dragon King's palace was now defined as a terrorist organization, and with the leader Zizan already deceased, He, as one of the 4 major generals of the Dragon King's palace, naturally couldn't escape being wanted. At night, just as Xuanwu was about to board a smuggling cargo ship and leave, suddenly, a strong sense of crisis surged in his mind, and he quickly looked towards a certain corner. Bang! With a loud noise accompanied by a burst of fire, he quickly dodged. Where he had been standing suddenly appeared a large crater. Someone was trying to assassinate him. Xuanwu immediately sprinted towards a distance, swiftly navigating through the complex terrain to shake off his pursuers. However, not long after, that sense of danger reappeared. I didn't expect remnants of the Dragon King's palace still have some strength. Bai Mao slowly emerged from the shadows, clapping his hands as more people started to appear around him. You killed the Dragon King formation. Upon hearing their words, Xuanwu realized something, and his eyes widened with anger. So what? What about it? Anyway, you must stay today, Bai Mao said coldly. Immediately, people around him swarmed towards Xuanwu to attack. Ha! Xuanwu shouted, and a mysterious pattern emitting a faint green light appeared on his forehead. It seemed as though he was merging with it. Strength, so what? Seeing his men being pushed back, Bai Mao no longer held back and personally took action. Xuanwu, today I will kill you. With that, he directly threw a punch towards the tall man. Boom! The sound rang out as Xuanwu was sent flying. He smashed through the ship's railings and into the water. Bai Mao did not pursue but stood on the bow, looking down at the man in the sea. Ha ha, Xuanwu, today is your day of death. Die. With that, he punched again. Bang! Once more, Xuanwu was sent flying. Xuanwu, is this all you've got? Will you surrender obediently, or what do you want? After a moment of silence, Xuanwu suddenly spoke. At the same time, he began to gather strength, ready to counterattack at any moment. Heh, I'll make you die a miserable death. Bai Mao sneered and was about to make a move. But at that moment, Xuanwu moved fast, like a dragon, rushing towards Bai Mao. Bai Mao was shocked as he had never expected Xuanwu's strength to be this formidable. Hey, playing petty tricks, die! Bai Mao growled and tried to strike him down with a palm. But Xuanwu calmly evaded it. Then the two clashed again, and it seemed like he was deliberately delaying time, effortlessly dodging each attack. Furthermore, Xuanwu's speed increased, surpassing Bai Mao's imagination. This greatly shocked Bai Mao because he knew Xuanwu was stalling for time, which made him even more furious. Xuanwu, don't be too arrogant, go to hell. He attacked again. This time, Xuanwu didn't evade but met his moves head-on. Boom! Again, they clashed, and both were sent flying. Bang! Both fell to the ground, making a dull noise. Blood trickled from Xuanwu's mouth, and his face showed a hint of ferocity. However, Bai Mao didn't give up, but instead charged at Xuanwu once more. Boom! Another kick. Bai Mao was kicked flying, smashing several crates before stabilizing himself. At that moment, he felt like his entire skeleton had broken apart, and the pain was unbearable. But he refused to give up. Bai Mao stood up and once again rushed at Xuanwu. This time, Xuanwu didn't dodge but stepped on Bai Mao's wrist. Bai Mao's wrist was directly broken. Bang! Another muffled sound. Bai Mao fell again, spitting out blood that stained his clothes. Xuanwu walked over and sneered. Bai Mao, are you convinced this time? Convinced? Why should I be convinced? Bai Mao glared at Xuanwu through gritted teeth. Just because you're not my match, Xuanwu said as he stepped on Bai Mao's other wrist. Crack! With the sound of bones breaking, Bai Mao wore a strange smile of defeat. End of this chapter. Chapter 182, 9 out of 13 return? You fell into the trap. White Hair sneered coldly, then reached out and grabbed Xuanwu's ankle directly. Originally, he wanted to kill him in secret, but he didn't expect the other party to dodge. So White Hair naturally knew the difficulty of dealing with Xuanwu. However, to repay Huangshao, even if he died, so what? So White Hair took the initiative to personally take action, wanting to crazily consume Xuanwu's power while firmly trapping him. Take action! Dragging his almost seriously injured body, White Hair shouted. Not good! At this moment, Xuanwu also knew that he had fallen into a trap and tried to desperately break free from White Hair, but his ankle was firmly held, and he couldn't break free no matter what. A red dot landed on Xuanwu's forehead. Bang! Just as a blood hole was about to appear on Xuanwu's head, and he was slowly falling down, suddenly, a woman wearing black ancient clothing appeared in front of Xuanwu. With a cold face, full of killing intent, the bullet in front of her directly stopped in midair, unable to move forward even half a step. How is this possible? White Hair was stunned. Who are you? Although she had just started cultivating, as a cultivator, White Hair naturally knew how terrifying the strength required to reach such a level. Offending someone like her, perhaps even he couldn't withstand a move from her. You don't need to know, the woman said coldly, then with a wave of her hand, White Hair immediately flew out of control. Everyone around immediately passed out, except for Xuanwu. Who are you? At this moment, Xuanwu was almost stuttering in fear because he didn't know the person in front of him and wasn't sure if she was a friend or foe. You just need to know that I am here to help you, the woman said coldly. As for me, a glint of coldness flashed in the eyes of the black-clothed woman. Luo Qingcheng. The next day, Huang Yu quickly received news of White Hair's serious injury and was shocked. What happened? How did you all get injured like this? Seeing that almost all the people who went to kill Xuanwu were seriously injured, Huang Yu couldn't help but look at White Hair, who was the most seriously injured. At this moment, only his head could move on White Hair's body. Hearing Huang Yu's question, White Hair showed a ashamed look. I'm sorry, Huang Xiao, we failed. Huang Yu waved his hand. It's okay, it's not your fault. I will compensate everyone accordingly. But who could have injured you all like this? Huang Yu's expression became grave. Because at this moment, no matter what, among ordinary people, White Hair and the others were top-notch experts. Unless it was someone like a protagonist with a destiny to be reborn as an immortal emperor, it was absolutely impossible to defeat them. Recalling the scene from last night, White Hair's eyes also became somewhat fearful. It was a woman dressed in black. Although I don't know who she is, when I was about to pass out, I seemed to hear a name. She seems to be called Luo Qingcheng. Hearing this name, Huang Yu immediately furrowed his brow. This name, Luo Qingcheng, he had heard it before. He had heard it from Yun Yun. It was someone who came to pursue Yun Yun from another fantasy world. His strength was at the ceiling level in this world. It could be said that except for the heavenly laws of this world being able to restrict Luo Qingcheng, there was probably no one who could be his match. Even the heavenly laws could only limit him. Seeing Huang Yu's worried look, White Cat also couldn't help but feel worried. Huang Xiao, do you know who he is? You don't need to worry about this matter. I will take care of it personally. Huang Yu looked at White Hair. Then he turned to the doctor beside him. As long as you spare no effort to heal everyone, using the best medicine and the best doctors, I will take care of all the expenses. Upon hearing Huang Yu's words, everyone immediately showed moved expressions. Indeed, working for Huang Xiao was worth it. On the other hand, just as Yifan was about to go out to try his luck, he was suddenly blocked at the mouth of the alley. Damn it, I forgot to lend you money yesterday. Yesterday, Old Li, who had looked benevolent and kind, suddenly appeared at the alley entrance, glaring fiercely at Yifan, with several sturdy men with dragon tattoos behind him. When I went back and checked, I found out you're a delinquent. Quickly repay the money, or we won't be lenient. Old Li's tone showed no mercy. Despite his almost kind attitude towards Yifan yesterday. Old Li, I told you, I will repay you the money soon, don't worry. Yifan looked at Old Li with a somewhat understanding expression. After all, being a delinquent, it was normal to have such concerns, but Old Li was not pleased, directly picking up a stick and pointing it at him as he cursed. Idiot, do you really think I'm helping you? This is 9 out of 13 returns. You now owe me 450,000. What, 450,000? Are you crazy? Upon hearing this, Yifan was instantly astonished. You're loan sharks. But the others had long been used to such things, and Old Li did not respond. You have only two options, either repay the money, or we'll beat you up, then you repay the money. Watching Old Li's aggressive posture, Yifan was about to take action when suddenly he heard Wang Zu's voice from behind. Yifan, what are you guys doing? At the same time, the attention of Old Li's group also turned to Wang Zu. Seeing her graceful figure and pretty face, they immediately harbored sinister thoughts. I didn't expect you, kid, to have such a beautiful girlfriend. If you can't pay up, let her repay for you. Old Li and his group of men leered at Wang Zu, scanning her up and down, as if they were about to devour her greedily at any moment. Wang Zhu instantly became frightened. Although she had served clients and had more than one in the past, now facing so many people, she was sure she couldn't handle it all by herself, so she immediately hid behind Yi Fan. "Yi Fan, brother, save me." Hearing Wang Zhu's tearful voice, Yi Fan was instantly enraged. He pointed at the group of people in front of him and cursed. "Are you trying to bully a woman? Do you have any shame?" Old Li and his men became impatient and pointed straight at Yi Fan's nose as they cursed. "Hurry up and pay back the money. As long as you repay the money, nothing will happen. But if you don't blame us for being rude." With that, Old Li signaled to the people behind him, and they were about to come forward and grab Wang Zhu. Don't. End of this chapter. Chapter 183. The saintly doctor descends from the mountain for the first battle. Seeing the situation, Wang Zhu instantly showed a look of fear. He quickly took several steps back, hiding behind Yi Fan. "What are you going to do? Brother Yi Fan, please protect me." Yi Fan, truly worthy of the title of saintly doctor, in almost an instant, sent a cold gleam across, and a silver needle was directly inserted into the person who had come first. Following that, he swiftly made several more movements, his hands turning into afterimages as numerous silver needles were sent out. In less than 2 minutes, the several big men who had charged over were all pinned to the spot by the silver needles, unable to move. Elder Li also revealed a look of fear in an instant as he looked towards Yi Fan. Having roamed the herbal medicine market for many years, he had seen all kinds of people and things, but he had never seen such a method before, being able to subdue so many people just with acupuncture needles from Chinese medicine. It was now apparent that this was no ordinary person. "Who are you?" Elder Li asked. Despite having encountered countless extraordinary individuals in the herbal medicine market, seeing someone with such skills for the first time surprised him. The fact that Yi Fan could control so many people just with acupuncture needles from Chinese medicine was truly astonishing. "Who do you think I am?" "I am your father," Yi Fan shouted, then rushed forward in 3 quick steps, kicking Elder Li in the chest. The tremendous force made Elder Li fly backward, flying out for 3 meters and rolling on the ground more than 10 times before coming to a stop. Elder Li spat out blood, staining the ground red in an instant. "This is just a simple lesson for you all. If you dare to cause trouble again next time, don't blame me for being ruthless." Yi Fan sneered, placing his hand on Wang Zhu's waist, protecting her. At that moment, Yi Fan exuded a domineering aura, making Wang Zhu feel as if he was her Prince Charming. "Brother Yi Fan." Just as Wang Zhu was showing her affection, suddenly there was a sound of gas releasing from Yi Fan's lower body, causing Wang Zhu to snap out of her daze, revealing a disgusted expression. She almost forgot that this person had just been defecating all over her rented house. Realizing this, Wang Zhu lost all her goodwill towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan also looked embarrassed, retracting the silver needles from the people and quickly ran back to his rented house, starting to indulge himself freely. "My fate is in my hands, not in the heavens. Who harmed me? I will definitely find them and tear them to pieces. You wait for me, I won't let you off." Yi Fan made farting sounds in the house, shouting at the top of his lungs. The farce today had completely tarnished his reputation in front of the Huang family and Wang Zhu. As someone aiming to achieve great things as the saintly doctor, he simply couldn't accept this. On the other side, upon learning of the news about Luo Qingcheng, Huang Yu returned to the villa and found Union. Luo Qingcheng has appeared again, and this time he even rescued Zhuanwu, one of the 4 generals under the Dragon King's command. What? Upon hearing this news, Union was visibly surprised, not expecting Luo Qingcheng to find them so quickly. Could it be that I revealed our whereabouts? But that doesn't make sense. Union was puzzled. Based on her assumption, Luo Qingcheng shouldn't have arrived in Tianhai City this quickly. When he escaped from the small world, he fled in the completely opposite direction. Even Luo Qingcheng, no matter how talented, wouldn't have been able to find them because of that smoke screen. Suddenly, Union seemed to have an idea and swiftly opened her clothing, revealing her back. Staring at her fair and tender back, Huang Yu shook his head. "There's nothing on your back. Did you see it wrongly?" "Impossible." Union shook her head and quickly used her fingers to cast a spell, chanting a few words. Accompanied by a fluctuation, a red light quickly appeared on her back. An eerie pattern emitted strange light, looking anything but ordinary. A very strange pattern appeared. Huang Yu was slightly surprised, quickly taking out pen and paper to draw the pattern. This is what appeared on your back. The moment Union saw the pattern, her expression changed drastically. As I expected, that scoundrel Luo Qingqing set up a tracking array on me in secret. No wonder he found me so quickly. What should we do now? Huang Yu asked, feeling anxious. Union glared at Huang Yu. Don't worry. This is my matter and won't bring you any trouble. However, Union's voice rang again shortly after. But if you don't cooperate with me, I will have no choice but to perish with you. Hearing this, Huang Yu nearly spat out blood. Yet, he felt helpless, knowing Union's strength. The system that had bound him earlier ran out of energy and couldn't continue the link. If he refused now, this old flower would probably tear him apart on the spot. After weighing his options, Huang Yu reluctantly nodded. All right, what do you want me to do? Help me set up an array. I will treat others as they treat me. Union's eyes gleamed, and she quickly conjured an ancient book in her hand. Taking the book, Huang Yu saw various formations densely packed inside. After just 2 minutes of browsing, Huang Yu was pleasantly surprised. It was indeed a treasure, coming from the fantasy world. Every little thing revealed was powerful. If I master this to the extreme, I will be invincible, right? Union observed Huang Yu's expression of amazement. Rest assured, as long as you cooperate, I will give you even better things in the future. This is just a trivial gift. Slightly better than the one given to Zizan. In the end, Huang Yu's eyes reflected even more astonishment. Damn, he could become a Dragon King just by receiving such a small gift from Zizan. If she gave everything to me, I would ascend on the spot. End of this chapter. Chapter 184, Hidden Current Surge. The game begins. However, Huang Yu naturally would not express these words directly, immediately straightened his back, closed the book, and a firm expression appeared in his eyes. All right, the ties between a husband and wife last 100 days. Oh no, that's not right, we are friends. Since you need my help, how could I refuse? Rest assured. Then, Huang Yu slowly approached Yun Yun. You only gave me one formation, isn't that a bit risky? How about you give me a bit more to deal with that fallen Qingqing? Now that we're on the same boat, you need to let me have the ability to protect myself, right? Watching Huang Yu shamelessly trying to gain benefits, Yun Yun felt somewhat helpless. She reluctantly took out 2 more martial arts manuals and tossed them over. Hurry and leave, don't bother me. I need to tend to my injuries now. All right. Watching Huang Yu leave with a sly expression, Yun Yun sighed helplessly. Forget it, who let this guy predict the future? Then, Yun Yun began to practice her martial arts to heal her injuries. Meanwhile, after obtaining a formation book and 2 martial arts manuals, Huang Yu began to carefully study them. The first manual was called Cloud Mist Sect Formation Compendium. The second was called Skybreaking Technique. The third was called Earth Shatter Strike. One was a martial art for hand-to-hand combat, while the other was for weapons. After meticulously studying all the martial arts and noting them down, he directly handed them to a group of people led by Bai Mao. You must practice these martial arts diligently and strengthen your power as soon as possible. If you practice diligently, it will also help you all recover quickly. Inside the hospital, Bai Mao watched as the boss handed him 2 more martial arts manuals, his eyes widening instantly. Previously, they had only received 1 damaged manual, which greatly increased their strength. Now, with 2 more, wouldn't it be like adding wings to a tiger? Don't worry, Huang Xiao, we will quickly recover and be at your service. Bai Mao patted his chest, promising earnestly, and Huang Yu nodded before leaving the hospital. After all, it was a critical time, and no problems could arise. Bai Mao and his group were injured, so currently there were probably around 100 people available for him to use. Besides those sent out on various missions, there were only about 70 to 80 people left. Huang Yu gathered all these people together and assigned them different tasks. Some were to secretly monitor the movements in Tianhai City, while others were sent out to procure materials needed for various formations. On the other side, in a dark and damp cave, water continuously dripped down, making a clattering sound. Ah! Xuanwu suddenly shouted as he woke up from a corner of the cave. He sat up abruptly, looking around warily, but found darkness everywhere with no signs of anyone. Recalling the scene before he passed out, just as he was about to relax his guard. It seems your injuries aren't that severe. You can still recover on your own. Who are you? Hearing this voice, Xuanwu widened his eyes and stood up to look behind him. There, a tall woman in black ancient clothes stood with a cold gaze. Who are you? Why did you save me? Seeing that the other party had no intention of attacking him, Xuanwu slowly relaxed his guard and asked, Simple, don't you want to avenge the Dragon King's Hall? I will seek revenge on my own. I don't need your help, Xuanwu said in a deep voice. After his investigations in Tianhai City, the Dragon King's Hall had vanished without a trace. There were two possibilities. They had either left the Dragon Kingdom for abroad or had been wiped out by a powerful force in Tianhai City. Through his investigations, he believed that the most likely suspects were the Left family, given the incidents involving their young master and the Dragon King being gravely injured. However, he leaned more towards the Left family as the true culprits. Despite their previous courtesy towards him and his group when the War God faction had arrived in Tianhai City, the Left family had the most motives. What? Do you think the Left family is responsible for eliminating the Dragon King's Hall? What do you mean? Hearing this, Xuanwu furrowed his brows and looked at the woman. What do you know? Where have all the members of the Dragon King's Hall gone? As the woman revealed, she knew the whereabouts of the Dragon King's Hall's members. Xuanwu became anxious. No matter how he questioned her, she remained silent and refused to say more. Speak up. Who is it? Xuanwu couldn't wait any longer and was about to shout at her. But as he approached, a ripple appeared in the air, seemingly powerless, but it knocked Xuanwu back 5 to 6 meters. Ah! Xuanwu cried out miserably, blood trickling from his mouth as he slowly stood up, his gaze dark as he looked at the woman. After a while, he knelt on the ground, banging his head against the ground until it bled. As long as you can help me avenge, I swear, as long as I live, I will follow you through thick and thin. My life is yours to command. Hearing Xuanwu's solemn oath, the woman, now known as Lu Qingcheng, smiled faintly. Call me Lu Qingcheng. As for the one who killed the Dragon King's Hall and dealt with Zizan, it was not the writer, it was the Huang family. What? The Huang family? Xuanwu was extremely surprised, unable to believe that the Huang family, if they wanted to eliminate the Dragon King's Hall, would have done so in a much simpler manner than the Left family, using such a complex method. Lu Qingcheng then began to explain in detail, revealing her intricate knowledge of the power struggles among the major forces. Although Xuanwu had never seen Lu Qingcheng's figure in the power plays in Tianhai City, her detailed insights into the dynamics between the forces left him feeling powerless. After about half an hour of explanations, Xuanwu, with a helpless expression, sat down on the ground. So, it was really the Huang family. He couldn't believe that under the control of the Huang family, the Azure Dragon had attempted to kill the Dragon King, only to meet his own end in Yandu. Such terrifying methods were beyond the abilities of ordinary people. End of this chapter. Chapter 185 Xuanwu Puppet. Yi Fan enters the palace for the second time. Of course, you can choose to escape now. But you have another choice, which is to work for me. By then, the Huang family will naturally no longer exist under your leadership. Upon hearing these words, Xuanwu, who was originally focused on revenge, instantly broke out in a cold sweat. His heart also calmed down instantly. Although he wanted to avenge the Dragon King's Hall, he knew that the process would not be so simple. There is no free lunch in the world, especially for such powerful individuals who do not need someone like him to help with their revenge. Joining hands with such a person is no different from seeking skin from a tiger. Even if he ultimately destroys the Huang family, he himself will definitely have a bad outcome. Xuanwu swallowed and looked at the woman named Luo Qingcheng in front of him, though a faint smile was always on her lips. But he always felt that beneath that smile, there was a huge killing intent. It was as if he would be executed on the spot if he refused. I agree. After a moment of silence, Xuanwu reluctantly agreed. If he had refused, he would have suffered an even worse fate. That's more like it. Luo Qingcheng smiled lightly and then waved her hand. Instantly, Xuanwu's entire body was directly controlled, floating in the air, unable to move. What are you doing? You must release me. Xuanwu struggled desperately, but to no avail. A powerful force in the air deeply immersed him, as if it was tearing him apart. But Luo Qingcheng just chuckled. Don't worry, the power will become stronger and stronger, surpassing even the Dragon King of the Dragon King's Hall. When the time comes, whether you want to destroy the Huang family or anyone else, you can do it. I don't want to. Xuanwu's eyes widened. At this moment, he also knew that even if he agreed, he probably wouldn't have a good outcome. Perhaps he would be transformed into a terrifying existence beyond his imagination by this woman. But now he couldn't afford to refuse Luo Qingcheng's words. Just as she finished speaking, a huge force surged toward Xuanwu's 8 extraordinary meridians under his control, feeling the powerful force surging into his body. Xuanwu began to struggle desperately, but no matter what, it was in vain. This powerful force was close to bursting his meridians, causing him immense pain. He shouted in pain, the blue lines on his forehead reappearing. Ah! Xuanwu roared in agony, trying to release the pain in his body with a roar. But there was no sign of stopping. Luo Qingcheng stood not far away, controlling a force that continuously entered Xuanwu's body, transforming it. After more than an hour, the agonizing cries gradually disappeared in the cave. You are much stronger now than you used to be, Luo Qingcheng murmured as she walked up and looked at Xuanwu kneeling on the ground. At this moment, Xuanwu was lying prostrate on the ground. When he raised his head, his eyes seemed extremely dazed, as if he had completely lost his memory. But at the sight of Luo Qingcheng, he instantly stood up and looked at her with unwavering loyalty. Master! Seeing Xuanwu's reaction, Luo Qingcheng smiled satisfactorily. This was the result she wanted. In this world, Xuanwu could be considered a top-notch powerhouse. Just enough for her to transform and see how powerful the forces of this world were. On the other side, after Yi Fan drove away Old Li and his group, he was packing up the rental room. However, about 1 or 2 hours later, sirens sounded outside the alley. Before Yi Fan could react, hurried footsteps were heard walking upstairs. A policeman directly handcuffed Yi Fan. What are you doing? What crime did I commit? Yi Fan's face showed a look of astonishment, appearing somewhat innocent. However, the policeman coldly smiled. You say, what crime did you commit? You dare to beat someone and still act so righteously. Take him away. Soon, Yi Fan was taken back to the police station. Compared to before, this time was his second time entering the palace. According to common sense, Old Li and his group were involved in loan sharking. They would definitely not think of reporting it to the police. This time, it was Wang Yu who reported, which was why the police were able to come so quickly and arrest Yi Fan. Soon, under Huang Yu's arrangement, as Yi Fan entered the police station, a large group of news media reporters quickly surrounded him. Mr. Yi Fan, it is said that you brutally attacked farmers at the herbal market. Is that true? How do you feel about being arrested and entering the police station for the second time? Rumors say that after receiving a 500,000 yuan prize, you spent it on prostitutes. Is that true? One sensational headline after another was spoken by these reporters, instantly angering Yi Fan. Get out of here! Yi Fan shouted, and one of them was kicked out and fell to the ground, with his camera smashed. Hey, are you still aggressive? You deserve to be caught. You know, among ordinary people, the most unforgivable thing is to offend the media, because you never know how they might distort the truth and ruin your reputation. Subsequently, the reporters moved closer with their cameras, crazily filming Yi Fan. Winner of the captured criminal prize, patronizes prostitutes late at night. Prize winner captured for the second time. Prize winner enjoys mother-daughter meals. One sensational headline after another appeared in magazines and newspapers, instantly attracting the attention of most people in Tianhai City. Damn! Until late at night, Yi Fan was finally released. This time, as well, someone important protected him. At the same time, he was warned that as a disciple of the divine physician, he should keep himself pure and not frequent such places. If there is a next time, even he would not be able to protect him. Yi Fan shouted in the quiet street at night, venting his frustration. At that moment, a newspaper floated over from a distance and fell at his feet. Yi Fan glanced down, immediately furious, and grabbed the newspaper. Who the hell is writing all this nonsense in the news? Let me find out, and I will seek revenge. The glaring headlines on the newspaper made him seethe with anger. As a distinguished disciple of the divine physician, he had never suffered such humiliation before, which was something he couldn't tolerate. If I find out who is behind this trying to harm me, I will make them pay with their blood. Yi Fan clenched his fists, feeling a surge of hatred in his heart. End of this chapter. Chapter 186 Assassin Organization. After leaving the police station, Leaf Fan immediately prepared to return to the alleyway. After a while, Leaf Fan had walked almost halfway, and it was already evening. It wasn't easy to find a taxi, so as Leaf Fan continued to walk, suddenly his ears twitched, picking up some faint sound in the distance. He quickly turned to look into the distance and saw a slim figure wearing black, swiftly jumping and dancing between the buildings, moving forward at an extremely fast speed. It seemed to be a woman. Leaf Fan's gaze sharpened, and he hurriedly followed. Eventually, the woman couldn't hold on any longer due to her injuries. She fell from a building, and Leaf Fan hurried to catch up. Slowly walking into the alleyway, illuminated by dim lights, he saw a sensually dressed woman in black with a stab wound on her abdomen, blood flowing continuously. "Save me! Save me!" Seeing Leaf Fan approaching the woman, who was on the brink of collapse, she pleaded for help with a weak voice, calling for Leaf Fan not far ahead. Leaf Fan did not hesitate and rushed forward to save her. However, at that moment, there was a sudden gunshot and a tranquilizer dart was seen stuck in his calf. Damn it! Leaf Fan sensed something was wrong and immediately struck himself with another dart. At the same time, he took out a pill from his pocket and swallowed it without hesitation, diminishing the numbing effect on his leg. Leaf Fan could finally feel his leg again and began dodging the consecutive gunshots, the bullets hitting the walls while he evaded them. As the gunshots grew more intense, especially closer to the woman, Leaf Fan had no choice but to quickly retreat without lingering further. After all, he had just left the police station, and any more trouble there would be disastrous. Once Leaf Fan had completely left, Huang Yu emerged from the shadows. Seeing the heavily injured woman in the alley, a smile formed on his lips. He knew this woman. She was the former leader of the international assassin organization, Tian Lang. According to the original plot, she lost power after being usurped, leading to her being pursued. It was Leaf Fan who had treated her injuries, and in the days that followed, they developed feelings, with the former Tian Lang leader, Lin Zhu, falling in love with him.